Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 676, Chapter 675, Mobilizing Forces. Jay Garrick, a very energetic young man. He was also this world's speedster. His speed force came from an old acquaintance, the Greek deity Hermes. This world's Hermes possessed speed force and was a good god. He was severely wounded in battle with Steppenwolf, and before dying, passed his speed force to Jay Garrick, who happened to be passing by. Barry encountered a fellow speedster while running, and to strengthen the forces of justice, he brought him back. A somewhat oversized silver helmet resembling a pot lid sat on his head, with golden wings on both sides. He wore a red bodysuit with a huge yellow lightning bolt emblazoned on the chest. Currently, Jay Garrick couldn't fully understand his abilities. Barry was kindly explaining them. This guy. Thea's gaze was a bit strange. She remembered Jay Garrick was one of the Flashes. However, later, probably from getting too high on drugs, the Flash created a time remnant to impersonate Jay Garrick. Then, discovering he couldn't control this remnant, he eventually killed it. Thea's evaluation of the Flash was, sick, brain damaged. But the question was, did this Jay Garrick before her have any problems? After carefully observing for a while, she saw no issues. Whether body or soul, everything was consistent, just a superhero willing to sacrifice for justice. The young heiress could only admit she didn't know how to distinguish between the main body and the time remnant. If this guy was harmless, they'd keep him. Green Lantern Alan Scott, Flash Jay Garrick, Hawkgirl Kendra Saunders, these were Earth 2's new big three after Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman's sacrifice. She had to admit, with Naba taking half the world's order power, these new era heroes were all pathetically weak. Earth was temporarily safe. She should return to mobilize the army. After greeting old Batman, she directly opened a boom tube back to New Genesis. Your Majesty, Steppenwolf is running rampant across that universe. I humbly request your permission to lead the army to eliminate him. Thea went directly to see Highfather, bowing slightly in respect as she stated her purpose. Steppenwolf. Father, I wish to take your guard and join the battle. Before Highfather could speak, the new god second-generation Orion couldn't restrain himself from requesting battle. Though by blood, Orion was Darkseid's son and Steppenwolf was Darkseid's uncle, making them closely related. But Orion had absolutely no intention of sparing him, because Steppenwolf's ability to draw hatred was top tier. Long, long ago, he'd killed Highfather's wife Avia, which caused Orion, who'd always viewed Highfather as his real father, piercing heartache. Given the opportunity, even if it meant mutual destruction, he wanted to kill Steppenwolf. However, Highfather was clearly thinking more deeply. Thea, regarding that universe's affairs, we shouldn't interfere too much. The time for the final battle between good and evil hasn't yet arrived. But Steppenwolf. Mentioning his wife's killer, even the normally dignified and solemn Highfather showed slight hesitation. How could he not care? We'll deploy one legion to repel the enemy. If we can kill Steppenwolf, we kill him. By the end, Highfather couldn't control his emotions. Thea immediately nodded. This was similar to the Spectre's instruction that she couldn't directly participate in mortal warfare. Perhaps Highfather and Darkseid had some connection with higher-level big shots. Soon several new gods of New Genesis were called back. Hearing they were going to kill Steppenwolf, emotions ran high. No one was stupid. Avenging their leader's wife, no one would easily pass up such a matter. Besides Thea's Magic Legion, the other 3 Legion commanders all requested battle. Highfather's beloved General Yuga even brought out his hammer, swinging it on the spot, wishing he could fight Steppenwolf for 500 rounds right now. Highfather was gratified. Everyone treating his vendetta as collective vendetta showed what? It showed his unity work was excellent. But if all 4 legions deployed, it would be no different from the final battle. Highfather turned to ask Metron. The god of knowledge, who sat in his flying chair all day, maintained contact with both sides. Whoever asked him questions, he answered, but overall he spent more time on Highfather's side. How many troops has Apocalypse mobilized? Steppenwolf's direct forces are all deployed. Additionally, Desaad has also mobilized. Metron answered every question without the slightest concealment. Highfather pondered. He understood his old rival too well. This was a probe before the official battle. Darkseid sent his left and right hands, his side similarly couldn't show weakness. But to reserve a backup plan, he wouldn't send all his elites. Orion, you take my guard, and go with Goddess Thea's Magic Legion on this trip. The 2 gods bowed and walked out the door together. Thea's legion had assembled at the first opportunity, while Highfather's guard was the elite of the elite. They each appeared to be holding a spear, but that wasn't just a melee weapon, they could fire lasers. "Becca, how are preparations?" Thea asked her deputy. The blonde woman Becca was a half-god who practiced both magic and martial arts. In the future, she'd become Orion's wife. Even now, she displayed extraordinary command talent. Thea's clone remaining on New Genesis only managed the big picture. Becca handled almost all the details. "Legion Commander, we're ready to depart at any time." Becca answered with dignified bearing. Thea surveyed her subordinates. After over a year, this magic legion still maintained a 1,000,000-strong scale, but quality had risen another level from the beginning. 1 staff per hand, 1 robe per person. 100 squad commanders, each armed to the teeth, magic amplification rings, energy impact necklaces, robes painted with sun, moon, and stars, staffs that shortened spell chanting. These equipment pieces were created by Thea's clone and Hyalt, god of smiths, laboring for half a year. These 100 could be said to have strength comparable to the effeminate Votan from before. Pull any one out and they could occupy a planet and reign supreme. They were the new god race's small group with the highest magic affinity among billions, the cream of the crop. Over a dozen could smoothly cast high-level magic like Time Stop. Though not as fluid as Thea and requiring extensive chanting, gestures, and casting materials, it was already extremely rare. The remaining company commanders and squad leaders similarly possessed intermediate mage strength, the Legion's supporting force. The large force quickly assembled in an orderly manner in the plaza. Orion's Highfather guard had already arrived earlier. The second-generation god was very polite, indicating Thea should command. "Our goal this time is singular, take Steppenwolf's head. Avenge the queen." Thea stated the mission concisely. Chapter 677, Chapter 676, Light of Hope. When word spread that they were going to kill Steppenwolf, not only did her mage legion erupt with excitement, but even Highfather's elite guard struggled to contain their emotions. They'd originally thought this would be just another routine skirmish. No one had expected such an honorable mission. Avenge Queen Avia. That was the sentiment burning in everyone's hearts. Legion members scattered toward their quarters, intent on retrieving their most prized equipment to use against Steppenwolf. Gem magic was convenient, quick, and efficient. This particular school of magic had truly flourished under Thea's guidance, and she'd subsequently introduced it to the Legion. Sargon the sorcerer, resting in the heavens above, could finally rest easy knowing his legacy lived on. Rare gems had now become strategic military resources for the Legion, ranked alongside adamantine and mithril. Once engaged with the enemy, tens of thousands of gems would be hurled at once. The spectacle of such magnificent, overwhelming force simply defied description. Lower-ranked mages throwing gems imbued with high-level spells could turn the tide of almost any losing battle. Now, hearing they were going to face Steppenwolf, everyone brought out their personal treasures, vowing to make the enemy pay dearly. Reassembling the troops took some time. Burning with passion didn't begin to describe the fervor of these soldiers. Many silently cursed themselves for not learning more spells or practicing more combat techniques in their spare time. Justice will prevail. Thea led them in a few rallying cries before opening a boom tube to Earth, too. The orange-red portal remained open for an entire day, finally transporting the entire army through. Steppenwolf's forces were also deploying. Thea gazed across at them, a shadow passing over her expression. The enemy had concentrated all their troops in what should have been Metropolis. The once thriving city of Hope had become utterly lifeless. In this timeline, Metropolis had suffered catastrophic destruction the moment Steppenwolf arrived. Lois Lane was dead. Jimmy Olsen was dead. This universe had no Bald Luthor, but Lena Luthor had also perished on this soil. The Superman who once brought hope to the people had transformed into something else entirely, becoming one of the very monsters he'd once fought to destroy. Fear, confusion, dread, negative emotions permeated this world, clinging to every survivor. This world shouldn't be so desolate. If there's no hope here, then I'll bring it myself. Pale blue. Azure. Brilliant cyan. A faint blue glow first emanated from her body, and as her conviction strengthened, the light intensified. The light of hope. Thea felt a profound calm wash through her heart. She hadn't expected this. In this universe, in this land already half destroyed by evil, the world had helped ignite the flame of hope within her. She'd assumed rage would be the third emotion she'd master. Instead, hope had arrived first, reaching a level of complete control. The world was pleading with her. Save this land. Save the intelligent beings here. Thea agreed without hesitation. Purging evil and bringing new hope to this world, that was her mission now. The emotion of hope inspired all those fighting for justice. Orion and Becca didn't understand what Thea had done, but they could feel their convictions solidifying and their combat power rising. That much was undeniably real. The soldiers were affected even more profoundly. Everyone felt strength surging through them, as if the entire Legion's combat effectiveness had increased by 20% out of thin air. This was the power that hope brought. We should strike now while morale is at its peak. One decisive charge. Orion, the second-generation new god, felt divine power continuously rising within him and excitedly suggested the attack. Thea closed her eyes to commune with the emotion of hope, completely unmoved by his suggestion. Are you kidding me? This was a mage legion, not a cavalry unit. Did he think everyone was Gandalf, charging in with a sword in one hand and a staff in the other? Blockhead. She mentally tagged Orion with that label before turning her gaze toward the distance. A sinister, cold pair of eyes met hers directly. Steppenwolf, god of hate. His strength had at least quadrupled since their last encounter. His true form had personally arrived on Earth, too. She quietly assessed the balance of power between them. In terms of raw strength, he probably had a slight edge over her. After all, he was Yuga Khan's brother, Darkseid's uncle. Even without any new breakthroughs, the sheer accumulation of divine power over such an immense lifespan should put him above her. But now, with the emotion of hope gathered within her, it was truly hard to say who would win. Simultaneously, another figure radiating malevolent energy entered her field of vision. A figure in crimson robes seemed to sense Thea's gaze and removed his hood, looking up to meet her eyes. Disgusting. His face was cracked and twisted, the exposed skin an iron-gray color. His eyes gleamed with murky malice. Apparently sensing her scrutinizing gaze, he began muttering words in some evil tongue before vanishing from her sight. Oh. This one's a caster. His methods differed from traditional mages, more like a warlock or sorcerer. Rather than manipulating physical elements like earth, fire, water, and wind, he wielded the power of demons and hell. That was the fundamental difference between him and Thea. This was Desaad, one of Darkseid's generals, a member of the Dark Elite, the one who managed Apocalypse's internal affairs, the god of pain. His strength was slightly inferior to Steppenwolf's, but his methods were far more varied and troublesome. Both sides had deployed 2 new gods each. Pairing off against opponents for decisive battles was inevitable. Thea considered her options. Should she face Steppenwolf herself and let the slightly weaker Orion handle Desaad? Or should it be warrior versus warrior, mage versus mage, eliminate Desaad quickly, then go support Orion? One approach was steady, the other aggressive. Thea didn't rush into battle. Instead, she ordered the army to first set up camp in Gotham, establish a temporary magical network, organize equipment, and set up teleportation nodes. A mage legion required extensive preparation before it could unleash its full combat potential. The mighty army descended from the sky upon Gotham. Surviving citizens emerged from streets and alleyways, secretly observing these soldiers who seemed southwest out of place in their devastated world. When numbers exceeded 10,000, they seemed to cover the mountains and fields, and this was a million. Dark robes, pristine white staffs, the mage's appearance made the survivors feel like they'd fallen into a dream. This can't be real, are they filming a movie? The new gods paid no attention to what ordinary people thought. Thea began constructing the temporary magical network while her subordinates spread out to manage the camp. Terraform spell. Gust spell. Flame spell. Disintegration spell. Tall buildings were toppled, dust was swept away, vegetation was burned, garbage was dissolved. Becca was experienced in this, methodically directing the army in setting up the camp. Her boyfriend Orion tried several times to chat with her but was coldly pushed aside each time. Get lost. Can't you see I'm busy? Thea was equally occupied. The magical network was indeed a powerful tool, but its limitations were significant. Even with Highfather's vast resources, it was impossible to build a network covering the entire multiverse. This meant they had to establish a temporary local network wherever they went, then connect it back to New Genesis. The work was both tedious and boring, yet she was the only magical deity on this side, there was no way to slack off. As Thea worked with a resigned expression, she inadvertently heard someone nearby mentioning her name. Listening closely, she nearly burst out laughing. Outside the camp, 2 old men were peering at them through binoculars. It was old Batman and old Green Arrow. Did you see her display of power just now? That pure, holy radiance, how could she possibly be your daughter? Old Batman didn't know what the light of hope was. He only knew that after looking at Thea a couple of times, the pain that had plagued him for so long seemed to ease. Thea gave a few instructions to her adjutant Becca, who immediately sent people to escort the 2 old men into the camp. Chapter 678, Chapter 677, Earth 2's Kryptonian. Previously, Thea had been dressed casually like a fashionable young woman. Now, to command the army, she'd naturally changed into New Genesis attire, a shimmering robe and a hood that obscured her features. Her entire appearance radiated an air of mystery. The 2 old men exchanged glances. This person standing with hands clasped, murmuring to herself, exuding the aura of a mystical sage, was this really the same Thea from before? The difference was just too stark. Thea was racing against time to build the magical network. Right now, the Mage Legion was at its most vulnerable. New gods didn't typically resort to sneak attacks, but there was no guarantee Steppenwolf and Desaad wouldn't go off-script and attempt a blitzkrieg. The Mage Legion's work couldn't slacken. Coordination with Earth, too, also needed to happen. Removing her hood and revealing her familiar face, both old men let out a quiet sigh of relief. How many combat-capable forces does Earth have left? My Legion can only handle Steppenwolf. You'll need to deal with the human armies he controls. Thea asked matter-of-factly. Approximately 200,000 troops will be mobilized. That's the maximum capacity of the World Military Council. The few metahumans under direct military command will also participate. Surrounded by the Mage Legion, old Batman felt uncomfortable all over. He didn't realize it was the powerful magical energy that was affecting his senses. Honestly, Thea had no confidence in the metahumans controlled by Earth's military. This world's Atom couldn't shrink. Instead, he grew into a lumbering giant. Impressive looking, but basically just a target. The remaining Sand Squad? Just a group of well-trained special operatives. What about Superman? Have you figured out how to deal with him? Thea dropped a bombshell question. Old Robert looked somewhat surprised. Old Batman maintained his deadpan expression, though clearly this was something he'd considered before. Even with your methods, you can't save Superman. He was humanity's hero. He shouldn't have fallen into darkness. Thea glanced at him and slowly shook her head. I wish things were different too. But based on my observations, the Superman you knew is already dead. His soul has dissipated. What occupies that body now is something evil. You know that your world also has a Superman, so you should be aware he's an alien, right? A Kryptonian. I know. We have another Kryptonian here. Old Batman's words made Thea freeze for a second, nearly destabilizing the magical network. She hastily steadied herself before asking skeptically. Who? He calls himself Valzad. Their exchange was brief, but Thea was still shocked. She really didn't know much about Earth 2's affairs. She'd assumed the Kryptonian old Batman mentioned would be Kara, but she never expected it to be a Kryptonian she didn't recognize. Listen to that surname. Zod. Suppressing her urge to make a sarcastic comment, she said, you and your son really are alike. Always keeping something in reserve, right? Heh. Can this Valzad handle Superman? Old Batman was silent for a moment. I'm working hard to train him. He's our only hope. Thea glanced at old Robert. Old Green Arrow looked completely clueless. Obviously he hadn't known about this either. She couldn't resist commenting. You and your son really do share this problem. Always suspicious of everyone, always cautious. Never revealing anything until absolutely necessary. What a wonderful family tradition. Faced with her sarcasm, old Batman acted like he hadn't heard a word. There was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, as if proud of the Wayne family's fine tradition. Confronting an old Batman who took her criticism as praise, she really couldn't say anything harsher. Fine. Wait a moment. Let me finish what I'm doing, then take me to see this Valzad. Also. Thea thought of something else and addressed old Batman. Your body is burning through its life force. Follow my adjutant for treatment. Full recovery probably isn't possible, but we can restore some of what you've lost. An hour later, the treated old Batman led Thea to Arkham Asylum. This timeline's Arkham was equally notorious. Following old Batman through tunnels and hidden passages, weaving back and forth 7 or 8 times, Thea finally met Valzad in a deep underground chamber. Wait, he's black. She'd assumed this timeline's Zod had hooked up with Farah. Looking at his complexion now, she knew Farah definitely wasn't involved. Valzad had met Batman before, but Thea was a complete stranger. He seemed somewhat shy, timidly stepping backward. So weak. He was basically just an ordinary person. Thea looked at old Batman. Why don't you let him get some sunlight? Old Batman's face remained expressionless. He doesn't like conflict. He has absolutely no will to fight. That's why I've kept him here. A Kryptonian who doesn't like conflict. And Zod's son at that. Thea could only respond with hey to the world's cruel sense of humor. Why are you so timid? Kryptonian, what was your genetic designation at birth? Teacher. Artist. Scholar. Time was precious. Seeing such valuable combat potential being wasted due to personal issues pained her. Not caring what old Batman might think, she asked directly in standard Kryptonian. Old Batman watched calmly, saying nothing. The completely guileless young Kryptonian just stood there dumbfounded. Looking at his meek demeanor, Thea felt annoyed. She thought she understood old Batman's intent now. This wasn't a secret weapon, it was a last-ditch option born of desperation. She held no real hope for this Kryptonian. The Mage Legion couldn't engage Superman directly, so she'd have to fall back on traditional methods. Does this universe have kryptonite? Both old Batman and the timid young man asked simultaneously, what's kryptonite? Ah, so that's how it is. General Zod had never arrived here, so Earth had never encountered kryptonite. Thea produced a piece of kryptonite. Before she could do anything with it, the young man collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face contorted in agony. She handed the palm-sized piece of kryptonite to old Batman. You saw how it's used. It degrades Kryptonian cells. This one's yours. Also, this guy needs sunlight. We'll begin the general offensive in 3 days. Thea teleported away, leaving old Batman holding the kryptonite, staring at the young man on the floor. Perhaps Steppenwolf had no intention of launching a surprise attack, or perhaps the two bosses above preferred straightforward battles. The enemy had set up in Metropolis, Thea had made camp in Gotham. Both sides maintained a tacit understanding, making their final preparations without interfering with each other. This wasn't a game. The Mage Legion didn't only know magic, they could handle close combat too. High-ranking mages had robes sturdier than armor, but ordinary mages couldn't afford that. They had to sacrifice some magical conductivity, donning armor and taking up weapons. Each battalion was assigned tasks according to their specialties, drilling repeatedly in spells designed specifically to counter Parademon armies. Thea was also making final preparations. To prevent Darkseid from interfering with the magical network, she added several more safeguards. Even if the Dark Lord himself entered the battlefield, she could resist for at least a few minutes. She didn't know what old Batman said to Val-Zod, but this Kryptonian, apparently raised as a scholar, finally left his underground room and began absorbing this world's yellow solar energy. Meanwhile, Earth's resistance forces were also converging on Gotham. The armies under Steppenwolf's control were rapidly assembling as well. The great battle seemed imminent. Leaving a clone outside to handle miscellaneous affairs, Thea's true body had already entered the Tower of Fate to study that wisp of pure shadow. Unlike Granny Goodness, who had risen from an ordinary citizen of Apocalypse, climbing through her own efforts from commoner to new god. Chapter 679, Chapter 678, Comprehending Shadow. However weak Steppenwolf might be in comparison to others, he was still Yuga Khan's brother, Darkseid's uncle. His starting point was extremely high. Having survived for such an immense span of time, the sheer accumulation of divine power would be terrifying. Thea didn't believe she could definitely beat him. She needed more preparation. Ordinary soldiers could learn a few more spells or sharpen their blades in their spare time. She couldn't. She had already reached a very high level, taking even one more step forward was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Just look at Steppenwolf, who had ascended to godhood countless ages ago. Now he was hiding in his basement, desperately practicing with his bloodthirsty great axe. That alone proved the point. He wasn't confident he could handle Thea despite her having ascended less than 2 years ago, yet he had no path for improvement either. Accumulating power for tens of thousands of years might only refine technique and sharpen equipment. Beyond that, Thea estimated the divine power accumulation increased total combat effectiveness by perhaps 10% at most. The laws of the world both favored and constrained the gods, preventing them from growing without limit. Whether new gods or old gods, all operated within this framework. But this wisp of pure shadow gave her an opportunity. The laws couldn't restrict it. Thea now visited whenever she had time. The beast demon manifestation of the shadow she didn't bother with, she'd set up an infinite loop dream for it. Go wild with killing and destruction in there. Just don't disturb me. What exactly am I supposed to comprehend from this? Thea reclined, pondering. The shadow seemed to constantly transmit some profound, mysterious truth, yet whenever she tried to decode it, she found only confusion. This thing's level is too high. Her decoder was running an outdated version and couldn't read the data. That was the only way she could console herself. Facing this power that existed outside the rules, power that didn't play by any rules, she had no good approach for now. Here was a mountain of treasure, yet every time she entered, she could only leave empty-handed. The frustration was deeply discouraging. Fortunately, she was easygoing by nature. Seeing that direct comprehension wouldn't work, she didn't get overly dejected. Next, she began an indirect strategy, using the various rules she'd already mastered to compare and verify against the mysterious power within the shadow. She started with trade and wealth, naturally. The result was touching. Thea concluded that neither God nor the great beast needed trade, nor did they need wealth. Her divine domain showed absolutely no resonance with the shadow. Next, she could only turn to the emotional spectrum. Without relying on a power ring, she'd mastered 3.5 of the 7 emotions. Not a bad achievement. Fear. Did those two great beings even have fear? One look from either of them could make Parallax flinch. Scratch that one. Compassion. Thea smiled bitterly. She needed compassion, they didn't. The half-mastered rage wasn't worth embarrassing herself with. In the end, she approached the shadow with a sliver of hope, literally, the emotion of hope. Whether it was the world will that had granted her hope pulling strings for her, or the great beings taking pity on her and giving her hope, yes, the literal meaning, then something finally happened. When her blue light representing hope touched the shadow, it finally produced a slight change under Thea's ecstatic gaze. Deep, murky darkness surrounded her. Above, below, left, right, all was ink-black void. Supervision ineffective. Psychic probing ineffective. She tentatively felt around with her hands. In that space between real and illusory, she seemed to spend an eternity. When she regained awareness, she found herself back in a city. Where is this? Was something teleporting me just now? Based on her understanding of magic, it didn't seem like teleportation. Her body hadn't entered this place, it was more like her soul. Thea. Come on. While she was still dazed, she heard someone calling her name. Looking over, a young woman with a few freckles on her face was waving at her. The woman looked familiar, but she couldn't immediately place her. Coming. Before Thea could respond, a girl beside her walked quickly toward the freckled woman, dark brownish hair, wearing a school uniform with a deep blue jacket over a white shirt and black tie, paired with a plaid pleated skirt. The freckled woman pulled something small and indescribable from her bag. The girl with her back to Thea deftly slipped it into her backpack and handed over a small wad of cash. Am I being shown my own past? What's the point of this? Thea had already figured it out. The girl with her back turned, brownish-black long hair, wearing a school uniform, walking with her chin up and an air of casual indifference, that was herself. Just some timelines. Thea 1.0. Thanks to countless movies and TV shows, she was familiar with this kind of plot. All she had to do was follow rebellious Thea, and everything would become clear. Ordinary school days. Watching her younger self sit in class, bored out of her mind in that uniform, Thea found it amusing despite being an invisible observer. The next day passed uneventfully. This Thea was clearly affected by news of her father and brother's deaths. She spent the whole day in a daze, then went wild after school. Thankfully, Moira's strict upbringing had held, she hadn't done anything too cringeworthy. What exactly am I supposed to see? Thea had to ask herself this question. Of course, she didn't expect an answer. If a man in black with "Great Beast" written on his forehead suddenly popped up, now that would be terrifying. This was fine. Time flew by. Thea watched like a bystander, shadowing rebellious Thea 1.0 everywhere she went. 5 years passed in a blink. When she followed rebellious Thea out the door and saw that gray-haired middle-aged man in the distance, she finally confirmed it. This was Earth 2's Thea. The poor soul who'd been stabbed to death by Dark Thea. And that middle-aged man outside was Old Robert, returned from his training. Time accelerated further. Old Robert continuously struck down criminals while waging his war of vengeance against Malcolm. What he didn't know was that during his final confrontation with Malcolm, when he accidentally killed Moira while taking down old Malcolm, rebellious Thea had been watching from nearby the entire time. Witnessing this human tragedy unfold, then learning her true parentage from Moira's deathbed confession, rebellious Thea completely broke down. Old Robert still treated her as his own daughter, but rebellious Thea couldn't bear that deep affection. 2 awkward years passed. Just as the rift between father and daughter was about to heal, an ink-black sword covered in blood-red runes killed her. This was Thea's first time seeing her dark counterpart. Black armor, cold eyes. If her own holy sword form was like Artoria, this one was the Dark King herself. I probably, maybe, possibly, definitely can't beat her. Dark Thea certainly wasn't a deity, that was beyond question. But her power. Thea sensed something similar to the Spectre. Both possessed the ability to manipulate and casually rewrite rules. Her counterpart hadn't pursued divine power or divine domains. Instead, she'd reached somewhere far more terrifying. Eliminating several impossible options and connecting the dots, Thea formed a rough hypothesis. Eclipso. This dark version had been possessed by Eclipso. Chapter 680, Chapter 679, Soul Domain. Eclipso was the Spectre's predecessor, also God's Spirit of Wrath, later sealed within the Heart of Darkness. This was one of the extremely rare objects that could allow an ordinary person to access God's power. Using it was simple and convenient too. Find the Heart of Darkness, and after that the process was fully automatic. As for whether the person afterward was still themselves or had become Eclipso, that she didn't know. Beyond this explanation, Thea truly couldn't imagine how an ordinary person, ignorant of the plot, could reach a level higher and further than her own. She laughed self-deprecatingly. How ironic. Here she was on the side of justice, studying the great beast's shadow to fight her dark counterpart, who had obtained a sliver of God's power and stood on the side of evil. Dark Thea came quickly and left just as fast. She glanced at old Robert, who was frantically shooting arrows, then stepped through a portal of light and vanished. That kind of cross-dimensional teleportation looked familiar. Spectre had transported her the same way before. Old Robert clutched rebellious Thea's body, tears streaming down his face, before passing out. Thea had no way to intervene now. All of this had already happened, she was merely an observer. She vaguely understood something, though she still needed to verify it. Old Robert is a good man. A pale blue, nearly transparent figure appeared beside her. Thea sensed a trace of hope's power within it, but far more was a completely unfamiliar force. The pale blue figure revealed a gentle smile. Nice to meet you. I'm Thea Queen. Thea's expression turned strange. Shaking hands with another version of her own soul, and now that other version could see her. I was too willful before, too immature. I let old Robert down. Oh, some voice in my head is telling me that you're also Thea Queen. How is that possible? Is it just the same name? The pale blue figure seemed quite chatty. Despite having just died, she wasn't overly sad. She struck up a curious conversation with Thea. We share more than a name. My father is Robert. My mother is Moira. My brother is Oliver. The difference between us lies in just a tiny bit of chance at the very beginning. Seeing that Soul Thea didn't believe her, she lightly touched the other's spirit form and transmitted a portion of her memories. With some editing, she showed Soul Thea everything, accidentally learning her true parentage, then joining the company, training in martial arts, and so on. Oh my god. I never knew I had that orientation. You're actually together with Wonder Woman. Soul Thea was slapping her shoulder excitedly. Her focus was clearly unconventional. She'd watched the earlier struggles with only mild interest, it wasn't until Themyscira that she got excited. Thea was speechless. This silly gossip lover is definitely not me. But seeing her laugh so happily, Thea found herself smiling too. Two women who looked 70 to 80% alike, laughing together like a pair of fools. That's really interesting. Your life is truly wonderful. I admire you. Soul Thea looked at her warmly, eyes shimmering with hope. Too bad I'm already dead. Thea Queen from another timeline, carry on with that wonderful life. Carry on with your convictions. Keep moving forward. Soul Thea spoke quietly. Behind her, several more figures emerged, grim-faced Malcolm, Oliver still in his playboy phase, concerned-looking Moira, the deceased relatives from this world all silently watched her. You're our daughter too. Our sister. Our road has reached its end, but your future is still wide open. Carry our hopes with you. Live a wonderful life for us. The spirit's expressions varied, but the care in their eyes was unmistakable. In spirit form herself, Thea didn't know how to respond. Her usually quick mind seemed to freeze. If she'd had a physical body right now, she feared she might cry. Collecting herself, she faced them with firm resolution and nodded. I will. I'll definitely reach the highest peak. Though you're not the people I knew, I'll carry your wishes forward. Each spirit came to embrace her before fading into nothingness. Look after old Robert for me, please. Soul Thea held her tightly, whispering in her ear before completely dissipating into the void. Am I sad? Not really. Thea could clearly distinguish, investing too much emotion here would be unfair to the family in her own timeline. In some ways, the living could never compete with the dead. But to just smile it off. She truly couldn't manage that. Looking at old Robert, unconscious beside rebellious Thea's body, she spoke, perhaps to the empty air, perhaps to herself. I'll take care of him. Rest easy. The dreamlike world began restoring its original colors. Thea's consciousness returned to her body. She found herself still reclining in the same position, with that wisp of shadow hovering eternally before her, as always. A new power had appeared within her body. Despite its different nature, Thea immediately recognized this familiar force. It was a source. A newborn source that she would need to nurture slowly. Unlike Diana, whose divine power came primarily from the blessings of the Greek gods, with only the portion she was born with as Zeus's daughter being truly hers. Her nurturing process would be slow and time-consuming. Thea herself was already a deity. Her divine power had been refined several times over and belonged entirely to her. Though her trade and wealth divine power didn't perfectly match the new source, the fact that it had found her meant there must be some connection. Thea patiently communed with it, attempting to channel divine power into the source to accelerate the nurturing process. The conversion rate wasn't high, suggesting a connection to her original domain, but not a strong one. Optimistically, it would still take about a month to fully integrate. She'd initially thought this new source would be something related to her original domain, perhaps deception or language. But Thea quickly discovered it wasn't. This new source was grander, reaching deeper into the laws of existence. And by conventional understanding, it wasn't particularly virtuous. She didn't linger in the subdimension. Returning to Earth, too, she focused entirely on decoding the new source. It took an entire day. The source had grown less than 5%, but she could now identify the domain. When the result emerged, even she was stunned. Her talent tree seemed to be veering off course. The name of this source was Soul. Soul and wealth/trade had minimal connection, honestly. But as she stretched the interpretation, she could draw some tenuous link. Thea concluded that this was the universe's gift, delivered through Soul Thea, for observing the great beast's shadow. Soul definitely wasn't a light domain, but it wasn't evil either. It fit perfectly with her path of neutrality. The depth that Soul represented meant this single source was equivalent to 2 or 3 ordinary ones. Once fully absorbed, crushing Steppenwolf would be no problem at all. Perhaps she'd become the third strongest being below Highfather and Darkseid. The only issue was that nurturing the new source would take time, followed by integration and familiarization. A 3-day battle was now impossible. Postponing it by a month was inevitable. Chapter 681, Chapter 680, Stalling for Time. How could she smoothly buy herself a month? Thea's beautiful eyes began darting around as she schemed. Hanging up a closed for business sign definitely wouldn't work. Setting aside her own side's morale issues, Steppenwolf, hiding in his basement practicing with his axe, wouldn't agree to that either. Both sides were itching for a fight, ready to go all out. Suddenly telling them the battle date was postponed by a month. Nobody could accept that. She needed to find a reason both sides could accept for a ceasefire. Thea scratched her head and let her mind wander. But it was useless. Neither feigning illness nor deliberately slacking would work. After all, 2 great beings were watching from the outer realms. Just fooling the people in front of her wouldn't be enough. What to do? Originally she'd wanted to finish this fight quickly and wrap things up. Now she needed to buy time. Life was truly unpredictable. Suddenly, a thought entered her mind, not her own thought, but an external consciousness. Or rather, the world will had given her a vague notion. Is this because I've grasped the soul domain? Is the world consciousness, the collective consciousness of souls, actively responding to me? She let her mind sink completely, striving to receive the information the world was transmitting. So chaotic. World consciousness wasn't entirely composed of souls, and her understanding of the soul domain was still shallow. She could only read a small portion. But Thea knew the clue she needed was on this planet, possibly not far from her. Someone could help her divert those 2 great beings' attention. Thea doubted Earth, too, had anyone brilliant enough to make Highfather and Darkseid shift their focus to something else entirely. Yet the world consciousness seemed absolutely certain such a person existed. Holding onto a sliver of hope, she began searching with psychic power and supervision. 5 minutes of searching later, when she spotted a certain man and woman, she knew the world hadn't deceived her. No wonder shamans and spirit mediums liked consulting ancestral spirits. This was basically the magical world's search engine. The spirits, being dead with nothing else to do, apparently knew all the gossip. Thea didn't need to consult ancestral spirits. She went straight to their boss, the world will. Larger search scope, better results. Looking at the couple hiding and evading within her field of vision, she smiled with genuine delight. Though she didn't know why they were hiding here, buying herself a month would be more than enough. She rubbed her cheeks, trying to compose herself into something more urgent and serious. She ordered her subordinates to summon Orion. The 2nd-generation god arrived quickly. Though he was Highfather's adopted son, his rank was below Thea's as Legion commander. He offered a slight bow in respectful greeting. "Commander, are we moving up the attack?" "I'm ready," Orion declared eagerly. Thea couldn't help side-eyeing him. If this battle maniac knew she was planning to delay, he'd probably explode. Fortunately, she'd found a good excuse. Putting on a careful, cautious expression, she signaled Orion to calm down. Then she cast a water mirror spell, showing him the couple she'd found to serve as a distraction. Scott and Big Barda. They're in this universe. Orion stared at the screen and then at Thea's poker face, completely stunned. Red bodysuit with a yellow mask, plus a garish green cape, color coordination so hideous it hurt to look at. This was Scott Free, god of escape. Future superhero known as Mr. Miracle. But to new gods, that title was meaningless, because he was Highfather's biological son. Years ago, Highfather and Darkseid had exchanged sons to form an alliance. Highfather had taken Orion, Darkseid had taken Scott. Uncle D didn't share Highfather's nurturing nature. He dragged Scott back and subjected him to all manner of torture, stress positions, the rack, the works. As Highfather's son, Scott hadn't fallen into darkness. Instead, he'd risen up and escaped from apocalypse. And he hadn't escaped alone, he'd absconded with the captain of Granny Goodness's female furies, a woman named Big Barda. The image Thea showed Orion was of them hiding somewhere in the American Midwest. "We have to rescue him." Orion truly viewed Highfather as his real father. He showed no concern that his biological brother's return might mean the adoptive father would abandon him. His urgency was genuine. Exactly. You're absolutely right, Orion. This mission is crucial. I can't move freely right now. Take a team immediately and rescue Scott. If necessary, we can abandon this battle and escort Scott back to New Genesis first. Thea spoke with absolute conviction. This moved Orion deeply. Retreating without a fight against Steppenwolf would sacrifice Thea's reputation and authority within the Legion. Her loyalty to Highfather was this strong, he couldn't fall behind. Right then, under Thea's urgent gaze, he took a dozen trusted soldiers and set off to find Scott. Scott wasn't easy to find. He was the god of escape, the world's greatest escape artist. His talents in stealth and evasion were probably maxed out. Without the world consciousness tipping her off, Thea wouldn't have even noticed another new god on this planet. That alone showed how skilled he was at hiding. Moreover, he clearly just wanted to be with Big Barda. He probably had no desire to return to New Genesis. But that wasn't Thea's concern. She only needed to buy some time. Watching Orion rush off, she didn't forget about Steppenwolf's side either. She sent word to Wotan the Sorcerer, having him hypnotize an ordinary person and plant images of Scott and Big Barda in their mind, arranged to look coincidental, then let Desaad capture them. Learning that Apocalypse traitors were on this planet sent Steppenwolf and Desaad into ecstasy. Capturing Highfather's son while also dealing with traitors. That was worth more than conquering an entire universe. As Darkseid's right and left hands, they understood their master's preferences perfectly. Conquering universes was expected, capturing traitors was a major achievement. This sparked a heated argument between them. Finally, Desaad, the god of pain and master sorcerer, won out, arguing that since Thea hadn't moved, Steppenwolf shouldn't either. He took his own trusted followers to capture Scott. The next few days were absolutely lively. Not knowing how his location had been exposed, Scott and his wife began their flight. Working with Orion, they twice repelled Desaad. But every time Orion turned around hoping to reconnect with his sort of brother, he found Scott had already bolted. He had no choice but to keep chasing. 3 groups played cat and mouse, from North America to South America to Europe. Along the way, Thea and Steppenwolf both committed more troops to this new god marathon while very tacitly reminding their subordinates not to let any accidents trigger full-scale war. Scott was just too good at running. Even without trying, he could cover several thousand kilometers, about 1,800 to 3,100 miles. Once actual battle began with fireballs flying everywhere, finding him became impossible. Both commanders were perfectly aligned. Neither mentioned the decisive battle. The confused soldiers' questions were magnificently ignored. Old Batman was getting antsy. They'd agreed on 3 days. It had now been over 10 days. Neither side had made a move. Did negotiations fall through? Is just sitting around staring at each other how gods fight their battles? He had to admit, their traditions were pretty intense. Chapter 682, Chapter 681, Surprise Attack. Faced with old Batman's questioning, Thea made it clear she wasn't taking the blame. Not only would she refuse to shoulder it, she was throwing it right back at him. She let out a cold laugh. Don't you dare tell me Earth's military is ready. You mentioned 200,000 troops before. Have even 20,000 actually reached Gotham? The way I see it, they'll need at least another month before they can deploy. Batman looked somewhat embarrassed. Earth's military had indeed been slow to mobilize. The various leaders couldn't even agree among themselves, and there were subtle hints that they wanted Thea's forces to spearhead the assault. Honestly, Batman found this kind of political calculation nauseating. But that was the reality, and he couldn't explain it away. He could only retreat awkwardly. Thea, for her part, couldn't care less. The moment politicians, those glorious and noble professionals, entered the war, battles stopped being about who was stronger and started being about who was worse. History had proven countless times that the less incompetent side always beat the more incompetent one. Distrust me? Fine by me. I'll just keep lounging at home. I'm certainly not in a hurry. The New Gods Marathon competition grew larger in scale, with more participants joining each day. Even several speedsters from Earth, too, heroes and villains alike, got swept up in it. Zoom finally faced off against the Flash. With Barry's trump cards still hidden, he was beaten senseless by the drug-enhanced Zoom. In the end, he barely managed to drive Zoom back with help from Alan Scott, that unconventional Green Lantern. Desaad could bear it no longer and deployed his ace, Superman. The fully corrupted evil Superman joined the battle, crushing Earth's assembled heroes like they were nothing. Had Khalid, wearing the helmet of fate, not witnessed Hawkgirl in mortal peril and unleashed a desperate surge of magical power, the heroes might have been completely annihilated. Thanks to their delaying tactics, Thea finally completed her fusion on the 25th day after obtaining the new source. If godhood was like a water tank, then divine power was the water within. Thea had gone from 2 tanks to 3. And this new tank was enormous. By conservative estimates, her strength had doubled from before. Based on Thea's calculations, High Father and Darkside each possessed roughly 10 ordinary divine positions, or perhaps 5 high-tier positions like Soul. Meanwhile, ordinary new gods had only 1 or 2 positions. Take Thea's previous trade in wealth, for example, or the Sky Mother from the Council of 9, whose domains were wind and tracking. Both were rare dual position holders. Now that she'd obtained the Soul domain, a position of higher tier than ordinary godhoods, one that might equal 2 or 3 regular positions, her power had unquestionably surpassed all new gods except the 2 supreme beings. The only thing limiting her now was divine power itself. Having a tank without water was useless, and this particular tank had high standards. You couldn't just pour any liquid into it. Unfortunately, she hadn't yet delivered the Shazam gift package to Billy Batson, and she lacked any method to convert divine power. That shortcut was temporarily unavailable. Seeing that she still had some time, she left a projection on Earth, too, and returned to Earth to find her old friend, Sharon the ferryman of the Styx. The solitary old man nearly lost his mind when he first saw her. Thea had to repeat herself several times before he came back to his senses, still shaken. "Sharon, my old friend, I'm just going to stay by the Styx for a few days. I won't interfere with your business." Thea smiled brightly. The surging souls in the river Styx were pure nourishment. They were just sitting there going to waste anyway, might as well benefit her instead. "Who's your friend?" The old ferryman had suffered enough because of her. Word had it that Hades spent every day in his chamber sharpening his blade, just waiting for a chance to kill him and vent his rage. But Sharon couldn't voice his grievances. He could only depart alone, pretending not to see Thea converting divine power by the riverbank. Thea filtered through the countless souls that had languished there for ages. Those with self-awareness she left alone for now. Those who had long since lost coherent thought she converted without hesitation into soul essence, then condensed into divine power. Midway through, she paid a visit to the brothers' death and sleep. She had to admit their perception was sharp. They seemed to sense that Thea had obtained the soul domain. The divine positions of new gods differed somewhat from the domains of old gods, but the 2 brothers still made an effort to strengthen their relationship with her. On the 28th day after obtaining the new source, her new tank finally held a thin layer of water. The impurities in ordinary human souls were simply too numerous. Thea filtered and sifted, again and again. After calculating her combat consumption, she stopped absorbing more and returned to Earth, too, preparing for the upcoming great battle. Thanks to Orion's desperate support, they finally managed to rescue Mr. Miracle and his companion back to Gotham, though Thea suspected they might not have wanted to be rescued. "Your Highness Scott, I am Thea Queen, Legion Commander of the Mage Legion. Welcome to my base of operations." She showed proper courtesy to this biological son of High Father. Mr. Miracle, dressed in his green cape and red bodysuit, was startled. Thea's power currently felt somewhat unstable, but while the supreme beings could see through it, these lower-tier new gods lacked such perception. Scott Free only felt that the woman before him radiated overwhelming pressure. She was far more powerful than that kindly grandmother Granny Goodness and her ilk. Respect the strong. That was the only lesson he'd learned on Apocalypse. Scott hastily bowed deeply to show his deference. Big Barda, the former captain of the female Furies, wearing her golden horned helmet, clad in scaled armor, and wielding her megarod, was even more drawn to power. She likewise bowed to express her position. "Do you 2 need me to escort you back to New Genesis, or would you prefer to wait until the battle here concludes?" The 2 had hidden right under Steppenwolf's nose for years, the most dangerous yet safest place, hoping everyone would simply forget about them and let them live in peace. But he couldn't say that. Orion had gone to tremendous lengths to rescue them, losing dozens of his elite guards in the process. They couldn't bring themselves to simply walk away. Scott was about to speak when he noticed Thea's expression change dramatically. This woman, who had seemed so powerful to him, raised her hand and conjured a barrier. Following her movement, the entire encampment lit up with defensive formations as brilliant as a sea of stars, layer upon layer, dense and overlapping. The formations connected earth, sky, and sea. The Legion's many mages didn't know what was happening, but following their training, they channeled their magic into their assigned nodes. A sky-blue defensive barrier rose instantly. The others were confused, not understanding what Thea was doing. Even for New Genesis, with all its resources, activating such a formation once would consume astronomical resources. But less than a second later, they understood. In the heavens above, an enormous black fist phantom descended upon the camp, carrying the force of 10,000 tons. Darkside. The new gods who had encountered him directly turned pale. They'd felt no warning whatsoever. The enemy apparently hadn't expected Thea to react so quickly, but still brought his fist down without concern. The black energy radiated despair, as if it represented the absolute limit of the word power. Boom. A thunderous explosion shook the earth. All of Gotham and the entire East Coast felt the might of that single punch. The defensive barrier had risen just in time. The sky-blue shield flickered violently against that tremendous force, ultimately managing, just barely, to withstand the blow. The Flash raced out and stared up at the barrier, now covered in spiderweb cracks, and at the iron fist that had appeared and vanished just as suddenly. He wanted to ask what had happened, but didn't know whom to ask. Everyone stay alert. The second wave is coming. Thea flew into the air and shouted down below. The world will have been warning her continuously, that was the only reason she'd raised the barrier a step ahead. The mages below didn't hesitate to pour their magic into the nodes, reinforcing the defense. Chapter 683, Chapter 682, The surprise attack sparks a decisive battle. The second strike came faster and harder than she'd anticipated. Thea vaguely heard Highfather's furious roar, apparently her leader was battling Darkseid in the outer sphere. But that didn't help with the crisis at hand. She would have to handle this herself. Thea had glimpsed the extent of Darkseid's foundation. The Dark Lord absolutely possessed the power domain. That punch was like how the Speed Force represented speed, it represented the very concept of power. The second punch's force far exceeded the barrier's maximum tolerance. With a sharp crack, despite the massive amount of magic poured into it, the barrier shattered completely before that absolute strength. The Black Fist Phantom, its momentum unspent, hurtled toward Scott. Orion showed admirable courage, trying to charge forward to intercept the blow. Thea didn't have time to mourn her destroyed barrier, she grabbed him and held him back. Are you kidding me? Your little body can handle that. His thinking was too rigid, too stubborn. Why try to meet force with force? Even if she could stop this punch through brute strength, the damage to Earth would be incalculable. Earthquakes and tsunamis would be the mild outcome. Worst case, the planet's axis could tilt, its orbit could shift, and the global ecosystem would face catastrophic destruction. Thea's hands pulsed with spatial fluctuations. Her slender fingers traced profound symbols as she rapidly created a small pocket dimension through her understanding of magic, drew a wisp of Scott's spiritual energy and tossed it inside as bait, then pushed and pulled the fist's remaining momentum into that space. A muffled boom. They annihilated each other into nothingness. As if insulted, two crimson beams immediately followed, fired from some distant and unknown realm. The twin beams crossed the boundaries of space, streaking straight toward Scott. The Dark Lord's message was clear, death, or nothing. The traitor must die. What the hell? Thea nearly cursed aloud. Darkseid, you moron. You had 30 days of opportunities and you didn't strike. You wait until this guy walks right up to me. Highfather was too weak, letting the enemy attack again and again like this. Watching Highfather's own son die right in front of her would be rather inappropriate. She also wanted to see just how much of a gap remained between herself and these supreme beings. Divine power surged through her entire body as she tapped into her soul domain, connecting with every soul in the universe. I'm fighting for your universe, the least you can do is contribute some strength. The souls proved remarkably generous. Countless ancestral spirits, totems, and altars flickered with light in response to her call, each contributing a portion of their power. Any single contribution might be small, but many drops make an ocean. The combined soul power from across the stars merged together into something formidable. Soul power blended into her gaze. Her originally emerald annihilation eyes, now nourished by souls, radiated an aura of life instead. Vivid, it was hard to imagine describing a gaze as vivid. Both attacks were lightning fast. Crimson beams collided with emerald beams directly. Annihilation, obliteration, life, death, opposing energies intertwined. Thea held on for 3 seconds before realizing she was outmatched. Her only advantage was that Darkseid's gaze had to cross dimensional boundaries to reach her, while she was local. The world will also help absorb some of the pressure. The collision of their gazes formed a channel, allowing Thea to hear words from another universe. Don't you dare hurt my children. That was Highfather's voice, sounding absolutely furious. His staff whirled with power, today he would make Darkseid pay dearly. On the ground, Orion and Scott heard their father's voice. Tears streamed down both their faces, their only regret being that they were too weak to help. Thea felt no such emotion, this was the leader's responsibility to begin with. Taking advantage of Highfather engaging Darkseid, she studied the Dark Lord's multiverse famous Omega beams with great interest. These beams truly resembled her own, but were far more refined. Currently, Thea could only annihilate an individual. The Omega beams could annihilate an entire world. The name, world-ending beams, was well-deserved. As for deeper, more profound secrets, she couldn't discern them. After holding on for 2 more seconds, Thea's expression turned bitter. Could you please withdraw? If you don't, I certainly can't. Darkseid was even more frustrated. When Steppenwolf had reported about her, he hadn't taken it seriously. How could the Omega effect, born of the source itself, be easily replicated? After exchanging blows, he'd also discovered that Thea was far inferior to him, under normal circumstances, just a slightly stronger ant. But today his old rival Highfather had come knocking. He had to maintain the beams while simultaneously fighting Highfather. This was becoming difficult. Their beams remained intertwined. The previously clear sky had been split in two, the upper half crimson, the lower half emerald. Red couldn't press down, green couldn't push up. What do I do? Even though she was only occupying less than a tenth of Darkseid's attention, the pressure was immense. Her subordinates watched anxiously but couldn't help. Highfather was slightly weaker and couldn't break through quickly. Massive amounts of unconventional energy hung suspended in the sky, causing tremendous damage to the world itself. The crimson and emerald beams intertwined and battled, creating a consequence. A vortex was forming. It was a void created by the two beams annihilating the air. The vortex grew larger and larger, accompanied by powerful suction. First paper and leaves, then stones and saplings, then cars, even buildings began to crumble as debris was drawn into the maelstrom. The apocalyptic scene in the sky drew countless survivors out of their hiding places. Everyone sensed that extinction-level disaster was brewing above. A few had already fallen to their knees, making the sign of the cross, praying for God's protection. Thea was sweating now. Darkseid's stubbornness exceeded imagination. The Dark Lord didn't care about destroying a universe, but she did. This universe had given her hope and provided her with vast soul power. She had to protect this world. When it rains, it pours. Just as she was at her most anxious, Steppenwolf's army came flooding in like a tidal wave. They had committed everything. Not just the familiar Zoom, but evil Firestorm, evil Killer Frost, some Automika, some Dr. Light, all present. But the most eye-catching was the figure in the black bodysuit and blood-red cape, eyes filled with nothing but bloodlust and savagery, Superman. Seeing Thea hold her own against Darkseid's attack, locked in stalemate, Steppenwolf felt a flicker of fear. She was probably the strongest being he'd encountered besides Darkseid, Highfather, and Darkseid's father Yuga Khan. By nature, he didn't want to charge into the space between the Omega beams and the Annihilation beams, either would kill him without question. But Darkseid was expending part of his energy on Thea, and facing Highfather at full power was proving difficult. Steppenwolf was needed to break the stalemate. Chapter 684, Chapter 683, Desperate Battle. Faced with Darkseid's strict orders, Steppenwolf weighed his options but ultimately didn't dare disobey. He might as well bring his entire army for an all-out assault. The momentum was overwhelming. Leading his endless army stretching beyond the horizon, he charged forward with his massive battle axe, leading from the front. That axe had a rather fantastical name, the Heaven-Splitting Earth-Shattering Axe. Protect the Legion Commander. Deputy Commander Becca shouted at the top of her lungs. The tactical situation was crystal clear. Thea was straining to hold back Darkseid. With her help absorbing some of the pressure, Highfather's chances of victory had skyrocketed. For the people of New Genesis, as long as Highfather could kill Darkseid, they would gladly sacrifice themselves to the last. Orion, intercept Steppenwolf. The golden-haired deputy commander ordered her boyfriend around like a trained dog, commanding him to fight his own great-uncle. Mr. Miracle knew Darkseid's target was him. With Thea bearing the brunt, he couldn't stand idle. He pulled Big Barda along to face their old nemesis Desaad. The remaining superheroes each found their opponents. Notably, Valzad turned out to be an adopted son of the House of El. Today he wore a blue bodysuit with the S symbol and red cape, bravely standing before evil Superman. Without a word, the two Kryptonians began their fight. Your Majesty, I can't hold on much longer. Thea wasn't being modest, she genuinely couldn't last. Good child, just a little longer. Highfather could only offer encouragement. Darkseid was proving stronger than expected. Now, with Thea tying up over 10% of his power, Highfather was confident he could defeat his old rival. The normally refined and dignified Highfather had his beard flying wild, fighting like a man possessed. His staff swung left and right in relentless assault against Darkseid. Thea couldn't see the battle in the outer sphere, but through the intertwined beams, she could sense the violent energy fluctuations and the grandeur of the conflict. Still, Highfather was a bit weak. This wasn't just slightly inferior to Darkseid, he was at least a full tier below. Did she have the courage to draw her blade against Darkseid? Perhaps not before, but after holding on for nearly 30 seconds, she was certain. Darkseid was undoubtedly powerful. He possessed at least 5 high-tier domains like soul that touched the deepest rules of reality, but he wasn't invincible. Sweeping away the shadows in her heart, she drew her holy sword. The blade's edge flickered with light, eager and excited for what was to come. Through the holy sword, Thea began to connect with the entire world. Through the connection of souls, all intelligent beings, hear my words. The world needs your help. Whether living or dead, whether brave or timid, for your families, your loved ones, and future generations, lend me your strength to defeat the Lord of Evil. The holy sword's radiance began to pulse. Wielding the emotion of hope, gathering the power of souls, Thea was confident her next strike would shake the heavens. Birds in flight paused on branches. Countless fish surfaced from the depths. Many humans felt an unfamiliar peace wash over their hearts. Spirits who had passed long ago returned to the mortal realm. They gazed briefly at the living world, smiled softly, then flew toward the distant battlefield. Temple bells rang endlessly. Chanting echoed without pause. Despite Steppenwolf's destruction, the great religious holy sites gathered faith from their ruins and sent it soaring toward the horizon. Ancestral spirits of Africa and South America emerged from their altars. Animal spirits worshipped by humanity leapt forth from their totem poles. Countless points of light converged upon the holy sword. Not just Earth, nearly half the universe's beings responded to her call. The language of souls transcended all barriers. Without exception, they chose to lend their support. Stop her. Darkseid saw this from the outer sphere and trembled with rage. What the hell was Steppenwolf doing? The enemy was about to unleash a devastating attack. Could he move any slower? Steppenwolf wasn't stupid. With Thea shaking the world, how could he not notice? But Orion, his own great-nephew, clung to him like a madman, fighting to the death, practically trying to bite him. The Mage Legion members kept hurling magical gems to slow him down. Those without gems poured out their magic without concern for their own lives, all to buy Thea time. He was a close combat god, he simply couldn't break through. Sensing Darkseid's growing displeasure, Steppenwolf's heart pounded with fear. He could only shout slogans to boost morale, for Darkseid. The battle cry rang out with tremendous force, echoing for miles. As if a switch had been flipped, every apocalyptian soldier and commander revealed expressions of fanaticism and bloodlust. For Darkseid. For Darkseid. Like zealots in a trance, they surged against the Mage Legion's defensive line. Steppenwolf swung his axe like a windmill, ignoring Orion entirely, single-mindedly trying to break through. Desaad was the god of torture and a highly accomplished sorcerer. He watched the river of souls flowing toward Thea and directly tapped into his source power. Blood-red mist poured endlessly from his body, entangling the souls rushing in from all directions. He thought that since Thea could withstand Darkseid's assault, he could likewise intercept her methods. Unfortunately, with souls from across the universe flooding toward this location, he couldn't hold out for even 3 seconds. But for Darkseid's sake, even as his body trembled uncontrollably and his source power drained catastrophically, he forced himself to intercept those souls. Mr. Miracle and Big Barda attacked Desaad fiercely. The sorcerer ignored them, relying solely on defensive magic to resist. The result was predictable, he was beaten until blood sprayed everywhere. The remaining apocalyptian drones flooded forward in overwhelming numbers. The Mage Legion desperately unleashed their power to slaughter the enemy, but the defensive line kept shrinking. For Darkseid. Among the drones, evil Superman's eyes were bloodshot. Using a feint, he shook off the inexperienced Valzad, arced around, and rocketed toward Thea. Stop him. Golden-haired Deputy Commander Becca had already joined the battle herself. Now drenched in blood from fighting, she faced the high-speed incoming evil Superman by rallying 10 high-level mages to cast a massive illusion together. No good, he has mental shields. Becca's heart sank. She watched as evil Superman ignored the mages entirely, passing over their heads and heading straight for Thea. You won't get through. When he was less than 100 meters, about 330 feet, from Thea, a sky-blue energy shield blocked his path. Old Robert, wearing power armor, gripped the hilts with both hands and drew twin blades crackling with lightning, then lunged viciously at Superman. The power armor was Thea's original underwater combat suit. Considering that Soul Thea needed to look after her father personally, she'd given the suit to Old Robert, who was now bankrupt, penniless, and left with nothing but a single bow. Whether it suited him or not, it would at least boost his survival rate by 80%. Evil Superman sized up Old Robert like he was examining an animal about to be slaughtered. A cruel smile curved his lips. He was about to say something when a dark green spear pierced through his body. Another figure in pitch-black armor emerged from stealth. 2 armored forms now stood side by side before Thea, blocking evil Superman. Chapter 685, Chapter 684, Highfather's Reward. This armor design. It's something he left behind, isn't it? Evil Superman wrenched out the spear with effort. Looking at the dark green spearhead, he gazed at the black-armored figure with a hint of nostalgia. Old Batman's voice emerged from within. That's right. This is the anti-Superman armor. Humph, anti-Superman. Evil Superman quickly shook off his memories. You have no idea what true power means. He tried to slip past them. Unfortunately, Superman in this world still wasn't skilled in martial arts. Old Batman and Old Green Arrow, relying on their power armor and seasoned combat expertise, managed to pin him down. Valzad quickly rejoined the fight. 3 against 1, even evil Superman couldn't break free immediately. With so many people buying her time, Thea couldn't afford to waste a second on gratitude. She was stretched to her limit, maintaining the beam clash while gathering the world's soul power simultaneously. The good news was that Steppenwolf had devastated this world so thoroughly that even Dassad's desperate interception couldn't stop more than a tenth of the souls. The soul power came flooding in practically on its own. Keep going. Souls continued pouring into the Holy Sword, this world's Thea Queen, Batman, Diana, and countless strangers. They all cheered her on, every one of them expressing the same wish: defeat the enemy, save this world. The light gathering on the Holy Sword grew ever brighter. The hopes and prayers of all living beings rode upon this single blade. Darkseid. Accept the vengeance of an entire world. Thea swung her sword toward the heavens. A spark of light ignited at the blade's tip, then grew brighter and brighter until it transcended the very concept of light, carrying unstoppable force as it surged toward the outer sphere. Wretch. You're asking for it. Darkseid could endure no more. Losing to Highfather wouldn't be shameful, they'd been rivals for countless eons. But taking a hit from a mere new god. His reputation would be ruined. Fury flooded his chest. He withdrew his beams and channeled his power, the embodiment of absolute strength, and condensed everything into a counter-strike against the sword light. The radiance, carrying the hopes of half a world and the prayers of countless souls, still couldn't withstand such overwhelming might. Before Darkseid's enraged blow, the sword light shattered. Yet consumed by rage, he'd forgotten about the enemy at his side. Seeing such a massive opening, Highfather didn't hesitate. His staff swung down heavily on Darkseid's shoulder. Highfather had struck with too much force. The surface of his supreme artifact, the staff representing justice and righteousness, cracked. But Darkseid fared worse, his divine body was wounded. Self-preservation instincts kicked in, and he retreated directly to Apocalypse. Highfather hesitated briefly. Without his forces at hand, he didn't dare invade the enemy's stronghold alone. The two supreme beings had only intended to test each other, yet the battle had turned unexpectedly savage. Darkseid needed to heal. His divine artifact required repair as well. Highfather looked toward Earth, too, with lingering concern. Facing Darkseid's furious counterstrike, even with the entire world's will helping to share the burden, Thea couldn't withstand it. A mouthful of golden blood sprayed from her lips. Her vision darkened. Her head felt heavy, her feet light. She wanted nothing more than to collapse on the spot. But with so many subordinates watching, pride kept her upright. Gripping her holy sword with both hands, she stubbornly refused to fall. Is she really this powerful? Watching the scene, Steppenwolf's eyes glazed over. Earlier, during the beam clash, Highfather had borne most of the pressure. With some generous self-flattery, one could claim Thea had held off Darkseid. That exchange had been mostly show. Steppenwolf could accept it. But now, faced with Darkseid's rage-fueled punch, the two had traded blows directly. Despite looking utterly wrecked, Thea could now legitimately claim she'd taken a punch from Darkseid himself. No one would argue. This woman might actually be stronger than me. Steppenwolf had to admit it. At the very least, he couldn't have survived a full-power strike from his nephew Darkseid. Just as his mind wandered, he sensed malevolent intent rolling toward him from the outer sphere. Highfather. Steppenwolf's heart seized with terror. Highfather was making a move on him. In an instant, he connected all the dots. Highfather wasn't breaking the agreement that supreme beings couldn't attack new gods. Highfather upheld the principle of fairness and justice. His strike was in response to Darkseid attacking Thea, an eye for an eye. For the sake of balance, you hit someone, so I hit someone. As for whether this also served as revenge for Steppenwolf killing Highfather's wife, only the parties involved knew that. Though weaker than the spectral giant hand from before, Highfather still drove a palm strike toward Steppenwolf. Block him for me. Steppenwolf screamed his command. He lacked Thea's capabilities, he could only use his subordinates as shields. Vast numbers of Apocalyptian drones threw themselves at the giant hand regardless of casualties. Their efforts were minimal, even touching the hand's afterimage reduced them to dust. Just as Highfather was about to sneer, a figure shot skyward, catching the descending hand from below and holding it in a stalemate. A mortal can do this. Highfather stared at this black-suited, red-caped figure in bewilderment, but still pressed down harder. Evil Superman, suddenly bearing tremendous pressure, began to crack all over his body. After buying 3 seconds, he could endure no more. A look of release crossed his face as he crumbled to ash. Steppenwolf used those precious seconds Superman had bought to barely dodge the direct impact of the giant hand. The shockwave still sent him flying several kilometers, about 3 miles. Heart-pounding, he looked at the crater in the ground. This attack had cost him his strongest fighter, and the shockwave had left him severely wounded. But the good news was, he was still alive. Highfather glanced at the ashes that had been Superman, thoughtful. Missing Steppenwolf was regrettable, but rules bound him, he couldn't strike again. This time, with Thea's help, he had wounded his sworn enemy. It wouldn't be right to leave her unrewarded. His gaze pierced through space to Earth, too. The Legion commander stood there propped up by her sword, trembling pitifully, looking absolutely miserable. His heart softened with sympathy. Perhaps harboring thoughts of recruiting her to fight Darkseid again someday, and having seen her soul domain, he considered his own related divine positions, then selected a brilliant, indescribable sphere of light and tossed it down. Thea had been playing up her pitiful state, and finally it paid off. When the light sphere arrived before her, she was genuinely shocked. Highfather was using source energy as a reward. This is what you've earned. Justice requires your continued efforts. Highfather's voice was warm as always. End the battle as quickly as possible, we've already won this round. Also, this universe paid a tremendous price to resist Darkseid. Take care of them properly. Understood, Your Majesty. Thea reached out and accepted the source. It wasn't a new source, the information was directly readable. Arts. Highfather had given her an arts domain. In this era of chaos and war, this was arguably the weakest possible domain, its development potential far inferior to trade and wealth, let alone soul. Throughout history, even in ancient times and the age of the old gods, art deities had never been strong. Whether the muses of Greek mythology or Hranmir of Mars, they had all started as art gods. Now one was comatose and the other had completely fallen to darkness. Still, Thea didn't complain. When you had more divine positions, you could afford to be picky. She was nowhere near that point yet. Trading blows with Darkseid had given her significant insights. Darkness, evil, power, tyranny, slaughter, these were Darkseid's main divine positions. He probably had a few minor ones as well. Meanwhile, Thea only had soul as a major position. Wealth was secondary, and her other two were mostly supportive in nature. She gave the arts domain a cursory glance, there really wasn't time for detailed study now. Having received her reward, she couldn't keep playing the victim. Though her entire body still ached, she raised her holy sword high. Darkseid has fallen. Darkseid has fallen. Chapter 686, Chapter 685, Victory. Thea lowered her holy sword and went straight for Steppenwolf. Thanks to her feat of directly challenging Darkseid, Orion, covered in blood from head to toe, stepped aside to recover. Sword met axe. The expected earth-shattering, planet-colliding spectacle never materialized. Both gods were grievously wounded. Thea's divine power was nearly depleted, her spiritual energy completely exhausted. Steppenwolf had been struck by the shockwave of Highfather's attack, half his blood-red armor was shattered, and one horn of his impressive helmet had snapped off. The two were in roughly equal condition, they had to keep fighting simply for the sake of their respective leaders' honor. Despite both gods being utterly exhausted, their attacks still far surpassed ordinary deities. After a few exchanges, everything within a kilometer, about 0.6 miles, had been reduced to rubble. Every new god present was wounded. On the side of justice, Thea, Orion, scot-free, dragged in as backup, and Big Barda. On the side of evil, Steppenwolf and Desaad. Not a single one was in fighting shape. Big Barda, former captain of the female Furies, was a false god, her injuries were the most severe. Desaad had pinned her to the ground with a blood-red spear. The recovered Orion was now coordinating with Scott as the two younger gods mounted a fierce assault on the sorcerer. Regardless of relative strength, Thea legitimately held 4 divine positions now, giving her recovery speed that surpassed all other gods. However, her physical power attribute still couldn't match Steppenwolf's. A magic-based deity dueling a warrior deity in close combat wasn't exactly wise. She fired 2 meteor spells to drive Steppenwolf back, then drew her signature longbow. Well, her wealth longbow. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows splitting the air never ceased. Golden arrows rained down on Steppenwolf like a storm. As the commander who had led Darkseid's armies to conquer countless worlds, Steppenwolf's combat experience was extraordinarily rich. Thea wanted to create distance and stall for time, counting on her superior recovery to gain the advantage. How could Steppenwolf let her succeed? Battle-axe in his right hand, greatsword in his left, he stirred up a fierce gale and charged forward. Thea began rapid-fire shooting. Arrows poured down on Steppenwolf's head like raindrops. Hack, slash, chop, shear. Steppenwolf dodged and weaved, his 2 weapons spinning like windmills as the distance between them shrank rapidly. When he deflected another arrow, something felt off. Ah! Where's my sword? He stared dumbfounded as the greatsword appeared in Thea's hand while he held a pair of boots. Those boots belonged to Hades. Neither Thea nor Diana had any interest in footwear worn for who knows how many millennia. No matter how powerful the artifact, they wanted no part of it. This was the perfect opportunity to use her trade domain's forced exchange feature. Swapping a copper coin for a divine weapon was certainly possible, it just consumed an excessive amount of trade power. These boots were just right. Thea examined the great sword in her hand. So this is the blade that killed this timeline's Diana. Perhaps the same sword that slew Highfather's queen. Steppenwolf certainly lived up to his title as god of hatred, his ability to draw aggro was first-rate. His natural punchable face made everyone who saw him want to beat him up. Thea simply stored the greatsword away. It didn't suit her, but she could study it later. Whether to give it to Diana or send it to Highfather, either option worked. Taking advantage of Steppenwolf's momentary daze, another rain of arrows came streaking toward him. This time Steppenwolf didn't dare block directly. He almost threw away the boots in his hand, but upon closer inspection, realized they were a divine artifact. After a brief hesitation, he pocketed them. No blocking. Then I'll dodge instead. His evasion skills were equally impressive, but having his charge interrupted and now wary of her strange abilities, he could no longer get within 100 meters, about 330 feet, of Thea. With the two locked in stalemate, Thea finally had a moment to survey the entire battlefield. The fighting had begun so abruptly. No one had anticipated Darkseid's ambush on Scott, followed by a cascade of events that prematurely ignited the war. At the start of the conflict, neither side was prepared. Yet the Apocalyptian drones, despite their lack of readiness, relied on their overwhelming numbers, counted in the billions, to catch the Mage Legion off guard. 100 for 1, or even 1,000 for 1, under such terrifying numerical disparity, her legion had suffered heavy casualties in the opening phase. Later, the Mage Legion stabilized their lines using their seemingly inexhaustible supply of magical gems, and numerous high-ranking mages joined the fray. Human commanders weren't complete idiots either. Recognizing the critical moment, they abandoned their squabbling and threw themselves into the front lines. Several superheroes Thea had previously dismissed as weaklings were fighting tooth and nail. Combined, these factors barely held back the Apocalyptian advance. When news of Darkseid's defeat spread, the tide of morale shifted. Victory began tilting toward the side of justice. Her legion had lost 70 to 80,000 soldiers. The sight pained Thea. Many of the fallen were people she had personally trained. She had brought them here to fight, she should bring them home. Continuous arrow fire drove Steppenwolf back. She ordered Orion to take over fighting his great-uncle, buying her some time. Thea began chanting a spell aloud. Resurrection of the fallen with full health was impossible, even Highfather couldn't manage that. Using a legendary celestial summoning spell, she modified and adapted it, infused her soul domain power, then expanded its range to cover the entire battlefield before releasing it. Less than 10 seconds passed. Steppenwolf hacked Orion twice more with his axe. He feared Thea's spells and tried several times to rush over and interrupt her, but Orion proved impossibly tough, stubbornly blocking his path. By the time the spell had been cast, Steppenwolf recalled the acid cloud that had blanketed the entire city before. He considered fleeing, but upon closer examination, this spell seemed harmless. Magic like a gentle spring breeze swept through everyone's heart. Those on the side of justice felt warmth, increased strength. Apparently not. Restored stamina. Not that either. The Apocalyptian drones were half-mechanical constructs and felt nothing at all. Only the Mage Legion members sensed something different. They refused to believe their awe-inspiring Legion commander would do something pointless. Soon, the answer was revealed. Luca. Is that you? My brother. Elisa. My love, you've returned. Legion soldiers saw familiar figures reappearing beside them, shocked beyond words. I am the god of souls. I have a duty to bring the souls of our fallen back to New Genesis. Our fallen brothers and sisters, unleash your power upon evil once more. Thea raised her voice in a rallying cry. The entire legion erupted in fervor. New gods were essentially immortal beings. They could sacrifice their lives to defeat evil, thinking it a one-way trip. Now it seemed they had gained an extra half-life. What more was there to say? The living fought with renewed vigor. The fallen, freed from physical constraints, became immune to all physical attacks while their spiritual power surged. Endless spells rained down on the enemy. Kill. Orion, that fanatic, was ecstatic. His fists pounded in a relentless barrage, actually forcing his great-uncle Steppenwolf, who clearly outclassed him, into retreat. Chapter 687, Chapter 686, Pyrrhic Victory. This battle had become impossible to win. Though the enemy hadn't resurrected, they still clung to the battlefield through sheer soul power, capable of fighting for a while longer. The Apocalyptian demon army, already suffering heavy casualties, now faced a magic legion with fully restored morale and numbers. They crumbled almost instantly. Steppenwolf watched his forces retreat in disarray. When Thea moved to surround him, he immediately ordered a full withdrawal. Defeat wasn't terrifying, Apocalypse had endless fodder to spare. What terrified him was losing generals. The old wolf intended to live a few more years yet. On the other side, the great sorcerer Desaad, despite having the upper hand, was equally afraid of death. He abandoned the two struggling new gods and fled alongside Steppenwolf. The apocalyptian demons on the battlefield scattered like the apocalypse had arrived, turning tail and running. The Magic Legion's morale soared. Despite their devastating losses, they mustered 120% of their remaining strength to pursue. Thea didn't need to chase anyone, she didn't have the energy for it anyway. Her divine power, magic, and spiritual force had all bottomed out. If another new god appeared now, she'd have to open a portal and run. Fortunately, every enemy commander was wounded, each more severely than the last. That was the only reason she could maintain her commanding facade until the battle ended. Steppenwolf didn't dare linger. He regrouped with the equally battered Desaad and led what remained of his forces, with over half of them casualties, back to Apocalypse. When the fighting ended, Thea collected the numerous souls into her treasury dimension, planning to relocate them to New Genesis later. To her, souls were a form of wealth, she just couldn't bring herself to harvest them from her own people. As previously agreed, the Magic Legion's mission was complete once Steppenwolf retreated. They would not participate in Earth's internal conflicts. The remaining Earth villains scattered like rats. The only notable achievement was Caitlin teaming up with Hawkgirl to kill the evil version of Killer Frost. Cleaning the battlefield and collecting fallen comrades' remains, the Magic Legion had won, but the casualties were staggering. Starting with Legion Commander Thea herself, 15 high-ranking mages had fallen. The survivors were almost universally wounded. Over 100,000 elite soldiers lay dead, pushing the Legion's casualty rate to 15%. Orion's Father Guard had suffered even worse. To protect the Magic Legion, the Guard had stood on the front lines against the strongest enemies. Of 30,000 soldiers, only a few hundred remained. Orion himself had been hacked by Steppenwolf until he resembled a bloody mess, covered in blood, most of it his own. The Magic Legion lacked close combat capability. Thea gazed at the massive losses with a heavy heart. Many of the fallen had been incredibly talented. Her original plan for the Legion was simple: stand in the back, cast spells, done. She'd never anticipated close-quarters combat. Facing apocalyptian demons numbered in the hundreds of millions, problems emerged immediately. The mages were fierce, that was beyond question. But their firepower advantage had never materialized. Steppenwolf's first charge had inflicted catastrophic losses, and everything afterward had been sustained only by burning through gemstones and high-ranking mages holding the line. When she reorganized the Legion, close combat units would need to serve as the first line of defense. While Thea reflected on her mistakes, the Legion members didn't blame her. Victories had been too rare, and this was a major one. When Thea announced that the High Father had wounded Darkseid, many of his devoted followers began showing signs of becoming her devoted followers instead. Even those who'd lost loved ones considered this a precious victory. Sacrifice didn't frighten them, nothing was too great to give for justice. That was how ordinary New Genesis citizens thought. Besides, the souls had been preserved. They could accept this outcome. The army rested on the battlefield for a day. Meanwhile, the Flash lived up to expectations. Using the stolen Speed Force combined with Cisco's vibrational powers, he defeated Reverse Flash. At the final moment, Barry still couldn't deliver the killing blow. Instead, he threw Reverse Flash to the Time Wraiths, who dragged him away and transformed him into the Black Flash. This universe had suffered too much damage. First Nabu had absorbed half the power of order. Then Thea and Darkseid had clashed, their rule-laden energies overwhelming the world. Finally, the sword strike carrying hope and dreams had shattered. The surface appeared normal, but reality teetered on the edge of collapse. Having received considerable benefits from the world's will, Thea couldn't watch the entire universe explode into dust. She drew the Holy Sword again, gathering the scattered sword light that Darkseid had shattered. A mass of energy formed from Holy Sword light. I'll call it the Holy Light. Her head throbbed too much for creativity. She shamelessly borrowed the name. She placed this light, infused with the world's will and countless souls, at the ruins of Metropolis. The Holy Light would slowly repair the world's damage and restore hope and courage to this reality. Whether ordinary people could use it to become paladins remained to be seen. Take care, old Robert. The time for farewells had finally come. Thea sent the main forces back to New Genesis first, then said goodbye to the familiar faces one by one. Take care of your family. Seeing you makes me glad. Old Robert embraced Thea warmly and patted her back. Old Batman and his son looked like they'd been carved from the same mold. Even at this moment of parting, they wore their masks, their jawlines rigid, confirming their stoic natures. Thanks to New Genesis medical technology, his depleted lifespan had been largely restored. Conservative estimates gave him another decade or more. She shook his hand. Knowing he wouldn't visit Batman in her world, Thea didn't bring up the topic. She bid farewell to Hawkgirl, Khalid, Alan Scott, and Dr. Harrison and his daughter, then finally took the Flash's team back to the original timeline. After wandering around a bit, she found this Earth remarkably peaceful, prosperous economy, stable society. Thea's entire body ached. She planned to keep Valkyrie close for the night, rest, and return to New Genesis tomorrow. Where did you go this time? You seem stronger. In the quiet of night, Diana asked softly. She was happy her beloved was growing stronger, but the widening gap between them left her feeling anxious. Thea slapped her forehead and sat up abruptly. Before, she'd had no way to help Diana develop her source. Now she'd cultivated one herself, she had plenty of insights to share. She pulled out Steppenwolf's massive blade and handed it to Diana. Take a look at this sword. The Valkyrie examined it, her beautiful brows furrowing. I really don't like the energy on this blade. She thought her beloved was offering her a weapon. If she didn't like it, she didn't like it, no need to pretend otherwise. Though straightforward by nature, she still worried about upsetting her love. She glanced at Thea cautiously. Silly. Thea looked at her adorable little struggle and couldn't help kissing her forehead. Ahem. She cleared her throat. This sword killed Diana Prince in another world. That's why you hate it. The Valkyrie's eyes instantly lit up. She'd been lounging lazily in bed but shot upright, causing certain indescribable parts to bounce accordingly, making Thea's heart itch. You went to a parallel timeline. What was it like? Listen to me. Having obtained the divine position of arts, Thea's tongue had grown more eloquent. She rattled off a description of Earth, too. Part of that Diana's soul should still linger in this sword. If you can communicate with her, your guardian divine position should fuse completely very soon. Thea was certain of this. Diana's starting point had been too high. But all things in the universe maintained an invisible balance. The higher your start, the harder it was to advance. 100 times harder than Thea, in fact. Without experiencing the journey from weak to strong, even with divine power long ready to bloom, she lacked the crucial breakthrough in mental state. Unable to shatter her inherent limitations, that was the real reason Diana hadn't reached new god status. Chapter 688, Chapter 687, Recruitment. Knocking her down to level 1 and making her start over obviously wouldn't work. Taking an unconventional approach, listening to another Diana tell her story to clarify her inner beliefs, seemed like a good alternative. After hearing Thea's detailed explanation, the long-legged goddess wordlessly donned her armor, opened the window, and flew toward Themyscira for seclusion. She was going to attempt that final step. Abandoned, Thea hugged her pillow pitifully and slept alone for the night. At dawn, she returned to New Genesis. Processing the numerous souls was the most urgent matter. Referencing the underworld's design, she first sought out the High Father to propose establishing a small soul reincarnation dimension. Thea, we new gods are different from the old gods. Not just us, Darkseid's side doesn't have such a dimension either. All new gods are like my children. I don't want to see their lives end either, but the rules simply don't allow for a good solution. Thea had noticed this already. The souls she'd recovered were only from new gods, Earth-human souls had dissipated in that world, and apocalyptian demons had no souls at all. If she wanted to establish something like the underworld, she'd need key divine positions for death, fate, records, and time working in concert. Soul was essential too, of course. The new god birth rate was comparable to giant pandas. Every death pained the High Father. Before, there'd been no solution. Now that Thea held the soul divine position, he paid close attention. Summoning Metron, the god of knowledge, the three of them researched for half a day before finally producing a knockoff, budget version of the underworld. Thea learned extensively from Metron about how different pantheons handled their dead. The High Father also opened his treasury, and together with her divine power, they created a top-tier divine artifact. It was a divine artifact functionally similar to the 8 treasures merit pool. Any new god soul that passed through it could reincarnate on New Genesis in their next life. Previously, ordinary citizens of New Genesis and Apocalypse were randomly reborn on either planet after death. A New Genesis warrior in this life might become an Apocalypse civilian in the next. Though Apocalypse's ordinary people lived in misery, their civilian population was substantial. Granny Goodness and the defector Maud Aaron had both ascended from civilian to god. By locking their own side souls in, only entering, never leaving, future random rebirths would all come from the enemy's pool. New Genesis's population would grow while Apocalypse's shrank. Over time, the odds would shift dramatically in their favor. Afterward, Thea installed this golden artifact, named the Reincarnation Pool, in a side hall off the central plaza. She deposited over 100,000 souls inside. Given local birth rates, after waiting in line for a century or two, most would eventually have a chance to reincarnate. Referencing the trap Votan had fallen into, she also gave the souls a choice: lower their aptitude but retain memories and stay happily with family, or reincarnate directly as a completely new person. Their call. With the clan's major affairs settled, she finally had time to consider her own legion's issues. She was definitely on Darkseid's blacklist now. Next battle, the Magic Legion would be a priority target. Establishing close combat roles was urgent. Searching her memory and combining it with her abilities, she found a troop type suitable for her legion, Spellbreakers. Clad in heavy armor, wielding long swords and kite shields, these warriors would serve as the legion's first line of defense. The Arts Divine position from the High Father also sparked new ideas. Many legion soldiers were limited by aptitude, they might train their whole lives without reaching high-ranking mage status. Rather than waste time, better to change careers. Combining magical knowledge with the Arts Divine position, she developed a new profession for the legion: bards, performers who sang, played instruments, and praised great deeds. Could they fight in close combat? Yes, but not expertly. Could they cast spells? Yes, but only low-level ones. Wearing light armor and carrying sharp blades, this new profession was a jack of all trades, capable of everything but master of nothing. Perfect for average people with balanced attributes. Thanks to her high reputation from confronting Darkseid, recruitment went smoothly. She recruited 100,000 Spellbreakers directly. With their consent, she artificially destroyed their magical cores. The cost was severe, they could never cast spells again, but the benefit was that the dispersed magic flowed through their bodies, dramatically enhancing physical attributes and granting considerable magic resistance. Bard recruitment didn't go as well. New Genesis citizens would rather destroy their magic cores to become Spellbreakers than learn to sing and play instruments. Thea talked herself hoarse, using every trick and persuasion to barely gather 10,000. This also reflected the Arts Divine position's weak status. The next day, the Council of Nine convened again. The High Father first acknowledged everyone's contributions, then mentioned something that caught Thea's attention. Darkseid's true body is wounded. Until it heals, he won't personally enter the field. If he does appear, it will definitely be an avatar. The Justice League was coming. She didn't know why the original timeline's Darkseid had targeted Earth, but now it was definitely because of her. Thea had that much confidence. She'd drawn his attention. To strike at her, there was a 70% chance his next target would be Earth. The good news was that only an avatar would come. Could she defeat his avatar? Thea drew a mental question mark. The sword strike carrying half of Earth 2's soul power had been shattered. Her confidence was genuinely low. If she couldn't manage alone, she'd have to gather 39 allies to fight together. One more thing, Goddess Thea. Uga and others are now using your Soul Divine position sigils to collect souls across various battlefields. Many previously deceased souls have been recovered. This is joyous news worth celebrating, they're all our brothers and sisters. But reincarnation opportunities are too few. They're all piling up at the reincarnation pool. It's becoming quite inconvenient. The High Father chose his words carefully. Thea had been busy recruiting and genuinely hadn't known about this. She looked toward the plaza outside. The once bustling square now felt somewhat eerie. This was awkward, those who knew would say it was the High Father's base of justice, those who didn't might think it was an undead cemetery. Too many souls, too few rebirth slots, that was the current situation. New god birth rates had always been low, meaning reincarnation opportunities were scarce each year. The old man was too dignified. He couldn't exactly tell ordinary people, if you've got nothing better to do, hurry home and make babies. We've got souls lined up waiting to reincarnate. He couldn't save face. He was the god of justice and fairness, not some fertility deity. The problem wasn't critical but couldn't be ignored either. Thea lowered her head to think. Damn. Even the best cook can't make a meal without ingredients. Without those divine positions, she couldn't do much. The Underworld's river crossing games, first trial, second trial, third trial, all those entertaining activities like climbing knife mountains and diving into oil cauldrons, she couldn't set any of that up. She had only a lone soul divine position. What could she do? Connecting this to her recruitment efforts, she suddenly thought of a good solution. Chapter 689, Chapter 688, Diana ascends to godhood. Your Majesty, fellow Legion commanders, I can establish a new profession allowing souls to train normally and join Legion deployments during major battles. Several Legion commanders instantly grew interested. Their combat strength was stretched too thin, any additional power was welcome. Light Ray, the 3-meter-tall, about 10 feet, masculine commander of the Archer Legion, asked, is it a caster class? Can our subordinates transfer into it too? I'm calling it Soul Walker. It's not purely a caster class, theoretically, souls of any profession can retrain. I'll prepare detailed training methods shortly. Good. Let's see the results. The High Father gave the order directly. Thea selected a soul with the best overall qualities from the reincarnation pool. In life, he'd been a cavalryman in Uga's Legion, brave and skilled in battle, killed while serving as rear guard. Upon hearing he could continue fighting for the High Father as a soul, he agreed without hesitation. Thea wasted no words and completed the transformation using her divine power. The transformation finished quickly. The ghost seemed momentarily confused but could already condense a spirit weapon using soul power. He demonstrated his martial arts on the spot. His living skills remained completely intact. This ghost had never known any spells, but the Soul Walker's primary function wasn't combat anyway, it was support and healing. His soul's unique properties would help allies share damage. Physical attack immunity and elevated resistances across the board, the only drawback was that dying in soul form meant true death, with no chance of reincarnation. The High Father pondered. Losing all chance of reincarnation displeased him, but he also knew nothing in this world was perfect. Getting half a life after death was already something to be grateful for. Though fighting alongside a bunch of souls might damage their righteous image, under the Legion commander's insistence, the High Father approved the proposal. Thea could use her divine power to create 1 or 2, but she wasn't about to produce 100,000. Nobody made such an unreasonable request either. She returned to her quarters and compiled a general Soul Walker cultivation manual. How far anyone progressed would depend on the individual. With nothing else to do, the souls began training frantically upon receiving the manual. Soul Walker did lean toward caster classes. Of the Magic Legion's 100,000 plus souls, 30,000 successfully transferred. The Cavalry and Archer Legions also converted 10 to 20,000 deceased veterans each. Regardless of how much help they provide, at least the souls had something to do. Thea busied herself integrating Legion combat strength. As for the soul's daily work and employment issues, let the High Father worry about those. She'd done all she could. Mr. Miracle, scot-free, and Big Barda, the lovebird couple, stayed on New Genesis for barely 15 days before bidding farewell to the High Father. According to Scott, they were deeply in love and didn't want to be disturbed. Thea suspected the kid had been imprisoned by Darkseid for centuries and had developed social anxiety, a fear of strangers. The High Father was somewhat disappointed in his biological son but ultimately let them go. Once everything was on track, Thea left a clone to answer various magical questions, dumped the remaining work on her adjutant, and returned to Earth, ostensibly to recuperate. The spiritual trauma wasn't as severe as when she'd brainwashed Firstborn. After all, the worlds will had absorbed more than half the damage. As the aggressor, she'd only suffered some backlash. A couple days rest and she was healed. She spent most of her time studying applications of her new divine positions. Arts, that weak divine position, throughout history, few deities had developed any powerful abilities from it. She shelved it for now. All her energy went into soul. She'd learned extensive soul knowledge from Metron, and she had to admit, this divine position was incredibly powerful. Soul was a key element of creation. Only when combined with a body could life be born. Body alone didn't work, soul alone couldn't persist. Unfortunately, such a powerful divine position resided at the deepest level of cosmic rules. With her current realm, fully comprehending it was a pipe dream. And without the death divine position as support, something always felt missing. Death, ah. Thea couldn't help but sigh. Death was even stronger. So strong that she'd encountered several death gods, yet from her perspective, they'd all gone astray. Whether Hades, Thanatos, or Mars's Hranmir, all claimed to master death. But verified against her soul divine position source, they were all wrong. Either biased or misinterpreted, what they grasped was death, but they couldn't represent death. Metron had once mentioned that Darkseid had captured a new god, the Black Racer. Anyone touched by him, mortal or divine, would die. Initially, Thea thought he was the Black Flash, but she later discovered they were two different beings. After obtaining the soul divine position, her perception grew clearer. This guy wasn't a death god at all, he was a soul-reaping god. By old god classification, he should be a subordinate deity under Thea. All things must die, that was the Black Racer's view of death. Sounded impressive, but it was hollow and insubstantial. Thea knew full well that for this universe, plenty of things were eternal and indestructible. She didn't believe the Black Racer would dare shout, "All things must die," at the presence or the great evil beast. Being captured by Darkseid also proved his view of death wasn't as strong as advertised. None of the various deities' understandings of death satisfied her. Yet examining existing divine positions, Thea was actually the one closest to the death divine position. Her future looked bright. Once she obtained both death and soul, combined with her trade and wealth positions, she'd have the confidence to contend with the High Father and Darkseid. If she could also acquire the magic and emotion divine positions, perhaps battling the Spectre wouldn't be impossible. Unfortunately, she was currently stuck in the middle, neither here nor there. She'd gone from one-shot kill, in the big shot's eyes, to can survive 2 moves. That was her current status. Against major powers, she still fell short. Against ordinary people and gods, she was overwhelmingly strong. Necromancy spells targeting souls had become incredibly potent. Before the new soul goddess, resistance simply didn't exist as a concept. Thea understood clearly, any being with a soul, facing her necromancy now, would die on contact. Personal willpower, resistance, equipment, all could be ignored. New gods and old gods might struggle briefly using their divine power, but anyone below deity level would be instant killed. Granny Goodness's female furies, those pseudo-gods, every single one fell within this instant death range. Just as she worked hard to commune with souls and understand them, a brilliant glow rose from the distant sky, illuminating everything for thousands of miles, thousands of kilometers. Even from Metropolis, she could see it. This is. Diana finally ascended. Identifying the direction, Thea teleported to Themyscira in delight. Golden light blazed magnificently. Accumulated over time, erupted in an instant, that perfectly described Diana. Thea watched her beloved from afar. A mass of dense golden light surrounded the Valkyrie. The air occasionally carried sounds resembling victory cheers. Chapter 690, Chapter 689, Goddess of Protection and Perseverance. Unlike Thea's ascension at the Source Wall, Diana could be considered the first homegrown new god of Earth. Watching Diana's aura rapidly climb, Thea pursed her lips. The world's favored protagonist versus an imposter like herself, completely different. If she hadn't obtained the soul and art's divine positions, relying solely on trade and wealth, she absolutely couldn't have beaten post-ascension Diana. Because Diana didn't just have the protection divine position, she'd also gained the perseverance divine position. A completely random source had simply appeared within her. Protection served as an outward combat position, perseverance served as an inward support position. Diana's attributes remained consistent, balanced, comprehensive, and powerful. A stark contrast to Thea's late-game support positions. After mentally comparing a favored child to a self-made one, Diana's ascension entered its final phase. The overflowing divine power returned to her body, elevating her life's very essence. The Greek god's blessings transformed into glittering motes of light and were pushed out from her body. She no longer needed any blessings, she'd reached heights the Greek pantheon had never achieved. Sensing the power leaving her, Diana felt no excessive sorrow. Unlike the sluggishness of foreign divine power, the abilities granted by new god positions fit her perfectly, they were the sources most suited to her. With all excess stripped away, it felt like shedding a 1,000-pound burden. Even with Diana's strength of will, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. These divine powers had seemingly helped her reach her peak, but in truth, they'd limited her far more. Like massive shackles, they'd locked away the Valkyrie's potential for advancement. Thea even maliciously speculated that Diana might have been the designated enforcer Zeus had prepared for his pantheon. The story about all the gods seeing Diana's birth, finding her adorable, and collectively bestowing blessings sounded like complete nonsense. Those deities couldn't tolerate their own parents, siblings, and children, constantly sabotaging each other in internal struggles, beating each other senseless. Such harmonious, loving Greek gods having that much goodwill. All 12 Olympians bestowing blessings together. Thea didn't believe it for 1 second. The fact that she'd spent 1 month developing her source while Diana, even with the world's favor, had struggled for over a year said it all. The Valkyrie had essentially ground her way through with perseverance and patience, wearing it down bit by bit. Still, watching the divine powers about to drift away, Thea thought for a moment and intercepted them. Even if we don't want them, we're not giving them back to those Greek bastards. So this is what being a god feels like. It's so comfortable. The Valkyrie completed the final step. Her body felt so light she might float away. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked her beloved. Thea knew this was the comfort of shedding shackles, it had almost nothing to do with ascending to godhood. But considering Diana had grown up hearing tales of the Greek gods' great deeds, better not to shatter the beautiful image in her heart. She glossed over it vaguely. Just as she was about to ask about Diana's specific experience, an explosion sounded in the air. A boom tube. Thea's expression turned strange as she watched Orion emerge from the portal. The second-generation god hadn't expected to encounter Thea here. They stared at each other for a long moment. Oh, your universe is quite impressive, Legion Commander Thea. Is this new god your friend? She's my lover. You're here on the High Father's orders to recruit. Will come shortly. Return and report first. Strength commanded respect, this truth became more apparent the higher you climbed. In 3 sentences, Thea dismissed the gossip-hungry second-generation god. She still needed to handle the scene here. Diana's ascension had caused celestial phenomena on too grand a scale. Hoping satellites hadn't noticed was pure fantasy. After briefly explaining things to her mother-in-law and offering a suggestion, have someone swim around the nearby waters, write a report, and spin it as an auspicious omen, Thea then coordinated their stories before taking Diana to New Genesis. Another goddess born in such a short time. The High Father was overjoyed, seeing it as a sign that justice would triumph and evil would fail. Unlike Thea's trade and wealth, her positions had obvious neutral characteristics. At the time of crisis, either Darkseid or the Highfather could have recruited her. But Diana's protection and perseverance were very positive positions. Darkseid wouldn't want them. This matched the Highfather's recruitment standards perfectly. After the standard welcome speech came the trial by combat test. Originally, Thea hoped Diana would establish a legion to and coordinate with her. But although the Valkyrie had shed her constraints, her sense of belonging to Greece remained strong. Asking her to switch allegiances and fight for another deity was difficult. Thea reconsidered and agreed. If Diana also commanded a legion, given their intimate relationship, it would be quite disadvantageous to the Highfather's rule. Strength commanded respect, but politics permeated everything. Negotiations happened when necessary. God was powerful enough, right? Yet to avoid destroying the multiverse, he still had to compromise with the great evil beast. What chance did small fry gods like them have? Diana selected the combative Orion. They exchanged blows for several dozen rounds. Having just ascended, unfamiliar with many of her divine powers' characteristics, with all her previous Greek powers gone, and suppressing part of her strength, Diana ultimately lost. The Highfather felt somewhat disappointed but mostly relieved that this newcomer wasn't too powerful. If she'd been very strong and was family with the even stronger Thea, it would have been bad for the Highfather's consistent rule. This was much better. Diana's position was quickly confirmed, Orion's deputy, jointly commanding the Highfather's guard. Setting other matters aside, Diana's brilliant golden protective divine power looked far more righteous and glorious than the black or-emitting violence god Orion. The Highfather trusted his adopted son greatly, but Orion's appearance was simply not good. Standing magnificently in the center with a figure wreathed in black aura beside him, it just looked wrong. Diana was perfect for the role. Thea then took Diana to see Hymen for a set of equipment. The Valkyrie, who also loved forging, got along well with Hymen. This being Thea thought resembled a robot had rarely found a kindred spirit and, in a rare gesture, crafted a luck charm for Diana. This wasn't some $5 street vendor fake. Like the lasso of truth before, the charm was a top-tier divine artifact containing a trace of mysterious fortune. Turning misfortune to fortune wasn't just talk. Guaranteed critical hits, 100% evasion. Of course, luck wasn't absolute. If the great evil beast decided to end the world, no amount of luck would help. Diana's armor had already been modified by Hymen. No changes needed now. Hymen, rarely encountering a fellow craftsman, promised she could help herself to any materials from his workshop whenever needed. The two women didn't stay long before returning to Earth. Diana needed to master her new powers. Thea had even more to do. She didn't know why the original timeline's Darkseid had come to Earth, but in this timeline, it was 100% to mess with her. Even with Earth crawling with overpowered beings, actively invading Apocalypse was pushing it. Defensive counterattack was the way forward. Chapter 691, Chapter 690, A Visit. According to the Highfather's estimates, Darkseid would need time to replenish his forces, recover from his injuries, and then marshal his generals. He'd have minions infiltrate Earth to activate a mother box, then finally open a boom tube to transport Apocalypse's armies. This entire fixed invasion process would take anywhere from 6 months to a year. The new god armies wouldn't station on Earth. The first wave would be faced solely by Earth superheroes. But once the enemy arrived, the Highfather would lead his forces into battle at the first opportunity. He delicately expressed his apologies. The Highfather followed the rules while Darkseid didn't really follow them. Thea couldn't exactly criticize. The Highfather's armies coming at all was good enough. It was far better than the original timeline's 7 superheroes fighting Darkseid. Thea increasingly distrusted her past memories. 7 heroes who'd never worked together, some who'd never even met, somehow joining forces to repel Darkseid and his countless armies. How was that possible? Surely that was a joke. 6 months left. Stop frowning. Smile. Back on Earth, seeing her beloved's worried expression, the now radiant Diana began to comfort her. Thea forced a smile. Diana would never know how much pressure Darkseid put on her. Before, she could excuse herself, if the sky falls, let the tall ones hold it up. Now she seemed to be the tallest. As someone who'd faced Darkseid's true body, she had enormous pressure and little confidence against that seemingly invincible enemy. But she didn't want to dampen the mood. They watched some TV at home, then decided to go out. Diana suggested visiting Superman. She'd heard Lois had successfully given birth and wanted to see the baby. Originally, Thea had worried something might develop between Superman and Diana. Now that Superman had a child, given his saint-like character, nothing new would happen. She felt quite relieved. They didn't teleport. They drove, taking the highway toward Kansas. Just for relaxation, Thea didn't drive fast. The breeze blew through, making both women's hair dance in the wind. Diana stroked her beloved's golden locks, hair that would make even the sun jealous, and murmured to herself with some emotion. That world's Diana spent her whole life alone. She left Themyscira only to lose herself. Humans rejected her, her people didn't accept her. She walked her path in utter loneliness. I truly feel sorry for her. Thea said nothing. This wasn't a moment requiring her words. I've reached heights the Greek gods never achieved. I feel fortunate yet uneasy. If I hadn't met you, would I have ended up like that Diana? Thea kept driving, letting Diana rest her head on her shoulder. Without her, Diana wouldn't have reached this point. Without Diana, Thea Queen certainly wouldn't have reached today either. Drawing Darkseid's attention was also a kind of high honor. Random nobodies didn't even register with the Lord of Evil. Thinking of it that way, she suddenly felt much more balanced. The invisible pressure seemed to lighten considerably. One hand on the wheel, the other pulling Diana closer, their fates had been intertwined since the day they met. Though she'd always resisted fate's various arrangements, right now she felt fortunate that fate had brought them together, to meet, to know each other, to love, walking hand in hand to heights ordinary people could never reach. Free from the Greek god's shackles, perhaps Diana's protagonist fortune had activated, or perhaps Hymen's lucky charm was working, the journey was completely peaceful. No petty confrontations, no dramatic showdowns. They drove smoothly all the way to Clark's family farm. The farms here were huge and sparsely populated, neighbors so distant they could hear each other's roosters but never meet face to face. The Kent family never hired outside help, and neighboring farmers never questioned it. Years had passed since General Zod and Faura's attack. Thea had visited several times since, knew the way well, and drove straight into the farm's depths. Stopping before a two-story house, both women removed their sunglasses. As the one more familiar with the Kent family, Thea went to knock on the door. After a long moment, a white-haired elderly woman came to open the door. "Hi, Aunt Martha. We've met before." Thea was curious why Superman hadn't come out, he should have seen her arrive. But she politely smiled at the old woman. Diana behind her waved slightly too. The reclusive old lady was initially guarded, but recognizing Thea, she showed a kind smile. It was hard not to recognize the president's daughter. Besides, she'd met Thea before, she just hadn't recognized her immediately. Woof woof. Amid barking, Clark and Lois emerged. Superman looked the same as always, his face full of righteous, all-American wholesomeness. Lois beside him, having recently given birth, looked slightly plump. But the dog she held caught Thea's attention. That dog. Following Thea's gaze, Diana also sensed something unusual. This wasn't the dog from before. This dog had high-energy readings coming from within. Superman noticed their looks and shook his head slightly, signaling that his adoptive mother was still present. Quick-witted Thea also held back the straightforward Diana. The group amicably entered the house. Aunt Martha liked seeing Clark have visitors. She insisted on making them coffee. Thea studied Superman and Lois. Their expressions were awkward, with a forced cheerfulness quality. She exchanged a glance with Diana. Were these two fighting? Their timing seemed off. Talk about the baby, ease the awkwardness, then we'll slip away. Though Diana was a pure warrior goddess, having spent so many years with Thea, she'd learned basic spells. Fireballs and ice bolts she could manage, if not expertly. Telepathic communication was no challenge. They quickly coordinated their approach. Thea put on an innocent, knowing nothing expression, smiling like a Cheshire cat. I heard you had a son. Where's the baby? Does he look more like his father or mother? Let us see. At these words, the couple's faces grew even more uncomfortable. Thea's heart lurched. Did the baby die? No way. Fortunately, it didn't come to that. Superman exchanged a look with his wife, face full of helplessness. Let Thea see. Maybe she has a solution. What followed completely stunned both women. Lois led out a boy who looked about 10 years old from a room. The boy had black hair, blue eyes, long thin limbs, and very strange clothes, as if an adult's garment had been hastily cut down, with rough edges everywhere. The boy seemed nervous, not daring to look at Thea or Diana. Only when the big dog leaped into his arms did he finally relax with relief. Chapter 692, Chapter 691, Superman's Son. The two women had lost count of how many confused glances they'd exchanged since entering the house. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment and disbelief. This kid who looked about 10 years old was their son. Not adopted. Had Lois also secretly been some powerful reincarnated being whose child was 10 years old at birth? This had to be a joke. The boy bore a striking resemblance to Superman, father and son, no doubt about it. Thea even wondered if he'd fathered a child in some obscure corner of the world without knowing about it. After all, Superman was in his mid-30s now. After his adoptive father died, he'd spent years wandering Earth alone. Maybe there'd been some heat-of-the-moment thing after a heroic rescue, some woman he'd saved who'd gotten swept up and given him a child. Just like Oliver's son William, that kid was about 10 too, and his father still had no idea, completely in the dark. This kid's story seemed eerily similar to Oliver's son. Maybe the biological mother had died, the son came looking for his father, the truth was revealed, and Lois miscarried in her anger. Thea's imagination spun a whole 20-episode drama series. Faced with the two women's skeptical stares, Superman scratched his head sheepishly. This is my son. He's named after my father, Jonathan Kent. Though Diana didn't have Thea's wild imagination, she'd watched soap operas on Earth for decades. She swore by her divine authority that she'd never heard of anyone giving birth to a 10-year-old. The warrior goddess looked at Superman like he was scum. Unaware that he'd gone from Superman to scumbagman in Diana's mind, Clark looked at Thea with a pleading expression. Jonathan really is mine and Lois's child. It's just that yesterday he was caught in this brilliant aurora, and when he came out, he looked like this. Oh, and Crypto came out with him. Crypto is this dog, right? Thea stroked the large dog's head. Thanks to her off-the-charts charisma, Crypto didn't reject her. The dog resembled an Earth Border Collie with some subtle differences. Of course, appearance wasn't what mattered was that this dog came from Krypton. Super strength, super speed, super endurance, heat vision, solar absorption, and flight. This was a Kryptonian dog. The dog looked kind of dopey, but its combat power could crush 99% of Earth's population. Seeing it created the illusion that being a Kryptonian dog was better than being a human. Thea even had the malicious thought that if they threw this dog into the sun, maybe a century later it could beat up Darkseid. Imagining Highfather and Darkseid, two miserable brothers, getting pounded by a dog, that mental image was too good. Krypton was so unscientific and unreasonable that it was no wonder it got destroyed. Forget others, even Thea, who'd struggled to reach where she was today, wanted to destroy them. She petted the big dog's head. Nice coat, but Thea preferred small animals. Small dogs were fine, but this one was too big, not her type. Back to the problem. Thea thought for a moment. An aurora. Then it swept baby Jonathan away, and when he reappeared he was this big. Is that right? Yes, but not here. I was worried about complications with Lois giving birth, so I took her to the Fortress of Solitude. The technology there is more advanced. The Fortress of Solitude was Superman's dad's legacy logistics base, like Batman's Batcave, filled with alien high-tech. Thea had never been inside. Both women could hear Superman's unspoken meaning. As the first child of a Kryptonian and a human, Superman wasn't entirely certain the birth would go smoothly. Taking his wife to the fortress meant that if things went wrong, he'd at least save the mother. Diana's expression softened slightly. At least this proved Superman was a good husband. One day ago. What kind of light swept Jonathan away? Thea had a suspicion forming. Had something major happened in the multiverse one day ago? Obviously yes, one day ago she and Darkseid were still playing tug-of-war. Superman's next words confirmed her guess. A flash of red and green. According to the fortress computer, an energy force punched through the spatial barrier, then another force repaired the damage. For me it was just an instant, but for Jonathan, he'd lived 10 years with Crypto in another space. Superman felt guilty about not giving his son a happy childhood. Thea felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry, that might be related to me. Here's what happened. She recounted the entire Earth 2 story again. When she'd told Diana before, she'd focused on that world's Wonder Woman. Telling Superman naturally emphasized the Kryptonian parts. Lord Zod. Zod's son, and an adopted son of the House of El. Hearing such shocking news, even Superman paled. General Zod was the only enemy he'd ever killed, a permanent mark etched in his heart. As someone who'd lived through the event, Lois also remembered. General Zod's arrival on Earth was where a love story with Clark Kent, that Kansas farm boy, had begun. When Superman heard about the evil Superman dying at Highfather's hands, his expression darkened. Thea used her water mirror technique to show them the battle footage. About this level. Many of the rule-based powers can't be simulated by magic, so this is maybe 60 or 70% accurate to what actually happened. She showed Superman the footage of trading beam attacks with Darkseid. Watching the somewhat familiar beam clash burning holes through space, Superman was candid. You saved a world. You don't need to feel guilty. Jonathan's situation isn't your fault. Seemingly not wanting to continue discussing his son, Superman changed the subject. You said this Darkseid will invade our universe. How long does Earth have? 6 months to a year. Superman lowered his head in brief contemplation. We've known each other all these years and never really tested ourselves against each other. Thea, spar with me. I want to measure how strong this Darkseid is. Oh. Facing Superman's battle-ready spirit, Thea was momentarily stunned. Was it hearing about his other self's tragic story that had sparked this rare fighting spirit? Thea had no objections. 8 years ago, Superman had been an insurmountable mountain. Now she could meet him eye to eye, even look down on him. She also wanted to see the results of her years of effort. Alright, let's find an uninhabited planet for our match. Hearing about a fight, the battle-loving Amazon naturally wanted to watch. Lois didn't care for violence, but seeing her son seemed interested, she nodded in agreement. Of course, they'd bring the dog named Crypto too. The creature had extremely high intelligence, could understand English, and could survive in space. The group politely drank the coffee Martha had made, chatted courteously with the elderly lady, then took their leave together. Batman's surveillance covered the solar system. Thea found a primitive planet with oxygen and Earth-like terrain far from the solar system and teleported everyone there. Using magic against Superman would be pointless, she wanted close combat. Without drawing her holy sword, just wearing her divine armor, Thea held her fists loosely. Massive soul force enhanced her body, dramatically increasing her strength, speed, and endurance. Watch out. A gray-black figure flashed past. Thea charged straight at Superman. So fast. The speed caught Superman off guard. He chose to sidestep while twisting at the waist to throw a punch. Chapter 693, Chapter 692, Thea vs. Superman. Thea had trained step by step from close combat to ranged attacks to magic. Her martial skills couldn't compare to someone like Steppenwolf who'd practiced for tens of thousands of years, but compared to Superman who'd been farming and mowing lawns, her techniques were far more flexible. Facing Superman's waist twist punch, she nimbly pivoted mid-air, coming at him from below with an uppercut. Her snow-white fist made solid contact with his stubbled chin. Like muffled thunder on flat ground, boom. The caught-off-guard Superman went flying over 100 meters, 330 feet. Lois on the ground cried out in alarm. Diana quickly reassured her, this was just a warm-up. So hard. Thea shook her hand. That punch felt like hitting a superalloy. Superman's face was too tough. It reminded her of the awkward scene of piercing Kara's ears. Superman quickly flew back, tilting his head to work out the kinks in his neck. How does Darkseid's strength compare to yours? Thea could only smile bitterly. I didn't dare compete with him in raw strength. You're joking, right? Having the goddess of wealth compete in strength with the god of strength. The gap is that big. Superman's gaze grew more serious. Fists clenched, he flew at Thea, using a feint to evade her sidekick at close range, striking directly at her back. Unfortunately, he only hit an afterimage. Is that magic? Thea emerged from behind him, grabbed his red cape, spun in place 3 times, and hurled him at a nearby mountain. High-speed movement leaving afterimages. You can do it too. Thea knew he could hear her. After throwing her opponent, she pursued, landing a punch to his chest just as Superman emerged from the rubble. Superman tried to block, but Thea grabbed his wrist and, with his guard wide open, drove an elbow into his chest. Clark, you should practice some human martial arts. Against ordinary people it's fine, but once an enemy matches your power level, your combat technique is too crude. Thea was getting a bit bored. In her eyes as a contemporary martial artist, Superman's street-brawling style was full of openings. The idea that too many openings means no openings was nonsense. Without his man of steel body, he'd have died 100 times over. To say Clark Kent was calm as still water, neither elated by victory nor depressed by defeat, would be a joke. He was feeling quite discouraged. Was the gap between them this wide? I won't use martial technique. Let's trade punches. I know you're still holding back. Don't worry, you can't kill me. Use your full power and show me Kryptonian pride. This level of Superman wasn't worth her time. She wanted to settle it with one strike. Thea began gathering divine power. Surging soul force like an ocean enhanced her body. Her muscle definition didn't change at all, but internally, earth-shattering transformation occurred. Though her 4 divine seats had little to do with strength, just stacking divine power created a terrifying number. Have I already been left behind by the times? Superman had to ask himself. He was a nice guy, but more than that, he was a decorated warrior. He couldn't allow himself to be a coward. A sharpness appeared for the first time in this ordinary-looking man's eyes. Even he wanted to see what he could accomplish if he cast aside all concerns. Very strong. Diana below watched with surging emotions, wishing she could join the fight herself. In her eyes, Superman had reached the edge of godhood. But why hadn't the source responded yet? Thea saw more clearly than Diana. Superman had long since touched the edge of the strength divine seat. Others just stepped over the line and the source would actively respond. But Superman had practically shoved his whole body in and still got nothing. The problem was that the strength seat was occupied by Darkseid. Someone was in that spot. Superman wouldn't get the strength seat in 1,000 years unless he kicked Darkseid out. In a sense, this was also the world's will's trial for these seemingly born protagonist types. Diana was like this, Superman too. They were born starting where ordinary people couldn't hope to reach in a lifetime. Ordinary people's starting line was 10,000 meters away, while these protagonists might be just a few hundred meters from the finish. The balance of all things burdened them differently from lightly equipped ordinary people. Heavy shackles firmly bound them, every step forward was climbing to heaven. Now Thea had surpassed them. If these destined protagonists didn't want to fall behind, they needed to put in even more effort and sweat. Thea didn't know what mental struggle Superman was having. She only knew her divine power had accumulated to the maximum. She'd definitely win this next punch. Not just her confidence, the world's will was faintly sending similar signals. Even with most of Superman's body at the strength seat, it wasn't scary. He wasn't the god of strength yet. The essential difference couldn't be ignored. In a real fight, Thea would never be this reckless, abandoning defense, mobility, and vigilance to charge up for 2 minutes then unleash all her divine power in one punch. Darkseid would never give her the time. This punch was probably her current highest level. Here I come. Eyes more serious than ever, Superman felt uncertain facing Thea's gathered divine power. He'd strike first. Of the people on the ground, only Diana was calm. She could see Thea had the advantage. The other two, one human, one dog, perfectly demonstrated what dumbstruck meant. About 20 to 30% of Darkseid's main body strength. Thea still had the leisure to estimate Superman's power, recalling the force when the evil overlord shattered her sword light and making a comparison. If Superman only had this level, he'd barely last a few rounds against Darkseid's avatar in the future, right? Was Superman weaker than expected, or was she too strong? Thea had no time to ponder. Facing Superman's fierce attack, she unleashed her maximum force. Even without contact, the force of their punches compressed the air in the area, which rushed violently to both sides. Getting serious, Superman channeled the stellar force within him. Initially just tiny glimmers, as he frantically extracted cellular energy, the light grew brighter. From afar, he looked like a small sun. Thea's appearance was far less impressive. Soul force had nothing to do with light. Silver-gray energy spiraled around her body, with faint sounds of war drums from above. This was the bonus from the Art's divine seat, playing music to relieve stress and boost morale. Thea's mysterious confidence that she'd win came from the Art's seat. The previously clear sky split directly in half. The left half was an increasingly bright yellow star, the right half was steady, unyielding gray mountains. Boom. An earth-shattering collision as both charged forward with absolute conviction of victory. Chapter 694, Chapter 693, The Superman Who Must Work Hard. The force of their punches was so great that even from 100 meters up, it carved 2 deep trenches in the ground. As the two completely different energies made contact, even larger-scale destruction erupted. Like a mischievous child scribbling at random, with the two as the center point, Superman's side of the ground was scoured by soul force into a semicircular crater several thousand meters, nearly 2 miles, in diameter. The soil completely turned to sand. On Thea's side, the ground was merely shaved off a layer, with the attack's aftershock creating massive flying debris. I've surpassed Superman. Thea wanted to howl at the sky, but beating him gave no experience, no hidden achievement rewards. It might even damage his confidence. Especially in front of his wife and child. To preserve Superman's dignity, she deliberately flew backward a short distance. To an outsider, this signaled a draw. Superman, who'd been sent flying several miles in a tumbling mess, climbed up from the ground, wiped dirt off his face with his hand, and focused his attention on the distance. Having always been vague about his own strength, Superman felt much better seeing Thea also flying backward. Though he'd slacked off a bit these past 2 years, it wasn't much. If he caught up now, there was still a chance. Again. After too long a peace, the warlike nature within Superman's Kryptonian blood stirred. Thea didn't want to bully him, but Diana flew out at this moment with high spirits, suggesting a 3-way battle. Let's do it then. Representing the highest combat power in this universe, the three began attacking each other. Diana had emerged from the weak period after the gods' blessings had left. Every bit of divine power now belonged to her, but unfortunately, she still wasn't a match for Thea at full strength. The 3-way fight slowly became Thea versus Diana and Superman. Combat was combat, they wouldn't hold back because of love. Diana's martial skills compensated for Superman's deficiency. The two coordinated quickly, joining forces to suppress Thea. This was, even a hero can't fight off a pack, right? Struggling left and right, though Thea tried hard to maintain the situation, her disadvantage grew increasingly obvious. Darkseid could fight 7 at once, but she couldn't handle 2. This was the gap. 2-on-1, after half an hour, a landmass the size of half the Korean peninsula was directly sunk by the three. Okay, enough. Thea was far from her peak condition. The divine power in her soul and art seats was just a thin layer, she really couldn't continue. She declared a ceasefire. The other two were exhausted too. Diana also faced insufficient divine power. Though they'd had the advantage 2-on-1, they felt uncomfortable. Thea was stronger than them, no question. The three agreed to go back and train hard, then have another match next time. Thea teleported everyone back to Earth, using magic and divine spider silk to create a blue bodysuit and red cape on the spot as a gift for little Jonathan. Finding materials left over, she made a red cape for Crypto too. After saying goodbye to the Superman couple, Thea pulled Diana into the car to leave. According to her, she was under too much pressure now and needed to relax. Watching the two women drive off toward the sunrise, Superman stood at the farm's edge for a long time without speaking. "Clark, are you okay?" Lois asked worriedly, holding her son. "You know, Lois, she's under tremendous pressure right now." Confused by Superman's non-sequitur, Lois took a while to understand. "You mean Thea? She carries the fate of the entire world. She's helpless and anxious, afraid one wrong step will cause irreparable damage to the world. I really understand that feeling. Because this was my mission, the mission my father sent me to this planet for." Lois looked at him suspiciously. "What are you getting at? Praising another woman in front of me, you don't want to live." Superman gently stroked his wife's face. "Now I can live so easily with you all because someone else has shouldered the burden that was originally mine. I want nothing more than to stay with you forever, but I can't be that selfish. Earth still needs me." Lois took a deep breath. She knew her husband was going to do dangerous things again, but her sense of justice told her she had to support him. "Clark, whatever you do, I'll be home waiting for you." Feeling the atmosphere was a bit heavy, she even smiled playfully. "When I've rested enough, I should go back to work too." Embracing his wife, he said, "We have half a year." Thea was right, I'm going to Gotham to find that person to train me. I'll bring Jonathan too. I heard his son is also 10. Maybe they can become friends. No sooner said than done. After saying goodbye to his adoptive mother and wife, Superman flew straight to Gotham with his son, claiming to visit a friend. Jonathan's flying ability was questionable, up and down erratically. Fortunately, loyal Crypto was always protecting him, preventing any disasters. "Dad, was that woman earlier very powerful?" Having grown familiar with flying, little Jonathan asked curiously. The father-son bond made the distance between him and Superman dissolve quickly. But thinking this man he'd never seen was his father still felt absurd. He'd grown up in the wilderness with only Crypto. These parents suddenly appearing was hard to accept. For them, maybe it was just an instant, but for him, 10 years had passed. "Very powerful, but I'm confident I can catch up." Superman spoke with certainty before his son. Little Jonathan nodded silently, saying nothing. In his gut, he chose to believe this man's words. Father and son flew to Gotham. Superman stopped, using his supervision combined with super hearing to quickly find someone's hideout. Leading his son and dog, he dove straight into a waterfall. "I don't recall inviting you." Even at home, Batman remained fully suited. He glanced briefly at little Jonathan and Crypto before continuing his work, welding some device. I want to learn some martial arts. Do you have time to teach me? I remember you know many martial techniques." Superman said awkwardly. Batman put down his welding torch, raised his head, and looked Superman up and down until he felt uncomfortable. "You want to learn martial arts? Unbelievable. Have you lost your powers?" "Sorry to disappoint, all the powers are still there." "Then did you take the wrong pills?" Superman remained silent. Batman looked at this old friend as if seeing him for the first time. Even with his brilliant mind, he couldn't figure out the connections behind this. But his attention was quickly drawn to little Jonathan and Crypto. "This child is my son, little Jonathan Kent." Batman fell silent. His first reaction was similar to Thea's, wild son showing up, etc. But he wasn't that gossipy. After a brief thought, "Let your son play with Damien for a while. Since you're sincerely wanting to learn human martial arts, follow me." He signaled Damien, emerging from the shadows, to take little Jonathan aside, then led Superman away. Chapter 695, Chapter 694, First Meeting of Extraordinary Twins. Two cape-wearing men strolled ahead while two small figures slowly followed behind. "Did you encounter some unbeatable enemy?" Batman really couldn't figure out Superman's purpose for coming. Surely he wasn't trying to promote Earth martial arts. "Yeah, Thea came to see me earlier. She said Earth has been targeted by a supervillain." Batman's face was grave and expressionless. Superman continued. "She's in a really low mood right now. The enemy is unimaginably strong." Thinking about the other world's Batman dying, he held back from mentioning it. "Understood. I'll train you as quickly as possible." Batman stated calmly while leading the way, a faint, satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. Superman's expression was a bit pained, but for the sake of improving his combat power, he forced a smile. Little did he know this was the beginning of a nightmare. Batman led him into a room filled with red sun radiation. Feel it. Your powers are suppressed here. Time is precious, let's begin. As soon as Batman finished speaking, he punched him right in the face. In the far corner of the room, two kids sat 5 meters apart, occasionally hearing screams from inside, along with instructions like, plant your feet, keep your body straight, and, one fist forward, one back, don't throw all your body weight into it. Damian naturally knew who Superman was, but still tilted his chin up arrogantly and asked casually, is that big guy in there your dad? Having grown up away from his parents and lived alone in a strange environment for 10 years, little Jonathan was no pushover. Fear of strangers was just a manifestation of high alertness. Facing Damian's provocation, he returned fire. Is that dark guy your dad? Does he have any superpowers? You. Damian was momentarily speechless, like an angry little lion. He shot back, you have superpowers, right? Dare to compete with me. Little Jonathan gave him a look reserved for fools. In the wilderness, meaningless battles were the stupidest thing. He didn't understand Thea and Superman's earlier fight, they were just so powerful, stronger than all the warriors combined from his previous world. He didn't dare mock them. With a sense of intellectual superiority, little Jonathan glanced smugly at Damian, then deliberately turned his head away. This timeline's Damian had been trained by Thea for 2 years and spent over a year with Raven. Dealing with these two kind-faced but black-hearted people for so long had rubbed off on him. Seeing little Jonathan wouldn't fight, but instead was surveying the Batcave's high-tech equipment, he immediately judged this guy was a country bumpkin. Broadband oscillation device. When little Jonathan looked at a black device, Damian introduced it with great satisfaction. Batwing. Satellite navigation system. Anti-radiation lined armor. Damian was like a competent tour guide, constantly introducing his family's various high-tech equipment. While introducing, he mentally looked down on little Jonathan. This guy looked sharp but had seen nothing. What backwoods did this wild man crawl out of? His guess was actually pretty accurate. Little Jonathan had drifted to a post-nuclear war-like world. If Crypto, searching for Kryptonian traces, hadn't found him immediately, he might not have survived. Rich life experience but severely lacking knowledge and perspective, that world had no systematic technology reserves, just patchwork products that looked far inferior to Batcave weapons. The two half-grown children gradually warmed to each other. Little Jonathan looked at a nearly 3-meter-tall black suit of armor in the distance and asked curiously, what's that? This thing had similarities to some armor he'd seen in the wasteland world, just with more profound craftsmanship and intimidating appearance. Ah. Damian hesitated but still spoke. My father named it the Anti-Thea armor. The name Thea wasn't entirely unfamiliar to little Jonathan, his parents had introduced her earlier, and his current clothes and cape were gifts. But little Jonathan's deeper impression was of her punch creating a sand sea thousands of meters wide. Respect the strong, remember their names, this was an iron law of wasteland survival. Little Jonathan's mindset hadn't shifted to peacetime yet. His thoughts raced. His gaze flicked to Damian. The Thea you're talking about is a blonde with green eyes, right? Your enemies. Damian was surprised. This bumpkin had also met Big Sister Thea. With a strange expression, he countered, how could we be? Big Sister Thea is like my real sister. Little Jonathan's face was full of confusion, completely puzzled. Even not understanding this world, this dark armor clearly wasn't sending friendly signals. His little brain couldn't figure out the relationship between his family and these two groups. Were they enemies or friends? Or were these two families enemies while his was neutral? Little Jonathan pondered with his worldview for ages without sorting it out. But that didn't stop him from gathering information. Little Jonathan said carefully, that pretty sister seems really powerful. My dad couldn't beat her. Your armor. Damian knew he was being provoked, but a kid's desire to show off made him leak some of his dad's secrets. Ha! Big Sister is very powerful, but our armor isn't weak either. See the probes on both sides of the armor's head? They have high-speed targeting systems 10,000 times faster than human reflexes, with supercomputer ballistic simulation and modeling calculations, 90% hit rate. The entire armor is made from minerals collected from Pluto, reforged with special techniques adding rare metals. Its hardness exceeds Earth's current superalloys by 150 times. The armor's left wrist has a black hole generator installed. Using all the armor's energy, it creates a black hole lasting 30 seconds that can absorb all light. And Damian kept spouting terms Jonathan couldn't understand, earning looks of incomprehension and awe. The two kids passed the afternoon in idle chatter. The training room door finally opened. Superman emerged beaten black and blue. Little Jonathan was about to help him when Superman's face magically returned to normal. The feeling of having power again is so good. Superman looked back at the little red room with lingering fear. Even from outside, the red glow was painful to see. Little Jonathan glanced around and whispered, "Dad, I'll tell you a secret." Chapter 696, Chapter 695, Kara's graduation ceremony, bonus chapter for 50 power stones. Hearing the secret his son had uncovered, Superman struggled to hold back laughter, his face turning red from the effort. Seeing his father showing signs of illness, little Jonathan grabbed a stick from nearby. In his experience, overly excited people could usually be snapped out of it with one good whack. Superman ignored his son's little gesture, smiling as he explained. "That guy in the black cape, he's got issues here." He pointed to his head. He patted his son's shoulder. "Anti-Thea armor, you're sure that's the name? Finally not anti-Superman anymore. I'm dying here." Seeing that little Jonathan still couldn't let it go, Superman added, "Don't worry, the black cape, Thea, and I are all good friends. You can safely be friends with Damian. Their family, father and son, are good people." Superman wanted to say Batman's whole family were good people, but thinking of Talia and Ra's al Ghul, he quickly changed his wording. For the next few days, both father-son pairs ate and slept in the Batcave. Alfred the butler delivered meals on schedule. Superman's combat ability remained unchanged, but his fighting technique began rapidly improving. He didn't need to learn Batman's 127 martial arts, just distill from his training, beatings, a fighting style suited to himself and call it a success. Meanwhile, Damian and little Jonathan's friendship gradually built. How do two boys build friendship together? Fight, of course. Damian, trained by Thea for 2 years with both magic and martial arts, beat Jonathan, whose superpowers came and went, into the ground. But in aerial combat, he was defeated. Thea had once given him a flying mount captured on an alien planet, a crested head, colorful stripes on its body, and a 20-meter, 65-foot, wingspan. With her naming difficulties, Thea directly called it Phantom Drake. Damian took the title Phantom Rider, but unfortunately, even though this Drake was at the top of its planet's food chain, it couldn't match Krypto. As a veteran member of the House of El, originally Superman's pet and now Jonathan's, Krypto was a genuine old dog. No matter how formidable, the Phantom Drake was still just a beast, it was no match for the overpowered Kryptonian dog. Time passed swiftly. 7 days flew by. The Superman father-son duo said goodbye to the Batman father-son duo. Superman sent his son back to his wife, he had to go improve his combat power. Martial arts training just made him more agile. The amount of energy was his foundation. After saying goodbye to his wife and son, Superman flew directly into the sun. He'd race against time to absorb energy. Unaware of Batman targeting her, with her own slot in the Anti-X series armor finally secured, Thea pulled Diana on a road trip across America. Having just hung up a call, Damian had earnestly requested she find another flying beast on the phone. After a little probing, Thea figured out the kid's purpose, he wanted to find a beast to compete with Krypto. This really stumped the young miss. To beat Krypto, you'd need at least a giant dragon-level creature. While she was puzzling over this, another call came to her phone. After a lot of ahaya responses, she hung up and turned to Diana. Kara's attending her graduation ceremony. Want to go watch? Diana quite liked the adorable girl. Since they were wandering anyway, anywhere was fine. Let's go. The two reached National City. Supergirl had lived in this city for several years. The Danvers family and Superman all hoped she'd continue studying, but Kara really wasn't that type. Though Earth calculus was as easy as addition and subtraction to Kryptonians, the naturally study-averse Supergirl still resisted school. Now with graduation approaching, Kara planned to work directly, nothing would make her study anymore. Ignoring math and physics, she chose the same profession as Superman, journalism after graduation. Everyone was familiar. Thea and Diana didn't bring gifts, just knocked on the door. Come in, come in. Seeing the two beautiful big sisters, Kara was pretty happy. You were vague on the phone asking us to help with something. What is it? Thea sat on the sofa with some amusement and asked. Kara removed her dorky glasses very seriously. Graduation outfit. I want to wear something that shows my personality. Hee hee. Diana covered her mouth and laughed. I can't help with this, ask Thea. She has experience. The young miss did have experience, she'd studied through her doctorate. She naturally took on the senior advisor role. The bachelor's gown and cap were identical. Kara's university was always known for strict academic standards, they wouldn't do crazy attention-grabbing outfits at graduation. Removing the standard gown and cap, the highlights showing personality were in the accessories. With shares in several global jewelry and fashion conglomerates, Thea's fashion vision always stayed ahead of the times. Diana could also provide many suggestions combining traditional aesthetics with modern art. Even if uncertain, they could call for help. No designer on Earth would dare refuse the young Mrs. call. Hairstyle, headpiece, necklace, watch, everything confirmed. Kara was delighted with her look. Even she thought following Thea's design made her look even prettier. She couldn't be happier. 5 minutes later, her joy evaporated. Thea held up her shoes, a bit stumped. Kara usually wore flat shoes, the occasional heeled pairs were chunky heels or wedges. This girl had never worn stilettos. Wearing chunky or even flat shoes to graduation wasn't impossible, just lost points overall. Kara thought about it, once in a lifetime. Decision made, learn. I'll walk a couple steps for you. Watch carefully. More model than any model, Diana quickly changed into 10 cm, 4-inch, stilettos, walking with elegant grace. Each step was slow and steady, ensuring Kara could see clearly. Thea had long since lost the awkwardness of her learning days. The Soul Divine Seat's strength enhancement was minimal, speed was the main improvement. She was now confident she could race the Flash. Able to move at high speed, her balance was terrifying. Wearing heels was like walking on flat ground, she even did a flip for Kara's shocked eyes. After the two beautiful sisters demonstrated, it was Kara's turn. Supergirl nervously put on the stilettos. The two women supported her for a couple steps. Doesn't seem that hard. You can let go. Kara puffed her cheeks, cheering herself on. Thea and Diana exchanged glances and simultaneously let go. Then they witnessed a horrifying scene. With screams of "ah! Ah!" Kara went headfirst to the floor. The girl was probably nervous and didn't control her strength, she directly smashed a human-shaped crater into the floor. Chapter 697, Chapter 696, The New Continent Plan. Faced with this horrific scene, Diana covered half her face while Thea twitched, struggling to hold back laughter. She was afraid she might burst out laughing. Birds of a feather flocked together, Diana had been enjoying the spectacle for quite a while before remembering she should help Kara up. Without realizing she was also smiling, Diana shot her lover an exasperated look. Together, they pulled the miserable-looking Supergirl from the large, person-shaped crater. Well, at least she didn't punch straight through the floor into the basement. Hee hee. Thea said, barely containing herself. She quickly looked up at the sky to divert her attention. Stop it. Diana swatted her lightly. Fortunately, Supergirl was too dejected to notice their antics. After this little incident, the training continued. Thea explained the techniques Lady Shiva had once taught her, including how to control the calf muscles and apply pressure with the feet. When framed as a kind of leg technique with combat applications, Kara, a natural-born warrior, understood immediately. After some practice, going from slow walking to fast walking, she looked reasonably competent. The graduation ceremony went smoothly. Though Kara dressed fashionably, her thick-rimmed glasses obscured most of it. Overall, she'd gone from very dorky to just somewhat dorky. As for finding a job afterward, Thea didn't get involved. Kara knew she had connections but didn't ask for help. The spirited young woman joined the job-hunting masses with full enthusiasm. The two women flew through the air, watching the bustling crowds below. Ordinary people didn't know about Darkseid, but they had plenty of troubles of their own. Everyone's got their struggles, life is tough. I'm heading back to New Genesis first. I've thought of a way that might avoid massive casualties, Thea said with determination. Diana said nothing, simply embracing her lover to show her support. These past few days, Thea had been contemplating one thing: if the battle took place on Earth, the destructive power of the superheroes and divine beings would be catastrophic. Never mind anything else, just Steppenwolf, that blockhead, constantly smashing things with his axe. Most planets couldn't withstand that kind of abuse. If the global economy was destroyed, all her years of effort would go down the drain. Keeping the enemy beyond the gate sounds easy, but fighting on an alien world would be ideal. Unfortunately, Darkseid wouldn't negotiate politely. He had no diplomacy, no need for probing, his battle strategy was simply to throw his entire army forward in a direct assault. Once the fighting started on Earth, avoiding damage would be nearly impossible. This dilemma had troubled her for days. After much deliberation, Thea finally decided to establish a higher dimensional plane above Earth. New Genesis and Apocalypse existed above numerous parallel timelines. Thea's plan was to construct a continent just slightly above Earth One's dimensional plane. When Darkseid's forces arrived, they'd be intercepted by this plane. The superheroes, human military, and New Genesis forces could engage the enemy there, perfect. As for why not build it higher, first, there was the matter of ability. Creating dimensional planes was far more difficult than opening subspaces. Second, she could only bite off what she could chew. Protecting Earth One would be fortunate enough, other timelines would have to fend for themselves. If her plane's dimension was too high, above all parallel timelines, then Darkseid invading any reality would encounter her. Constant battles, big and small, she'd go insane. Call her selfish, call her prioritizing the few over the many, whatever. She was doing it anyway. The plan was set, but how to build it? Easier said than done. After continuous thought and planning, she finally produced a detailed strategy. First, obtain a golden apple from Hera and trace it back to its origins, transforming it into a seed. Plant this seed in the African grasslands, anchor a 10,000 times time acceleration spell on it, and artificially create a pseudo-world tree to support the new plane. Then return to New Genesis, gather all the mages of the Magic Legion, draw a massive magic circle connecting everyone's magical power, and cast an unprecedented legendary level wish spell. Regarding her commandeering the new gods for private projects, Highfather pretended not to notice. He even observed with interest. Immense, indescribable magical power coalesced into a magical cloud covering all of New Genesis. Through the spell's power, a trace of creation force was born from the magic. Using the collective will stored in her scales of order as a guide, Thea began the extremely difficult task of constructing the new plane. Oxygen was essential. All rules had to perfectly match Earth standards. The plane had to be sturdy. And finally, the area had to be vast enough. With over 1 million mages working for 10 days, they created a continent resembling North America. She named it the New Continent. The new plane was barren, without a trace of life. Thea was somewhat disappointed. She'd hoped to glimpse the mysteries of creation, but magic ultimately had its limitations. No matter how much magical power was accumulated, it couldn't trigger a qualitative change. The result wasn't perfect, but regardless, she now had a battlefield. To make the battlefield suitable for human survival, she had more work to do. She connected it to the green, the red, and the rot to maintain a natural cycle. Then she had a long discussion with Moira. They needed to mobilize the military and scientists to develop and build this place. Moira set aside an entire day to hear Thea's detailed explanation of the plan dubbed New Continent. This was a major undertaking, so she brought in several absolutely top-level government and military officials to discuss it together. The public explanation obviously couldn't be, an evil overlord is coming to invade, so we're preparing a battlefield in advance to avoid destroying Earth's environment. Behind closed doors, they worked out an excuse about a holographic simulation game. No need for monster hunting or leveling up, just plant trees, build forests, and establish a few outposts. Building power plants, signal towers, installing weapon launchers, all such matters were handed to the military. The Pentagon welcomed this enthusiastically. When the leaders saw this entirely new continent, Superman's father-in-law General Lane was somewhat dumbfounded. This place was huge. It's so barren here. Is there really going to be an alien invasion? The old general surveyed the area, nothing but rocks and dirt as far as the eye could see, not a trace of life. He asked half skeptically. Of course. And it won't be just one or two, it'll be a massive army led by the most evil being. The footage I showed you earlier was from another parallel timeline they conquered. If we don't prepare in advance, our outcome won't be any better. When I left that timeline, Earth's population of 7 billion had been reduced to less than 80 million. Human civilization regressed at least 100 years. Landscapes were devastated, natural disasters were constant, I don't even know what deeper environmental impacts there might be. To explain parallel timelines to these old politicians, she had to go to great lengths, using illustrations and facts to lay out the reasoning. She scared the high-level officials pale. Chapter 698, Chapter 697, Humanity Needs Magic. Moira and Vice President Swanwick were visiting for the first time. The group sat in Thea's manifested aircraft, looking down from the sky. This brand new continent was an excellent supplement for Earth's exploding population, except it was enormous. Thea, this place is too vast. Developing it with just America's resources would be painfully slow. We need several of the world's major powers working together, Moira said, identifying the issue precisely. Whether for pre-war development or post-war division of benefits, hogging everything wasn't appropriate. Thea had no objections. The continent was now anchored, its basic atmospheric environment designed entirely according to Earth specifications. After the war, it could serve as an excellent destination to relieve population pressure, though the Mars terraforming project would require even more work. After touring the high-level officials around, Thea established a permanent teleportation array between the original Earth and the new continent. Personnel and supplies could flow through here from now on. Initially, they'd use the holographic simulation game excuse to trick soldiers and scientists into doing infrastructure work. When to tell the truth later, or whether to tell it at all, was a matter for politicians. She couldn't manage that far ahead for now. Moira would negotiate with other governments. Whether they believed in the enemy invasion or not, having an extra continent to control meant countless resources to exploit. With the mindset of those politicians, they'd make the right choice. After finishing with the government, Thea still had to coordinate with the superheroes. In the Hall of Justice conference room, several superheroes listened to her describe the coming threat. This time, to gather broad input, she'd not only brought Superman, who was in seclusion, sleeping, in the sun, but also pulled in the Flash and Aquaman. Looking at the 7 people in the room including herself, Thea felt speechless. She remembered that in the original timeline, this should have been Batman's job. When did it become hers? Especially seeing Batman completely oblivious, sitting there expressionless waiting to hear the story, she was utterly baffled. Clearing her throat lightly, "Everyone, time is tight. I've gathered you all here for this matter." She went on to describe her experiences on Earth too. The Flash, having been there personally, also shared his perspective. Batman died. An old man put on the Batsuit. Even the usually impassive Batman showed some emotion. Superman had mentioned the other timeline to him, but he hadn't expected that world's Bruce to have sacrificed himself while his own father wore his suit. For an instant, he was distracted, though he quickly suppressed it. Thea glanced at the Flash, who gestured for her to continue. "We won't discuss this old man's true identity, but he deserves respect. 70 years old, taking drugs that ravaged his body, all to fulfill a promise. I think, you have a right to know about this." Seeing the atmosphere growing heavy, Diana tossed out a massive sword. "It's not just you who died in that world, I died too, killed by this sword. Superman also died." Her topic change was fairly successful. Superman had known this story already, but the Martian Manhunter, Aquaman, and Batman didn't. They finally realized how serious the situation was. This wasn't some minor skirmish, it was a genuine war. Atlantis in that world was destroyed too. Aquaman, attending his first meeting, wasn't as sunny and talkative as the Flash. He had a subtle distance from the others. If Thea hadn't personally invited him, he wouldn't have wanted to come. That's right. In that world, Steppenwolf's first wave hit Metropolis, then he swept through Themyscira and Atlantis. From what I saw, there were very few survivors. The heroes fell silent, the atmosphere growing tense again. From Thea's words, it wasn't hard to judge that the superheroes in that world had been nearly annihilated. Though she mentioned some new generation heroes rising up, the old guard being completely crushed was an undeniable fact. "So you established the new continent plan? You want to win this battle on that continent?" Batman was the first to recover, continuing with his deadpan expression. "Yes. The scale of this battle will be extraordinarily vast. It won't just be us few fighting. The new God's army, the human military, Atlantis' forces, I'm even planning to seek reinforcements from the Guardians of the Universe." Everyone in the room except Diana, who knew her plan, wore blank expressions. "Hey, quite an ambitious plan." Batman nodded with a half-smile, meaning he couldn't help and she should handle it herself. Thea had no choice. Pulling in more allies would definitely increase their chances. Putting all her hopes on Highfather defeating Darkseid really wasn't the best strategy. Wide connections, many resources, that had become her trademark. Rallying as many people as possible to help was her main strategy. The meeting ended quickly. It was more of a briefing session. Thea had also established a teleportation gate at the Hall of Justice, and several superheroes planned to go take a look. Barren. Lifeless. That was everyone's first impression of the continent. "There's too little water here," Aquaman said, looking around somewhat gloomily. In fact, it wasn't just too little, there was almost none. Various minerals were easy to create, but water, the source of life, couldn't be produced in large quantities by her legendary wish spell. The small amount of water that existed had been carried over by the green. "I've left open spaces on both the east and west sides of the continent. Mara's water manipulation abilities should be able to control water from Earth's side, right? I remember Atlantis also has some technology for creating fresh water. Either way, the water problem is yours to handle." Thea was swamped with work and decided to leave water creation to the professionals. The Flash also made a good suggestion. He'd captured a metahuman called Weather Wizard in Central City who could be brought here to make it rain. Good idea. If we can increase rainfall and transform the environment, the government will issue that metahuman a pardon. This is your responsibility. Thea didn't take the law seriously at all, leaving the Flash somewhat speechless, though he had no grounds to criticize. Everyone split up to handle their tasks. Diana was also visiting the continent for the first time. She carefully sensed it. The magical energy on this continent seems. Thea smiled. This is a continent constructed entirely from magical power. There's bound to be some residual magical energy. This is an opportunity for humanity. You want to bring magic to Earth's people? Diana knew the might of her magic legion. Tens of thousands of fireballs raining down from the sky, few could withstand that. It's impossible. Time is too short, and many people have no aptitude at all. I can't awaken bloodlines one by one. However, Thea looked like a cunning little fox. If a child is born on this continent, they'll have a high probability of possessing magical talent. If the powerful don't want their descendants falling behind, they'll have to relocate to this continent. And naturally, they'll bring their advanced equipment and personnel with them. Chapter 699, Chapter 698, How the Literary Arts Godhood Helps Earth. Doing this will disrupt Earth's current order. Once metahumans become widespread, have you considered the consequences? Batman, who'd been observing from nearby, voiced strong opposition. Thea's expression didn't change. She'd anticipated Batman's objection. In fact, she'd spent days deliberating over bringing magic to humanity. Humans were different from the new gods. The new gods had lofty, noble goals and would die heroically for them. Earth people, lacking reverence and spiritual anchors, well, that was another story. The spread of magic would definitely generate negative incidents. Conflicts between original Earth people and new continent people, conflicts between magic wielders and governments, breaking the existing class structure to add a new one, possibly even a ruling class. From a sociological perspective, it definitely wasn't good. She could block this continent's magical energy at the source. Forget newborns, even high-level mages couldn't absorb a trace of magic under her seal. After repeated consideration, though, she abandoned that idea. The children of the powerful and influential would reach new heights, but the far more numerous ordinary people's children would have the same opportunity. Overall, it was fairly fair. To attract those in power to bring everything they owned and come to the new continent wholeheartedly, she had to open magic to them. Magic's allure was completely irresistible. Even knowing they'd be gambling everything, they'd still come. Bruce, I'm fully aware of your concerns. Do you think I'm not worried? My mother, my brother, both could be harmed because of this. I don't want extraordinary powers to spread either, but the scenarios you're predicting would take at least 10 years, maybe 20. I don't have the energy to worry about things that might happen that far in the future. We only have 6 months, maybe less than a year. If Earth doesn't unite all the forces it can, and the population drops from 7 billion to 80 million, wouldn't that outcome be even harder to accept? What do you think we should do? Mobilize the power of democracy to resist Darkseid. Have Congress vote on what moves we superheroes should use in battle. Those few people need to see profit in it before they'll mobilize all their resources. You can't reason with them, it's all about interests. Thea spoke with bitter sarcasm. Just yesterday, some Pentagon personnel proposed establishing a Mars outpost. An outpost. How laughable. They want to run. My mother shut them all down. Batman was somewhat at a loss for words. Even with his brilliant mind, he couldn't escape this paradox. He was past 40, long past the age of hot-blooded idealism. He'd seen the faces of those in power too many times. Thea continued, I'll probably die. Superman will die. You'll likely die too. If we're all gone, perhaps the children born here in these 6 months will become the main resistance force of the future. Without waiting for Batman's agreement, she went on. Initially, we'll use the holographic simulation excuse for migration, but people aren't stupid. I estimate the truth will be exposed within a month. I need the news media controlled by Wayne Corporation to cooperate with publicity. Batman gave her an odd look. Did I agree to this? I'm not your secretary. Thea's next statement made his teeth itch with frustration. This is the government's decision. If you need it, my mother can also sign a presidential order. Is the government your family business? Batman suppressed his anger, barely refraining from asking that question. A direct government order left him with no good options. Thea's lovely nose made a sound like a snort. When dealing with someone like Batman who had extensive holdings, government orders worked better than legendary magic. Late that night, the two women lay in bed. Diana asked with some disbelief, what you told Batman during the day, wasn't that too pessimistic? I think Highfather is unimaginably powerful. Can't he resist Darkseid? Thea burrowed her head into Diana's embrace. The soft feeling was wonderful. After becoming a goddess, Diana had developed in the directions of smooth, soft, and fair. Plus being a size larger than Thea, the comfort was indescribable. Ah. You only saw Highfather's strength, not Darkseid's cunning. Highfather is too rule-abiding. We can't place all our hopes on him. Thea sighed, then pinched a certain cherry. Diana was somewhat annoyed. Being playful at such a serious time, her left hand formed a claw shape and grabbed back fiercely. Miss Queen couldn't help but cry out. Our divine power recovers too slowly. I don't feel like my combat ability has improved much from before. Diana swatted away the wandering hand on her chest. Thea restrained herself a bit, her interest waning. No choice. Rest a few days, absorb the trace elements in the air, and magical power recovers. Divine power is different from magical power, it's notoriously slow to recover. That's why the new gods rest for a century or more after one battle. Divine power recovers slowly. Part of Darkseid's reason for attacking before fully recovering is this, right? He has more godhoods, so his total divine power naturally recovers faster than mine. Even fighting with a split body, he has a high probability of winning. That's his real purpose. Thea understood clearly. The evil overlord's scheme was an open conspiracy, but she still had to engage. Highfather giving her the literary arts godhood that day served two purposes, rewarding her achievements and helping her recover faster. With 4 godhoods, large, medium, and small, plus Diana, Superman, and the Martian Manhunter as allies, she could barely fight Darkseid's split body. Sensing her lover's low mood, Diana's jade-like fingers gently caressed down from her chest, along the smooth, delicate abdomen, past the round navel, then continued downward. To hell with Darkseid. Thea held Diana's chin with one hand and kissed her directly. Attack where the enemy must defend, with both hands in play. Her other hand wasn't idle either, counterattacking. What are the odds you can beat me? Diana's eyes rippled with desire, ready to overflow. 50-50. Whether the battle truly was 50-50, only the two goddesses knew. At dawn, Diana went to practice martial arts alone. Divine power increased extremely slowly. She needed to familiarize herself with every subtle change in her body under the enhancement of godhood and divine power. Thea sat in her office sighing. She had a pile of godhoods, each emphasizing different aspects, agility, intelligence, wisdom, but not one that added stamina. After battling all night, her 4 godhoods couldn't quite withstand Diana's 2. This simply wouldn't do. However, at a certain indescribable peak during the battle, she suddenly thought of a new use for the literary arts godhood. Earth definitely couldn't train mages now. Spellbreakers, soul walkers, all impossible. But they could train bards. The entertainment industry here was so developed, artists everywhere. Just grab a few, have them learn on the new continent, utilize their professional skills, singing songs, playing instruments, creating art in battle, all could significantly boost combat power. However, the initial, middle, and even later stage work couldn't rely on her to negotiate. First, she was busy. Second, it didn't look good. Thea quickly wrote her requirements on a sticky note, then called in her secretary and handed it to her. Arrange for all my film companies, entertainment companies, and talent agencies to select people according to my requirements. The secretary looked at the note and was somewhat stunned. I understand looking for Hollywood stars, but you want people from the San Fernando Valley too. Chapter 700, Chapter 699, Finding a Teacher. Why not? There might be talent in the San Fernando Valley too. You know the crisis Earth is facing. Thea's gaze drifted as she looked at her secretary. The secretary was one of the few in the company who knew about the coming evil invasion. Miss Queen thought for a moment. To avoid damaging my reputation as a superhero, handle this under CEO Felicity Smoke's name. That woman's off playing somewhere with Ray Palmer, who knows where. Even though she'd handled countless problems for Luther, the secretary still felt the sticky note weighed 1,000 pounds in her hand, her steps unsteady. Having delegated the major trouble to her subordinate, Miss Queen felt refreshed. However, the training issue still required her consideration. As the god of literary arts, her artistic attributes had reached maximum value. Diana had already told her, specifically, last night, that her every expression now carried deep artistic resonance. But asking her to personally train those actors, singers, and artists, she simply didn't have time. Thea also couldn't pull a bard from New Genesis for on-site instruction. She could only cultivate a teacher from Earth's existing mages. The candidate selection was tricky. After all, they'd been training as proper mages, switching to bard was somewhat of a trap. She passed over several subordinates. Just switching classes wasn't enough. This person had to have presence, be able to command a crowd of stars, and most critically, have thick skin and not care about worldly criticism. Wait, there was someone perfect for this. A simple divination spell, and Thea quickly found her target. Constantine. Nickname, Scumbag Khan. Thick-skinned, powerful, clever, cunning, and most importantly, beneath his slovenly appearance, he actually had a strong sense of the bigger picture. She snapped her left-hand fingers. Sky-blue light flashed, and 2 layers of light flickered across Constantine, who was thousands of miles away in Metropolis. Unfortunately, against absolute power, his caution didn't buy him even 1 extra second. Like the specter casually teleporting Miss Queen, she could teleport ordinary mages without much effort. Constantine's reaction was lightning fast. He immediately surveyed his surroundings. When he saw Thea, his expression showed annoyance, though he quickly concealed it with exaggerated British court gestures. Oh, Your Majesty the Queen, what orders do you have for this humble subject? Thea ignored his antics and spoke gravely. John Constantine, do you know that Earth is about to face a great calamity? She'd lost count of how many times she'd told people the dark side story. Constantine wore a perfunctory smile. Thea continued, I know your usual principle, magic is magic, mundane is mundane. But Constantine, before the evil overlord, there's no boundary between magic and mundane. Your magical attainments are excellent, even world-class, but before that evil, you're just a stronger ant. Heh heh. Constantine lowered his head with a light laugh. Using magic, he conjured a grimy chair and sat down heavily. Your explanation is vague and incomplete. Why would such a formidable villain target Earth? It's because you lot, or specifically you, superheroes running around playing hero attracted him, right? Thea avoided the topic. Don't dirty my office. She blew a breath, no spell, no incantation, just a gentle breeze that directly reverted Constantine's chair to its original magical energy. Their understanding of magic was on completely different levels. Constantine dropped his smirk, pulled out a small knife with his left hand, and quickly moved it toward his right. Blood sacrifice. Unfortunately, his movements, however fast, couldn't exceed human limits. To Thea, it looked like slow motion. Blood sacrifice. You really won't rest until you've dirted my office, will you? Fine, let's talk somewhere else. She didn't want her office covered in blood stains, disgusting to look at. She directly activated teleportation, taking Constantine to the new continent. All right, this place is very short on water. If you want to irrigate the earth, you can start now. Thea spread her hands, gesturing for him to begin his performance. Constantine wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't bleed for no reason. Faced with Thea's teleportation, he really had no solution. No matter how many techniques he mastered, without sufficient power, it was useless. The disorientation from teleportation quickly faded. Following habit, he first surveyed his surroundings, immediately noticing the problem. The magical energy here. Thea had anticipated his perceptiveness. If I told you I created this continent with magic, you probably wouldn't believe me. I don't need to prove anything to you. I just want to say, humanity's magical age is returning, whether you support it or not. Created with magical power. Constantine's first reaction was disbelief. Nonsense. Even observing with magical sight, he couldn't see the edge of this continent. He didn't believe the gap between them was that vast. This wasn't magical at all. He pulled out a cigarette of indeterminate brand, lit it, took a light drag, squeezed his forehead with his left hand, and within a minute had sorted out the connections. What exactly do you want me for? I'm not joining you superheroes fighting bad guys. Thea had compiled all her ideas about bards, training methods, and spells from low to high levels into a light sphere and tossed it to Constantine. Of course, as a jack-of-all-trades profession, a bard's high-level spells were only mid to upper level among mages. Benefiting from the superhero's good reputation, Constantine hesitated briefly but still sent his mental power into it to examine the contents. The bard's low-level spells didn't impress him. He just found this method of using beautiful sounds to cast spells somewhat like spirit words. But facing several high-level bard spells, his expression finally changed. He couldn't cast these spells. Beneath his casual exterior, Constantine revered knowledge. The more knowledgeable someone was, the more they could see this light sphere's value. Thea hadn't just detailed the casting process and effects, she'd also simplified them to her level of understanding. If given time to research these high-level spells, even without using singing methods, he felt he could cast them. But the methodology was priceless. Many scientific breakthroughs hinged on methodology. With just a glance, Constantine felt many long troubling problems seemed to have new solutions. But now he was even more confused. Why give him this knowledge? There had to be a catch. He chose to ask directly. Your knowledge exceeds mine 100-fold. I'd be useless against enemies you can't beat. How can I help you? Constantine truly didn't think he could be of use. She had money, power, and now her only advantage, knowledge, she surpassed him by 100 times. You can't possibly want me to investigate someone as a private detective, right? Chapter 701, Chapter 700, Excellent People's Teacher Constantine. Thea certainly wouldn't say she couldn't show her face and was worried about her reputation, so she'd taken a fancy to his thick skin. She cleared her throat. I need to do a lot of preparatory work, strengthening myself, coordinating allies, preparing the battlefield. I need you to be a teacher for a while, teaching this knowledge to students. Constantine was both amused and exasperated. He'd worked countless jobs, carrying sacks at docks, serving plates at bars, and due to his going both ways, he'd visited some peculiar establishments. But a teacher? That was a first. Pointing at his own nose, me. What am I teaching? Thea said nothing, just gestured at the light sphere. The meaning was clear, teach this. You gave me this to learn so I could teach. I knew there was no free lunch. Teach whom? This knowledge wasn't difficult for Constantine. His position in the magical world was like Batman who'd learned 127 martial arts. He had experience with all magical schools worldwide, just limited by total magical power and how strongly he could use them. This barred inheritance was summarized by Thea in accessible terms, just slightly harder than a dummy's guide. Constantine had no problem learning it. Western magic, Eastern mysticism, divination, astrology, blood sacrifice, witchcraft. Having learned dozens of magical schools, one more made no difference. Thea wore an inscrutable smile, a look of "You'll thank me. Your students are all elite. Papa Midnight will notify you shortly." She teleported away directly. Constantine could fight his way through heaven and hell, he could find his own way back. That strange smile. Could these students be people I know? Constantine wasn't in a hurry to return. He leisurely finished his cigarette, then sank his mind back into the mental light sphere, carefully experiencing Thea's insights into magic. That was the truly valuable content. Thea only mentioned to Moira in passing that the magical age was coming. If she made a big announcement to those high-level officials, their paranoia would make them disbelieve. Thea didn't plan to use official channels for this. She started quietly releasing information through the underworld she'd controlled for 2 years. "I heard newborns on the new continent have extraordinary powers." "Where's the new continent?" "Noob, you don't even know about the new continent. Leave the group." Various rumors began circulating in secret. The underworld churned with interrogations, betrayals, and counter-betrayals. More and more information started spreading among certain circles. Human psychology was strange. If you announced it officially, they'd be 120% skeptical. But through rumors, true or false, they'd believe information they'd struggled to obtain. Initially, people approached the new continent with skepticism. "How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Columbus had been dead 500 years, what new continent?" But as several soldiers tricked into doing infrastructure work under the holographic simulation game, Excuse began sharing their stories on social media, more people realized the world seemed to be changing in ways they didn't understand. While ordinary people remained confused, several powerful families rushed pregnant relatives approaching their due dates to the new continent. The Queen family, now part of this class, was naturally included. 14 newborns, one created a small magical vortex at birth due to magical influence. Thea explained it was because they'd spent too little time on the new continent. If they stayed from conception through delivery, the baby's chances of having magical talent would double. This sparked tremendous enthusiasm among the major families. Extraordinary power. They didn't understand magic, they just knew a new force had come into the world. As for suppressing ordinary people's reproduction, making new continent children exclusive to their circle, they could only think about it. Times had changed. Ordinary people weren't fools. These families had been out of the public eye for too long. Such agreements between ruling families would be worthless. Plus, with internal contradictions and conflicts of interest, you might honor the agreement and raise children behind closed doors while your mortal enemy secretly opened reproduction to the masses. In 10 or 20 years, they'd crush you with numbers. No one was stupid. You couldn't block it, you could only co-opt. Thea had already sorted through the connections. As long as she was around, the Queen family's foundation was unshakable. The rest, as long as they didn't cause trouble, they could fight freely. One less if one died. Though she considered these people dead weight, they'd controlled global lifelines for years. The energy they collectively unleashed sent a powerful signal to the vague middle class. To curry favor with Thea, they also contributed their artistic resources. Though unspoken, the implication was clear: you could use these people for biochemical experiments if you wanted. They're all yours. This left Felicity, returning from vacation, completely baffled to find her living room filled with stars wearing ingratiating smiles. When did I become the Queen of Hollywood? How did I not know? She frantically called her friend Thea. After hanging up, former hacker Felicity still felt absurdly confused. Her new boyfriend, the lovable goofball Ray Palmer, was also sneaking glances at several stars he'd only seen in adult films. Virtuous in art and morals, truly accurate. Dressed, he almost didn't recognize them. What was this? Acting skill. Faced with the two goofballs looking at them like rare animals, the crowd didn't dare act out. Instead, they wore respectful smiles. They'd rushed back from all corners because they'd received sternly worded notices: "You must come, unless you want to die." A few who stubbornly refused were forcefully suppressed. Seeing what happened to those who stuck their necks out, everyone came to Felicity's with the expression of people heading to execution. Actually, professions like sculpture and painting related to the arts, but they were too slow to be effective. By the time they carved a statue, the battle would be over. Thea's bards mainly targeted singers and actors. Felicity understood the assignment well and ran the selection process at full capacity. Those selected didn't know their future, those not selected weren't particularly relieved either. Everyone was completely in the dark. From start to finish, no one explained anything. They came confused and left confused. Even if sold, they wouldn't know where they were going. Despite this bizarre situation, few escaped midway. These people had fought their way through fame and fortune, they were all shrewd. Just for this selection, all major companies received notices to halt the global entertainment industry. Such tremendous power wouldn't target just a few artists. They had that much self-awareness. Several sharp ones were speculating about the puppet master's true intentions. Mental tests, magical power tests, aptitude tests. After various chaotic examinations, Felicity handed the remaining 500 people to Papa Midnight, who'd come to take over. Papa Midnight teleported this group to the new continent and gave his old friend Constantine a look that said, "You lucky dog." Initially seeing 500 plus people, Constantine was truly shocked. He didn't know he'd be teaching so many. Magical instruction was traditionally small scale, one teacher with 3 students was already a lot. 500 dumped on him at once could kill him from exhaustion. When he saw clearly who these unmasked stars were and recalled Papa Midnight's mysterious smile, his expression turned peculiar. The corners of his mouth curved upward. This teaching job would probably exhaust him to death. But he liked it. Chapter 702, Chapter 701, Constantine's Teaching. The celebrities were all in a dazed state. Where are we? The sky was dark, storm clouds rolled in the distance with faint thunder, the earth was cracked, and there wasn't even a blade of grass. Was this some reality show? Even the most rational among them were completely bewildered. It was too unexpected. The puppet master's background was too overwhelming. Even celebrities who'd attended shooting training hadn't dared bring weapons. Suddenly finding themselves in the middle of nowhere, several small groups quickly formed. More people waited for others to stick their necks out so they could take advantage. Constantine, dressed in rags, initially attracted no attention. Not until a certain celebrity prepared to assign tasks and dispatch people to search the 4 directions for water did anyone notice this guy. Who was this slovenly fellow? The celebrity circle wasn't large, they rarely didn't recognize each other. Who are you? A rather influential male star asked suspiciously. Constantine's principle had always been keeping ordinary people far from magic. Now he knew his principle couldn't hold. To make this group understand their situation and deepen the impression, his lips curved in a smile. He looked at the numerous new students with deep affection and used magic to start the first lesson. Rising air currents lifted him up. The gorgeous female star's astonished gazes gave him unprecedented satisfaction. He showily posed with frost in his left hand and flame in his right. Actually quite handsome to begin with, having cleaned up before coming, Constantine's 7-point looks reached 8 points under the mysterious atmosphere. The Hollywood crowd was well-traveled. Several tried hard to find flaws in Constantine's display. In their view, this was mostly light effects or simple sleight of hand. The San Fernando Valley artists couldn't handle it. They had no stage experience, usually filming indoors. Plus lacking education, many were from poverty or even illegal immigrants, they were completely taken in by Constantine's appearance. Seeing several familiar artists, Scumbag Khan's face couldn't hide his leering expression. He'd originally planned to muddle through for a few days and be done with it. Now he directly changed his mind. This glorious teaching mission, he'd do it until death. Even if Miss Thea tried to drive him away, he wouldn't leave. What's the purpose of bringing us here? We'll obey unconditionally. The leading male star still tried to negotiate and extract more information. Having thrived even in hell, Scumbag Khan's life experience and wisdom exceeded these actors and singers by 10 or 100 times. But he at least remembered his task and pulled out Miss Queen's script. Do you know that Earth is about to face a great calamity? Thea's words from that day, with a few words changed, he repeated to the group. World's end, cosmic evil overlord about to invade Earth. Most people found it absurd, but no one dared rebel. Everyone's eyes turned to several stars with high standing in the industry. These few looked at each other. They were also half-believing. Unlike ordinary stars, they'd worked for years and had deep friendships with their respective bosses. But regarding this assembly, the bosses had been vague, only telling them to obey. When pressed, they didn't know the details either, just knew it was an order from very high up. How high this very high was, these stars who'd reached Hollywood's peak didn't dare speculate. They knew clearly that such high levels could crush them without much effort. We understand. What do you need us to do? Please instruct us. Several represented the 500-plus people in expressing compliance. Smart people. You're truly fortunate. You might learn magic, something previously unimaginable. These people learning magic didn't require bloodline awakening. Too many people, traditional methods definitely wouldn't work. Thea planned an unconventional approach. According to her plan, these Earth bards needed only minimal spellcasting ability. More importantly, they do support work. Constantine also found bloodline awakening troublesome. Following the profession's design, he went directly from their specialties. Singers sang their hearts out, actors performed like drama queens on their own. Leveraging this continent's high magical energy, They could sense magical power in as little as 1 day, as long as 3. Singers and actors were easy to handle. The dozens of virtuous in art and morals artists gave him pause. They definitely weren't singers. They should fall under the performance category, but out here in the wilderness without even a couch, these artists accustomed to indoor performances didn't know where to start. Moreover, their usual crews were just a dozen people. Now with 500 plus on site, they felt inhibited. This highlighted Miss Queen's talent for using people. Constantine knew many spells. To keep everyone undisturbed, he directly cast spells to create barriers for everyone. People couldn't help touching the invisible but tangible air walls beside them, finally believing this wasn't a dream. They all began changing their mindset. When the first singer to sense magical power shouted excitedly, enthusiasm reached its peak. Constantine paid special attention to several artists. They were truly dedicated, under the open sky, shouting at air. The most outstanding few, fully immersed, faintly produced illusion-like effects. Remarkable. Cigarette in mouth, Scumbag Khan observed from nearby, expressing admiration for these dedicated ones. Half a day passed quickly. This group had excellent aptitude and worked hard enough. In one afternoon, a full 50 people successfully sensed magical power, exactly 1/10. Singers were indeed the true path for bards, a full 30. The remaining 10 were actors, 10 were artists. I still have to provide accommodation. I'm definitely charging her for this. After everyone practiced until their voices were hoarse and movements deformed, Constantine called a halt. He summoned his house of mystery. This seemingly dilapidated old house could automatically generate rooms and food based on occupants, a gift from the sage Ock years ago. The celebrities were exhausted. After eating a bit, they lay down in this magically styled house, ending their first day on the new continent. Meanwhile, in Metropolis on Earth, Thea was also discussing arrangements for the remaining performers with Felicity. These eliminated people are limited by aptitude, quite a shame. Since they're idle anyway, let's make a few movies to make ordinary people aware of the danger Earth faces. Felicity had just returned from vacation and been worked like a mule. She was exhausted and kept yawning. Who's the protagonist? Who's the villain? The former hacker asked drowsily. This question stumped Thea. Filming herself and Superman and the others fighting Darkseid would certainly work. But as a divine being, she disliked ordinary people mocking Darkseid. There was a matter of divine dignity here. The evil overlord didn't care if ordinary people spoke his name, he considered it an honor. But connecting his name with entertainment really wasn't a good strategy. Just borrow from Marvel's playbook. Thea picked up a brush. With super speed combined with the art's godhood, she quickly drew several portrait sketches and character designs. She poked the sleeping Felicity sprawled on her desk. The Avengers? Thanos? Did you write this story? Your drawing skills are pretty good. The former hacker didn't know the difference between Darkseid and Thanos, she just knew they were both evil villains coming to invade Earth, and that was enough. Chapter 703, Chapter 702, Return to OA. Get it filmed as fast as possible. Every Hollywood resource is at your disposal. The government won't issue any official statements, but the public has a right to know. Even if we lose, the survivors need to understand that unity is humanity's only path forward. Don't worry, Thea. We're going to win this. The hacker didn't care whether Earth's invaders would be blue or purple giants. She hugged her friend tightly, her eyes resolute. To fulfill her friend's request, Felicity worked the entire Hollywood machine into a frenzy. Casting, set design, everything happening simultaneously. Avengers 1 had to be completed within 3 months, followed by 3 more films over the next 2 months. 1 film per month, shot back to back. 41 production crews running simultaneously. What's that? You're an acclaimed director. You want to pursue your artistic vision. Sorry, we don't need any of that. Treat this like an assembly line. Want to protest? Sure, go ahead. Would you prefer the White House or the Capitol building? Sit-ins, hunger strikes, whatever you want. The heiress had shut down the entire entertainment industry. She was stretched thin, barely eating or sleeping, and these people dared to complain. Every theater pulled their scheduled films, replacing them with propaganda pieces about disaster relief and wilderness survival. Theater owners were furious at first, but after 2 of the loudest complainers got arrested for tax evasion, everyone fell in line. Even the dumbest civilians could sense something unusual in the air. They lived each day in fear, desperately scraping together any information they could find. The tense atmosphere affected everyone. Even criminals scaled back their operations. Who had the energy to rob banks when the world felt like it was holding its breath? They wanted to know what was happening too. Thea had no idea that historians in the distant future would name this year the beginning of a new era, the year magic finally stepped into the public eye. With everything arranged on Earth, she prepared to travel to OA. Her responsibilities were endless, but the first priority for cosmic reinforcements was the Green Lantern Corps. With 3,600 sectors and 2 Green Lanterns per sector, that meant 7,200 members. Add in the reserves, and the numbers easily exceeded 10,000. The Green Lantern Corps would be a crucial force for Earth's defense. She teleported directly to OA and headed straight for the Guardians. Last time she'd visited, she'd been just a minor mage. Now, with divine power radiating from her presence, she'd practically returned as royalty. Guardians, it's been a while. Today Thea wore her divine retribution robes, their sleeves flowing with indescribable divine power. The small blue Guardians' eyes flickered as they exchanged glances. 2 of the original 12 seats stood empty. This had to be the consequence of Ganthet and Sed's defection to form the Blue Lantern Corps. The Guardians themselves had fractured. With the most open-minded and life-cherishing Guardian driven out, this was hardly good news. Indeed it has, Goddess. The Guardian with the largest head confirmed her new status with certainty. Sharp eye, Guardians. This universe is about to face a terrible catastrophe. Are you aware? She employed the ancient strategist's tactic of seizing the initiative, dropping a bombshell first to command attention. Ignoring their wooden expressions, she recounted everything from start to finish, emphasizing Earth-2's tragic fate and how precious little time they had left. The story was lengthy. As she spoke, more and more Green Lanterns were drawn by her impressive appearance and joined the audience. That's the situation. We don't know when Darkseid will attack, but time is running out. Unlike the Earth-2 universe, there's a high probability he'll send an avatar personally this time. This universe needs the Green Lantern Corps' help. Since she'd come to request aid, she didn't throw her weight around despite her superior power. Instead, she maintained a relatively equal stance. Unfortunately, her sincere appeal received no positive response. The large-headed Guardian asked, "We know of Darkseid, the Dark Tyrant. We have only one question: why would he focus on this universe?" They'd cut straight to the heart of the matter. The superheroes believed saving a world that drew evil's attention was beyond reproach. Neither Superman nor Batman had questioned it. To them, it wasn't even a question. Any superhero would have done the same. Constantine had asked, but Thea had deflected, and he hadn't pressed the issue afterward. But these rigid-minded Guardians, their heads filled with calculations, immediately struck at the core truth. Thea wouldn't stoop to deception. Because I stopped Darkseid. I drove back Steppenwolf's invasion in that universe, which brought this retaliation. The Green Lanterns began whispering among themselves. To Thea's relief, many supported her. Only a handful believed she'd brought disaster upon them. When she looked at the Guardians' faces, her heart sank. These bastards clearly agreed with the minority. Sure enough, the lead Guardian's tone carried a hint of mockery. This is a mess of your own making. You should take responsibility. If you truly have any honor, you'd leave this universe rather than bringing catastrophe back with you. Thea nearly thought she'd misheard. Had their vaunted justice really become this twisted? She was stunned, and the majority of righteous Green Lanterns found it equally incomprehensible. The Guardians were essentially suggesting they exile a hero who'd fought for justice. This was marginally better than binding Thea and delivering her to Darkseid to appease him, but not by much. Guardians, we should support Earth. Justice doesn't retreat. The first to voice support was naturally Earth's Green Lantern, Hal Jordan. Like Abin Sur and Sinestro before him, he now bore the title of Greatest Green Lantern. Several of Hal's friends immediately echoed their support, and the momentum grew. The Guardians remained unmoved. They waited until the Green Lanterns quieted down before speaking slowly. The Yellow Lantern's creation was a mistake from the start. Hand over the Yellow Lantern Central Power Battery, and we'll let you go. Fight whatever Darkseid you want after that. The plaza holding thousands fell silent. Thanks to Sinestro, the Yellow and Green Lanterns had fought several serious battles. The Green Lanterns didn't dare act rashly on this subject. Thea's expression darkened. Not only will you not answer my call for aid, you want my Yellow Lantern battery. Did I hear that right? Which is more important, the battery or the universe? Hand over the battery, and we'll let you go. The 10 Guardians spread out, subtly surrounding Thea. You're no match for us. Hand over the battery, and we'll let you go. The large-headed leader repeated his demand, then turned to command the Green Lanterns. Prepare for combat. The Green Lanterns looked confused. Weren't they just discussing how to fight an evil tyrant? How had this turned into a Yellow versus Green Lantern conflict? Most Green Lanterns reflexively obeyed orders, summoning their ring constructs. Only Hal Jordan and a few of his friends chose to observe. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Seems your Guardians have a proud tradition of empty boasting. Thea's face went pale with rage. Even now, someone dared treat her like cannon fodder. This couldn't stand. Green Lantern, Yellow Lantern, they're all misguided paths in my eyes. You don't understand the true nature of power. Did you really think I stopped Darkseid with a yellow lantern? Soul divine power surged wildly. Beneath her silver hood, her eyes flickered with deep, lonely gray light. Thea's entire aura transformed. Her whip danced, its tip crackling as gray-white soul fire radiated waves of death. The flames scattered in all directions as she moved. Chapter 704, Chapter 703, Thea vs. the Green Lantern Corps. OA's sky, originally deep crimson with hints of green, gradually became shrouded in gray soul fire. The wind carried faint whispers. The air grew heavy, and wisps of mist enveloped the entire battlefield. Green Lantern Corps, attack. This is evil power. The large-headed Guardian was cunning, he immediately retreated to the rear, letting the Green Lanterns take the front lines. Evil power, my ass. You're just ignorant. Thea wouldn't let them slap that label on her. Was your soul evil? If you had a soul, did that make you evil? Even Highfather wouldn't dare call himself evil. Of course, he probably ignored it to avoid ending up on Darkseid's side. The big shots hadn't spoken. Who did these little blue men think they were? Countless Green Lantern constructs surged toward her. The large ones included various spacecraft and unknown machines. The smaller ones ranged from cold weapons to bizarre firearms, all flooding in chaotically. Thea glanced casually. She'd long passed the stage of competing in construct battles. These attacks might seem unstoppable to ordinary people, but to a new god, they were flashy but useless. As if to mock the Green Lanterns, she used the soul power swirling around her to form soul armor constructs. Strong willpower constructs would be resisted by her soul power. Weak ones would be directly absorbed and become part of the soul. If she could master all 7 emotional spectrums, she could use her soul godhood to connect them to an emotion godhood. What had been a vague idea became increasingly clear after obtaining the soul godhood. Unfortunately, the universal laws seemed unwilling to allow any deity to obtain emotion godhood. The resistance was tremendous. The more emotions she mastered, the harder it became to acquire new ones. Her previously well-developed rage emotion had regressed significantly after she obtained hope. Fortunately, the universal laws hadn't completely blocked the path. Emotion godhood was theoretically still attainable, it just required more effort. The Green Lantern's assault concluded. Thea didn't counterattack. She vaguely understood the Guardians' intentions. She'd overestimated their commitment to justice. If she'd offered them some benefits up front, given how they treated the Green Lanterns as tools, convincing them wouldn't have been difficult. Unfortunately, she'd come empty-handed asking them to deploy forces, directly triggering the conflict. She'd been dealing with too many righteous people lately. She'd gotten sloppy. Still, she wouldn't back down. These paper tigers weren't worth the price. Though she did feel some regret seeing so many justice-minded Green Lanterns. The Green Lanterns had built up some magic resistance through constant exposure to the emotional spectrum, plus they're different species, but against soul divine power, it might as well not exist. One large-scale soul extraction would wipe them all out. The problem was extraction was easy, but putting souls back was hard. Without death godhood, extracting their souls would kill them all. Massacring over 1,000 righteous Green Lanterns didn't seem appropriate. But anyone who dared attack the soul goddess had to be taught a lesson. She'd memorized the soul signatures of everyone who'd attacked her. With a slight finger motion, she activated their souls, drawing mysterious energy from the depths of their beings in reverse. Soul combustion. The Green Lanterns suddenly noticed gray-white flames flickering on their green uniforms. Before they could process what was happening, they felt soul-deep trembling. Those with strong wills staggered to the ground. Those with weaker wills coughed up blood. I showed mercy this time. Next time you dare attack me, watch your lives. Thea glared coldly at the Green Lanterns scattered across the ground. Someone once said groups of 5 or more Green Lanterns always get wiped out, truly words of wisdom. She shouldn't have come to OA at all. That said, the universe was vast and full of surprises. Among the Green Lanterns recruited from across the cosmos, there really were some freaks. She spotted several who seemed barely affected by the soul combustion. One guy seemed to have a talent for turning himself to stone, he'd resisted most of the soul combustion through transformation. Several plant-like beings had turned into liquid water and similarly endured the soul fire. Worth noting were the Guardian small blue men. They'd been affected the least. Thea observed carefully, growing more shocked the longer she looked. You didn't just abandon emotion, you severed your self-will too. Emotion is a cage. Self-will represents desire. The large-headed Guardian spoke with a hint of pride. So you exiled Ganthet. Abandoned your only companion who retained emotion. Hal Jordan, who'd been watching from the sidelines, exclaimed in shock. Ganthet isn't sick. He was exiled. The few Green Lanterns who'd met Ganthet looked uncomfortable. Ganthet was arguably the most humane Guardian. If he'd truly been exiled, they couldn't help but imagine the implications. Ganthet betrayed our founding principles. Emotion only makes one weak. Your attack methods can't harm us. The 10 blue men generated multicolored energy beams between their hands, sealing off Thea's escape routes from all directions. Pretty confident, aren't you? You've underestimated the methods of the soul, underestimated the new gods. Thea's entire body became wreathed in gray cyclones as she engaged the 10 blue men in battle. Both sides chose to clash with pure energy. The sky became painted with their energy overflow. Multicolored lights filled the heavens while the gray mist was shattered repeatedly, but its tenacity allowed it to swallow the multicolored lights whenever it found an opening. As the universe's most ancient race, the Guardian Blue Men truly possessed formidable power. In their prime, each had been Superman's equal. However, they'd been deceived by the first lantern, pooling their entire race's power to forge the very first power ring. This had consumed most of their essence. Their current strength was less than 30% of their peak. Thea wielded magic in her left hand and her whip in her right. Countless elemental spells flew forth while soul fire constantly wove between the blue men. Different energy attributes occasionally triggered explosions, expanding the battlefield and forcing many Green Lanterns to retreat from the center. The Guardians are actually this powerful. Many Green Lanterns shared this reaction. They'd always thought the Guardians were just decorative mascots, that universal peace was maintained by the Green Lanterns themselves. Now the energy the Guardians unleashed showed them how wrong they'd been. Your Earth comrade, should we help her? Kilowog, Hal Jordan's friend with a massive hippopotamus-like head, asked in his deep voice. After years of experience, Hal Jordan had developed some leadership qualities and was no longer as hot-headed as in his youth. He studied the battlefield carefully. Though Thea was fighting 1 against 10, he honestly couldn't tell who was winning. Let's wait and see. Will you go support Earth? Kilowog asked quietly. But with his oversized head and mouth, plus his unique vocal cords, even his deliberately lowered voice, which he tried to muffle with his hand, was as loud as a normal person shouting. Chapter 705, Chapter 704, The Green Lantern Corps' Trump Card. Hal Jordan looked pained, somewhat annoyed at his straightforward friend. Could you possibly shout any louder? Are you trying to make sure everyone knows? Seeing several other friends also looking at him expectantly, he stated without hesitation, I'm going back. That's my sector, and it's my home. He knew this defied the Guardian's orders, but he didn't care. Fighting evil was the belief that had always sustained him. Besides, as the current, greatest Green Lantern, he figured the Guardians wouldn't actually expel him. While they whispered below, the battle above remained locked in stalemate. Thea fought passively. She'd come seeking aid, she didn't want to kill anyone. Ganthet might have been boasting when he claimed the Spectre wasn't his equal, but the Guardian's strength was genuine. Now with 10 attacking 1, and Thea unable to use lethal force, she'd managed to injure 2, but their lack of emotional constraints made them fight to the death without retreating. This was getting tiresome. The lead large-headed Guardian saw that even their combined assault hadn't subdued Thea. Even stripped of emotion, he felt somewhat embarrassed. He shouted, Mogo. The Green Lantern's expressions changed drastically. Hal Jordan's face filled with horror. The small blue men simultaneously stopped attacking, looking confident in their victory. Thea also withdrew her magic, curious about what trick they had up their sleeves. A massive shadow blanketed OA's sky. Thea looked up, her shock growing. An enormous sphere, roughly 1/3 the size of Earth, approached from the distance, seemingly slow but actually incredibly fast. The planet's surface radiated a refreshing green glow. Whoa! I heard one of your Green Lantern members is an entire planet. That's it, right? What's it called? Mogo. Thea had always known about this planet, just not its name. Seeing it for the first time was truly spectacular. This was a living planet with its own will and soul. She tried to communicate using her soul godhood, but it directly refused her. Ah. Interesting. This planet called Mogo had refused quite reluctantly. Its hesitant, soft voice sounded cute. Was it female? Though dividing a planet by gender was somewhat absurd, Thea still felt she was the appropriate pronoun. The large-headed Guardian issued 2 commands, ordering her to attack Thea. The planetary will didn't dare disobey. The entire planet began gathering energy, targeting Thea. Damn. For once, Thea was genuinely intimidated. She had no fear of ordinary willpower amplified 100 times through power rings, the base will was limited. Even Sinestro and Hal Jordan, both, greatest Green Lanterns, were only twice as strong as normal people at most. But individual will compared to planetary will. No contest. Now that planetary will was being amplified 100-fold, she couldn't be careless. Even without the attack being launched, she was absolutely certain the coming strike would be earth-shattering. Aben Sur, Sinestro, Hal Jordan, they all had to step aside. This planet was the true greatest Green Lantern. This strike would destroy OA itself. The Guardians were truly devious, calculating that superheroes wouldn't want to harm innocents. They were forcing her to choose. Though Thea wasn't exactly a paragon of justice, she didn't want to wipe out half the Green Lanterns because of herself. The Green Lanterns maintained universal order and ensured cosmic trade routes, they benefited her. She couldn't let a righteous force sacrifice itself at the hands of its own side. Fine. You win. Thea left those words behind and vanished from OA in a single step. Not that she bothered listening to the Guardians celebrate and boast that new gods weren't so impressive after all. Thea's disappearance wasn't actually a retreat. She sneakily circled around and reappeared on Mogo's surface. Mogo currently orbited OA like an oversized satellite. Thea patted the ground. Hey there, big guy. Do you remember me? Using her soul godhood to communicate with a planetary consciousness meant Mogo couldn't possibly ignore her. Facts proved this planet, tricked into joining the Green Lantern Corps, was genuinely honest. She didn't play dead, play dumb, or tip anyone off. Her voice was neither firm in resolve nor strong in attitude, just soft and gentle. The Guardian said you're not a good person. How could that be? I fight for the welfare of all intelligent life in the universe. They're slandering me. Thea patted her rather impressive chest, speaking with absolute certainty. She felt this time she truly was acting without selfish motives in resisting Darkseid. She was more dedicated than Batman, throwing herself wholeheartedly into the cause of justice. The Guardians had no right to judge her. Perhaps it was her off-the-charts charisma attribute, or perhaps the soul-level dialogue. Mogo's hostility dissipated quickly. Thea rambled on about this and that, finally revealing her purpose. Big guy, interested in changing teams. Why does a planet need courage? Look, how about the Fear Yellow Lantern? Doesn't it suit you? What, you don't like yellow? How about the Compassion Indigo Lantern? Yellow was directly refused. This wasn't surprising, the planet was too kind. Making her inflict fear on others was asking too much. When Thea produced the Indigo Lantern, Mogo showed some interest. A planet full of courage versus a planet full of compassion, clearly the latter suited her better. However, she still declined Thea's offer, stating she didn't want to leave the Green Lantern Corps. Quite picky. Is it because compassion is too accepting and you dislike evil? Then you'll definitely love the Hope Blue Lantern. Thea didn't have a Blue Lantern ring and didn't know if Ganthet had established the Blue Lantern Corps yet. Taking a chance, she used her own Hope Light to attempt crafting one according to ring-making principles. The result was disappointing. The attempt failed. There was only one reason for this outcome: this universe's Blue Lantern central power battery had already been established. Ganthet had already monopolized the source, preventing anyone else from creating Blue Lanterns. Though he'd done this to prevent his former colleagues from interfering, it also blocked Thea. What is this light? Mogo absorbed the residual blue light from the air into her earth, asking carefully. It's a long story. Another parallel universe. I'm not sure if you can understand parallel spacetime. That universe was destroyed by a group of very bad beings. I'm seeking Green Lantern support to fight these same beings. She'd told the Earth 2 story repeatedly over the past few days. With her already excellent oratory skills enhanced by her art godhood, she truly spoke with heart-wrenching emotion and tearful conviction. The very young, practically infant, planet became indignant at her tale, immediately stating she would help. Thea had originally planned to recruit her directly, but seeing how young Mogo was, she couldn't quite bring herself to do it. If Mogo jumped ship entirely, that would be one thing, their relationship with the Blue Men would become outright hostile. But if Mogo wanted to stay with the Green Lantern Corps while defying orders, her future would be difficult. What to do? As Thea pondered, she spotted 3 green lights streaking toward them from the distance. Perfect, someone to take the blame. Hey, Hal. Long time no see. Are these 2 your friends? Thea waved at them from afar. The approaching figure was naturally her old acquaintance Hal Jordan. His personality was carefree, his life full of ups and downs. He'd been expelled and reinstated by the Guardians countless times, he didn't take their orders seriously at all. Let me introduce you. These 2 are both my friends. The tall one is Kilowog, the short one is BDG. This is Thea Queen, Earth's superhero and the President's daughter. Chapter 706, Chapter 705, Searching for the Blue Lantern Corps. Thea looked at Hal Jordan's 2 friends with a slightly awkward smile. The so-called tall one was indeed tall, sporting a massive hippopotamus head, standing 3 meters tall, nearly 10 feet, pure muscle, and easily weighing 330 pounds, 150 kilograms. The short one was absurdly short. This guy was literally an earth squirrel, just over 20 centimeters tall, 8 inches, with a chubby belly, 2 pointed ears, and a big fluffy tail that looked incredibly soft. Perhaps Thea's gaze was too brazen. The large squirrel instinctively took a step backward. Thea eyed the lineup Hal Jordan had brought and clicked her tongue. This guy had a fat friend, kept a squirrel as a pet, was tall and handsome himself, constantly stumbled into adventures, and had some decisiveness. This was definitely protagonist template material. The two easily reached an agreement about supporting Earth. As for the Guardian's orders, what were those? Never heard of them. At the end of their conversation, Thea seemed to suddenly remember something and slapped her forehead. Hal, I talked with Mogo, and she wants to help fight evil too. If the Guardians blame anyone, no problem, I'll say I instigated everything. Hal Jordan thumped his chest in guarantee. What could the Guardians do? Eat him? No big deal. He happily played the scapegoat. Excellent. With you joining us, Earth's defense just got several points stronger. Flattery goes both ways. She also expressed her gratitude to these brave allies. Hal Jordan, the Fat Kilowog, the Squirrel BDG, the Planet Mogo, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exactly 4 Green Lanterns. They hadn't broken 5. Thea was quite pleased. After briefly introducing Earth's defenses and emphasizing the new continent plan, Thea remembered another issue before leaving. Hal, what's your current relationship with Carol Ferris? Ah. What relationship? Don't play dumb. Batman saw footage of your battles. I control the yellow and indigo lanterns. I know Carol is a member of the violet lanterns. Earth needs every ounce of strength. I don't care how you do it, but bring her to Earth. If you can bring the entire Violet Lantern Corps, even better. Thea assigned Hal an extraordinarily difficult task. Whether he'd be kneeling on a washboard or a keyboard when facing his ex-girlfriend was entirely up to him, as long as he brought people to fight. She then departed Mogo under Hal's bitter gaze. She hadn't managed to recruit the Green Lantern main force. Too few dared defy the Guardian's orders. Thea had to seek reinforcements elsewhere. The Red Lanterns were all driven mad by rage, looking vicious and malevolent, clearly not friends of justice. The Orange Lantern was a single lonely figure, a pus-dripping villain, also abandoned. Yellow and Indigo were fine, Violet was left to Hal Jordan to convince. The only remaining option was Blue. The Blue Lantern Central Power Battery had been established, but she didn't know how far Ganthet had progressed. Thea still thought she should give Mogo a Blue Lantern ring. If Mogo didn't want to leave green, she could wear both. Ordinary people were limited by mental and willpower factors. Except for rare geniuses, they couldn't wear 2 rings simultaneously. But for a planetary will, that mental burden was nothing. Though Mogo was incredibly young, her will was infinitely stronger than any human's. Thea believed that if Mogo weren't so honest and disliked negative emotions, she'd definitely be the first to wear all 7 colored rings. Kyle Rayner wouldn't have anything to do with it. Where was the Blue Lantern base? Thea searched her yellow and indigo rings, neither contained that information. Going back to OA to ask the Guardians was pointless. Even if they knew, they wouldn't tell her. She had to search herself. Fortunately, she also possessed the hope emotion. By occasionally consulting the ancestral spirits through her soul godhood, she finally found some traces 4 days later. This was a planet on the verge of destruction. The blood-red sky, raging hurricanes constantly destroying houses and fields while carrying debris that ravaged the fragile ecosystem, the earth spewing lava, seawater flooding inward. Countless intelligent beings helped the elderly and carried children, all fleeing their homes, running frantically trying to find a sliver of survival. Sector 1. Estonia. I've come this far. Out of the universe's 3,600 sectors, Earth belonged to 2814, while this was Sector 1, quite distant from Earth. Thea's gaze swept across the void, finding her target. 2 Guardians wearing white robes with blue sleeves observed from space. Ganthet, it's been several years. Thea looked at the lead elderly Guardian. Beside him stood another Guardian, his lover, said. Ganthet studied her for a long moment, seeming to suddenly understand, and bowed slightly. Goddess, you finally reached this stage. The Guardians knowing about Darkseid and having encountered new gods wasn't surprising. What puzzled her was what these 2 were watching. She voiced her question. Ganthet answered without hesitation. Waiting for hope to descend. The familiar sense of absurdity welled up again. Thea asked tentatively, how far along is your Blue Lantern Corps establishment? Said replied, we've gathered the central power battery, but the first light has yet to emerge among intelligent beings. This planet is the most likely place for the Hope Light to appear. Said hesitated. Ganthet continued for her. Said glimpsed the Book of OA. It prophesied the coming of the blackest night. We were exiled for this. The book mentioned Hope Light would descend upon this planet. I believe deeply in this. Thea watched the refugees fleeing below, her face twitching. Your Book of OA is quite powerful. This prophesied Hope Light descending from the heavens wouldn't be referring to me, would it? She wasn't flattering herself. The blue lantern ring had the highest requirements among the 7 lanterns. Recognition by the very first ring was extraordinarily difficult. Superman had saved countless people and brought hope to so many, yet no one had been summoned by blue. The hope emotion was simply too precious. Ordinary mortals' hope fell far short of the standard. Thea had carried a 1,000,000-strong army and been granted the hope emotion by Earth 2's universal will on the eve of that world's destruction. Ordinary people didn't have such opportunities. Could a planet's impending destruction nurture hope light? Planets were destroyed across the universe daily. Those people were all full of hope. What were the results? They all became cosmic dust. She really didn't believe this planet would be an exception. However, she didn't volunteer herself. Instead, she quietly followed the 2, watching. She wanted to see if the first blue lantern could be born without her participation. As wildfires raged, Thea's gaze followed the 2 guardians. This planet's intelligent life was also humanoid, with pale skin and long tentacles trailing from their heads like Majin Buus, dressed in medieval Earth-style clothing. The crowd was anxious and agitated. Some fought over food. More showed helplessness and panic in the face of natural disaster. The young man Ganthet and said focused on was leading a group in prayer inside a small building. After ascending to godhood, Thea could understand any intelligent being's language. These people were reciting local scripture. The leading young man faced numerous doubts with unwavering conviction, declaring that a savior would appear and rescue everyone. You all stay here. The scriptures record that when death lights the sky and the seas begin to boil, the Messiah will descend. He will be found by his believers at the peak of Mount Sirius. The young man held up his scripture, speaking loudly. Chapter 707, Chapter 706, The First Blue Lantern. An elderly man, apparently the young man's father, grabbed his arm. No one has ever reached Mount Sirius's peak alive. It takes days, and we don't have time. While we still can, let's go to the Dili district for shelter. I heard there's still some food there. Before the old man could finish, the young man interrupted. Father, the gods will protect us. Please, you must believe me. Doubt filled the old man's eyes, but he chose to trust his son. The elderly father, kind wife, and 2 small children, the young man ignored the crowd's skeptical stares and led his believing family members on the journey to find the holy site and seek the Messiah. Thea, Ganthet, and said silently watched this family from the sky. They were completely ordinary, no different from any common person on this planet, helpless, panicked, but through the young man's devout faith, they struggled to begin their trek. Even knowing the journey wouldn't be smooth, the young man still received fate's heavy blow on the second day. His elderly father, who'd supported him throughout, fell behind due to his advanced age and frailty. Just as the entire family had crossed a suspension bridge, the rope snapped. The old man helplessly reached out one hand toward his son and fell into the ravine. Thea naturally witnessed this. While the 2 guardians remained unmoved, she wasn't so cold-blooded. She wasn't a bleeding heart, but when someone's misfortune unfolded before her eyes and she could help, she would. She acted decisively, swapping the elder to her side the instant before he would have hit the ground. Oh God! Save us! Save our planet! The old man could raise such a devout young man because he himself was extremely faithful and loving. He only felt that one second he'd been awaiting death, the next he'd arrived in the clouds. The goddess beside him was stunningly beautiful even by their aesthetic standards. He'd been saved by a deity. He could think of no other explanation. He wanted to kneel and worship, but floating in the clouds, he feared moving might make him fall, so he could only plead verbally. Her godhood allowed her to understand all intelligent beings' languages. She heard the old man's words perfectly clearly and waved her hand to heal him. I am divine, but not your deity. Your son's trial continues. Be calm. Everything will be revealed within 2 days. As if confirming the goddess's words, the young man's trial came again. His wife, while crossing a narrow passage, slipped from the 1,000-meter deep valley. The young man wailed at the spot where his wife had vanished, finally wiped away his tears, and struggled to carry his 2 children forward. Saving one meant saving 2 as well. You come too. Thea pulled back another. She handed the young man's wife to the old father for comfort while continuing her role as observer. The young man's journey neared its destination when cruel fate toyed with him once more. While crossing a shallow river, the water level suddenly rose. The 2 children, small and weak, were directly swept away by the rushing current. The young man could no longer suppress his grief. He pounded the ground furiously, as if trying to vent all life's injustices. Thea swept her hand and retrieved the 2 children as well. She glanced sideways at old Ganthet. Silence spoke volumes. This was your book of always prophesied hope light. You abandoned companions you'd worked with for countless ages, was it really worth it? I feel like that young man below is about to turn dark. Ganthet's expression was terrible. Neither they nor Thea had interfered, which meant the young man's encounters were destiny's arrangement. But this destiny was rather cruel. Had destiny foreseen that Thea would come to this planet at this time and save the young man's family where he couldn't see? Ganthet didn't think he'd save anyone. He was marginally better than his colleagues, but only marginally. Forget a few ordinary people, even if an entire planet exploded into dust before his eyes, he wouldn't bat an eye. Ganthet quickly glanced at Thea before returning to his expressionless observation. Unaware of the crowd of observers above his head, the young man finally finished venting. Under Ganthet's excited gaze, he climbed alone toward the nearby holy mountain. Are you certain some miracle will descend? I haven't sensed any divine power fluctuations. Thea watched the young man laboriously climb. As he neared the peak, she couldn't help asking. How could Ganthet answer? He hadn't sensed any anomalies either. By rights, there should have been some sign by now. The three of them carefully sensed their surroundings. The young man's family secretly cheered on their son, husband, and father. After the young man fell 3 times and climbed back up 3 times, he finally reached the summit. The barren peak held only a large stone monument. Nothing else. No messiah, no divine artifact for salvation, naturally no deity. The young man couldn't bear this crushing disappointment. Furious beyond measure, he punched the boulder with both fists. Within 2 blows, blood stained the stone. But the young man had long forgotten pain. Physical pain was nothing compared to his inner torment. His stubbornness had caused his entire family's death. He hated. Thea watched with pursed lips. Black energy now faintly emanated from the young man's body, the aura of despair. Facing the so-called sacred stone, give him a sword and he could star in an alien version of Bram Stoker's Dracula. Impossible. The Book of Oa can't be wrong. Hope light should descend here. Ganthet completely lost his composure. Can we create a blue lantern for him? Said asked urgently. If the prophecy failed, their defection from their race would be a joke. Ganthet observed carefully for a long time before answering with some sadness. He has no hope within him. The ring won't choose him. Said refused to give up and created one on the spot, this universe's very first blue lantern. Unfortunately, the ring completely ignored the young man. Without Said's control, it probably would have flown away already. The 2 blue people were completely out of options. Thea looked around, feeling it was time for her to clean up the mess. She muttered to herself, in another parallel spacetime, that world's universal will gave me something. I don't know if this is what your book prophesied, or if it's coincidence. Without waiting for the 2 blue people's reaction, she gathered a small ball of hope emotion at her fingertip and projected it like a beam of light into the young man's body. Hope emotion. Hope emotion that doesn't require a ring. The 2 guardians were knowledgeable. They watched this pure emotional energy enter the young man's heart. Seems like something's still missing. Thea, quite experienced by now, spoke while teleporting the young man's family members over. The hope emotion eliminated the pessimism and despair in the young man's heart. The family he'd thought dead reappearing before him caused his emotions to completely explode. Chapter 708, Chapter 707, You should leave quickly. The blue lantern ring hovering overhead chose him as expected. The young man became the first blue lantern member and named himself Saint Walker. Watching her chosen blue lantern leader kowtow and bow to Thea, practically wanting to kiss her shoes, Ganthet and Said were speechless. Hey, young man, you seem to be pledging loyalty to the wrong boss. Thea put on quite the performance, skillfully combining divine majesty with benevolence. Saint Walker's family was moved to tears. Just when she'd help one person up, another would kneel down, quite the busy scene. Goddess, please save our planet. Saint Walker still didn't realize the 2 oddly faced little blue men beside him were his actual bosses. Not bothering to examine the ring's functions, he focused entirely on begging Thea to save his people. Your ring can gradually improve the environment and save your people. Ganthet finally found an opening after standing like a wooden post for 10 minutes, speaking urgently. Only then did Saint Walker glance at them, his expression clearly saying, Who are you? Honestly, he didn't really trust Ganthet. Having received Thea's hope emotion, he felt naturally drawn to her and turned to Thea for her opinion instead. The 2 little blue men nearly coughed up blood. Thea didn't let them suffer too much embarrassment and observed carefully. The planet's core was severely damaged, beyond any hope of saving. Even she, a goddess, had no solution, let alone a lantern ring. But facing the family's expectant eyes, she cast a spell out of thin air. Her eyes flashed with strange light as she finally placed a complex seal deep into the planet's core. I've sealed the severely damaged core. This planet's apocalyptic disaster has been delayed by approximately 1,000 years. You'll have plenty of time to migrate. When Saint Walker's family heard the planet was saved, they gave her another round of collective worship. Being with such purely good people was quite comfortable. Thea stayed on this planet for 3 more days. Saint Walker finally realized the ring's existence, but the two lofty guardians couldn't offer much constructive advice on using it. They treated lanterns as tools. Why would they research how tools fight? Eager to master the power to help his people, Saint Walker turned around and asked Thea for help again. Ring usage tips. Faced with Saint Walker's question, Thea was a bit surprised. Do I have experience with ring usage? I have tons of experience. I've trained hundreds of ring users. She touched Saint Walker's forehead and copied the idiot-proof lantern ring usage guide for him. Saint Walker didn't know Thea had prepared this in advance and felt overwhelmed with emotion, believing the goddess was truly omnipotent. 2 days later, old Ganthet couldn't take it anymore. The goddess of fortune's charm was too high. Saint Walker's worship of Thea was growing rapidly every day. In another 2 days, the subordinate he'd chosen would probably be pulled over to her side. Even though he knew speaking first would put him at a disadvantage, he decided to be direct with Thea. Your Highness, what exactly brings you to this planet? Old Ganthet's words implied, aren't you just passing through? If you have business, hurry up and go take care of it. Thea coughed lightly and gave her old speech, you know about Amway. I mean, do you know this universe is about to face catastrophe? She went through the whole spiel she'd already given countless times, repeating it word for word. Originally she'd only planned to recruit Blue Lantern, but now it seemed she could pull in 2 more helpers. Thea went straight to the closing statement, the world needs your help. After speaking, she stared intently at Ganthet with an expression that said she'd camp here until he agreed. The little old man thought it over. If Darkseid conquered this universe, he wouldn't escape either. He finally nodded in agreement. Thea was delighted. As an ancient race, the Guardian's strength was no joke. She'd experienced it deeply during the 10-on-1 beatdown a few days ago. Their individual strength was slightly weaker than Superman's, but the gap wasn't large. Both sides reached an agreement. When Darkseid arrived, Ganthet and Zed would lead Blue Lantern into battle. As she was leaving, she remembered her original purpose. Do you know about the Green Lantern Corps' Mogo? The little old man gave her an annoyed glance. I was only exiled, not memory wiped. How could I not know? He sullenly nodded, indicating he knew. Actually I think Mogo, as a planetary consciousness, isn't very suitable for wearing the courage green light. A courageous planet? How odd is that? Don't you think Blue Lantern would suit her perfectly? Seeing old Ganthet's attention caught, she continued, if we absorb Mogo into Blue Lantern, Saint Walker and his people's future planetary problems would also be solved. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? About poaching his former colleagues, old Ganthet thought for only 1 second before agreeing. His only condition was that he'd be the one to handle it. Thea looked at him with a half-smile. This old guy was eager to restore his reputation in front of Saint Walker. Helping Saint Walker solve his future worries would certainly earn loyalty, and the price was naturally facing his former colleague's fury. Thea didn't want to completely break with the Green Lanterns anyway. Maintaining universal order was important business, and this universe couldn't do without the Green Lantern Corps. Now with Ganthet this traitor taking the heat up front, she could be more comfortable. What followed went smoothly. Ganthet took Saint Walker to meet Mogo. The submissive planetary will had no idea the Guardians were having a split. Faced with Ganthet's recruitment, she thought it was just an internal personnel transfer. Without hesitation, she gave up the green ring and put on a blue one. Thea had originally prepared to have Mogo wear 2 rings, but unfortunately the Guardians' control over Green Lantern was too strict. To sever Green Lantern's hold on Mogo, Ganthet could only have her wear 1 Blue Lantern ring. The result wasn't bad. The hope emotion suited her better anyway. After just a few days of simple contact, she became good friends with the pure-hearted Saint Walker. Thea's cosmic journey finally came to a pause. She'd found all the reinforcements she could. Red Lantern and Orange Lantern were both villains, no need to recruit them. She headed straight back to Earth. After being away for nearly half a month, Earth's atmosphere had grown increasingly tense. Large-scale material movements always left traces. Being discovered was inevitable. Later, the higher-ups stopped hiding it, just hadn't made any official response. Botanists mysteriously missing for 45 days. Plumbers and welders in high market demand, potentially next year's new employment choice. Numerous film company stocks plummet, suspected mastermind behind global scheme. Various news media cautiously probed. Discovering the government had no reaction, they grew bolder. Many speculations slowly approached the terrible truth. Shortly after returning to Earth, Batman invited her to the Batcave. He said he'd caught something in the new world that closely matched the apocalypse parademons Thea had described earlier. Chapter 709, Chapter 708, Teaching Results. That's right. The outer shell is forged from superalloy, with internal muscles and skeleton completely connected by mechanical nerves. This is Apocalypse Basic Combat Unit. They've already started infiltrating here. War is coming faster than I expected. Thea looked at the parade mon caged up, speaking with some concern. If we can study this thing's characteristics, then perhaps. Batman was about to say something when Thea interrupted him. I've considered that problem before, but their original bodies aren't a single race. They're prisoners left behind from Darkseid's conquest of numerous planets, mechanically modified organisms. If you want to use some kind of special sonic wave or resonance to solve all enemies at once, I can only say it's extremely difficult, because they come from different races, even different species. As Thea spoke, she pulled out a thick stack of materials and handed them to Batman. This is all the data I've collected, along with dissection records. Take them for reference. Watching Batman flip through the materials, his expression changed dramatically at one particular page. Thea felt immensely satisfied. Let you research anti-Thea armor. I'll keep you worried sick for 3 days. She'd given Batman not only her own records and Metron's records, but also mixed in experimental records from Earth 2's old Batman, Thomas Wayne. Seeing the familiar handwriting, even someone as composed as Batman couldn't maintain his poker face. He tossed the parade mon aside, repeatedly studying one page 3 times before quickly pulling it out and tucking it into his gauntlet. Thea coughed twice, pretending not to notice his little move. When you captured this grunt, there should have been a square box nearby. That's the mother box the new gods use to travel to parallel timelines. If you want, you can visit these coordinates. After speaking, she left the coordinates for Earth 2. Whether Batman wanted to visit those familiar strangers was his own business. After her small revenge, Thea prepared to head home when a woman in black walked in. Hey, Zatanna, long time no see. You two chat, I'll head out first. Thea glanced at this woman still wearing fishnets in the dead of winter. She seemed troubled. Rising to leave. Wait, I came looking for you. Where's Constantine? Where did you send him? Thea had a sudden realization, she was looking for her boyfriend. Though she suspected John Constantine had probably already fallen deep into trouble, she didn't hide it. She'd worked her heart out for the world's fate, this wasn't human trafficking. She felt no guilt whatsoever. Listen, you know this universe is about to face catastrophe. To strengthen Earth's magical power, I had Constantine help me train mages. She told the story again. This was one good thing about justice heroes, for the cause of justice, their tolerance was very high. Zatanna's displeasure instantly calmed. Perhaps in her heart, Constantine being a waste doing something beneficial for the world reflected well on her too. Naturally, Zatanna proposed visiting the new world to observe and contribute to the just cause. Sensing an impending dramatic confrontation, Batman, who enjoyed watching drama unfold, also came over. Perhaps he was also quite displeased with Constantine for stealing his childhood friend. After shutting down the Batcave's anti-teleportation device, the three headed to the new world. It must be said, Constantine truly was magic's golden child. When the three arrived, they didn't see any adult-rated scenes, the guy was sprawled on a lounge chair, sound asleep. Why are you so skinny? Wake up. Zatanna went over and slap roughly woke him up with 2 hard slaps. Wow, Thea looked over speechless. She'd gone to OA, then to find Blue Lantern, back and forth maybe half a month, and Constantine had visibly lost a whole size since she'd last seen him. That yellow trench coat had never fit him well, but now the clothes looked even more loose. His alcohol and sex-ravaged eyes were completely glazed. Zatanna called him for ages before he slowly came around. The scene was rather pitiful. Thea covered her mouth, afraid she'd laugh out loud. Had this guy not rested these past 2 weeks? He'd sacrificed quite a bit for humanity's just cause. This tough guy who could joke around with both heaven and hell, who'd killed his way through 7 times over, now looked on the verge of complete burnout. Everyone present wasn't 1 or 2 years old. If they couldn't tell what was wrong with Constantine in this state, they'd have lived in vain. I heard you were teaching. Zatanna's voice was cold enough to form frost. Constantine, worthy of his title as a smooth-talking tough guy, stubbornly insisted he'd worked himself to exhaustion from excessive teaching duties. John, come watch my new dance. His elaborate lie couldn't hold up for even 3 seconds before being spectacularly exposed. A woman who looked smoking hot, and actually was smoking hot, ran in. She naturally didn't recognize Zatanna, but she knew both Batman standing rigid as a spear and Thea, the first daughter. The government and superheroes coming to rescue us. That thought came and went quickly, immediately dismissed. The government throwing them into this wilderness was common knowledge among them. Ordinary businessmen wouldn't cover up everything or sweep through Hollywood so thoroughly. Besides, having experienced extraordinary power, she might not even want to return to filming artistic movies indoors anymore. John. How intimate. Zatanna looked at this adult film star, her expression full of displeasure. But the woman truly had magical power within her, which shocked Zatanna immensely. Magic was far too precious. Even though her family was directly descended from Da Vinci and had continuously intermarried with several major magical families, less than 1/5 of their clan could awaken magical talent in modern times. This adult film star clearly didn't look like someone who'd inherited power through bloodline. Thea lightly patted her shoulder. Come on, let's look at Constantine's teaching results together. The group walked into the House of Mystery. It had been divided into several hundred rooms. The many students had long since abandoned their big star identities, training hard, afraid of being left behind. They didn't know their futures were guaranteed with room, board, and job placement. They still thought according to modern social logic, in their view, this opportunity must be incredibly precious. If they didn't grasp it well, they'd regret it their whole lives. What Thea and the others saw was everyone training so intensely they'd forgotten to eat or sleep, practically to the point of madness. The adult film star led them into a room, removed her coat to reveal her work outfit, and whoosh started dancing around a pole. The barely perceptible magical power began moving in a special rhythm with her vigorous dance. The room's air temperature started rising, accompanied by faint sounds. Zatanna suppressed her displeasure and worked hard to identify the spell. Confusion. Seems to also mix in some human charm, plus a slight morale boost effect. This spell is quite impressive. Is the learning threshold high? Constantine couldn't answer that question. Thea spoke up, these were selected 1 in 100 from practitioners. Their aptitude is the best. Zatanna nodded. This new inheritance's threshold was still far lower than traditional mages, suitable for ordinary people. The drawback was also obvious, no advancement potential, and no self-protection abilities. This was basically a stripped-down express version of a bard. Thea didn't expect them to speedcast their way forward to fight parademons directly, nor did she expect them to master all 18 weapons and musical instruments. Working from their existing professions, if they could help even a little, that counted as passing. Chapter 710, Chapter 709, Magic School. Just as she was turning to leave, Constantine stopped her. Hey, you don't even have a school building for this teaching program. I'm using my house. A school building, huh? She'd indeed forgotten about this. Any other teacher without a magical artifact like the House of Mystery would have come to her ages ago. Thea thought about it. A magic school was essential, not just for these current people, but future generations of mages would need systematic, scientific education. The old master-apprentice relationship didn't suit modern times. Moreover, thinking long-term, building the magic school in the new world could effectively intercept high-level attacks. She taught Earth people magic hoping mages could protect Earth, not enslave it. Magic was talent, but more importantly, it was responsibility. Those who learned magic should have the ambition to protect this world. That's what she thought and what she did. How about this? Oliver brought Queen Construction's people to the new world. You know him, right? Have him spare some manpower to help you build a school. There'll be more and more students in the future. John, you and Zatanna can both stay here teaching. The age of magic has arrived. The knowledge you possess is extremely valuable to humanity. Seeing Zatanna somewhat moved, whether she wanted to monitor Constantine closely, Thea didn't care. She smacked her right fist into her left palm. I'll also pull in Papa Midnight and Mr. E from the Cold Flame cult. You 4 can each establish an academy within the school. From now on, 10-year-old kids who awaken magical talent can all come here to learn magic. What do you think? Thea thought about it more and more, feeling it was feasible. She even had the school name figured out, call it Hogwarts School of Magic. Giving the 2 space to resolve personal matters and urging them to seriously consider her proposal, Thea dragged along Batman, who still wanted to observe the magical world's mysteries, and returned to Earth. The next day, Thea brought Papa Midnight and Mr. E back to the new world. Constantine had been here for over half a month and had long figured out the situation. This place had a slightly higher dimensional level than Earth and would be the first line of defense intercepting all extra-dimensional threats. One could say that holding this place meant Earth could rest easy. Under his persuasion, Zatanna also abandoned the principle that magic must remain secret. The makeshift team was assembled. Thea naturally appointed herself headmaster without any objection from the 4. Papa Midnight and Mr. E were basically her subordinates. Constantine and Zatanna's fists weren't as big as hers either. Moreover, when she opened her mouth it was Department of Education approval, when she closed it, it was White House decree. They couldn't interfere in the secular world and naturally had no confidence to compete for headmaster. My plan is to divide into 4 houses, Constantine's courage, Zatanna's wisdom, Mr. E's perseverance, and Papa Midnight's cunning. To satisfy her own mischievous tastes, Thea worked overnight to bring in 4 animal spirits. Possessing the divine position of souls, those animal spirits didn't dare resist her at all. After promising them some small benefits, she dragged them all to the new world. This golden lion is Gryffindor, the blue eagle is Ravenclaw, the gray badger is Hufflepuff, and the black snake is Slytherin. They have decent combat power and can normally act as guardian spirits at the school. When you're in trouble, you can also summon them across space to fight. Government approval and school construction are on me. Teaching and recruitment are your responsibility. Papa Midnight and Mr. E naturally had no objections. Constantine and Zatanna, having received benefits and driven by a sense of mission, also agreed. All four had deep roots in the magical world. Finding some students wouldn't be a problem. The most critical point was that the air in the new world was rich with magical power. On Earth, meditation was basically running in place. Just look at Mr. E, who practiced 18 types of meditation daily back in the day and forcibly blinded his own eyes. But this continent was different. One meditation session brought noticeably significant effects. This was incredibly rare. Zatanna knew many children from magical families who could come study. Mr. E's Cold Flame Cult and Papa Midnight's subordinates could all come to fill out the numbers. Thea didn't bother with their discussion and teleported over to find Oliver. Her brother had been one of the first to know about the new world. He didn't know his 10-year-old son had been hidden by his evil mother and devious sister. Hearing that descendants born in the new world would have magical talent, he and Shadow had worked hard at baby making for a while. After a month of hard work, there were finally results. To let their family reunite, Moira and Thea simultaneously exerted pressure through both legal and underground channels, getting that certain country to withdraw the warrant for Yao Fei. Old Yao could finally see daylight again, leaving Purgatory Island and even bringing Shadow's sister to care for his pregnant daughter. Old Yao was quite satisfied with his beloved student and son-in-law. When Thea arrived at Oliver's new home, the two were enthusiastically sparring. Thea only watched for a few moments before realizing Oliver was going easy on his father-in-law. Having received careful instruction from Ra's al Ghul and with his own attributes exceeding human limits, Oliver could be considered a top martial artist of the current era. Even without his bow and arrow, relying only on close combat, Old Yao was no match. Thea naturally wouldn't expose him. She clapped and praised Old Yao a few times. Seeing the siblings had things to discuss, Yao Fei left directly. After chatting casually for a bit, Thea brought up having Queen Construction build the magic school. Oliver agreed immediately. He knew Constantine too. In fact, their relationship was quite good. Extensive social connections had always been Oliver's strong suit. In the original timeline, he could become the 8th member of the Justice League's Big Seven because Green Arrow had friends everywhere who all gave him some respect. Never mind Constantine and the Flash, even Hal Jordan, who rarely returned to Earth, had deep friendship with him. This was Oliver's personal charisma. Give this to Shadow. The moment the invasion begins, have her retreat to Earth immediately. Thea handed Oliver a special teleportation gem. Even if Apocalypse mages sealed the space, with the magic stored in this gem, Shadow could still teleport away. As for telling Oliver not to participate in battle and run back early with his wife, she wouldn't say that, and her brother wouldn't agree either. How confident are you? Facing a battle of unknown depth, saying Oliver was fearless would be nonsense. I think we can win, but sacrifice is inevitable. Thea thought about it and answered seriously. In the original timeline, 7 heroes could win. There was no reason she'd lose after making so many preparations and finding so many helpers, right? Seeing Oliver show a trace of worry, she promised again, the sacrifice won't be me. I'm already a goddess. Ordinary concepts of life and death can't measure me. At most I'll be beaten near death. As long as there are still souls in the universe, still wealth, I can't die. What I'm worried about is... Thea wanted to persuade Oliver to stay far from the battlefield, but seeing his resolute face, she swallowed her words back. Green Arrow had protagonist luck too. With custom power armor plus skilled martial arts, even if he encountered danger, the Flash and Green Lantern could bail him out. Chapter 711, Chapter 710, Supplementing Divine Power. Preparations in various directions proceeded in full swing. The good news was that only one parade mon had been discovered so far, and it had been caught by Batman. Darkseid's infiltration had just begun. 2 days later, Faura told her some good news. The dead king they'd been searching for months had finally been captured. Faura called Thea to a deserted planet. Livewire and Grodd were both there. The three had spent considerable effort to find the dead king, who'd been missing for years, then teleported him to an alien world. After a hard battle, they finally managed to take down Atlantis' first king with difficulty. Old zombie. Thea couldn't help exclaiming when she saw this guy's appearance. Gray-white hair, a fierce face, tattered armor covering his body, with only a layer of skin wrapped around his skeleton, this appearance could play a Lich King without makeup. Disturbed in his long slumber, the dead king was furiously angry. The three surrounded and attacked him, throwing out various control skills. Ultimately, they relied on Faura's fierce strikes to knock the old zombie unconscious. Can his memories be read? Thea asked. The gorilla nodded. Grodd then began displaying the dead king's entire life to Thea through psychic connection. His youthful ambitions, middle-aged unification of the 4 Seas, up until his betrayal by close kin in old age and the sinking of Atlantis, Thea rapidly scanned through the memories. He's still hiding something. Continue probing deeper. she commanded. The gorilla increased the mind control intensity. After searching 4 times repeatedly, Thea finally saw what she'd been hoping for in the depths of the dead king's memories. TSK, this guy really wasted it. He actually squandered Poseidon's essence. Thea felt heartache just watching. As Poseidon's chosen, their attributes were completely identical. To live for the long term, after sinking Atlantis, the dead king made a ruthless move against the deeply slumbering Poseidon. Unlike when Thea had absorbed Black Adam's divine power to elevate her own divine power ceiling and improve her life essence, this was different. The dead king utilized his same source attributes with Poseidon and artificially downgraded the divine power, storing it like a hamster preparing for winter to maintain his own consumption. Thea watched for a long time, clicking her tongue. The dead king's methods were far from sophisticated. Just look at how he'd aged into a zombie. He fundamentally didn't understand divine power's mysteries and treated it as a force equivalent to magical power. He'd completely wasted the essence of divine power, buying the box and returning the pearl. The original Poseidon divine power essence had been squandered entirely. Thea even felt sorry for Poseidon. The old guy couldn't get his divine power back. This dead king had been weathered into a zombie by time. Even if Poseidon took it back, he couldn't restore his former divine might. Better to continue being the eternal second place in the Greek pantheon. Find a small asteroid without water to lock him up. Thea instructed Faura. The dead king's identity still had some value. Whether to hand him over to Poseidon or give him to the Atlanteans required further consideration. His method of absorbing divine power seemed foolish and clumsy at the mortal and demigod stages, but at the divine stage, it precisely addressed the current situation where Thea and Diana had divine positions but insufficient divine power. Though simply forcing absorption and conversion like the dead king had extremely low efficiency, Thea's understanding of divine power, combined with sufficiently rich magical knowledge, would definitely develop more efficient methods. Using the dead king's approach as inspiration, Thea returned to Earth and immediately shut herself in with Diana to discuss. Very serious research. The two finally worked busily for 5 days, melting down the magic sword obtained from Ras Al Ghul and using its essence to forge 2 necklaces. The necklaces had a small space sealed inside with a powerful energy absorption spell fixed on the outside. The Greek god's blessings Diana had abandoned after ascending to godhood could now be put to waste, might as well use them once to test the effect. Such a familiar feeling. Divine power is indeed growing. The warrior goddess put on the necklace and closed her eyes to carefully experience it. The god's blessings were loaded into the necklace's internal space. Through the external energy absorption spell, bit by bit they converted, with the god's various characteristics filtered layer by layer, restoring to the most essential divine power and supplementing the divine positions of perseverance and protection. This divine power originally accompanied you for 1,000 years, so the conversion rate is highest. Thea's understanding of divine power already surpassed Diana's. She spoke with considerable experience. Diana had originally proposed returning this divine power to the gods, but Thea forcibly suppressed that. Are you kidding? Return meat already in our mouths. Once given out, don't think about taking it back. With her lover's strong opposition, plus Diana having no love for those siblings anyway, she half-reluctantly accepted this matter by default. The warrior goddess let out a long moan. Her nearly depleted divine position finally had replenishment. That feeling of complete bodily comfort, even with her composure, she couldn't help crying out. New gods are too troublesome. After stopping absorption for a day, Diana frowned her beautiful brows, her tone quite dissatisfied. Thea could only spread her hands to show helplessness. Old god and new god divine power have different properties. New god divine power recovers slowly, but similarly consumes slowly. Each has advantages and disadvantages. Diana's divine power recovery problem was barely resolved. Relying on absorbing the god's blessings plus self-recovery, she could probably recover about 70 to 80% before the great battle. Thea's own recovery problem still hadn't been solved. The dead king could absorb Poseidon, Diana could absorb the god's blessings, because they were either same attribute or deeply connected. This kind of opportunity wasn't common. 6 attribute Thea needed to absorb something equally comprehensive in attributes. Black Adam had already been drained dry. The remaining divine power was all with Dr. Savannah. She wouldn't move against her own people, so Shazam was the only choice. But Billy Batson was still being a brat, still hadn't obtained divine power. Thea figured it was mostly because she'd killed Black Adam, so the wizard Shazam wasn't as urgent as in the original timeline. If he wasn't urgent, she was. Thea changed strategy, deciding to stop passively waiting. She'd take the initiative and forcibly take down the old wizard Shazam. This old guy was hiding in the Rock of Eternity, a space created by merging one stone from heaven and one from hell. Heaven and hell's great powers acted simultaneously on that place. It wasn't bound by space or time rules. Neither Thea nor Madame Xanadu's divination could find this space. Since magic had no solution, she prepared to use scientific means. Cisco's shockwave ability could find the speed for space. Finding another rock of eternity not bound by time and space shouldn't be too difficult. But searching blindly would be tough for him. Thea still needed to find someone who'd been inside the rock of eternity, searching for the entrance from that person's past memories. There were only a few candidates. Billy Batson had never been inside. Black Adam had died directly, not even a single cell left, cloning was impossible. That left the crime trinity. Chapter 7:12, Chapter 7:11, Finding Pandora. The Phantom Stranger, the Question, and Pandora, they were the trinity of sin. The first two were elusive as dragons, often wandering hell, heaven, and outer dimensions. Finding them was impossible. Pandora, believed to have released the 7 deadly sins, was her only choice now. Pandora was a pitiful woman, whether in mythology or in reality. Originally an innocent tribal girl, she'd opened a metal box out of curiosity and been nailed to the pillar of shame with the crime of releasing the 7 deadly sins. Ridiculous. Emotions humans originally possessed were forcibly pinned on a girl's head, just because she opened a box of unknown purpose at that particular time. Old, dim-eyed, lacking both wisdom and willingness to listen, hot-tempered, stubborn, and unreasonable, the wizard Shazam, self-proclaimed guardian of humanity, condemned the girl to life imprisonment on trumped-up charges, sentencing her to remain in the world forever, atoning for her evil deeds. The wizard wouldn't admit he also couldn't figure out what that box was. Styling himself humanity's guardian yet unable to offer constructive opinions, he pushed all blame onto an ignorant girl. Calling it atonement, he then shut the door and went to sleep. This was just one trivial matter among countless good deeds the muddled old Shazam had done in his life. Thea now needed to find this girl who'd wandered the mortal world for thousands of years, then enter the Rock of Eternity, take his divine power, and chop off that old dog's head. Justice needed to be served, but not by randomly finding a scapegoat. The more good people like Shazam there were, the more chaotic the world became. Gideon, search all databases for a woman. Purple coat, I don't know her appearance. The only clue is she's always appeared in remote places. She should have been born around 800 BC. She should be visible in many human wars. Search ancient texts based on these conditions, then perform modern facial recognition to filter targets. Thea set the search parameters and propped her long legs on the desk, waiting for results. 2620 BC, Memphis, Ancient Egypt. Mem. Too ancient to verify. 44 AD, Druid Forest of Antrim, a woman in purple clothing appeared. Mem. This message should be real. 113 AD, Jerusalem, Alchemist Master Burns took a female apprentice. 1328 AD, Mount Song. 1416 AD, Osaka. Poor woman. Just an ordinary person with no talent whatsoever, yet cursed with eternal life. Thea looked at the search results, sighing repeatedly. Vandal Savage was like this, Ra's al Ghul was like this, and this poor woman was the same. They had long lifespans, determination, and willpower, but lacked that spark of talent to turn decay into magic. This woman called Pandora in ancient texts had begun her lonely journey, traveling the world. Initially she'd still sought extraordinary power, humbly asking for instruction from masters whose ages couldn't match even one of her digits. Unfortunately, she had absolutely no talent. Besides training some martial skills, she had no other strengths. Some results were confirmed, most discarded. Gideon's search scope rapidly narrowed. 2 hours later, it finally determined the target's current address, in Aleppo. What a fine place blessed with outstanding people. Thea put on her coat and teleported directly over. Back when major powers used this place as a chessboard for their competing interests, war was constant and refugees plentiful. Now the major powers' attention had all been drawn away, leaving only devastation. Whether Queen Consolidated or Wayne Enterprises had provided some assistance to these areas, but it was a drop in the bucket. Hatred between people wasn't easily resolved. Human evil was magnified to the maximum in such places. Those receiving aid would turn around and kidnap their benefactors. To satisfy a small group's greed, corporations had to pay ransoms to get their employees back. Over time, no one was willing to come help anymore. The once war-torn land had only superficially restored calm. Various interests still churned beneath the surface. Sinful souls. Thea disliked this place intensely. Without needing judgment, she could tell people died here every day. But the killers weren't necessarily bad people, and those who died weren't necessarily good. Everything was chaotic. She didn't pay much attention here. Compared to Darkseid's apocalyptic disaster, this place didn't even count as a minor ailment. She spread out her psychic power, searching the city for the person with the most vigorous life force. She quickly discovered an anomaly in the city's northwest corner and flew directly over. "Hey, I'm Thea Queen. I need your help with something." Thea descended from the sky, blocking the hurried purple-coated woman. Her sudden aerial greeting startled the woman, who nimbly backflipped to create distance. The instant she landed, she drew 2 handguns. Pretty pathetic, honestly. Living for over 10,000 years and only able to fight with handguns, though the guns seemed to have some magic about them, Thea chose to ignore them. As the woman backflipped and landed, her hood fell off, revealing a face that wasn't particularly beautiful. Thea figured she rated about 70 points. Blue hair, eyes full of exhaustion. The only notable feature was 3 lightning bolt marks on each cheek, arranged in parallel. From a distance, she looked like Naruto's relative. Thea raised both hands and waved them gently, indicating she carried no weapons. I know you. What do you want? The woman holstered her guns quickly, asking Thea with an unfriendly expression. I've looked at some of your records. I want to find a way to enter the Rock of Eternity. You don't know what the Rock of Eternity is? It's the place that initially turned you into this immortal state. The woman Xing drew her guns again, pointing them at Thea with a cold voice. How do you know about this? What's your relationship with them? Thea ignored the gun barrels. Them. The old wizard Shazam has accomplices. Constantine and other mages she could casually teleport. A handgun was even less concerning. The woman was waiting for her answer when she suddenly found her hands empty. Her guns were already in the other's hands. Nice guns. Magically enhanced metal. This is Jewish alchemy you learned from Master Burns, right? The barrels engraved with Sanskrit, and you added silver to the bullets. This is quite the hodgepodge. Thea laughed softly and tossed the handguns back. I have no relationship with that old guy. I just need a tiny fragment from your memories. Everything after that has nothing to do with you. Thea spoke sincerely. The woman was also quite reasonable, or perhaps intimidated by Thea's power. She nodded in agreement. Chapter 7:13, Chapter 7:12, this illness isn't easy to cure. Just as Thea was about to drag her off to Central City to find Cisco, Pandora's expression suddenly changed. With a whoosh, she drew her pistol and fired point blank at Thea. Who taught you to shoot? Looks like you missed, didn't you? Thea's supervision tracked the bullet the moment it left the barrel, determining that this shot had gone wide, ridiculously wide, in fact. You'd think that at less than 10 feet apart, she wouldn't miss by this much. Your marksmanship is terrible. But when Thea looked back at Pandora's face, something felt off. That gritted teeth expression, did we really have such a huge grudge? They'd barely exchanged a few words. Even Steppenwolf, the god of hatred, couldn't generate animosity this fast. Bang. The bullet struck a wall in the distance. From this angle, it had missed Thea by at least 30 degrees. Ruling out the possibility of a sneak attack on herself, it meant there was an enemy behind her. But how was that possible? Anything that could move basically had a soul, even slime monsters did. To sneak up on her undetected would require at least Eclipso's level of skill. Thea seriously doubted Aleppo had any powerhouses of that caliber. The woman ignored Thea, leaping into the air with both guns blazing. Bang bang bang. The relentless gunfire tore through the alley, sending walls, streetlights, and trash cans flying in all directions. A vein throbbed on Thea's forehead as she watched in complete bewilderment. Lady, who exactly are you fighting? Is there some invisible enemy here? She'd swept the area several times with divine power, magic, mental energy, and psychic force. The empty space ahead contained only Pandora. The woman jumped and dodged, her twin pistols dancing in a blur. Her left and right hands alternated seamlessly, maintaining continuous fire, her reloading movements smooth to perfection. From Thea's perspective as a goddess of the arts, it was quite aesthetically pleasing. Of course, if you ignored the fact that she was shooting at thin air, it looked pretty good. Despite Thea's considerable intelligence and wisdom, she was completely baffled. Are you demonstrating gun fu for me? You know I control Hollywood, do you want to star in a Daybreakers sequel or something? Pandora's performance soon ended. With considerable flair, she addressed the ground at her feet. Envy, this is what you deserve. Go to hell. She punctuated this by firing 2 more shots at the empty ground. Let's go. How are you planning to take me there, Fly? Pandora holstered her guns and pulled up her hood. Seeing Thea craning her neck to stare at the distant nothing, she patiently explained that green-skinned monster was envy, one of the 7 deadly sins. Our war has lasted 10,000 years, 3 million days and nights. This is my eternal mission. Thea glanced at the empty ground, then at Pandora's solemn, grave expression, completely at a loss for words. My God, you've been traumatized pretty deeply. Do the 7 deadly sins exist? From a broad perspective, you could say yes, but they're inherent traits of all sentient beings. They didn't suddenly appear because you opened some box, making humanity sinful, nor can you kill one by waving your guns around. Paranoid delusion, that was this Pandora lady in a nutshell. Thanks to the old wizard Shazam, in her attempt to resolve humanity's negative emotions, she'd created 7 demons entirely in her own mind. These were her so-called 7 deadly sins. As long as her thoughts continued, the imagined demons would exist forever, trapping her in an endless cycle of eating, sleeping, and fighting the 7 deadly sins. Human warfare had nothing to do with Ares, and greed had no connection to the 7 demons she imagined. She was a pitiful woman trapped in her own world. The so-called Pandora's box was actually a technological artifact from Earth 3 that, due to temporal and spatial distortions, ended up in this world's ancient past. It had nothing to do with magic and couldn't release any 7 deadly sins. Old Shazam was always a confused fool, he couldn't figure out what the box was for at all. Like an absentee landlord, he dumped the problem of fixing the release trouble on her. Pandora, just a primitive tribal girl, could only approach the task based on her own understanding and worldview. An ordinary person's delusions might still be curable, but hers weren't. This illusion had persisted for 10,000 years. If you told her it was all fake, that the 7 deadly sins she imagined didn't exist, even if her rational mind could accept it, the mental pressure would make her collapse. This part of her memory was so deeply rooted that even Thea didn't dare casually erase it. She could only sigh and maintain the status quo for now. After teleporting to Central City, Thea worried that Pandora might start performing gun fu in public and scare the Flash's friends, so she called Cisco out instead. You want me to vibe a location that exists outside time and space? There's a place like that in this universe. Cisco was intimidated by the tall order. It's the Speed Force dimension, isn't it? Last time I heard Barry say you intercepted the Speed Force space for almost 2 milliseconds. You just need to help me find the coordinates, I can get in myself. Thea felt this shouldn't be too difficult. However, facing the mature Pandora made Cisco too nervous to speak properly. After half an hour of stammering, he'd made no progress. I can't sense something that deep in the past through clothing. Cisco's earth-shattering statement made Thea roll her eyes. What do you mean? It doesn't work through clothes, so you want to get more intimate. Is this the real you, Cisco? Turns out her mind was just in the gutter, she'd completely misunderstood. Cisco was still a good kid. The 3 of them had to return to STAR labs. He needed to build 2 brainwave readers, 1 for each of them, to conduct a deeper search. Oh wow, quite a crowd. Hope I'm not interrupting. When Thea entered the lab, she discovered it was surprisingly full. Barry Allen, the Flash, Iris West, and her father were all there, along with a young man beside them, apparently Iris's brother, Wally West. Dr. Wells and Jesse Quick from Earth 2, whom Thea had met before, were also present. Jesse kept exchanging flirtatious glances with the young guy. From a distance, it looked like the parents from both sides were meeting to discuss some major matter. We're fine. What do you need, Thea? The Flash quickly stood up. Nothing. You all keep chatting. I just need Cisco's help with something. Hey, Dr. Wells, how did you get here? The thin old man sighed, and his daughter beside him launched into the story. It was simple. After the war on Earth 2 ended and humanity reclaimed their cities, before rewarding the heroes, there was one thing to do: punish the perpetrators. Capture Steppenwolf and execute him. They didn't have that capability, so they had to find an Earthborn scapegoat. Dr. Wells, who had also caused the particle accelerator explosion on Earth 2 and happened to be extremely unpopular, entered the politicians' crosshairs. Many ordinary people gained meta abilities because of his experiment, so Steppenwolf must have been drawn out because of him too. The reasoning was simple and brutal. The authorities didn't want to hold a hearing, they planned to just execute the thin old man and call it a day. Unwilling to be a scapegoat, the old man and his daughter built a bunch of black market tech and escaped to Earth 1 through the space rift left by Thea and Darkseid's clash. Fleeing only made him look guilty. Earth 2's politicians piled all the blame on him, then destroyed the passage from the other side. He and his daughter were permanently stuck on Earth 1. Thea expressed limited sympathy. Seeing them living comfortably and harmoniously with the others, she figured they could stay if they wanted. While they were talking, Pandora apparently spotted another trace of the 7 deadly sins. With a whoosh, she jumped up, drew her guns, and launched into another live gun fu performance right there in STAR labs. Chapter 714, Chapter 713, Pandora. Memories in Grey. Pandora's sudden outburst made everyone jump. Caitlin wasn't there today, and the only combat-capable person in the lab was Barry. Everyone else was, without exception, an ordinary human being. Thea frantically made gestures, pointing at Pandora then tapping her own head, finally managing to calm everyone down. Cisco, who'd had some romantic interest in the mature woman, now looked pained. So she's mentally ill. Better get her out of here quickly. With Dr. Wells' help, he worked at lightning speed, producing 2 brainwave readers. When she wasn't having an episode, Pandora was quite polite. She put on the reader and worked hard to recall that unbearable scene from her past. Her carefree days in the tribe, the passage of time. Where a tribal settlement once stood, skyscrapers now rose. From a primitive tribeswoman to today's cold, stunning woman, even after 10,000 years, she still yearned for that life, because it was her home, the home she could never return to. Memories flew past rapidly until they reached that fateful moment. While gathering wild fruit alone, she spotted a glint of gold in the grass. Curious, she pushed aside the foliage and discovered a golden skull. Under a gray sky, a strange ripple knocked Pandora unconscious. When she woke, she found herself in a stone fortress where an imposing old man harshly interrogated her, as if she'd committed some heinous crime. In the outside world, an hour had passed. After seeing part of her memories, Cisco sat up with sympathy written all over his face. Pandora's eyes were also moist. Reliving this memory was far from pleasant. I can't guarantee anything, but I'll help you get justice for what happened to you back then. Thea understood this memory had wounded her once again. Seeking justice for Pandora would also give her own conscience peace. Pandora's face twisted with internal struggle. No matter how much she deceived herself about releasing evil into the world or the 7 deadly sins ravaging humanity, her subconscious combined with 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge made her vaguely realize, who the hell am I anyway? Those wizards with extraordinary magical power could change heaven and earth, darken the sun and moon with a wave of their hands. The forest druids could commune with the world's will, their wisdom as deep as the sea. Even they hadn't accomplished anything world-ending. Me, a primitive tribal girl, release evil. Do I have that kind of power? This thought was fuzzy, buried deep in her memory. On ordinary days it would never surface, but today, with Cisco's brainwave reader, it finally emerged. I don't know if what he did back then was right, but I don't think I should suffer this punishment. Pandora started hesitantly, but by the final sentence, she was practically screaming with all her strength. The confusion that had settled over 10,000 years shattered in an instant. Pandora saw her true heart. The 7 deadly sins, the deep sins, it was all fake. She spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Cisco, whose spirit was still partially connected to hers, also turned deathly pale. Everyone rushed to help. The medical giant of the modern age, Thea, examined them both and faced Barry's concerned gaze. They're both fine. Pandora's emotions surged, she just needs rest. Her mental illness should improve considerably. We're lucky, Cisco helped bear a lot of the damage. While the others tended to Pandora, Cisco recovered briefly and stood aside, struggling to use his vibe powers to sense the Rock of Eternity's location. This took an entire day. In the middle, Thea and Barry even went out to fight a small-time villain. Some guy called the Turtle was stealing things. The guy was ugly as sin with a completely forgettable face, the type you'd lose in a crowd. But his meta ability was extremely powerful. He could emit inertia waves around his body that slowed down anyone or anything that approached. Even the overpowered Flash wasn't immune. No matter how fast Barry ran, he'd be slowed to a crawl. Thea ultimately defeated the villain with a large-scale soul blast. Since she took him down, she'd handle him. Plus, she constantly invoked government authority to requisition things, and most superheroes really couldn't refuse. She tossed Turtle to Deathstroke. No time now, she'd study him thoroughly later. This guy was practically a perfect weapon against speedsters. At dawn the next day, after hundreds of attempts using various black market tech that made Thea dizzy just watching, Cisco finally located the entrance to the Rock of Eternity. Thea sensed it, the spatial coordinates were stable. Using the mother box to traverse would be no problem. You worked hard. Let Pandora rest here with you all for a few days. Thea didn't mention her purpose, and the others wisely didn't ask. But based on the memory Cisco had seen, the old man who'd made Pandora's life so miserable was definitely a bastard. Boom. With an explosive sound, an orange-red portal opened. Thea stepped through, and when her feet touched ground again, she found herself inside a rather magnificent underground palace. Heaven and hell's energies neutralized each other. The moment Thea entered the palace, she felt a sense of ease. 2 extreme forces maintained a balance here. Space couldn't constrain this place, and time had to stop its advance. Calling it the Rock of Eternity wasn't wrong. Lightning-shaped decorations appeared periodically on the floor and walls. Eastern-style dragon-carved pillars held eternal lamps in the dragons' mouths. In the windless chamber, the flames showed no movement, frozen in the instant they'd been lit millions of years ago. Thea slowly walked through the corridor. The path was fairly well constructed, with only a few scattered corners showing sword cuts and axe marks left by the angels and demons who'd once fought here. Old Shazam's collection was as chaotic and disorderly as the man himself. The old guy's appreciation and taste were utterly terrible. Murals, pottery, stone spearheads, and arrowheads from various cultures were scattered everywhere in messy piles, making the usually fastidious Thea frown. Passing through another gate, whose guardian suits of armor she disintegrated with 2 dissolution spells, she found them to be a ridiculous mismatch, a Japanese samurai and a medieval knight in tattered armor standing guard. Were you trying to look pathetic? A reasonably spacious room finally appeared before her. Thea saw 7 chairs, but only the center one was occupied. She knew she'd finally found the man himself. Fortunately, old Shazam probably hadn't watched any talent shows and didn't play that annoying trick with spinning chairs. Otherwise, Thea would definitely blow this rat hole sky high. A withered old man sat curled up on the stone chair. He had curly brown hair tied loosely at his forehead with a red cord. Dull yellow eyes, a filthy face, and teeth about to fall out, he looked like he was at death's door. The only remarkable thing was that his left hand still firmly gripped a lightning staff. Chapter 7:15, Chapter 7:14, Thea vs. Old Shazam. Uninvited guest, you are neither supremely good nor supremely evil. State your purpose. Old Shazam's eyes were unfocused as he looked at Thea for a long while, unable to discern her nature. Heh. Thea smiled. This old guy had been cooped up here too long, he'd never encountered a new god. After careful observation, she noticed something unusual. I originally thought you were a mage, but I didn't expect your soul to show no signs of decay. Ordinary people can't withstand 10,000 years of life. How surprising, you actually possess divinity yourself. Old Shazam remained silent. Thea continued her analysis. According to records, you should be Canaanite, chosen by the gods and granted divine power to maintain world order. But there's another divine power in you. It doesn't look like something the gods granted. Could you yourself be a deity? The homeless-looking old Shazam finally showed some emotion. I am indeed a Canaanite, as you say, and also, I was once a god. My name is Mamaragan. Thea chuckled, indicating she'd never heard of him. You must be some minor deity from some nowhere corner, right? Old Shazam quickly cleared up her confusion. I come from what you now call Australia. I was the lightning god there. Thea's expression remained blank. Lightning god, how grand and impressive that sounds. Zeus was also a lightning god, but could this withered old man compare to Zeus? Zeus was powerful because of his inherent strength, not really because of the lightning domain. Put some weakling in that position, like the lonely old bachelor Sharon, and even with the lightning domain, he'd probably fare worse than an ordinary god. And an Australian storm deity. This guy should be slightly stronger than that Hawaiian shark god Thea killed years ago, but not by much. Both belong to the category of deities who could be beaten down by a few dozen city enforcers with sticks. Divine power allowed old Shazam to cling to life until today. Thea didn't care whether he possessed someone or merged, she just wanted that divine power. I've come today to claim the god's divine power. This power should serve the world, not gather dust with you. Her words were blunt, mainly because she had no positive feelings toward this old coot. Old Shazam's dull yellow eyes looked at her twice before shaking his head. Leave. You don't meet my criteria, neither supremely good nor supremely evil. Ha. Thea was amused by the old fool's confusion. Are those 2 eyes of yours just for decoration? Can't you see I'm here to cause trouble? This whole, supremely good or supremely evil, nonsense was laughable to the extreme. Where do such people or gods even exist nowadays? The High Father, representing justice and mercy, could wipe out billions of lives on a planet with a wave of his hand. Likewise, Darkseid, representing evil and cruelty, mainly conquered other planets and sometimes even used diplomatic methods. You never heard of this lord getting bored and killing for fun. Good and evil are relative, not absolute, so supreme good and supreme evil don't exist. Thea was curious, what did this old coot need such people for? Old Shazam naturally didn't speak English. If Thea hadn't ascended to godhood, she wouldn't have understood his halting native language. The old man spoke, only the supremely good or supremely evil can master Pandora's box, reseal that breach, and reclaim humanity's original sin. Thea looked at him sideways. Hey. Looks like this guy was also a paranoid delusional patient. She'd previously thought blaming everything on Pandora and going to sleep was wrong of him, seemed she'd misjudged. He'd also been quietly working on it. He'd probably tried every method over 10,000 years, and only after numerous failed attempts did he come up with this idea of finding a supremely good or evil successor. How tragic. That box wasn't even a magical artifact, the original sin and evil demons were all fake. It was a teleportation device, a technological marvel from Earth 3 mimicking the mother box. Only people from that timeline could open it. Old Shazam had been completely duped. Pandora, being a mature woman, could still be saved. But old Shazam looked dirty and disheveled. Thea couldn't care less if he died. I don't care about your supreme good or evil. Hand over the god's divine power. Thea's cold tone finally made the slow-witted old Shazam realize something was wrong. This fierce attitude, do I owe you something? I can only grant it. Mortals have no right to demand it. Old Shazam stood up. His words sounded impressive, but his hunched back and 5'7" frame looked rather weak compared to Thea's 5'11" height. This Australian deity still couldn't see through Thea's true nature. To strengthen his position, he gripped his lightning staff and struck the ground, shouting, "Shazam!" A brilliantly golden lightning bolt enveloped old Shazam. When his form reappeared, he transformed from a homeless man into a middle-aged muscleman wearing red tights and a white cape. Nice look, but too bad none of that power is really yours. Thea drew her holy sword and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, her blade angled toward Shazam's head. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the old man gripped his staff with both hands and blocked the sword. The old guy was completely unprepared for Thea's attack first talk later style. "I just finished transforming and still have a whole speech prepared, how could you charge at me already?" Young people these days are too impatient. No matter how dissatisfied he was, Thea's greatsword struck at vital points with every blow, each faster than the last. Having been a herdsman in his youth and then a shut-in for 10,000 years, with only a few battles relying on divine power to crush enemies, old Shazam had virtually no combat experience. Facing Thea's holy sword, he could only stupidly block left and right. His flashy tights and grand cape became liabilities, and he got slashed twice like a punching bag. "What exactly do you want?" "I want the divine power in your body." Faced with this hardliner, old Shazam had no choice. Without divine power, he'd die. His Australian deity power alone couldn't sustain him to this day. "Nothing to discuss, keep fighting." Lightning. The old man spoke in a long-lost language. As his words fell, a golden lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm shot from his staff like a vicious dragon lunging at Thea. "Country bumpkin, you think you're the only one who can use lightning?" Thea switched her sword to her left hand and summoned an equally impressive spherical lightning bolt to meet the dragon. As electric light flashed, old Shazam flew backward. His beard bristled, and his entire body visibly swelled another size. He seemed to use all his strength to utter an ancient syllable. Roar. A sense of ancient desolation enveloped this land abandoned by heaven and hell. After the smoke cleared, a giant beast appeared, resembling a hippopotamus, standing 10 feet tall, 3 meters, on 2 legs with enormous tusks. The beast's body was wreathed in golden lightning, proving this was old Shazam himself. Chapter 7:16, Chapter 7:15, Behold my grand summoning spell. The eternal rock's internal space began expanding proportionally with their battle, seemingly without limit. Originally worried that intense fighting would destroy the space, she now relaxed seeing this feature. Thea's fighting spirit also rose. "Is this a behemoth? That transformation spell is impressive. Knowing you can't beat me in close combat, you transformed into this to crush me. This old man isn't as confused as I thought." Old Shazam's technique was completely different from magical transformation spells. Thea didn't know if this was a behemoth, she could only name it based on game terminology. "Is this your Australian deity's true form?" Thea probed verbally while her spellcasting never stopped. The giant beast had lost the ability to speak. It roared at her and charged like a mountain, footsteps thundering. Roar. Thea's legendary transformation spell had also completed. She'd chosen the sky's overlord, a dragon. Through swirling smoke, a thick dragon tail viciously whipped the beast's flank. The multi-ton creature was sent tumbling, stumbling several steps before regaining its footing. Thea had transformed into the dragon most suited for magic, a blue dragon. Azure scales covered her entire body, inscribed with profound, unknowable runes. Her wisdom-filled eyes gazed at old Shazam. Primitive deity, surrender the god's divine power. Blue dragons were known for their slender builds. Thea's dragon form naturally lacked cumbersome muscles. She agilely flew into the air and breathed dragon fire at the beast. The beast form old Shazam acted purely on instinct. As the self-proclaimed king of the land, Behemoth had the confidence to challenge dragons. Its 2 arms, longer than its legs, violently struck the ground while its legs pushed hard. The beast leaped into the air, not only dodging the breath attack but also lunging toward the dragon. Controlled by bestial instinct, old Shazam had that problem, but Thea didn't. Fight a dirty beast head-on. Impossible. With a graceful twist, she flew several more feet upward. Seeing the beast at the apex of its jump with no way to defend itself, she breathed dragon fire directly down. Whether Shazam the lightning god was real or fake was debatable, but lightning spells probably wouldn't work well on him. Thea extracted massive amounts of magic and transformed them into bone-chilling ice, tilting her neck to breathe a massive blast at his defenseless back. Roar. The beast's entire back was covered in frost. The magical ice was constantly eroding his body. Airborne with no way to maintain balance, he crashed to the ground with a tremendous impact. Brainless fool, humph. Thea pressed her advantage, casting a large-scale mud technique that covered the battlefield. The beast struggled repeatedly but, due to its excessive weight, kept sinking deeper into the mire. Thea unleashed countless wind blades. A golden shield appeared on the beast's surface, trying to resist. Unfortunately, the shield only lasted 3 minutes before breaking. The beast protected its vital points with its arms, trying to escape the swamp one awkward step at a time. The muddy battlefield was too disgusting to enter. Thea used another spell instead, Grand Summoning, Summon Subordinate. A sky-blue portal opened, and Faura, who'd been on standby in black armor, finally entered this space. Transforming back to human form, Thea pointed at the beast. Her adjutant exploded forward with a sonic boom and punched the creature. Grabbing the beast's fur, she delivered 2 more punches to its giant hippopotamus head. The beast struggled fiercely, but its inability to fly became a fatal flaw, restricting all movement. Having sunbathed on Earth for so many years, the adjutant wasn't quite Superman's equal but came close. She was completely fearless of pure physical attacks. Seemingly enraged by this flying pest, the beast roared continuously, its 2 massive claws flailing wildly. It wanted to grab Faura and drag her into its combat rhythm. However, as one of Krypton's younger generation's elite, Faura's combat skills were forged through Kryptonian trials, simple but effective. Her natural talent might not match Kara's, but years of effort had bridged that gap. The beast's combat instincts were far inferior. After merging with old Shazam, he hadn't fought in far too long. The divine power consumed by this transformation all came from the Australian indigenous deity's own reserves. Even if the external appearance was identical, your own divine power versus someone else's divine power were fundamentally different. Normally, he relied on his own divine power to control and channel the god's power. When consumption wasn't too high, he could manage. But if his own reserves depleted too much, the balance would shatter. Revert or continue fighting. This hesitation created a huge opening. Faura directly lifted the giant beast while Thea leaped up, her sword aimed at its head. Shazam hastily reverted to human form. His hippopotamus head rapidly shrank back to human, dodging that strike, but one massive claw didn't escape, severed clean by the brilliantly glowing holy sword. The brown-black arm fell to the ground. Thea signaled Faura to continue the assault while she cast 2 sealing spells and placed the arm in her energy-absorbing necklace. The necklace automatically processed it, filtering the pure divine power layer by layer and converting it into her own. Total amount is too small, and some seems to have dissipated. But it's still faster than natural recovery. Thea gave Faura a look. The adjutant immediately understood, capture the target alive. Faura took a deep breath, her internal energy rapidly converting. A bone-chilling freezing breath shot forth. Thea's hands moved continuously. Ice Storm, Ice Cone, Frost Ray, Ice Nova, she kept throwing them out. Having lost one arm, old Shazam struggled against their combined assault, only able to endure with his lightning barrier. Old man, stop resisting. For world order, dedicate your divine power, it was never yours to begin with. Thea coaxed him with classic villain dialogue. To increase persuasion, she also summoned Killer Frost Caitlin. With 3 of them refrigerating the room, the temperature plummeted. Even the eternal rock, formed from heaven and hell fragments, couldn't withstand their magical and meta ability cooling. The eternal lamps she'd seen earlier had completely extinguished, and walls, floor, and even old Shazam's former stone chair were all cracking from the cold. Already in severe blood loss, old Shazam's face turned deathly pale. He seemed to be resisting more on pure instinct. His frozen brain took forever to understand the situation. Finally, old Shazam shouted, "No, I still need to choose an heir, find the supremely good or evil person. This is my mission." Fool. Thea cursed. The old guy was too stubborn. Stubborn was one thing, but he had neither vision nor knowledge, completely wasting all that divine power. Continuing the stalemate wasted her own divine power. Having long considered him her prize, Thea prepared her trump card. Chapter 717, Chapter 716, Frozen. Caitlin, absorb and convert Faura's energy. Thea commanded. In the original timeline, Killer Frost had absorbed Superman's energy and delivered a devastating blow that took out the Justice League. Now she could naturally freeze old Shazam the same way. The 2 women had practiced this ability before. Caitlin nodded lightly at Thea, indicating she was ready. This wasn't a game with friendly fire protection settings. Before the decisive battle with Darkseid, Thea had no intention of taking a direct hit. She immediately phase-shifted into subspace. Subspace lacked many colors, everything looked like it had a thin veil over it, blurry and indistinct. But she could still sense the instant energy explosion in the outside world. Crash. A dull impact. Having converted all the stellar energy in Faura's body, Caitlin instantly froze the entire Rock of Eternity. The originally dark gray underground palace transformed into a world of ice and snow. Facing such an energy explosion head-on, old Shazam couldn't withstand it. He was frozen into a giant ice block, his face still wearing a bewildered expression. Beautiful. You 2 head back and rest. Grodd and the others will handle the follow-up. Thea stepped out of subspace, surveying the results with interest before giving the accomplished warriors a long vacation. The adjutant's stellar energy was nearly depleted, she needed to reabsorb sunlight. And controlling such massive energy was also a heavy mental burden for Caitlin. Both immediately left to rest. Thea checked on old Shazam. The old man hadn't realized they had a combination move and was mentally unprepared, knocked out cold. Ah, too bad this move can't be used often. Farah's 3 years of accumulation, gone. While sighing, Thea carved magic circles to seal old Shazam's divine power and mental world. She then summoned Grodd. The great ape shivered from the cold environment. Thea could only cajole and threaten him into persevering. This lazy creature had lived too comfortably, his tolerance kept declining. Thea felt its mind control abilities had weakened compared to the original timeline. Even with old Shazam knocked unconscious and defenseless, Grodd took a long time to establish control. This world is being destroyed by people like you, holding high the banner of justice while doing nothing but stupid things. I'll protect the world. Billy Batson can keep being a brat. Your mission is over. Go find your supremely good or evil person in another world. Thea muttered softly to herself, then turned to Grodd. Erase his will. Even with his body taken over and mental power severely weakened layer by layer, old Shazam's will remain tenacious. Grodd, at the peak of his mental powers, spent a full day completely erasing his personal consciousness. Old Shazam's body still existed, as did his soul, but the consciousness that made him, himself, had been wiped clean. Thea dismissed the exhausted, tongue-lolling Grodd and took the giant ice block to a scorching planet to thaw. Remember me? She waved her hand in front of the awakened old Shazam's eyes. No response. What's your name? This time Thea used soul divine power to ask. Old Shazam remained confused for a long while before woodenly shaking his head. Excellent results. Thea was thrilled. She loaded this living divine power source into her necklace space. The thick, continuous divine power was decomposed, transformed, and reorganized into new divine power, slowly flowing into Thea's various divine domains. With no one around anyway, she couldn't help moaning. Like someone parched for days finding water, this feeling was simply too wonderful. Divine power fully restored, even if she still couldn't defeat Darkseid's avatar, she was confident she could last 30 to 50 rounds. This old man is no simple matter. During the slow absorption, she noticed something unusual. Old Shazam didn't just possess that Australian storm god's divine power. Inside him existed another source of divine power that even he probably didn't know about. Hee. After careful identification, Thea tapped her forehead and laughed. A trace of Zeus's source power. The old guy is actually Zeus's chosen. Just seeing that old Shazam was completely unaware of this power made it easy to guess. Like Diana, this was another hidden card Zeus had planted. This was also why old Shazam could wield lightning so freely. Shazam's power of the 6 gods included Zeus's divine power, but that was just pure divine power, completely different from source power. Originally, Thea had planned to drain the old man dry and be done with it. Now she changed her mind. She'd keep old Shazam as a living power source, and through his faint connection to Zeus's true body, she could continuously absorb Zeus's divine power. The God King was currently in a deep sleep anyway, enthusiastically playing with his alt account. He surely wouldn't mind. As for whether taking too much source power would cause Zeus to drop levels, Thea didn't care. The Zeus of years past had been an insurmountable mountain to her. Now she was about to clash head-on with Darkseid. Her confidence had multiplied hundreds of times. With divine power increasing on one side and decreasing on the other, who was afraid of whom? Returning to the new world, Diana had also brought reinforcements, 500 Amazon warriors, 500 Minotaur warriors from Minos, and 200 undead knights. Heracles, who'd been uncomfortable staying on Mount Olympus, had also come to the new world and was currently competing in martial arts with the Valkyries. Hera was busy feuding with Athena and couldn't get away, so she'd sent that good-for-nothing, the wine god Dionysus, to assist. For this combat weakling who was an expert at eating, drinking, and playing, Thea had no good arrangements. Since he'd come to help, she could only honor him and call it done. This can't continue. Ordinary people are too nervous. We need to adjust our strategy. Returning to the White House, her mother gave her this news. She handed over several reports. Ordinary people had all kinds of theories, some said Earth would explode, some predicted World War III, but most said alien invasion. Thea scratched her head. She realized she'd been too tense lately. The pressure of bearing the world's fate on her shoulders was only part of it. The main factor was the influence of her soul divine domain. Souls, 99% carried grievances. Controlling this domain, no matter how you looked at it, didn't align with optimism or positivity. Announce the truth. The people have a right to know what's happening. Moira sat behind the presidential desk, deeply experiencing her predecessor's difficulties. I'll do as you say and make some corresponding adjustments. Friday evening, White House Oval Office. A bunch of technicians were adjusting equipment. Moira was preparing to make a televised address, not the traditional fireside chat, which required longer preparation time. Thea kept a low profile at the White House, finding herself a chair to sit and watch everyone bustle about. Suddenly she spotted a familiar figure. Supergirl Kara Danvers. How did she get into the White House? Chapter 718, Chapter 717, Family Arrangements. Thea casually crumpled a paper ball and flicked it across the room with a sharp whoosh. Supergirl reacted quickly, catching it mid-flight, then stared at Thea in confusion. Thea beckoned her over, but the young Kryptonian glanced around nervously and shook her head in refusal. Here on White House business. Thea noticed the access pass hanging around Supergirl's neck and nodded thoughtfully. Tonight's events had nothing to do with her anyway, she just needed to make sure nothing went wrong. She'd expected this to be a simple briefing, informing the public about current threats and calling it a day. But politicians operated on an entirely different wavelength. To maximize stability, Moira had assembled an entire team of sociologists, psychologists, and international relations experts to craft a comprehensive plan. Thea's approach, opening with, "You know Earth's about to face catastrophe, right?" wouldn't fly. According to the advisors, civilians would panic immediately. Their solution was gradual disclosure. Say a little today, a little more tomorrow, easing the public into accepting reality step by step. It wasn't until just before the broadcast that Thea learned Kara had gotten into the White House as Cat Grant's assistant. After graduation, the young woman had submitted several job applications and been hired immediately by Cat Grant International Media. The very next day, Moira invited her friend Cat Grant to serve as the new White House press secretary. Whether it was the fashionable, tasteful clothing Thea had helped design, or Kara's innocent, trustworthy demeanor, Cat Grant had instantly chosen this girl as her personal assistant, helping carry bags, fetching water, running errands. "My friends, my fellow citizens, today I need a bit more of your time to discuss some events that are currently unfolding." On camera, Moira looked like a kindly neighborhood aunt. She began with politics, economics, democracy, and freedom, then launched into a lengthy discussion of history, culture, and their current quality of life. She emphasized how hard-won their current prosperity was, peppering her speech with rallying cries like, "We can't let enemies destroy our way of life," and, "We will defend freedom and democracy." Enemies are coming? Kara finished her tasks and quietly slipped into the seat beside Thea, whispering her question. "Trust us. We can handle this." Thea didn't want Kara rushing to the front lines. She was too innocent, hadn't endured real hardship, and lacked the willpower and conviction needed for the coming war. Better to keep her as a reserve force. Finding cosmic reinforcements and minimizing Earth's losses, that was Thea's strategy. Kara looked to be in her early 20s, but she was basically still a kid, the stubborn type who needed the right motivation. As Thea Queen, the designated nemesis of troublesome youngsters in place of Deathstroke from the original timeline, her eyes gleamed as a plan formed. She adopted an extremely serious expression. "Even if you can't fight on the front lines, your mission is just as crucial. Our families, my mother, Clark's wife and son, they all need your protection. The enemy is ruthless and brutal. There's no guarantee they won't target our loved ones. We're counting on you for this." Holy crap. Kara, who'd been about to argue with Thea, found herself speechless. "So I'm not being sent to the front lines because this mission is so important." Without hesitation, she accepted. The young Kryptonian pounded her chest, declaring that while she was better at offense, she could absolutely handle defense too. Thea felt zero guilt about manipulating the girl. Strictly speaking, it wasn't even manipulation. Would Darkseid target Earth's leadership? From past experience, the Dark Lord considered himself far above such concerns and had no interest in ordinary humans. But his subordinates were another story entirely. Whether it was Steppenwolf, Desaad, or Granny Goodness, all of whom she'd dealt with, or Kanto, the universe's greatest assassin whom she'd never met, there was no telling what underhanded tactics they might employ if the battle stalled. Publicly, she'd assigned Supergirl to protect their families. Privately, Thea convened another meeting with the heroes. "Everyone, we can fight on the front lines, but we cannot neglect protecting our families." She raised this issue first, and the group fell into contemplative silence. Thea wasn't too worried herself. Green Arrow wasn't easy to kill, and Moira's security was ironclad. Amanda Waller, despite all her issues, had promised out of patriotic duty to mobilize every ARGUS resource to protect the president. Though the Queen family made themselves a prominent target, they also had the most protection. The problem was everyone else. Diana and Thea were practically family, and no assassination squad could penetrate Themyscira. Queen Hippolyta and the Amazons were safe. Aquaman's mother Atlanta hid in the ocean depths and possessed demigod-level power herself. Attacking her would be extremely difficult. Martian Manhunter's family had been wiped out, leaving only spiritual entities living in the mental realm. Ordinary assassins couldn't reach them, and his niece Megan was one of the most powerful Martians, with a vast array of psychic powers. Her combat prowess was off the charts. Only Superman, Batman, and Flash needed special arrangements to protect their families. "My family is secure." Batman delivered this statement coolly and said nothing more. Superman hesitated. "I'll relocate my family to the Fortress of Solitude." Where exactly was that? The others wisely chose not to ask. That left Flash. Me. The Flash was attending this type of meeting for only the second time. Seeing Batman's perpetual scowl, he wasn't sure whether to reveal his true identity. After all, once he mentioned who needed protection, his secret identity would be obvious. Especially since his girlfriend Iris was a walking disaster magnet. Ever since Lois Lane had a child and toned down her recklessness, Iris West had claimed the title of world's biggest trouble magnet. Most sensible people could be hidden away safely anywhere, but not Iris. She asked questions about everything, her curiosity was boundless, and she wanted to touch everything she saw. Any locked door had to be opened. She absolutely couldn't be allowed into places like Thea's or Batman's, where secrets were stacked upon secrets. "Let your friend stay with my wife," Superman offered sincerely. Thanks to Superman's sterling reputation, Flash agreed to the proposal. "What reinforcements have we secured so far?" With the family issue settled, Martian Manhunter turned to Thea. Unlike the original timeline, Moira's support and Thea's relationship with Diana had given her considerable authority in this coalition. Batman and Superman didn't need to run around making contacts, they could focus on their own responsibilities while someone else took charge. Fortunately, true heroes had no selfish ambitions. Since someone was leading, they'd each handle their assigned roles. Well, several Green Lanterns are coming, plus violet, blue, yellow, and indigo lanterns. Each one matches a superhero in power, they're formidable fighters. We might also have some cosmic mercenaries joining the battle, around 3,000 in total. Additionally, the green, the red, and the rot will provide limited assistance. Chapter 719, Chapter 718, Revealing the Truth. Controlling the neutral merchant guilds made finding mercenaries relatively easy, though to spare the heroes' sensibilities, they needed to recruit ones who looked presentable. This gave Deathstroke, who handled off-world affairs, quite the headache. Diana also outlined her recruited reinforcements. Everyone's gaze then turned to Aquaman. "Atlantis will commit 10,000 troops." Aquaman said somewhat sheepishly. "You're joking." Batman's voice was dark and ominous. "How dare you speak to me like that? We have our own difficulties." Arthur Curry's temper flared as usual. More of their usual family drama, no doubt. As the nominal moderator, Thea had to step in. "Everyone shut up. 10,000 from Atlantis is far too few. Currently, surface nations plan to deploy 7 million troops, with an equal reserve force mobilizing. In 2 months, the new continent will house 10 million elite soldiers. Your 10,000 is pitiful." Aquaman turned his head away, clearly reluctant to discuss it. The heroes were all at a loss. Thea rubbed her temples and thought for a moment. "I won't comment on your political system. But if I can get the priesthood faction to cooperate, can your royal house pressure the Council of Elders into compliance? What's the minimum deployment you could manage?" "Probably around 1 million, fully equipped. Mara's people would contribute another 3,000. Aquaman considered carefully. Thea sighed. "Fine. I'll handle this." She tossed the dead ocean master to Poseidon, have him issue a divine decree, and pressure the priesthood into supporting the deployment. The Atlantis problem resolved smoothly. With the priesthood's backing, Queen Atlanta removed 3 elders in one fell swoop, replacing them with her loyalists. She readily agreed to personally lead 200,000 troops into battle. Meanwhile, on the surface world, panic was reaching critical mass. Moira had broken tradition, abandoning her usual Friday-only addresses to speak to citizens every evening for 3 consecutive days. This fireside chat was far more explosive than FDR's New Deal or the Gulf War discussions. Despite her understated delivery, people were terrified. According to one social media platform, the consensus was, "We're not afraid of fighting other humans, but a massive alien invasion. Can I just hide in the countryside?" In movies, aliens were portrayed as idiots, easily outsmarted by a few protagonists, hilarious when watched in theaters. But in real life, unimaginable. Years of work by the Extraterrestrial Management Committee couldn't eliminate everyone's concerns. One widespread view among civilians was particularly telling. Most believed the aliens currently on Earth were weaklings, equivalent to a pre-industrial society in technological development. But the ones coming, they'd be arriving with superior firepower, weapons advanced beyond comprehension. How the hell are we supposed to fight that? Queen Consolidated, Wayne Enterprises, and even the diminished Luthor Corp all directed their media holdings to publish morale-boosting articles. The message was simple: Earth's people are incredible, invincible. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Early Monday morning, on the White House lawn, after 3 days of conditioning, public tolerance had reached its peak. Moira would hold a press conference here, addressing media from around the world. Everyone, I use the word compatriots deliberately, because the coming disaster doesn't target any single nation, it targets all of us on Earth. We must set aside disputes, abandon hatred, and take up whatever weapons we can find to protect our families. Our enemy is approaching, powerful and cunning. Anyone who thinks they can escape through appeasement will only find a future of suffering. Perhaps some still don't believe this, viewing it through the lens of conspiracy theories, thinking I'm making a power grab. To those who harbor such malice at humanity's most critical hour, I can only say, best of luck to you, because I can't spare the energy to convince you. I, my son, and my daughter will all join this fight. As an ordinary mother, I'm both proud and worried. If they die in battle, what would I, a poor old woman, need power for? Moira's talent for playing the sympathy card was on full display. Many reporters on site were moved by her tragic determination. Kara Danvers, that honest soul, had tears welling in her eyes. Seeing the positive response, Moira shifted tone. But if you trust me, I will fight to the very end. Some may wonder, couldn't we use diplomacy? Couldn't we pay some price to avoid war? We're not warmongers, but the situation is grim. Several superheroes risked their lives to record the enemy's brutality. Let me show you now. Moira signaled her staff to start the presentation. Obviously there was no giant screen on the lawn. Thea had gifted the White House an alien holographic projector. Showing Earth 2's suffering wouldn't work, it required explaining parallel dimensions, which would complicate things unnecessarily. Instead, she'd edited footage of Darkseid's forces conquering other planets. New Genesis used these recordings as cautionary educational material for children. The cinematography was nearly perfect, fully capturing Darkseid's scorched Earth devastation. The advanced projector drew gasps of amazement initially, but attention quickly shifted. Blood-red skies. Ruined cities. Countless monsters pillaging and slaughtering. Rivers of blood. Scattered limbs. People raised in peacetime couldn't process it. This must be from a movie. Someone muttered unconvincingly. A White House staffer covered her mouth, seeing a particularly gruesome scene, trying not to scream aloud. Those vicious bastards. A bearded reporter watched a parade mon tear apart what looked like an alien child and couldn't contain his fury. Moira judged the timing right and signaled staff to stop the playback. She pointed at the angry bearded men. This reporter is absolutely correct. How can we negotiate with such savage enemies? Should we satisfy their bloodlust with our citizens' flesh? If they demand we hand over masses of people as slaves, what then? The principles of freedom and democracy won't allow me to do that. For my children. For my family. I will fight. I will fight to the bitter end. Moira's voice grew hoarse with emotion. Thunderous applause erupted. Nobody came out of nowhere, everyone had parents and children. Moira's appeal to family struck deep chords with ordinary people. Having covered the big picture, Moira left the stage amid sustained applause. Secretary of Defense, General Lane, took over to outline military deployments. Initially, the old general worried about intelligence leaks. Thea dismissed his concerns entirely. Give me a break. Darkseid never cares who his enemies are, he only asks where they are. Without me holding the line as a god, 100 billion troops would mean nothing. Feel free to speak openly, the enemy doesn't give a damn about our force deployments. Chapter 720, Chapter 719, Assembly. General Lane inflated the actual 10 million deployed troops several times over. Before the cameras, he claimed Earth had assembled 50 million regular forces, vowing to defend democracy and freedom to the death. Of course, if ordinary citizens wanted to enlist, that would be even better. Where will the battlefield be located? Will it destroy our cities? Will it cause massive civilian casualties? A reporter asked a question on everyone's mind. Civilians had been traumatized by the previous 2 metropolis battles. Heroes and enemies flying wildly through the sky, east and west without pattern. Civilians could only flee blindly on the ground like headless chickens. Good luck meant survival. Bad luck meant getting killed by a random piece of debris from who knows where. Having that experience twice was enough for bragging rights, please, no third time. The speakers had coordinated their talking points beforehand. They couldn't mention using magic to create a new continent, that was too fantastical. General Lane used scientific terminology and vaguely stated, it's a newly discovered landmass. The general wasn't handling Q&A. After droning through descriptions of military strength, how many troops, warships, and mechs they had, his message boiled down to, yes, the enemy is brutal, but we're no pushovers either. The remaining time went to Cat Grant, the media powerhouse famous for her sharp tongue as the new press secretary. Initially, she wasn't quite comfortable with the role and left some reporters wanting to bang their heads against walls. She soon moderated somewhat, though she still verbally eviscerated several troublemakers who tried derailing the discussion. After a full morning of chaos, reporters rushed off without even staying for the White House lunch, hurrying to file their stories. By 3 p.m., through various media channels, conservatively speaking, over half the global population had learned the news. Disbelief, doubt, fear, and panic began spreading through the masses. Several superheroes cooperated with police to crack down hard on criminals disrupting public order. Bad news abounded, but there was good news too. Massive numbers of veterans, responding to Moira's call to defend homes and families, returned to military service. Countless passionate young people flooded recruitment centers in the streets. While Thea worked diligently to absorb old Shazam's divine power and occasionally contemplated that strand of primal shadow from Earth, too, current Hollywood Queen Felicity launched Avengers Assemble. All-star cast. High investment, high-efficiency production team. Global simultaneous release. People already wound tight with tension finally relaxed. Many watched it repeatedly, there was nothing else to watch anyway. Theater owners, terrified of tax audits, figured if everyone else was screening it, they might as well too. Miraculously, instead of going bankrupt as expected, their losses were manageable. Some theaters even showed 20% higher profits than the previous period. The lead actors were worked like pack mules, dragged around the world by Felicity for promotional tours. Facing reporters' overwhelming questions, they deployed their acting skills masterfully. Looking righteous and fully on message, they declared, "We will absolutely win. We're completely confident." Whether Avengers awakened civilian unity, Thea and the heroes didn't know. But public morale definitely improved. This isn't a movie world, we have real superheroes. Not actors. Not special effects. Not CGI. Real, living superheroes who could fly, run, and shoot lasers from their eyes. With these people at the front lines, rational thinking returned to the masses. People's emotions roller-coastered, plummeting to the depths before slowly climbing back, eventually surpassing original levels. This relieved government officials. After all, they couldn't exactly send pot-bellied legislators to the front with assault rifles. Soldiers came from ordinary people, so their emotional stability mattered most. Time passed. Amid feverish weapons preparation, supply transportation, and forward-base construction on the new continent, a month flew by. Hal Jordan arrived on Earth, bringing his rotund companion and his pet along. With him came Carol Ferris of the Violet Lantern Corps. The former aviation company executive wore a deep purple battlesuit, with elbows and shins fully covered but thighs and shoulders exposed. Thea wrinkled her nose in distaste. That outfit rivals the Indigo Tribe's uniform. Violet lanterns symbolizing love were certainly passionate enough. Honestly, Hal Jordan's personality was rather flamboyant, especially now that he was the greatest Green Lantern. Introducing him at a hero meeting risked them coming to blows. For the upcoming battle, Thea needed to directly confront Darkseid and couldn't spare energy for command. The other superheroes would also have their hands full. They deliberately or inadvertently left command duties to Batman. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Using his 127 martial arts styles, he could probably kill a grunt with some effort, but that was his limit. Better to keep this big shot in the rear providing ideas and strategies. Thea now introduced Hal Jordan to him. They'd actually met years ago during the Parallax fight, but so much time had passed that another introduction didn't hurt. After finishing, she stepped back to watch the fireworks. Sure enough, as the current, greatest Green Lantern, Hal Jordan was extremely proud. Hearing he'd need to cooperate with Batman, he immediately exploded. After years alone in space, his perspective and vision had transformed completely. Hal Jordan looked Batman over with an assessing gaze. So what exactly can you do? Can you fly? No. Super strength? No. Hal Jordan looked utterly incredulous, glancing at Thea. You're not just some ordinary guy in a bat costume, are you? Batman's face remained stony, his gaze seemingly capable of firing Omega beams as he stared Hal down. The greatest Green Lantern stood confused, wondering why Batman looked so fierce, when suddenly the green glow around him vanished. His transformation was cancelled. And his emerald ring had ended up in Batman's hand. Bruce actually smiled. I can help you focus. Seeing Hal get schooled, Carol Ferris, his ex-girlfriend and current friend with benefits, laughed heartily. Batman examined the ring briefly before tossing it back. The enemy's vanguard is infiltrating more aggressively. I need you and your companions to join the hunt. After that, Batman picked up a rectangular mother box. We need to concentrate these devices together so the enemy appears on our predetermined battlefield. After dismissing the self-sufficient Hal Jordan, Batman sighed. With Thea busy enhancing her own power, he had to coordinate everything. It was exhausting. Hang in there a bit longer. We have at most one more month. Thea was racing against time converting divine power and really couldn't manage trivial matters. Not just her, Diana and Superman were also seizing every second to train. With the three of them working together, even without Highfather's help, she was confident of taking down Darkseid's avatar. If the Dark Lord's true form showed up. Sorry, Miss Queen would be leading the retreat. Time seemed to pass both quickly and slowly. 2 weeks later, Blue Lantern leader Saint Walker arrived on Earth with Mogo the living planet. To transport Mogo to the new continent, Thea recruited 300 Indigo Lanterns. Using her teleportation array, they barely managed to relocate Mogo. The Indigo tribe, led by Indigo 1, established a base locally. The only disappointment was that the Firstborn hadn't answered her summons. Otherwise, the coalition would have gained a major powerhouse. As for Yellow Lanterns, she selected 500 whose appearances weren't too terrifying, led by Arkillo to Earth. Green, yellow, blue, indigo, violet, regardless of numbers, they'd finally assembled. Even with Thea deliberately suppressing tensions, Hal Jordan and the Yellow Lanterns nearly came to blows. Given this, they could only appoint the apparently neutral Saint Walker, who actually revered Thea like a deity, as overall Lantern commander. Blue Lanterns ranked first in difficulty of acquisition among the 7 corps. With Blue Lanterns present, they could greatly amplify nearby Green Lanterns and bolster others. Excluding White and Black, Blue Lanterns were among the most powerful, especially when paired with Green. Chapter 721, Chapter 720, Eve of Battle. Indigo 1 herself was as detached as a Buddhist monk. The Violet Lanterns had only sent Carol Ferris, more symbolic than practical. Everyone nodded in agreement to Saint Walker's temporary leadership. To avoid being isolated, Hal Jordan rushed back to OA, and leveraging his high reputation, he returned with over 100 more Green Lanterns, much to Thea's surprise. This roughly balanced forces with the Yellow Lanterns. Batman hadn't returned to Gotham in 2 weeks, spinning like a top with constant work. But his busyness proved valuable. After his coordination, the Lanterns deployed over 300 times across the new continent, capturing 91 Parade Mon scouts alive. The rest self-destructed. They'd also recovered 22 mother boxes. The enemy's main force would definitely emerge from here. He also handled battlefield preparation. Moira signed a special pardon releasing Lex Luthor, with one condition: perform meritorious service to atone, or rot in prison forever. Batman, heh. The middle-aged Luthor, sporting his signature bald head, regarded Batman with a knowing smirk. This guy knows my real identity. The thought flashed through Batman's mind. Both brilliant men chose not to address it, turning instead to the task at hand. What can I help with? We're planning to set the battlefield in Zone East 12. It's coastal with open space. Atlantis and human naval forces can attack from the water while human ground forces strike from land, creating a pincer movement. We could set some traps. As 2 of Earth's smartest men, they quickly checked each other's blind spots. Soon a problem emerged. Could Earth have collaborators working with them? Luthor spoke from experience. Steppenwolf had once secretly taught him how to create doomsday. Putting himself in the enemy's shoes, he figured more such people existed. Having studied over a dozen psychology texts, Batman had even more authority on this. We can't stop it. There will definitely be traitors, and plenty of them. Our current methods can't track them down. Magic, powers, technological devices, all can brainwash. Too many methods. Whether VIPs, soldiers, or even civilians, anyone could be controlled. Too many variables. Screening is impossible. Batman wasn't exaggerating. He discussed this with Thea, and even she had no solution. Magic wasn't omnipotent. What about people who willingly betrayed humanity, wanting to serve Apocalypse and curry favor with Darkseid? With no transaction involved, purely voluntary, how could she detect that? Moreover, her current energy focused on comprehending the soul divine domain. Apocalypse's new gods knew she held the trade domain, they wouldn't be so crude as to recruit openly. If they conducted covert transactions with a little concealment, she couldn't sense them. You can't stay on guard forever. We'll have to meet them head-on and rely on strength. That was the only option. We could design an algorithm. Human traitors will definitely target key points, around commanders, near armories, personnel directly responsible for nukes. Identify these critical nodes, cross-reference for anomalies, then screen. Luthor's mind remained sharp. Batman supplemented with several additional points. The two quickly got to work. Meanwhile, Thea returned to New Genesis. As predicted, Highfather couldn't help her anymore. Darkseid's true form had personally led his main force to a small asteroid less than 8,000 kilometers, about 5,000 miles, from New Genesis to set up camp. All of Darkseid's elite were present. Thea and Diana had been summoned back. The council had expanded to 10 members, and with Highfather, 11 new gods gazed into the distance together. Mantis, Calabac, Desaad, Steppenwolf, Vermin Wunderbar, Mad Harriet, Kanto, Granny Goodness, they're all deployed. The 3-meter-tall, nearly 10 feet, Sky Commander spoke gravely. Setting aside the two leaders, it appeared Darkseid's 8 faced New Genesis's 10, seemingly advantageous. But actual combat told a different story. Knowledge God Metron had been recruited by Highfather to pad numbers. He never fought, calling him neutral faction wouldn't be wrong. Forge God Hyman was technical talent too. Even Highfather's favorite warrior Big Bear had never seen him fight. His combat power appeared modest. And Thea, the strongest fighter, couldn't participate in this battle. Under divine scrutiny, Darkseid attacking with such force was weaker than ever before, having split off an avatar. Regardless of the avatar's likelihood of reaching Earth, Thea had to return to defend her homeworld. Even the avatar would defeat Thea. Once she left, Diana had to follow. From 8 versus 10, subtracting here and there, it became 8 versus 6. Justice faced dire straits. Though the generals worried themselves sick, they couldn't complain. Darkseid splitting his essence was good news for Highfather. For the first time in eons, his comprehensive strength surpassed Darkseid's. The eternal war might end soon. Highfather had no reason to abandon this chance. Goddess Thea, I'm truly sorry. I must keep Darkseid pinned here, so. Highfather felt awkward, after all, he'd made promises. Now he was backing out. Thea had mentally prepared for this. Earth, or rather, she herself, would face Darkseid alone. Scared? Not particularly. If one person couldn't win, a group could swarm him. Neither mentioned having Highfather send an avatar to help her fight. The bigman wanted to settle this in one decisive battle, strongest Highfather versus weakest Darkseid. That offered real victory chances. If he split divine power into an avatar, it would become a thorough mess, weak commander versus weak general. Guaranteed loss. Darkseid had made a brilliant move. Using himself as bait, he'd activated the entire board, attacking on 2 fronts, forcing the already disadvantaged New Genesis to split forces. Take the entire Mystic Legion. Highfather proved quite generous, though Thea considered and declined. Your Majesty, New Genesis needs magic more. I'll take 1/3 of the mages and all the spellbreakers. Give me some close combat troops to supplement. This wasn't self-interest but thinking strategically. Earth's forces were basically all ranged. Bringing another 1,000,000 ranged mages. Only those few hundred Amazons at the front line. They'd be wiped out instantly. New Genesis had abundant melee troops but sparse ranged units. Leaving most mages in exchange for close combat forces benefited both sides. The gods' intelligence was considerable. The advantages were obvious. Highfather nodded approval. Chapter 722, Chapter 721, Darkseid descends. The 4 legions temporarily disbanded their formations. Thea traded 600,000 mages for 200,000 beast cavalry, 200,000 lightning spear troops, and 200,000 sky archers. Over the following days, intelligence poured into the Gods' Council. Confirmed intelligence, Darkseid's avatar and the true forms of Steppenwolf and Desaad are still on Apocalypse, for now. The force attacking your homeworld numbers between 30 and 50 million. Highfather's voice carried weight and authority. Goddess Thea, I don't demand you kill Darkseid's avatar. Highfather spoke slowly. Thea smiled bitterly. Boss, you really overestimate me. As long as you stall him, victory will be ours. With Highfather's declaration, several fierce generals roared in unison, morale visibly skyrocketed. No wonder they were excited. With Steppenwolf and Desaad also retreating, 8 versus 6 had become 6 versus 6. Generals prepared to fight to the death, repaying Highfather's grace-breathed secret sighs of relief. Thea remained unfazed. Steppenwolf and Desaad were nothing special. Superman versus Steppenwolf, Martian Manhunter, no longer so vulnerable to fire, against the Grand Sorcerer, herself plus Diana fighting Darkseid's avatar, this lineup could absolutely fight. Even if another enemy appeared, Saint Walker's combat power could handle a 2-on-1 stall. These details she'd keep to herself. No need to tell the big boss. Tell him Earth has incredibly powerful fighters, give me more enemies. Impossible. Thea adopted a tearful farewell expression, demanding Highfather promise absolutely not to add more enemies. We Earth people are weaklings, barely managing 2 new gods, and Darkseid's avatar is our limit. After Highfather's repeated assurances, they left New Genesis. Before departing, Thea convinced Highfather to provide a pile of rare materials to build a permanent weave on the new continent. As a member of the Council of 10, Diana coordinated with Thea's deputy, Sorceress Becca, directing New Genesis warriors into human fortifications and distributing assignments. Thea began establishing a miniature weave using rules identical to New Genesis. The next morning, she summoned Hogwarts' 4 heads of house. After studying magic their entire lives, they marveled at this simplified casting model. Only Zatanna had reservations. This method of training mages seems a bit. She couldn't quite articulate it. Thea finished for her. Too simple, right? Traditional mages needed to learn extensively, not just using magic but understanding its principles. During casting, pronunciation, gestures, movements, material components, none could be omitted, not one error permitted. Training like that definitely produces all-around talent. People like you or Constantine can use any magic freely. That's absolutely correct, just not suited to the modern era. Magic is entering ordinary people's view. High-talent individuals should study theory. Low-talent individuals shouldn't be abandoned either, proficient usage is enough. The academy-trained mages fell silent. Thea asked about the school's current status. Including the performers, the magic school had roughly 1,000 mages of varying abilities. The teachers could handle themselves, students were far weaker. Zatanna proposed inviting Madame Xanadu to teach divination after the war. Papa Midnight planned recruiting Dr. Savannah for magical history. Thea approved everything. Even if you bring in old Merlin to teach astronomy, I'm fine with it. These 1,000+ were Earth's only magical forces currently. She didn't hoard them, instructing Zatanna to coordinate with Batman for distribution throughout the army, providing some auxiliary support. The unknown enemy seemed ready to jump out any second. Leaders from various nations, including Moira, toured the front lines like a revolving door before fleeing back to Earth. Large groups of non-combat personnel also fully evacuated. Batman and Luthor's traitor hunt showed no results. Thea had no better solution either. Departing personnel underwent full searches, people could leave, but mother boxes absolutely couldn't return to Earth. All mother boxes were positioned at the predetermined battlefield. Human warriors, New Genesis troops, Atlanteans, Amazons, all endured 3 agonizing days of waiting. A silent stillness swept suddenly through everyone's hearts. Each person felt a mountain rushing toward them. Those with insufficient willpower, some new recruits, dropped to their knees begging for mercy. Thea couldn't manage ground affairs. She shouted, "The enemy's here. Prepare yourselves." Using her soul domain, this cry restored everyone's fighting spirit. Artists distributed among units mustered courage to dance. Singers raised their voices. New Genesis's authentic bards played ancient melodies. Earth forces gradually threw off that terrible pressure. Boom, boom. Mother boxes activated in succession, orange portals opening from the other side. Countless black shadows poured through. But this time the locust-like grunts didn't immediately swarm forward. Instead, they spread across sky and ground, watching the Earth coalition hungrily from the opposite side. So many. These things don't eat people, do they? Soldiers' whispers weren't stopped by officers, they were equally dumbfounded. Peacetime warfare meant launching a missile and calling it done. Who needed face-to-face death matches? The officers struggled to control themselves, not turning to flee, already a testament to their high quality. 2 more portals opened. Old acquaintances Steppenwolf and Grand Sorcerer Desaad stepped through. Steppenwolf saw Thea standing at the forefront and couldn't help gripping his axe tighter, afraid she'd blast him with an energy beam. His eyes looked evasive. Thea's nose emitted a contemptuous snort. This guy's no longer my match. A fair fight would take time but guarantee victory. Unfortunately, Diana wanted revenge for Earth 2's Wonder Woman. Steppenwolf was her designated target. Thea flew into the air. Diana on her left, Superman, having emerged from 6 months training with vastly increased power, on her right, and Martian Manhunter finally revealing his true form flying slightly behind Superman. The 4 formed a line, facing the largest portal. Tum, tum, tum. Heavy footsteps seemed to tread on everyone's hearts. 4 meters tall, over 13 feet, iron blue skin, wearing heavy blue armor with a massive Omega symbol on his chest, the Dark Lord strode out slowly. Irresistible momentum crushed the entire field. Unbearable pressure weighed on every heart. Can we really defeat such a terrifying enemy? Even the dancers and bards couldn't withstand it this time. Each collapsed trembling on the ground, not unwilling to run, but legs too weak to move. Heh. Dark Lord, don't you find it beneath your dignity to bully these ordinary people? Just as civilians were about to pull out their guns for suicide, Thea's light words entered everyone's hearts. Chapter 723, Chapter 722, Open Fire. Thea was about to clash head-on with Darkseid himself, so his imposing aura felt like nothing more than a gentle breeze to her. But for ordinary people, the mental pressure was overwhelming. She had no choice but to use a wisp of divine soul power to dispel Darkseid's psychic suppression. The fact that she had to deploy divine power just to counter his mere presence, never mind the actual power gap, showed how vastly different their understanding and mastery of divine authority truly was. Darkseid hovered in midair, hands clasped behind his back, regarding her with a cold gaze that mixed killing intent with icy disdain. "What's the matter, Your Majesty? Looking for round 2? Thea asked tentatively. Truth be told, she was bluffing hard. In a straight fight, even using every trick in her book, she'd last maybe 40 or 50 moves before going down in defeat. The Dark Lord's expression was as stony as Batman's, which was saying something. He glanced at her with contempt, his voice rumbling as if it came from deep within granite. "You are no match for me." Painfully accurate. Thea had enough self-awareness to recognize that truth. She chose silence. Darkseid, likewise, wasn't eager to personally engage in battle. Even if he won after a prolonged fight with Thea, the effort required would actually tarnish his invincible reputation. Both chose to face off without attacking. Thea didn't dare make the first move, while Darkseid feared a drawn-out battle would damage his image. "Clark and I will take on the big guy together." Thea began organizing their lineup, but Diana interrupted her. "I'll face Darkseid with you." Thea was pleased. Diana had finally let go of her fixation on killing Steppenwolf to avenge the other Wonder Woman. Their coordination would definitely be better. The two goddesses had sparred countless times and worked together seamlessly, far better than she could with Superman. "All right then. Clark, you handle the guy in armor with the axe over there. Uncle John, you take the one in the blood-red robes. His magic is formidable, but I believe your psychic abilities are superior. You're no longer afraid of fire, remember that." After assigning everyone their roles, Thea focused all her attention on Darkseid. She faced the greatest pressure here. If he attacked, she'd have to block his devastating first strike. The battle in the sky was about to erupt. On the ground, Batman was making his final preparations. Unlike the original timeline where 7 heroes fought in the wilderness, this time Batman had an additional title, Pentagon Special Military Advisor. All aliens, superheroes, and human forces fell under his command. To protect him from accidents, Thea had even sent Lobo, their only resident berserker, to guard him specifically. At this moment, Batman and the disgraced, redemption-seeking Lex Luthor were distributing assignments. 10 million Earth soldiers from 85 nations formed a coalition that didn't normally answer to a single command structure, plus 2 million Atlantean troops and various aliens thrown into the mix. Even with both their genius-level intellects working overtime, they were swamped. 37.1% of enemy forces within quantum field range. 11.5% of enemy forces within railgun strike range. 17% of enemy forces within maximum positron cannon range. For this battle, Thea, Batman, and ARGUS had deployed numerous advanced weapons. The enemy had numerical superiority, but Earth's forces were confident they could eliminate a third of them using the prepared battlefield. However, the aerial standoff dragged on without anyone making a move, leaving the ground personnel unable to decide. Many shared the sentiment, if we can avoid fighting, let's avoid it. After all information was compiled, the command center fell into a brief silence. Even Batman went quiet. Not giving the order preserved a sliver of hope for peace. Giving it might plunge humanity into an era of warfare. Facing this choice, he felt crushing pressure unlike anything he'd experienced fighting Gotham's criminals. The responsibility weighed on him like a mountain. But he was Batman. He immediately dismissed the possibility of peace. Without telling anyone, he'd taken a trip to Earth, too, and glimpsed old Thomas Wayne from afar. The devastation of that Earth remained vivid in his mind. Peace. Impossible. War is here. Don't hesitate. Open fire. His voice transmitted through the command system to every soldier's ear. Some immediately pressed their triggers. Others hesitated. Still others chose a different path. Various energy weapons rained down on the apocalyptian parademons. Countless pre-installed traps activated. 5 helicarriers opened fire simultaneously. 40 giant mechs began clearing the outer parademon ranks. Smaller mechs blazed trails for ground forces. 100,000 demon breakers and new god warriors raised their weapons and charged into the parademons, carving waves of carnage. The giant beast cavalry demonstrated what devastating charge truly meant. Like their commander Uga, these rough-looking warriors wielded massive hammers, riding their beasts straight into enemy lines and leaving severed limbs in their wake. Lightning spearmen and sky archers coordinated seamlessly, one close range, one long range. Any enemy entering their attack range didn't survive 3 seconds, either run through the chest or shot through the throat. Efficient and lethal, completely different from the beast cavalry's approach. The demon breakers, wielding long blades and kite shields, marched in perfect formation. At their commander's order, they unleashed waves of slashing steel, like an iron wall steadily compressing the enemy lines. The remaining Minotaurs, fully armed Amazon warriors, and Death Knights each cut down enemies in their own style. Seeing their allies' effectiveness, human forces finally abandoned their reservations. They raised their weapons and joined the battle in formation. In the command center, Batman constantly monitored battlefield feedback. The human coalition's morale was sky high, all the preset traps had been activated, and events were unfolding exactly as he'd predicted. Yet his heart still clenched. Years of training had honed his danger sense, and it screamed at him now. Soon, something bad would happen. After 2 decades in Gotham's trenches, he trusted his instincts completely. How many enemies are currently on the battlefield? Seeing several generals showing relief, Batman felt furious. You think we've won? Laughable. The data came quickly. A staffer reported loudly, currently 25 million enemies on the battlefield. The original number should have been under 30 million. In just 1 minute, coalition forces have eliminated over 1 million enemies. His voice couldn't hide his excitement. The enemy had hidden part of their forces. Thea had said they'd have between 30 and 50 million troops. Though Batman regularly worked on anti-Thea armor designs, he completely trusted the heiress's intelligence. Where would the enemy strike? His command center or the rear? Commanding this many soldiers was infinitely harder than directing a few heroes. Batman, who was used to controlling every variable, felt ready to tear his hair out. Forget thinking 10 steps ahead, he couldn't even predict the enemy's next move. If there was ever a next time, he'd rather suit up and fight the enemy directly than deal with this command nonsense again. Chapter 724, Chapter 723, Their Respective Battles. A staffer rushed into the command center, making Batman's eyes narrow. What he'd been waiting for had arrived. Sir, the positron cannon target deviated by 70 degrees. Someone changed our targeting parameters, the staffer reported urgently. Unfortunately, no one was listening anymore. A pure white energy beam shot toward the Martian manhunter in the sky. This pure energy attack posed no threat to John, he simply entered his intangible state and dodged. Before he could process what happened, 2 more missiles streaked toward him. Superman glanced back and detonated them with heat vision. Thea looked down at the ground and instantly understood the situation. She turned to the Grand Warlock Desaad with a light tone. You're quite skilled at manipulating hearts and minds. It must have taken you considerable time to control these traitors. Impressive, you even managed to block my signals related to trade agreements. With such talent, you can die now. An arrow of pure soul power coalesced in her palm, faintly echoing with the wails of tortured souls. It trailed a gray-white fiery tail as she hurled it toward the Grand Warlock. Your attack method looks more evil than mine. Desaad's face turned bitter. This arrow carried soul fire that could burn away half his life. Normally he'd turn and run, but now he had no such concerns, his master stood right beside his faithful dog. Sure enough, a massive blue hand caught the soul arrow. Darkseid felt somewhat annoyed that Thea dared strike first. His unmatched strength surged, crushing the soul arrow directly. Something's wrong. In less than 1/10 of a second, he realized he'd been tricked. The soul fire had something very problematic inside it. Figured it out. Too late. Thea had long passed the age of easy anger, and she'd anticipated human traitors. She was only mildly surprised that the Grand Warlock had somehow bypassed her trade authority to secretly develop collaborators on Earth. But it was just a minor surprise. As long as she could defeat Darkseid, all problems would resolve themselves. While studying the Divine Soul Authority, she'd revisited the Primordial Shadow twice. That supremely pure shadow force had given her countless insights, and this move was one of them. She'd added a little something extra inside the soul fire, something like a corrosion spell in magic, but the effects were worlds apart. Cover me. Thea called out. Her golden hair flew wildly as she bent her right arm, fingers spread wide, remotely targeting Darkseid's left hand. The strange energy with unique corrosive properties invaded the Dark Lord's left hand, and a gray-white vortex connected them. Diana immediately raised her massive shield, forming a protective barrier around her. Thea was attempting to drain Darkseid's soul. Of course, that statement only worked on a literal level, actually accomplishing it was impossibly difficult. One-shot Darkseid. Not even the Spectre could do that, let alone the current heiress. But whether she could do it was one thing, whether she should try was another. Even if she couldn't succeed, she'd at least annoy the hell out of Darkseid and wipe that smug, hands clasped behind his back attitude off his face. She pushed her soul siphon to its limit. Even with her soul corrosion technique wreaking havoc inside Darkseid's body, she barely extracted anything. Darkseid stood like a towering mountain, majestic and immovable. Her siphon was like using a rope to drag that mountain. Despite all her effort, she only pulled away some dirt, leaving the mountain itself untouched. Thea wasn't discouraged. She'd expected this. If the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. Her right hand maintained the siphon while her left hand used the meager energy she'd extracted to pull up another purple light chain. Darkseid felt extremely awkward. Initially caught off guard by her sneak attack, if he'd simply severed his left hand decisively, none of this would have happened. But how could he? Even as an avatar, it was still his body. To publicly cut off his own hand, what about his reputation? Darkseid chose to endure it. With his powerful divine force as support, Thea couldn't actually hurt him. The gap in their levels was still substantial. But the heiress had an endless supply of tricks. Her right hand drained his soul while her left performed an alternate version of life drain. Using the fragments absorbed from Darkseid's soul, mixed with shadow power and a small portion of Darkseid's own life force, a dark creature was slowly taking shape. Darkseid's vision was razor-sharp. One glance told him her intention, and he could no longer care about appearances. He raised a fist several times larger than a pot and struck downward viciously. Diana wasn't just decoration. Her entire body flashed with golden light as she raised her shield and took the blow head-on. If this were Darkseid's true form, she definitely couldn't handle it. But this was just an avatar. The goddess of war, relying on her divine equipment and guardian authority, barely withstood Darkseid's assault. The Dark Lord attacked repeatedly but couldn't break through Diana's defense. In his excessive haste, he even took a sword slash. Kill them. Seeing their boss get cut, his two lackeys, Steppenwolf and Desaad, knew he'd lost face regardless of the actual damage. They charged forward with frantic shouts. Superman and the Martian Manhunter naturally wouldn't just watch. They each found their opponent and engaged. Steppenwolf had seen Earth 2's Superman, strong, fast, high endurance, but slightly inferior to himself. With some contempt in his heart, plus fear of Darkseid's post-battle reckoning, his attention wasn't fully focused. After 3 exchanges, Superman landed a brutal punch squarely in his abdomen. Facing the men of steel who'd trained, slept, in the sun for several months, emerging wiser from his shame, Steppenwolf's divine body couldn't hold up. A large chunk of his armor shattered, and he nearly coughed up blood but forcibly swallowed it down. His axe flailed desperately for 7 or 8 moves before he finally stabilized. After getting thoroughly beaten by Batman for 3 days, Superman hadn't developed some profound martial art that would be absurd. But his combat talent combined with millennia of refined human martial technique produced results greater than the sum of their parts. A feint fooled Steppenwolf, and Superman delivered an uppercut straight to his chin. Steppenwolf's countless years of martial experience weren't for show. He retreated slightly to dodge the uppercut while simultaneously swinging his axe towards Superman's waist. Their fighting styles were similar, both favoring aggression. The difference was that Superman relied more on talent while Steppenwolf depended on experience. Worried about the shockwaves affecting ordinary people below, Superman intentionally led the battle away from populated areas. Steppenwolf likewise didn't want to witness his boss's misfortune and willingly followed to another location. He feared post-battle consequences, and the Grand Warlock Desaad feared them even more. You, Steppenwolf, are at least Imperial family, some kind of elder. What am I? Nothing. If the boss hadn't intercepted that soul arrow for me, would he have been ambushed? Darkseid was famous for taking out his anger on subordinates. Thinking of those tragic outcomes, Desaad felt ready to cough up a lung. Seeing Superman and Steppenwolf pull their battle eastward, he deliberately lured the Martian Manhunter westward. Bottom line, staying far from his boss couldn't hurt. Chapter 725, Chapter 724, Human Traitors. Johns belonged to a near-invincible species, standing among the elite of that race, even gods envied them. The Martian Manhunter didn't care about new gods or old gods. He was several hundred years old. In his eyes, there were only friends and enemies. Since this was an enemy, no courtesy was needed. His right arm pulled back, and the high molecular polymer chains inside his body restructured. A grotesquely disproportionate arm bristling with vicious teeth swept toward the Grand Warlock. "You'll make a valuable experimental specimen," Desaad muttered. Out of Darkseid's sight, he regained his swagger, his sinister expression returning to his face. His withered hands ignited with 2 masses of deep crimson flame. "My Earth friends told me about you. You have pyrophobia, don't you? Heh, meeting me is your bad luck." The Martian Manhunter's face twitched. For Earth's traitors to know his weaknesses, they had to be high-level insiders, no question. But your information is a bit outdated. Unlike the hot-headed young Superman, John had earned the term, cunning old fox. He feigned trembling all over, putting on a panicked expression. Once Desaad entered attack range, he suddenly exploded into action. Both hands transformed into vicious claws, striking directly at his opponent's chest. He intended to tear this guy apart. Unfortunately, Desaad had remained cautious. His magical shield stayed active at all times, a gossamer thin, colorless barrier blocked the claws. Even though the Martian Manhunter used psychic power to breach the shield, he was a step too slow. His opponent had already blinked away, re-establishing distance. "Over your fear already." Desaad's dead gray eyes studied the Martian Manhunter, as if trying to see straight through him. No, you haven't completely overcome pyrophobia. Your body still carries the pain. As the god of suffering, Desaad saw through John's facade despite his best efforts. He frantically mobilized his divine power, attempting to use that lingering trace of pyrophobia as a breakthrough point to shatter the Martian Manhunter's mental defenses and make him fear fire again. You're more than enough to deal with. You have fears too, let me see inside your mind. The Martian Manhunter mobilized massive psychic power and began reading Desaad's thoughts. One possessed the divine authority of suffering, delighting in tormenting minds and playing with hearts, an evil god. The other was the strongest telepathic master in the entire universe. Their clash was a life-or-death struggle from the start. Unlike Professor X back home, John's mind control was powerful, but so was his body. Mental control didn't burden his physical form, it complemented it. According to Thea's wild theory, he was like Professor X and Thor combined. 1 word, strong. 2 words, still strong. Damn it, what a strange universe. Not even a deity. A living alien this formidable. After trying 6 or 7 methods, Desaad still couldn't breach the Martian Manhunter's mental defenses. Because he'd been too aggressive, his opponent had glimpsed many of his secrets. SSSSS. SSSSS. 2 beams, the Martian Manhunter also had heat vision. He forced Desaad back, then used their psychic connection to notify Batman on the ground. I've seen part of the enemy's memories. The human traitor is Maxwell Lord. He has some mind control abilities and possibly subordinates. Be careful. After speaking, he attacked the Grand Warlock again. On the ground in the command center, Batman demanded loudly of Amanda Waller nearby, "Where is Maxwell Lord? I remember you two were close." Amanda immediately proclaimed her innocence. On matters of principle, she refused to take the fall. "He's with Checkmate, not me. That's a United Nations subsidiary organization. Stop making excuses. You were once a Checkmate member yourself." "He's committed treason," Batman said darkly. Then, thinking about his available personnel, mind control was an annoying ability. Sending ordinary people wouldn't work. He turned to the Indigo Lanterns. "I need you to capture that man." Indigo power rings were domineering, they automatically immunized wearers against abilities that twisted values. Since Indigo Lanterns also excelled at teleportation, they were the perfect choice. Why send them? "I'm telling you, we Green Lanterns are the strongest in the entire universe." The one shouting this absurdly over-the-top declaration was naturally Hal Jordan. Batman acted like he hadn't heard a thing and continued issuing orders. Secure the Site 15 positron cannon on site. Order Firestorm to follow ground forces in the eastern sector. Green Arrow, head to the western sector. Hercules, sir, the northern sector has the most intense fighting, that area is yours. Arthur, have your Atlantean forces circle around through the water and attack the enemy's southern flank. I have a feeling the enemy still has hidden cards. We need to annihilate them here quickly. He dispatched several superheroes to reinforce positions, then looked at the Flash. Battlefield communications are yours. The enemy's tech level exceeds ours. Many orders will need you to relay them. He turned to the colorful array of lanterns. You'll serve as mobile troops. His words cut off when he saw a massive explosion near the command center. Batman glanced at Flash, who whooshed away and returned 2 seconds later carrying a woman. Sporting twin pigtails, wearing a red and blue jacket, long legs wrapped in fishnet stockings, after Flash brought her over, she initially seemed dazed, then saw Batman and her eyes lit up. Stinky Bat. Harley Quinn. The 2 Gotham natives exchanged less than friendly greetings. Batman looked at Flash, waiting for explanation. That Maxwell Lord guy brought several subordinates and blew up Base 22. Then he controlled several oddly dressed people. Those Indigo Lanterns are engaged in fierce combat, so I rescued this woman who was standing there in a daze. Ah, she is a good guy, right? Seeing Batman's perpetual scowl, Flash asked tentatively. Heh heh. Harley Quinn laughed enticingly, the meaning crystal clear. Batman had heard from Thea that Harley Quinn had extremely high resistance to mind control. An ordinary Earth human like Maxwell couldn't control her. But judging from Flash's words, the rest of the Suicide Squad had fallen completely under his influence. The rear can't fall into chaos. Lanterns, all of you advance. I'll send Academy mages to establish mental barriers for you. Batman dispatched another wave of combat forces in one sweep. In his calculations, dealing with one mind-controlling agent plus some ordinary soldiers and a short-handed Suicide Squad, the Lanterns should achieve overwhelming victory. However, the situation changed faster than even he could anticipate. Hal Jordan, who'd been holding in his frustration, immediately conjured bindings that captured Killer Croc. Meanwhile, Zatanna and Papa Midnight teamed up to apprehend El Diablo, Chato Santana. Only the mind-controlled Deadshot and a large group of well-equipped soldiers continued firing. Wearing a tactical vest, a pistol slung across his body, looking like any ordinary agent, this middle-aged man watched the battlefield without a trace of panic. This was Desaad's Earth contact, the human traitor Maxwell Lord. His public identity was Checkmate's leader, codename Black King. Chapter 726, Chapter 725, Amazo. Standing beside Maxwell was a dignified-looking old man. However, this elder who usually prided himself on being descended from nobility had sweat covering his face. One hand gripped his cane while the liver-spotted hand showed bulging veins, revealing his inner tension. Can we really win? I've gambled my family's entire legacy on this. Relax. You saw Lord Desaad's power yourself, didn't you? He personally promised that Earth would be ruled by your Morgan family afterward. You want zero risk. How is that possible? Maxwell's words were reassuring, but internally he felt nothing but contempt. These greedy old bastards pounced on any hint of profit like rabid dogs. They were humanity's disgrace. His gaze lifted to the highest altitude where Thea was clashing head-on with Darkseid. I'll reach those heights too. For that goal, he'd abandon any notion of human honor. Earth. Not my concern. His consoling words had almost no effect. The lanterns, any one of them had superhero-level combat power. Moreover, with blue lanterns present, everyone's rings doubled in strength. Against a group of ordinary humans, even if they were elite forces the Morgan family had spent fortunes creating, they stood no chance. The Morgan family's mechanized power armor was torn apart. Energy guns seemed like children's toys before lantern constructs. I'll get reinforcements. This place is yours. Seeing his armed forces mowed down like wheat, the old man panicked and tried to abandon Maxwell to buy himself time. Unfortunately, bang. A gunshot. The old man felt warm liquid flowing down his aged face, then collapsed headfirst, knowing nothing more. Heh, old dog. Even at death's door, you're still scheming. Maxwell holstered his gun and smiled as he pulled aside a nearby curtain, revealing a 3-meter-tall, about 10 feet, crate standing there. He rapidly input the code. An iron-blue, muscular man slowly emerged. Copy the abilities of those people in the sky. First, use Superman's powers to show these outsiders what Amazo can do. Ha 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 ha. Seeing various zeros and ones rapidly flickering in the blue-muscled man's eyes, Maxwell couldn't suppress his joy and laughed wildly. Start with this guy. He directed the muscleman to attack Hal Jordan, who was charging the hardest. Hal didn't understand what was happening when a crude figure charged at him with irresistible speed. Who are you? A metahuman. He showed no weakness, setting up a green barrier in front of himself. Based on experience, the barrier would block the enemy then wrap around them. He'd used this method to win against countless massive aliens. Unfortunately, this time he faced someone exceptionally fierce, Amazo, possessing the legendary ability to copy any power just by looking. With Superman's full abilities copied but none of his weaknesses, Amazo charged like a wild boar toward Hal's shield. The green light lasted less than half a second before an overwhelming force shattered it into powder. Amazo encountered almost no resistance, charging straight at Hal Jordan. Now a battle-hardened veteran unlike the rookie of years past, Hal didn't panic. He conjured a giant fist that struck the ground, using the recoil to gain significant altitude and barely dodging Amazo's charge. Before Hal could celebrate, he heard Carol Ferris shout, "Watch out." He didn't foolishly look back, but curled into a ball mid-air and rolled left. SSSSSS. 2 deep red beams struck where he'd just been, flying far into the distance before dissipating. Kryptonian. Hal had seen Superman and the Yellow Lantern-wearing Faura. He knew about Kryptonians, but didn't they say Kryptonians were extinct? Now how many had shown up? 1, 2, 3, 4. Amazo didn't know his thoughts. Its mouth gathered massive energy and spewed freezing breath at Hal. Damn it. Big guy, check this out. Hal dodged the freeze breath. His ring flared with brilliant green light, and an emerald greatsword materialized from nothing. Simulating kryptonite radiation, only a few Green Lanterns could accomplish this, requiring both strong willpower and precise construction ability. The seemingly carefree Hal Jordan had specifically trained this technique. By his estimate, perfect simulation was impossible, but he could manage about 60 or 70%. Just as he waited to watch his opponent collapse in agony so he could swagger over and brag, the green light sword stabbed straight into Amazo's rock-like chest and, crack, shattered into powder. Hal was completely dumbfounded. You're not Kryptonian. What the hell are you? Amazo didn't bother answering. Its massive arm swung down with a devastating punch. Can't win. Hal Jordan could only retreat. Carol Ferris, who'd been watching him closely, rushed to provide support. However, power rings had their limitations. In ordinary people's eyes they seemed incredibly formidable, but to true experts, like Thea, like Diana, they were merely adequate. Quantity couldn't influence the final battle outcome. The two of them working together barely lasted a few exchanges before they couldn't hold out. Saint Walker, Indigo, 1, and Arkillo saw the crisis and joined the fight. Relying on 5 of the most outstanding lanterns from their respective corps, they barely managed to resist Amazo. Watching the scene on the rear display screen, Batman looked questioningly at Secretary Lane. If I'm not mistaken, this is a product of the military's Amazo project. The military obtained considerable data from me, but I remember the president ordered the Amazo development stopped. Old Lane looked equally puzzled. We stopped upon receiving orders. All preliminary data was sealed, and experimental data was destroyed. Though he said this, his confidence wavered. The Pentagon wasn't his personal fiefdom. All political figures wanted to prevent the military from being monolithic, so various factions worked hard to plant their people inside. He, the defense secretary, functioned more like a chief steward, a military spokesman. Too many people disobeyed orders and acted independently. Now, regardless of who'd secretly developed Amazo, it had become reality. Does it have any weaknesses? Batman watched the screen as Amazo, essentially a Superman with no weaknesses, single-handedly beat a group of lanterns until they cried for mercy. Feeling anxious, he asked. Old Lane glanced at his several assistants. They looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. Amazo has no weaknesses. Its artificial cells can simulate any superhuman ability it observes, without the original's flaws. It's invincible. One old man showed both excitement and regret, hard to imagine these two expressions appearing simultaneously on one face. Chapter 727, Chapter 726, Dangerous Battle Situation, bonus chapter for 50 Power Stones. Can't you control it? I've reviewed part of the Amazo experimental data. Its commands can be remotely modified, Lex Luthor said leisurely, acting like none of this concerned him as he rubbed his bald head. It's currently simulating Superman. I recall it can only simulate one ability at a time. If we modify its encounter module and change it to a weaker state, we might be able to capture it. After all, this is just a robot running on programmed logic, far from invincible. Luthor seemed to find the military's so-called invincible claim grating. You dare call your cobbled-together creation invincible? Mr. Luthor disagrees. Secretary Lane looked at him with unfriendly eyes. How do you know so much about this? Speak. How many moles have you planted in the Pentagon? But now wasn't the time for investigations. Everyone was in the same boat. If it capsized, nobody would survive. While they discussed, Maxwell Lord's gaze turned cold as he pulled out another mother box. Boom. An explosion, and a brand new portal opened. Several million apocalyptian parademons appeared directly behind the human coalition, creating a pincer attack. Enemies behind us. An officer, suddenly ambushed, didn't even draw his pistol before being torn to shreds. Carl. Ah, you bastards, give me back my brother. A young man saw waves of soldiers falling behind them. Eyes bloodshot, he charged forward, but couldn't even make a splash before being overwhelmed by the massive enemy force. Command, requesting support, requesting support. Distress signals rang continuously through the command center hall. The battlefield situation deteriorated sharply. Many soldiers fighting desperately were affected, unsure of the overall battle status. The thought, have we lost, surfaced in many minds, and morale plummeted instantly. You two, we need you to stabilize the rear, Batman said earnestly to Ganthad and said. The two little blue guardians floated out and joined forces with the planet Mogo to establish a new defensive line. The lanterns also retreated to Mogo's side. With assistance from the supersized Green Lantern, they finally stabilized the situation. High above, Thea witnessed the scene. Amazo's appearance was somewhat unexpected. After Moira entered the White House, she'd ordered the Amazo project terminated. She hadn't expected it to be secretly developed anyway. This culmination of Earth's dark technology left her speechless. Copy superpowers with one glance. This was basically a technological Sharingan. You handle things here. Let me play with the Dark Lord. You go help below, Thea told Diana. The goddess of war had withstood Darkseid for ages. Even Kronos' second-generation God King shield was nearly shattered. Diana was now drenched in sweat, thoroughly exhausted. She wanted to argue, but seeing her lover's determined expression, she could only descend to support the lanterns. Using Diana's cover, Thea finally completed her new technique. An imperceptible fragment of Darkseid's soul, combined with shadow power for shaping, she'd created a shadow version of Darkseid right before his blazing eyes. Same height and weight, square face, thick arms, and legs. The only difference, the blue brute became a black brute. Your Majesty, what do you think of my new puppet? Thea patted the shadow Darkseid's broad face mockingly. You have a death wish. The Dark Lord's voice grew even colder. Thea scoffed. As if you'd spare me otherwise. Their positions were irreconcilable, peace was impossible. This is just an empty shell. Your little parlor trick serves no purpose except angering me, Darkseid said. One glance told him the truth. Thea had absorbed too little soul energy. This shadow dark side could only intimidate, he saw no real use for it. So I'll need to extract more soul energy. Since your majesty won't give it willingly, I'll have to work hard and take it myself. Magic in the holy sword would cause too much collateral damage to the surrounding area. Below them was the battlefield. Thea didn't want to use large-scale attacks. She'd recently advanced another level in comprehending soul divine authority. Time to test close combat against Darkseid. Her formerly snow-white, delicate hands became shrouded in gray-white mist, soul divine power painstakingly converted from absorbing old Shazam's power. Unlike conventional physical attacks, she targeted the enemy's soul directly. The lethality was too great, normally she could only practice alone. Today, with Blue Brute here, perfect test subject. Darkseid naturally recognized the technique. Even though he considered himself superior to Thea, she couldn't be defeated in 3 or 5 moves. His demeanor finally turned serious. However, his full vigilance still kept one eye on the shadow Darkseid standing there stiffly. What use was this thing? He considered his vision far superior to Thea's, yet the Dark Lord was genuinely confused. He couldn't see any purpose, one punch would shatter it. All that effort, using Diana to buy time, seemed like wasted work. Thea quickly revealed the answer. The shadow Darkseid flew like a puppet into the Parademon army. Wah! The parademons exploded in chaos, scattering in all directions, terrified of suffering catastrophic disaster. Several local battlefields where the parademons had held an advantage instantly collapsed as coalition forces launched fierce counterattacks. Thea was deviously clever. Wherever the battle looked most dangerous, she sent shadow Darkseid charging in. The Dark Lord's terror was deeply planted in these foot soldiers' hearts. Even though this shadow Darkseid was fragile, any grunt could hack it down with 2 swings. Long cultivated fear prevented them from trying. 3 consecutive battlefields where parademons held advantage got disrupted into scattered chaos. Human coalition forces didn't know where this black brute came from or why he helped them, but they understood how to kick someone when they're down. Witnessing this, Darkseid's eyes nearly popped out. His imposing might was so overwhelming. How gratifying my ass. Are my subordinates all idiots? This is fake, can't you tell? When he saw Shadow Darkseid going to harass Steppenwolf, no, in the Dark Lord's eyes, it was merely harassment-level interference. The result shocked him. Steppenwolf acted like a complete idiot, turned tail, and ran. Superman gave wild chase from behind. Darkseid was speechless. Common soldiers not recognizing the fake was understandable. But you, Steppenwolf, can't you tell this thing is fake? Thea certainly wouldn't explain. This wasn't about strength, this was about politics. Seeing your boss meant you had to be scared enough to wit yourself. That was Apocalypse's unspoken rule, and the sly old fox Steppenwolf demonstrated this principle perfectly. Clearly, Darkseid had misunderstood. His focus remained entirely on divine authority and power. Thea said nothing more. Both hands wreathed in writhing shadow tendrils, she launched her assault directly. Chapter 728, Chapter 727, Stalemate Battle. This guy's ridiculously strong. After just one exchange, Thea felt like she'd grabbed onto solid steel. Darkseid's arm was thicker than her waist, and his counterattack carried a vicious wave of energy that slammed into her soul. This guy's mastered soul manipulation at an expert level. Thea instantly understood. Darkseid had also been eyeing the soul godhood, but she'd beaten him to it. All his early preparations had gone down the drain, making their conflict even more irreconcilable. Taking advantage of her smaller frame, Thea grabbed his wrist with her left hand while her right hand followed up, gripping his arm tightly. Soul divine power surged forth as she extracted another sliver of his soul. The price? Getting backhanded across the battlefield by the Dark Lord. Thea glanced at the soul fragment in her hand and tossed it to the shadowy chubby figure in the distance. She wiped the golden blood from the corner of her mouth. Your Majesty, this avatar's power seems insufficient. Perhaps you should pull more from your main body. You will fall here today. Let's test that theory again. Thea began a frenzied assault, spending divine power without restraint. Darkseid wasn't accustomed to this kind of reckless fighting style and found himself briefly overwhelmed. But after being grabbed twice more, the Dark Lord finally lost his temper. You think I'm some kind of pushover? Once the Dark Lord got serious, even as just an avatar, he quickly turned the tide and drove Thea back step by step. Meanwhile, Diana had returned to the ground level and engaged Amazo, relieving the lanterns and guardians. Facing both the endless tide of parademons and Amazo simultaneously, the 2 guardians had been struggling. Now that Diana had taken on Amazo, they only had to deal with the cannon fodder. Even if outnumbered by hundreds to 1, they could manage. After exchanging more than 10 blows with Diana, Amazo recognized her close combat specialty and switched from Superman simulation to lantern combat mode. Now mimicking the infant planet Mogo, Amazo wielded hope emotion like an ocean, spending it lavishly. Diana threw everything she had at him but couldn't break through his defenses. Batman, speed it up. Thea can't hold out much longer up there, the warrior goddess called out, her twin swords dancing through the air. Unfortunately, Amazo's AI was too sophisticated, it simply refused to engage in direct combat, leaving her stuck. We're working on it. Batman quickly cut the connection. His strategy was simple, let the combat-capable lanterns hold the rear while the main force eliminated the enemy's primary army, then wheel around to clean up stragglers. On the western flank, Green Arrow in his power armor was drenched in blood. What no-kill rule? To hell with that. The sister-obsessed Oliver wanted nothing more than to charge up there and chop that blue bastard to pieces. These grunts couldn't contain his fury. To the north, Hercules, and to the south, Aquaman also began pushing hard. Hercules' battle axe and Aquaman's trident periodically gathered massive energy to unleash upon the enemy. Only the eastern front with Firestorm struggled a bit. Even combined, the two scholar types weren't natural warriors, fighting hesitantly until Batman's stern orders finally got them to attack aggressively. Facing the coalition's elite forces, even with numerical superiority, the parademons began falling back. But they didn't dare retreat through the boom tube, they could only desperately hold the passage entrance. Out of 25 million enemies, the coalition had slaughtered nearly 5 million. Now less than 20 million remained, and that number decreased by the second. Without command, without a core leader, their total annihilation was only a matter of time. As Diana dealt with the enemy before her, she kept glancing at the sky. After just a few exchanges with Darkseid, she knew the Dark Lord far exceeded her capabilities. Watching Thea struggle to hold on made her heart twist. These Earth bastards, we're not fighting for ourselves here. Her eyes blazing with fury, she glared at Maxwell Lord in the distance. The men looked positively jubilant, even waving at her cheerfully. She tried several times to charge over and cut down the scheming worm, but Amazo blocked her every time. Ordinary people couldn't even get close to Maxwell. Apocalypse had equipped him with a device that amplified his mind control powers. The closer you got, the stronger it became. Within a small radius, aside from Diana, only a handful could resist his enhanced abilities. Maxwell firmly guarded the boom tube entrance as countless parademons poured through every second. The lanterns had long since joined forces, fighting desperately to stem the tide. Even Guardians Ganthet and Zed had taken to the front lines, with Mogo occasionally firing support beams to clear the field. Over 1,000 lanterns against 1,000,000 parademons, they could barely hold the line even while throwing everything they had. But the enemy numbers kept growing while their rings needed recharging. Channeling so much emotional energy took a mental toll. Despite blue lanterns restoring mental strength and indigo tribe healing wounds, casualties were inevitable. 2 yellow lanterns and 1 green lantern, their emotions depleted, were swallowed by the horde. Diana tried multiple times to break through Amazo's blockade, but the AI had calculated her movement patterns 180 ways. She couldn't think her way past it. Just as she reached peak frustration, a thunderous crash erupted. A motorcycle with 20-foot, 6-meter, tall tires burst through a wall and skidded to a stop before her. Whoa, Wonder Woman. My arms are always open for you, babe, hugs and kisses included. The completely unhinged Harley Quinn, still sporting her signature pigtails, had arrived on the Batcycle. She stopped sideways in front of Diana and blew her a kiss. Ugh, this nutcase was also one of the few immune to mind control. Next time we gotta be besties, girl. Harley Quinn reached out to pat Diana's shoulder with inappropriate familiarity. The warrior goddess quickly dodged. Completely oblivious, Harley didn't realize they were in the middle of a battle. She watched Diana viciously slashing at Amazo while he countered with massive volumes of blue light. Seeing no one paying attention to her seemed to genuinely sadden Harley. She turned toward Amazo instead. Big guy, you need to add some laughter to your life, doctor's orders. With that, she pulled out a bomb decorated with a clown face and hurled it at him. Amazo quickly manifested a construct to block it. Boom. But there was no fire, no shrapnel. Just colorful confetti everywhere. Yep, just a wedding celebration confetti bomb. God knows why Harley Quinn even had one. Amazo, already developing a glimmer of self-awareness, was instantly fascinated. This thing looks pretty cool. Seeing it work, whether remembering Batman's instruction to lead Amazo away or just finding it fun, Harley pulled out a can of silly string and sprayed the confused android for a good while, then used another can to draw a smiley face on Amazo's steel blue chest with a PSSST. Chapter 729, Chapter 728, Flash and Harley Quinn. Feeling her mission was accomplished, Harley hopped back on the motorcycle and vroomed away, spraying Amazo with a burst from her submachine gun as she left. Amazo's attention was completely captured. It found the silly string fascinating, but unfortunately, the sophisticated technology that created it was beyond its capabilities. Its simulation abilities focused on superpowers, silly string. Sorry, that wasn't in the original design specifications. Ignoring Diana, it stood still for 2 seconds. Realizing it couldn't simulate this item, Amazo's fuzzy emerging consciousness felt something like desire. It took off on those 2 big legs to give chase. What would it do after catching up? Even it didn't know. After 2 steps, it discovered a problem. Amazo could only use one person's abilities at a time, even if that person had multiple powers to simulate. Currently running the Blue Lantern Mogo simulation program, as a planetary consciousness, Mogo had no legs. Amazo's AI rejected the revolution/rotation method, commonly known as rolling, and chose to use its own body's legs to chase Harley. Naturally, it couldn't catch up. It had to switch modes again. Amazo stopped for a second, data flashing through its eyes, then crouched suddenly and launched itself like a cannonball. Left arm forward, right arm bent, minus the cape. This was a textbook Superman flying form. Whoa. You're so enthusiastic. Harley laughed with pure delight, twisting the throttle to maximum. But the distance kept shrinking fast. A bolt of yellow lightning streaked past as a familiar figure, Flash, scooped her up in a Princess Carry and took off running. Amazo stopped in place for 2 seconds, then yellow lightning crackled around its body as it pursued with a speed matching Barry's. Barry glanced back and nearly faceplanted. This thing has the speed force too. But something felt off about it. Not daring to get careless and remembering Batman's instructions to lead it as far away as possible, Barry wrapped Harley in the speed force, bringing her into a relatively time-frozen world while maintaining her ability to move during his run. After all, he still needed this lunatic to taunt Amazo. Barry saw his role as basically a delivery guy. Little Flash, faster. Speed it up, haha. Harley looked around at the yellow lightning like she'd found a fun new toy. She kept tossing random junk behind them while slapping Barry's shoulder to make him go faster. Flash was deeply embarrassed. When Batman gave him this mission, it seemed simple enough. Now, this was obviously a trap. The enemy could actually simulate his own powers. How was awesome even adequate to describe that? Holding Harley prevented him from swinging his arms properly, dropping his speed by at least 20%. Only the fact that the enemy's speed force seemed somewhat off kept him from being caught. Also, the person in his arms was way too restless. Those bare legs right in front of his eyes, swinging back and forth. Eventually, having thrown all her odds and ends, she even tossed her shoes. Pale feet and firm, shapely thighs right there swaying before him, hot-blooded young Barry Allen felt certain parts heating up. He could swear on all the gods that the vixen in his arms was distracting at least a third of his attention. After lying down for a while, Harley got bored. Mouth twisted, brow furrowed, she looked for something entertaining. Her eyes landed on Barry's serious face, and a demonic smile crept across her lips. What are you doing? Barry was carrying her at a dead sprint when suddenly her weight shifted. She'd gone upside down, head pointing down, legs pointing up, performing a perfect handstand in his palms. As a former elite gymnast one step away from the Olympics, Harley's flexibility and balance far exceeded normal humans. But Barry didn't have time to appreciate that, because he could see things that defied description. Amanda Waller didn't provide prisoners with underwear, and the completely unhinged Harley lacked that awareness. With that one handstand, her already loose tank top slid right up to her neck. Time seemed to freeze. What are you looking at? Harley's face emerged from under the shirt to demand sternly. Just as Barry's gaze became utterly unfocused, she switched to a smile. Her legs clamped around Barry's neck, and with a strong core twist upward, she ended up riding on his face. I can't see the road. Barry thought fast. He wouldn't admit his face had just contacted indescribable regions. He quickly grabbed for an excuse. Oh. Harley obediently braced on his shoulders and spun 180 degrees, now riding on Barry's neck properly. Though Harley's 2 feet still dangled before his eyes, it was better than her chaotic interference. With Amazo rapidly closing in and his hands finally free, Barry could at least run in proper form now. Little Flash, run. Big dummy, catch me if you can. Diana watched the 3 of them run off in an increasingly bizarre configuration, that distinctive cackle still carrying on the wind. She wasted no more time, twin swords sweeping horizontally to cut down approaching parademons. She had to close this rear boom tube. Seeing Amazo lured away, Maxwell Lord foresaw his own failure. But knowing he couldn't escape, he remained firmly seated in the specially made chair that amplified his mind control. Goddess. You're no gods at all. Everything, all of this, was brought here by you. You think I don't know? That thing in the sky brought. Unfortunately, before he could finish his complaint or express his grand ambitions, Diana grabbed his jaw and the top of his head. With a twist of both arms, crack, she snapped his neck. His vaunted mental control, skilled combat techniques, and deep cunning were all bubbles before absolute strength. Diana spat on the corpse. Talking about my love right in front of me, thought your neck was so tough, did you? She didn't even spare a glance at the wide-eyed corpse, smashing the mother box with her sword before rushing to the sky battlefield. Thea's situation was definitely not ideal, though she wasn't completely defenseless either. After grabbing Darkseid's soul twice more, he'd gotten smart. Massive killing divine power now surrounded his body. This type of divine power heavily influenced one's nature. Thea absorbed a handful of it and felt sick all over, taking 2 full breaths to recover. Are you all right? Like a firefighter, Diana returned to her love's side and pulled out her shield again, channeling guardian divine power into it. The crack-covered shield renewed its radiance. Ha! Of course I'm fine. You should ask our Dark Majesty if he's all right. Miss Thea's confidence was sky-high. Calling it 50-50 would be generous. Darkseid's advantage just wasn't that obvious. With Thea spending divine power without restraint, Darkseid fought very passively. He didn't know Thea had a human-shaped divine power source in Shazam, able to endlessly absorb power from Zeus's main battery. He didn't want to spend too much divine power on Earth. After all, Highfather was his eternal enemy. Thea merely warranted serious attention at most. Chapter 730, Chapter 729, Thea and Diana vs. Darkseid. The Dark Lord's thinking was simple: even if he lost this round, as long as he could burn more of Thea's divine power, he'd win easily next time. Whether Thea had reached Highfather's level or not, she warranted his serious attention. That itself demonstrated her strength. With that mindset, one side recklessly spent divine power with wild abandon while the other carefully conserved every drop. The battlefield actually achieved a strange equilibrium. You are a formidable opponent, Darkseid said, economical with words as always. But she is not. The Dark Lord turned to look at Diana. His eyes blazed crimson as power seemingly transcending time, space, and all other concepts erupted from his gaze. Your Majesty, are you getting confused? Thea was genuinely puzzled. Do you have amnesia or something? While Darkseid's Omega beams were suffocatingly powerful, she could block them with some divine power expenditure. Her eyes flashed green as twin beams met them head-on. But on contact, she realized he'd used a feint. The attack looked intimidating but only had a thin layer of actual energy on the surface. What's he planning? Thinking of deception, Thea quickly looked to the other side. The Dark Lord had stepped across spatial distance in a single stride, grabbing the shadowy chubby figure that had been wreaking havoc among the parademons. Darkseid looked at Thea with a cold smile. You are worthy of my using tactics, he stated in his typical tone, as if expressing some fundamental truth. Darkseid's palm tightened slightly, crushing the shadowy chubby figure. That sliver of soul merged into his body like a drop of water entering the ocean. Something extra in my body. Darkseid immediately sensed something wrong. Ha ha ha. Call you stupid, and you really are. With such a huge head, I'm impressed, you dare absorb souls I've tampered with. Thea laughed with pure joy. Her acting could easily win an Oscar. She extended her left hand toward Darkseid, sensing the peculiar energy inside him, then clenched it into a fist. A massive plume of black smoke erupted from Darkseid's body. The Dark Lord reacted impressively. Possessing the Dark Godhood, he immediately mobilized dark divine power somewhat related to souls to suppress it. Unfortunately, Thea's understanding of darkness came from the primordial shadow, naturally ranking above the Dark Godhood on a fundamental level. Darkseid's divine power not only failed to suppress it but actually added fuel to the fire. Ordinary people couldn't hear it, but the divine beings heard clearly. Boom. A muffled explosion. Darkseid detonated from soul to flesh. His deep blue armor blasted open with a gaping hole. 2 drops of black, nearly transparent divine blood fell to earth, instantly forming 2 10-foot, 3-meter, deep craters. Black vapor hissed from within, containing both Darkseid's dark divine power and the strange energy Thea had gleaned from the primordial shadow. Around the craters, whether Parademon or human coalition forces, all vaporized instantly, disappearing without a trace. Oh, your Majesty is quite decisive. To purge my hidden trap in such a short time, truly impressive. Thea nodded in praise, her tone carrying a hint of regret. Despite the sudden attack, Darkseid had made the most advantageous choice while caught off guard. That composure deserved recognition. Darkseid had traded minor injuries to completely eliminate the trap Thea had painstakingly built up since the battle began. You could definitely call that brilliant strategy. Both sides returned to square one with minor soul damage, the other having burned significant divine power. Everyone, clear this battlefield. Seeing Thea's eyes growing brighter, clearly building up for a major attack, Diana quickly warned the human coalition to evacuate. Modern humans weren't stupid. Good lord, 2 drops of blood created deep craters. Forget blood falling from the sky, they couldn't even withstand collateral damage from ordinary attacks. This group of extras didn't even have a chance to cheer them on, they needed to get far away. The human coalition withdrew in waves. The parade mon grunts didn't want to be caught in the crossfire either, using pursuit as an excuse to clear several miles around the battle's epicenter for the big shots to duke it out. Thea called out softly. Boundless soul power erupted from her body, first a river, then a lake, finally an ocean. An entire sea composed of souls. Countless souls cruised through the ocean, their hazy features marking their difference from the living. Wailing, resentment, dissatisfaction, every negative emotion crying out to heaven and earth, weeping before the living. Among the spirits swam countless shadow creatures. Some souls and shadows had merged together into things even Thea couldn't identify. Holy shit. Watching this scene, even Darkseid finally showed some anger. You covet the dark godhood too. Damn it, having the soul godhood snatched away had already infuriated Darkseid to the extreme. Now Thea's aggressive display suggested she wanted his dark godhood too. He could tolerate a lot, but not this. Does Highfather, your boss, even know you're messing with dark power like this? Actually, Thea had no choice. Every time she studied the primordial shadow, she gleaned things related to corruption and darkness. The big boss primordial beast could definitely birth light from shadow, but she was just a small fry without that level of understanding. With the soul godhood as her guide, all the characteristics she'd absorbed leaned toward darkness. Since her talent points had already gone crooked, might as well keep going. With a gesture, the soul ocean slowly began moving, finally gathering all its energy like an endless river flowing straight toward Darkseid. This was a new technique Thea had developed mimicking the river Styx, not needing the filtering properties, but relying on massive soul power to wash over enemies. Even if Darkseid was a mountain, she'd erode that mountain away. Without need for eye signals, Diana soared above the soul ocean and drew out a golden spear. This divine weapon had been reforged from old Shazam's lightning staff. While it fell slightly short of Zeus's original lightning spear now in Hera's hands, the two women didn't care. Divine weapons, however powerful, still depended on their wielder. Diana continuously channeled divine power into the spear, upholding her convictions, guarding what she protected. Let's attack together. Seeing the soul ocean take shape, Thea leaped onto the only reef on its surface, manipulating the waters. Diana also transformed into a golden lightning bolt, coordinating with the soul ocean to charge straight at Darkseid. Two youngsters. Darkseid spoke with contempt, but had actually gone all out. He extended both massive hands to meet the soul ocean and lightning. The strength godhood was his earliest acquisition and most familiar power. Mustering incomparable might and stirring up hurricanes, he struck directly at the two women, attempting to crush everything with raw power. His giant fist first contacted the golden lightning. Darkseid didn't particularly respect Diana, one glance revealed the warrior goddess's true level, and he was confident in blocking her. What he couldn't see through was Thea. Most of his divine power went to his right hand, but punching into the ocean water brought an indescribable strangeness. Souls have no physical form, even ordinary earth people could figure that out, let alone him. The Dark Lord was extremely confident in his understanding of strength, believing it far exceeded Thea's understanding of souls. This viewpoint wasn't wrong, except he didn't know Thea had also gleaned some things from the primordial shadow that transcended rules. Those things were ineffable, inexplicable, you could even say unreasonable. No matter how deeply you understand strength, it's useless, I've exceeded those rules. I don't play by your logic. Chapter 731, Chapter 730, Superman vs. Steppenwolf. Darkseid's punch hit nothing but air. Thea manipulated the soul ocean to flow around his attack, the surging waves gathering tremendous force before crashing over him. His right fist whiffed completely, throwing his stance off balance. The left hand couldn't suppress Diana either. With souls in sync, one pushed while the other pulled, the two goddesses combined their strength to drag the mountain-like Darkseid into the soul ocean. Wailing souls vaporized instantly on contact with Darkseid, but there were just too many. Thea had also mixed a large portion of greed divine power into the soul ocean. Even Darkseid got confused, twice almost believing there were treasures at the ocean floor, reaching down to grab them. Fortunately, the Dark Lord wasn't your average deity. He quickly came to his senses, realizing he'd been toyed with, and attacked the soul ocean in venting fury. Diana reverted to human form, removed her guardian bracelets, and shouted as she pressed down on Darkseid's neck, trying to force him completely underwater. On the other side, Thea also manipulated the waves into several tentacles that grabbed Darkseid's limbs, coordinating the pull downward. Once half his body submerged, discomfort flooded through him. Darkseid naturally resisted, and for a time the two women were locked in a stalemate with him. Though the Dark Lord struggled mightily, he'd lost the initiative. Situated within the soul ocean and constantly facing harassment and erosion from the dead, he couldn't break free quickly. Without hesitation, Thea, carrying Darkseid, transformed into a gray-white river flowing toward the horizon. That was her preset battlefield, where many more techniques awaited the Dark Lord's testing. Watching this scene, Steppenwolf, currently engaged with Superman, nearly dropped his jaw. His boss wouldn't actually lose, right? His battle axe, which had been whirling impenetrably, revealed an obvious opening. Superman caught it instantly. Superman was desperate too. Failing to take down this small fry for so long meant countless human coalition soldiers dying every minute and second. He felt sick about it. Fortunately Steppenwolf didn't hear his thoughts, or he'd definitely curse, "You're the small fry. Your whole family is small fries." Both fighters favored aggressive styles and were originally evenly matched. But now with Steppenwolf's momentary distraction, Superman immediately seized the advantage. Banking on his invulnerability, Superman grabbed Steppenwolf's axe-wielding hand and punched him square in the face. Steppenwolf, a battle-hardened veteran, had extensive experience with this situation. He reached back for his great sword, ready to teach this rash Superman an unforgettable lesson. But his hand grasped empty air. Ah. He suddenly remembered, Thea had somehow stolen his greatsword last time. He didn't have a sword today. Clang. An earth-shaking impact. Steppenwolf took a solid punch to the face, blood and several teeth spraying everywhere. At least his experience served him well. He counterattacked, slashing Superman and opening a 20-centimeter, 8-inch, gash in the blue suit. Blood trickled out briefly before healing automatically. Damn Kryptonian. Superman's martial skills still fell short of Steppenwolf's, but he relied on healing abilities stronger than even gods. Steppenwolf felt like he was trying to grab a turtle, nowhere to get purchase. Unfortunately, the battle had to continue. Though worried about the overall situation, he had to keep fighting. The result was disappointing. He wanted to drag things out, but Superman couldn't wait. Every scream from the ground reached his ears. The human coalition had already suffered at least 100,000 casualties. Batman's strategy of first concentrating elite forces to annihilate the enemy's main army, then wheeling around to mop up, Superman didn't entirely agree. Rather than annihilating enemies, why not just drive them off? But seeing not just the Lanterns fighting desperately now, but even Batman himself leading remaining command staff to join in blocking the rear forces, Lex Luthor, Amanda Waller, all wielding handguns in combat just to buy the main force time, Superman couldn't say anything. Thea and Diana were fighting the fiercest enemy far away. He couldn't help immediately. Flash was carrying Harley Quinn in a weird position with a giant chasing them. They didn't seem in danger. Defeat Steppenwolf first, then join the human forces to end this war quickly. The burden is heavy. Superman told himself, filled with a sense of duty. Mind made up, he stopped worrying about injuries and started trading blows with Steppenwolf head-on. 2 punches for 1 axe hit. 1 kick for 1 punch. Exchanging injury for injury. Superman began a war of attrition. Facing Superman's deadly serious eyes, Steppenwolf cursed internally. The opponent had no divine power whatsoever, but this physical attack power pushed to extremes made him suffer terribly. His originally imposing armor now looked like garbage pile salvage, damaged in multiple places. Steppenwolf could only continuously use divine power to repair his body. In less than 2 minutes, a full third of his divine power had drained away. With no human battery to recharge and only a pitiful hatred godhood, this divine power would take him decades to recover. Now this blockhead, this idiot Superman, was burning it all away. He was this miserable, but Superman wasn't comfortable either. Steppenwolf's axe was named the heaven-shaking earth-shattering axe, a bit edgy as names go, but the power was real. Superman had taken 6 or 7 axe strikes, one nearly breaking his ribs. His blue suit had become shredded cloth, his red cape torn with 3 holes. He'd tanked it all through Kryptonian superhuman recovery. Superman held back from lethal force. By his estimation, fighting this recklessly should make the enemy flee. But why wasn't this axe wielder running? Superman had supervision. Steppenwolf likewise observed in all directions. Normally encountering a madman like Superman, after a few exchanges proving he couldn't win, he'd retreat. Having lived countless millennia, he valued this old life highly. But how could he run now? How dare he run? In the distant sky, Darkseid had finally stopped playing the stoic minimalist. The Dark Lord was now battling Thea intensely, dark power versus soul power. From afar, the horizon roiled with dark clouds and rampaging black energy, faintly carrying siren song temptation. Periodically Diana's lightning and the Dark Lord's Omega beams flashed through. While his boss fought so desperately, if he fled, what would be the consequences? Steppenwolf didn't dare imagine. Defecting to Highfather was even more absurd. He and Highfather had a wife-killing blood feud. Defecting would mean dying even faster. Attack. Seems he couldn't win. Flee. Can't run yet. Steppenwolf had no choice. He wanted to stall, but Superman kept attacking like a maniac. His heart felt so tired. Chapter 732, Chapter 731, Martian Manhunter vs. Desaad. Superman couldn't understand why the enemy fought to the death without retreating. His worldview and knowledge couldn't grasp Steppenwolf's predicament. If it were the experienced Martian manhunter, he'd definitely spot the problem. Unfortunately, farm-raised Clark lacked that life experience. He could only assume the opponent was bloodthirsty by nature and completely incapable of communication. Sighing internally, for humanity's sake, I must take you down. In the Injustice timeline, Superman could fight Darkseid's true form to a standstill. He hadn't reached that level yet, but his potential was boundless. Having made his decision, Superman stopped holding back. His already fierce offensive accelerated another notch. Hey now. You won't let me live, I'll make sure you suffer too. Steppenwolf was petty and vindictive, a complete villain. Cornered at the cliff's edge, his vicious nature erupted. The battle axe whirled like a windmill, every strike aimed at Superman's vitals. Both abandoned defense, entering a desperate melee. Superman's attacks carried tremendous force, Steppenwolf relied on rich experience and cunning techniques. The battle's intensity skyrocketed. Blocking an enemy arm, Superman grabbed Steppenwolf's shoulder and drove a knee into his jaw. As his head snapped back, twin heat vision beams blasted directly at Steppenwolf's face. Being scorched by stellar energy felt far from pleasant. Though Steppenwolf tried desperately to dodge, one eye was blinded, the other reduced to a bloody mess. He was ruthless too, an elbow strike sent Superman flying. After channeling divine power to repair his eyes, he wiped blood from his face and swung the battle axe with every ounce of strength towards Superman. Boom. An explosive impact. With Superman as the epicenter, the ground within 1,000 meters, about 0.62 miles, completely shattered. The central area formed a 100-meter wide, 330-foot, 10-meter deep, 33-foot, crater. Huff, huff. Steppenwolf gasped heavily. Squandering divine power like this was a once-in-a-century occurrence for him. Having taken a massive hit, Superman coughed up blood in mouthfuls, half kneeling on the ground. But his recovery was godlike, within 2 breaths he stood back up, as if that kneeling man had been someone else entirely. Seriously. Steppenwolf wanted to curse out loud. Neither could kill the other, was there any point continuing? If he knew Superman only burned through stellar energy that could be replenished by casual sunbathing, while his divine power required a century or 2 to accumulate, he'd be even more despairing. As overall divine power decreased, its enhancement of his body gradually lowered. In combat, this meant Steppenwolf's total stats were declining, he was starting to lose against Superman. While Steppenwolf fought with diminishing confidence, his buddy Desaad was actually trading blows quite impressively with Martian Manhunter. Pyrophobia still tormented Martian Manhunter. Though no longer at the fainting at the sight of fire stage, it still affected him. This mental condition built up over centuries couldn't heal easily. Martian. Obediently become my experimental material. I'll transform you into the greatest weapon. Recognizing his opponent's weakness, Desaad abandoned dark magic and frost spells entirely. His fire magic couldn't match Thea's artistry, but still reached a pinnacle ordinary mages couldn't approach. Direct fire spell damage wasn't significant, most magical harm was resisted by mental powers. He began using persistent spells instead. Can't burn you to death. I'll disgust you to death. Now Martian Manhunter resembled a human torch. Orange-red flames, pale green demon fire, murky yellow sulfur fire, all blazing across his body. He could only continuously use mental power to extinguish them. You cast one, I extinguish one. Through constant fighting, that sliver of mental vulnerability began widening. The Grand Sorcerer refused close combat entirely, just hurling spells from afar. He wanted to capture Martian Manhunter alive. Originally everything proceeded as expected. Given time, he could take down Martian Manhunter with no injuries or only minor ones. But then Thea and Diana rolled up Darkseid in that gray-white ocean sweeping across the sky. That scene made him lose focus instantly. He couldn't understand how his supposedly invincible lord could look so disheveled. Finally seeing the enemy's opening, the battle-hardened Martian Manhunter stopped worrying about the various fires still burning on his body and charged straight at the Grand Sorcerer. In the opponent's shocked gaze, a blade forged from the purest mental power plunged into his chest. Foul-smelling blood sprayed through the air. He quickly ignited several fires on Martian Manhunter's body, using the explosion's impact to create distance again. While using divine power to repair his body, he sensed mental power's troublesome nature. I think you're injured, therefore you must be injured. This idealistic power couldn't be quickly eliminated by divine power alone. The universe was vast, the Grand Sorcerer had long researched mental power. In his studies, it was an extremely passive ability. But he'd never seen mental power reach Martian Manhunter's level, this level capable of affecting new gods. This was his first encounter. If army commanding Steppenwolf was a general, Desaad handling all administrative affairs was equivalent to Apocalypse Prime Minister. His perspective was far broader. Seeing Darkseid swept away, he forcibly drove back Martian Manhunter and anxiously looked over. The situation hadn't reached the point of no return, Darkseid was still attacking. Though the Dark Lord showed some anger, he was far from defeated. This let Desaad's anxious heart settle halfway. If the master really died, this old dog wouldn't fare well either. Unlike the loose-lipped Steppenwolf, one glance told him he couldn't beat Thea, whether divine power, magic, or realm. Thea crushed him across the board. Glancing at his old partner Steppenwolf, he couldn't help grimacing. This guy's getting beaten too badly. The Grand Sorcerer clicked his tongue privately. Even Darkseid's avatar had deployed, originally imagined as an overwhelming victory, a battle they could win with ease. How had it become this? This universe's resistance was way too strong. If conquering this universe were the goal, they should continue deploying troops and generals right now. Not many, just 10 million more soldiers and one new god, and Earth couldn't hold. But he didn't dare say that. Highfather still eyed them hungrily from the other side. If they lost Apocalypse to conquer Earth, Desaad felt Darkseid might eat him alive. No choice, a messy battle was still a battle. Keep fighting. Seeing Steppenwolf's performance of loyally risking his life for his master, he couldn't leisurely play torchlighting games with Martian Manhunter anymore. Shadow searing, flame roar, shadow energy accompanied by fire. He began concentrating magic power in a furious bombardment of Martian Manhunter. Win or not, at least make a show of fighting desperately, that's never wrong. Without the chaotic array of fire spells, Martian Manhunter finally caught his breath. Mental power pushed to its limits, he attacked fearlessly. As Desaad wildly cast spells, he felt somewhat relieved. Compared to the concentration of shadow energy where Thea was, his own feeble attempts were embarrassing. Good thing they'd gone off to play elsewhere. Otherwise showing off minor skills before a master would be too awkward. Chapter 733, Chapter 732, The Siege. The sky blazed with combat, and the ground battle was just as fierce. The human coalition's killing efficiency remained razor-sharp, but enemies poured endlessly from the portals. Their advance slowed to a crawl. Most melee fighters were wounded, and ranged units had burned through ammunition to dangerously low levels. Batman stood on a Green Lantern construct, catching his breath while surveying the battlefield and planning his next move. Thea and Diana had fought their way to the horizon, rolling clouds and swirling black mist made it impossible to tell who was winning. On the remaining battlefronts, Superman clearly had the upper hand, and Martian Manhunter was holding his own. The main human force had the advantage too, but wiping out the enemy would take time. That left his position at the rear. Thanks to Diana shattering the Mother Box and Flash and Harley Quinn leading Amazo away, even with just 1,000 lanterns, they barely managed to hold back 1,000,000 Apocalypse foot soldiers. Right now, the only one still fighting with any energy left was Lobo, bellowing and cackling. The lantern's endurance was pathetically short, most could only last 3 minutes. Without Ganthet and Zed backing them up, along with that planet overhead holding the line, their defenses would have collapsed long ago. Things had reached a critical point. Time to play his trump card. Before the battle, Thea and Batman had a deep conversation. Call it a mobile reserve or insurance policy, they couldn't throw all of Earth's resistance into one fight. Kara, Team Arrow, the Bat Family, Team Flash, and most of the ordinary human superheroes had all stayed on Earth as a contingency. Batman agreed with keeping reserves. Now the situation was dire. He had to deploy some of them. He crushed the teleportation gem he'd prepared. 4 figures appeared on the battlefield. Swamp Thing, you and Animalman join the ground battle and relieve Hal Jordan. Nightwing, you and Starfire head to the west flank and replace Green Arrow. Hal, put me down. Fall back from the line, grab Green Arrow from the western front, and help Superman first. Batman issued his orders. In Batman's eyes, Hal Jordan's title of Greatest Green Lantern just meant he was slightly better than the average lantern, not much use in a battle of this scale. One more or one less among 1,000 lanterns made little difference. But if he joined Superman against Steppenwolf, he'd be the straw that broke the camel's back. Add Green Arrow on top of that, and combined with Superman's existing advantage, they could crush the enemy. Hal immediately took the assignment and flew to assist. His position was filled by Swamp Thing and Animalman Buddy Baker. On the other side, Green Arrow, Oliver Queen, was even more eager. After giving Nightwing and Starfire brief instructions, he activated his power armor and shot into the air. Drawing the pseudo-artifact bow Diana had forged, he knocked a specially enchanted armor-piercing arrow and sent 2 shots whistling towards Steppenwolf. Green Arrow's martial arts far exceeded Superman's. He aimed for the opening Steppenwolf would expose in the next second. The struggling Steppenwolf dodged the first arrow but hesitated on the second. If he kept dodging, Superman's fist wouldn't miss. Fine, he'd take an arrow. He figured an Earth arrow couldn't compare to Superman's massive fist anyway. But he underestimated Oliver. The first arrow was just an ordinary enchanted arrow, even a direct hit wouldn't matter much. The second arrow was special. Thea had crafted it personally, imbuing the arrowhead with a trace of soul divinity. The other arrows were all magical, but this one was a genuine divine artifact. Steppenwolf didn't notice. The arrow punched into his ribs with a soft thunk. A pretty sharp arrow pierced his armor. Steppenwolf had been beaten numb by Superman. By reflex, he tried to pull out the arrow and heal himself with divine power. But the moment he yanked it out, he realized something was wrong. Why did he suddenly feel so weak? In low-intensity combat, he could swing his axe continuously for a month without tiring. Now he felt more exhausted than after a month of battle. His vision blurred, seeing double. His axe, which used to feel like an extension of his arm, now seemed impossibly heavy. He'd been had. Relying on instinct, he dodged 2 of Superman's punches and quickly checked the wound. Horrifying. A gray-white hole had appeared in his ribs. His divine power tried several times to close the wound but was blocked by a strange energy. Worse, soul fragments were leaking faintly from the hole. That was what was draining his strength. Darkseid had delved deep into the path of souls. Even though Thea had stolen the soul godhood from him, he wasn't afraid of soul-based attacks. But Steppenwolf lacked that expertise. He tried several methods but couldn't stop his soul from leaking out. Though he was a god with a soul strength thousands of times greater than an ordinary person's, he couldn't withstand this steady drain. On the other side, Hal Jordan arrived. He'd expected to be the savior in this great battle, but reality had given him a harsh wake-up call. First, Amazo's advanced technology had beaten him senseless. Then he joined the ordinary lanterns in the unglamorous task of blocking 1,000,000 Apocalypse troops. This kind of grinding battle didn't showcase his greatest Green Lantern greatness at all. Not happy. I am not happy. Seeing Steppenwolf looking dazed, Hal didn't hold back. A giant green hand construct shot out and grabbed him. He didn't know Steppenwolf was struggling with the soul energy inside him. Seeing his opponent not dodging or blocking, Hal got even angrier. You looking down on me too? The green construct hand seized Steppenwolf and squeezed. Realizing he'd gotten distracted, a cardinal sin in combat, Steppenwolf forgot about the soul leak and struggled with all his might. At full strength, Hal couldn't have held him. Unfortunately, Superman had already ground down half his divine power, and the arrow had caught him unprepared. For a moment, he couldn't break free. The next second, Oliver sent 2 more arrows whistling toward him. Steppenwolf seethed with rage, but he couldn't tell if these were ordinary magic arrows or divine artifacts. He could only dodge by tilting his head, and caught Superman's heat vision across his face. Facing 3 opponents, he couldn't hold on anymore. Despite the humiliation, he chose to call his honor guard for help. Thousands of elite Apocalyptian parademons prepared to join the fight. The new gods weren't sitting idle either. After tens of thousands of years of warfare, they could see through such tricks easily. Hold them back. Under Blonde Becca's command, the new gods' mages collectively created a curtain of red flames between Steppenwolf and the ground forces. The few who broke through emerged in critical condition and were shot down by green arrow like clay pigeons. Desaad, help me. Steppenwolf and the Grand Sorcerer, 2 gods, 1 warrior and 1 mage. If anyone claimed they had brotherly affection on Apocalypse, nobody would believe it. But Steppenwolf was too desperate. He had to lower himself and ask his old rival for help. Chapter 734, Chapter 733, The Siege, Part 2. Can't you see I'm busy too? The Grand Sorcerer felt bitter. He was stronger than Martian Manhunter, but only by a thin margin, and that was only because of the Martian's fear of fire. Martian Manhunter's abilities were too well-rounded. He wouldn't go down quickly. But Desaad couldn't just let Steppenwolf die. If he ran, Desaad would be next on the chopping block. Damn it. He could only curse under his breath. At extreme range, he launched a shadow burn that sent Hal Jordan flying, allowing Steppenwolf to break free. The price. Martian Manhunter's psychic blade nearly severed his left hand. More divine power spent on repairs. Seeing Hal about to go after Desaad, the more level-headed Superman made the call, pointing at Steppenwolf. Keep hitting him. For the first time in his life, Steppenwolf wanted to cry. You're all bullying me because I'm a melee god, aren't you? Superman's judgment was exceptionally wise. Compared to the axe-swinging brute Steppenwolf, Desaad was far slipperier, blink, shadow step, mirror image, and various other tricks. Even surrounded, he could dodge and weave for a long time. Steppenwolf didn't have that advantage. If Hal could set aside his reckless arrogance, he would have the vision and insight to eventually lead the Green Lantern Corps. Oliver had been chosen by Ra's al Ghul as his heir. His overall qualities were only slightly below Batman's, and his tactical awareness was just as formidable. He maximized his martial arts advantage, covering Superman's attack openings, and every arrow targeted Steppenwolf's vital points. Superman handled offense and defense, Green Lantern used constructs to control Steppenwolf's movements, and Green Arrow waited for openings to create opportunities for devastating strikes. Their first time coordinating was unexpectedly effective. In just 2 minutes, Steppenwolf took 2 more arrows. One was an ordinary armor-piercing arrow, the other a soul arrow. His body was like a leaking bucket, soul constantly seeping out, a slow death. Steppenwolf couldn't stay calm anymore. Taking 2 punches from Superman, he broke out of the encirclement and charged at Green Arrow with his axe. Green Arrow's current armor was modified from the cheetah god's body. When he ran, he was fast, whoosh, and he was gone. After chasing for 2 miles, 3.2 kilometers, Steppenwolf realized he couldn't catch him. He turned to chase Hal Jordan instead. At least let me kill one of you. But as a cosmic cop who flew across the entire universe, the Lantern's speed was equally impressive. The detour wasted time, and Superman caught up again. Arg. Steppenwolf wanted to howl at the sky. This fight was impossible. Completely embarrassing. Run. His boss was still fighting, he didn't dare. Fight. 3 against 1, and he was losing. Pick them off one by one. They all ran like rabbits. Since he was doomed to suffer, he dragged someone down with him. The backup Steppenwolf had in mind was his good buddy Desaad. You wouldn't help me, so I'll come to you. Wielding his axe like an impenetrable barrier, he tried to pull these guys toward Desaad, combining the power of 2 new gods to fight 4 enemies. His intention wasn't hard to guess. Superman didn't want added complications. Ignoring the axe's edge, he led the frontal assault. You're insane. Steppenwolf had seen and killed many people. He'd seen plenty of cornered beasts fighting desperately, but those were people without hope, making last stands. Someone like Superman, who already had the upper hand but still fought this recklessly. This was a first. An axe blade bit into Superman's collarbone. The blue suit had long since become rags, and the blade cut deep into Superman's shoulder. Even the Men of Steel couldn't withstand a top-tier divine artifact's edge. Superman clamped the axe with his muscles, his face contorting. You know why you're losing. You people aren't united. Unity. What the hell was that? Before Steppenwolf could figure out what that meant, he felt a piercing pain through his back, as if an invisible blade had impaled him front to back. A sneak attack from behind. The 3 who'd been pursuing him were all in his line of sight. Was it Desaad's opponent? If the Grand Sorcerer just watched him get surrounded, how would he explain this to Darkseid? Before he could think further, Superman headbutted him in the face. The impact was so powerful it knocked his consciousness into a haze. His vision blurred with explosions, flames, and the sound of something punching through air at incredible force that had to be his original opponent, Superman's fist. Steppenwolf felt like a long time had passed, yet also only an instant, before his consciousness returned to his body. Why does it hurt so much? His first instinct was to check his body. The situation was grim. His left hand was severed at the elbow, and arrows protruded from his abdomen and near his neck. Looking at the battlefield, the guys who'd been surrounding him were all still there. Plus a tall, muscular green-skinned guy was eyeing him menacingly. His focus seemed to be on something behind Steppenwolf. You shouldn't look back during a fight, that was common sense, not an absolute rule. Right now, Steppenwolf looked back. Before his eyes appeared the Grand Sorcerer Desaad. The Pain God, usually dressed in sadistic psychopath robes, now had half his evil-looking red cloak torn off, exposing his skeletal skin. His body reeked of decay mixed with blood. Clearly, Desaad had come to rescue him. Seeing Steppenwolf about to fall, he'd fully displayed Apocalypse-style friendship, using Steppenwolf's massive frame as a meat shield while fighting the heroes to buy time. Did he rescue him? Yes. How effective was it? Look at Steppenwolf's severed hand and the arrows in his body. Pulling out the arrows and regenerating his left hand, Steppenwolf growled at his partner. My divine power is down to less than half. Actually, it was more like 30%, but he didn't dare tell Desaad the truth. Apocalypse unity and friendship were no joke, he had to guard against Desaad stabbing him after the battle. Desaad's condition wasn't much better. The 2 new gods now stood back to back, facing 4 heroes. Hard to imagine he's recovering faster than we are. Desaad was naturally referring to Superman. Martian Manhunter's condition wasn't great, Green Lantern's energy was below the warning line, and Green Arrow was just a regular human, not worth their concern. What's the next step? Steppenwolf gripped his axe with both hands, nervously watching the enemies. In this deadlock, he hoped the cunning Desaad had a good plan. The Grand Sorcerer's face was bitter. The battle situation could be described as disastrous. Usually, their boss charged ahead while he and Steppenwolf led the troops to mop up. When had they ever fought such a troublesome battle? Could the boss even win? His gaze involuntarily drifted to the distance. Chapter 735, Chapter 734, The Trap. Could Darkseid actually win? When they'd first arrived on Earth, Desaad had no doubts. Now, That was harder to say. Unaware of his subordinates' expectations, Darkseid was currently swimming through Thea's soul sea. Fuming that there was no way out, his power could destroy worlds, but here in this soul sea, he had strength with nowhere to apply it. Thea's soul sea had faintly touched the realm of emptiness. Darkseid's power was like punching air. He wanted to pierce through the water, while Thea wanted to drag him down entirely. After all their thrashing about, neither could overcome the other. This made the Dark Lord lose face. Thea's motive was transparent: stall for time. But he had to take the bait. The power of the origin constantly struck at the soul sea. Out of 10 attacks, Thea could empty through 3 or 4 of them. The rest, she had to endure with her soul divinity. She wasn't comfortable either. Rise, children of the soul sea. Thea stood on the only reef in the sea, her golden hair floating without wind. Initially, she hadn't noticed, but just now she'd accidentally sensed a new life form being born in her soul sea. A gray-white smoke-like vapor slowly rose from the water. It was far more substantial than the souls in the sea, with greater depth and layers. Fresh from the water's surface, its gaze constantly scanned the surroundings, clearly possessing considerable intelligence. As if to please Thea, the Lord of Souls, its form gradually became feminine, developing hair and body curves. She could now be referred to as she. Thea looked at this life that had grown from her soul sea with amazement. This new being's every movement radiated heart-piercing allure. Even a single syllable sounded like the world's most beautiful melody. Primarily formed from soul divinity, mixed with traces of the wealth godhood's seduction and the arts godhood's beautiful voice, this new life embodied all of Thea's divine characteristics. I name you Siren. From now on, you shall lead the Siren race. This Siren's power was considerable, born at demigod level. But her direct combat ability was almost nil. She could only hide underwater and sing, causing some trouble for Darkseid. Come to me. Let's have some fun. The Siren seemed eager to display her abilities before her creator. Various whispers drifted into Darkseid's ears. The Dark Lord wasn't easily seduced, but he couldn't withstand her constant nagging. Nothing in the world was absolute. Water could wear through stone, and persistent harassment would eventually have an effect. On what must have been the 100th time he heard her call, Darkseid had a momentary lapse. Good chance. The tall Amazonian goddess leapt up, her lasso of truth wrapping around Darkseid's neck twice before she jumped behind him. With her full warrior goddess strength, she tried to pull him down. Thea coordinated seamlessly. Darkseid's feet had been in the soul sea all along. She manipulated the surging water to push against him from the other direction. Caught unprepared with the lasso around his neck and his body starting to tilt back, Thea's powerful push left his feet with nothing beneath them. The soul sea constantly disrupted his flight ability. The giant form fell straight backward into the water. Quick! Diana didn't even have time to retrieve her lasso, shouting urgently. Thea didn't need Diana's reminder. She immediately activated the prepared spell formation. Bringing Darkseid to this battlefield was obviously premeditated. She'd set up a magnificent sealing array here. Ordinary seals were completely useless. She'd studied the design of the Nabu prison that sealed the primordial shadow on Earth too, adding numerous rare materials to create what could be called a divine artifact prison. Click, click. Several crisp sounds rang out. Struggling to rise, Darkseid suddenly felt his arms, legs, and lower back all restrained by something. That wasn't all, the seawater rapidly solidified like massive clamps, locking him firmly in place. He was a new god. How could this thing possibly restrain the god of power? Darkseid began to exert force. He couldn't wait to see the two goddesses' disappointed faces. As he applied force, he discovered something wrong. His divine power was being drained by something. This isn't metal. He looked carefully at the massive metal shackles around his waist. The seemingly silver-white metal was actually composed of countless microscopic units, each one constantly absorbing his divine power. Nanomachines absorbing his divine power? Apocalypse technology far exceeded Earth's. Though Darkseid didn't value scientific power, he wasn't ignorant. He recognized nanomachines, but these robots weren't simple, the absorption came from some special cells inside them. It wasn't Thea absorbing his divine power. Darkseid relaxed somewhat. Unfortunately, even after exerting force twice and destroying countless micro-machines at the molecular level, his body remained firmly locked. These cells came from the man in the jacket from Central City. He could absorb Barry's speed force, so absorbing divine power was no problem. The only flaw was that individual absorption and storage capacity wasn't large. The young woman had replicated countless cells, added them to Bumblebee's nanomachines, and finally connected them with magic. Combining powers, cutting-edge tech, and magic in a patchwork creation resulted in the shackles now restraining Darkseid. But she knew the containment wouldn't last long. Compared to the number of nanomachines, Darkseid's divine power could be described as infinite. Die. Die. Both goddesses roared simultaneously. Thea didn't dare use the holy sword in the Soul Sea. Diana threw one of her twin swords to her. They both leapt up, their eyes filled with determination, like twin meteors. Left and right, they drove their swords into Darkseid's eyes. Aya! The Dark Lord's scream echoed across the entire battlefield. The foot soldiers fell into chaos, and the two generals became somewhat bewildered. No matter how they heard it, this didn't sound like a victory speech. Their boss was beaten that badly. Too bad these aren't his real eyes. Otherwise, they'd be even more valuable for research. Thea planted one foot on Darkseid's face and pulled out her sword, examining the blood on the blade with slight dissatisfaction. Diana tossed her sword back. Thea collected both swords, the blades were stained with Omega Effect energy she wanted to study carefully. The Omega Effect was Darkseid's source of power, his tool for dominating the multiverse. Its level exceeded divine power, so naturally it couldn't be repaired with divine power. Now, with his eyes, the external manifestation of the Omega Effect, destroyed and his whole body bound up like a bundle, a shadow of gloom rose in the Dark Lord's heart. He might actually lose this battle. Chapter 736, Chapter 735, Do you fear? Regret? Fear? Terror? You're not invincible, are you? You've always known that, so you've worked hard to seem invincible. Thea, in an unprecedented move, put on a yellow power ring and amplified her own fear 100-fold, pouring it into the Dark Lord's heart. Her whispers were soft and delicate, like wind blowing into Darkseid's mind. Yes, he wasn't invincible. He'd always known that. Who do you fear? Even now, you can't catch up to that person's shadow, can you? Perhaps he's the true cosmic emperor, and you're just a pitiful creature. What was his name again? Thea's voice became even gentler, but Darkseid heard every word clearly. You couldn't possibly know. You're so young, how could you possibly know him? Darkseid tried to encourage himself, still struggling against the fear. Such a fearsome new god. He's the strongest of all new gods. No matter how hard you try your whole life, so what? Seeing his shadow, you have to flee in panic, don't you? You really have a wonderful father. The devil's whisper finally reached the most critical point. Don't mention him. I order you to stop. Ah. The Dark Lord's psychological defenses crumbled. He spat out a mouthful of black blood containing countless fragments of divine power essence. Thea naturally wasn't polite. With a wave of her hand, she collected a portion. The rest all fell into the sea. Even as an avatar, his divine power nature was identical to his true body. She'd take it back to study exactly what the Omega Effect was. Since he wasn't stopping her, she wouldn't continue her trash talk. Speaking Yuga Khan's name in the new continent. She wasn't that suicidal. Rise. 8 dark golden chains flew out from the Soul Sea. These were all Hades' treasures, originally used to bind their father, the second-generation god King Cronus. Now Thea had rolled them all over here. Whether they fit or not, click, click, Darkseid was locked down tight from the neck down. At the same time, 3 more sirens were born in the Soul Sea. Their power was far inferior to the first siren, only able to add some background noise. Only then did Thea have leisure to survey the sea suspended in the sky. Though she'd created it, because Darkseid had been stirring inside, she couldn't take it back now. Looking at the battlefield now, most of the dead, except New Genesis warriors who returned to the source, their souls flowed into the Soul Sea. The 3 newly reborn sirens were quite interesting. One had been a Green Lantern in life, and the other 2 were actually formed from the combined souls of apocalyptian parademons. The parademons came from planets Darkseid had conquered. As resistance leaders or important officials, they were ultimately captured and transformed. Their own soul strength was considerable, but cruel mechanical transformation had left their souls muddled. Now, freed from their physical constraints, they'd finally recovered a trace of their nature. The 2 sirens formed from Parademon souls let out soundless shrieks. They wanted to grab Darkseid and take a bite, but his lingering aura kept them from daring. Thea had no such problem. The enemy was already restrained, if not now, when? Soul flames ignited in both hands, which she pressed into Darkseid's blinded eye sockets. On the other side, the warrior goddess was even more ruthless. Gripping her lightning spear, she aimed for Darkseid's abdominal wound and thrust in, as if piercing rock. Diana roared, pouring her accumulated divine power into the spear and stirring it around inside the Dark Lord's belly. Ah. You deserve death. Darkseid burned with rage. Being wounded by 2 insects was utterly humiliating in his eyes. His entire body swelled 2 sizes. The absorption nanomachines burst one after another, followed by the dark golden chains snapping in sequence. You're loud. Let's see if you can back it up. Thea was frantically busy, launching 7 or 8 balls of soul fire that blazed across Darkseid's giant body. Within the gray-white flames, even the Dark Lord's black face showed a pale tinge when viewed from a distance. Diana's record was slightly less impressive, but she'd still used her spear to punch 2 holes, her golden divine power constantly rampaging inside Darkseid's body. After half a minute more of ganging up on him, Darkseid's divine power was completely disrupted, leaving him only able to take the punishment passively. Boom. A massive boom rang out as a boom tube opened. Darkseid was finally preparing to retreat. No way the goddess of wealth was letting him escape empty-handed. She'd used at least a third of Hades' treasury to create these traps. Darkseid. You've got to leave me something. Seeing this scene from afar, the other gods were overjoyed. Superman and his team saw victory at hand, while Steppenwolf and Desaad thought, thank the heavens, boss, you're finally retreating. No question about it, time to run. Though they decided to flee, they couldn't just bolt. They needed strategy and method. The 2 brothers in misfortune both saw Darkseid's predicament. Their boss looked pretty bad, huh? Exchanging glances, they understood each other's meaning. The war's outcome was certain, but they had to rescue their boss's avatar. Both gods acted simultaneously, driving back the 4 heroes and shouting things like, "You shall not harm my lord," and "Steppenwolf of Apocalypse is here," as they charged toward Thea. Of course, this was mostly for show. Using colleagues as shields, using partners as meat barriers, this was Apocalypse trademark. They didn't think their boss Darkseid had any admirable qualities. Remember, the boss was just an avatar while they were their true bodies. If they died here, it would take centuries to revive. They shouted loudly, but once they entered the Soul Sea, they immediately acted dizzy, disoriented, and cramped up. Even Thea was startled. My ultimate move isn't that powerful, is it? You're elite new gods, and the moment you touched the Soul Sea, you went limp. Your acting skills are a bit over the top. Your Majesty, hold on a bit longer. Steppenwolf dog-paddled, waving his axe like an oar. On the other side, Desaad displayed true mage curiosity, sneakily scooping up a small bucket of water from the Soul Sea to study later. Thea had no time to pay attention to their antics. She ignored them and continued her fierce assault on Darkseid. But when the Dark Lord was determined to leave, she truly had no good way to stop him with all her cards played. Leaving harsh words and promising revenge next time, that was street thug behavior. Darkseid had class. Even with his eyes blinded, his hollow sockets still looked coldly at Thea's position before he turned and left without a word. With their boss departing silently, Steppenwolf and Desaad had even less courage. The 2 gods fled like lightning into the portal behind him. Chapter 737, Chapter 736, Victory. Thea was about to collapse from exhaustion. She really didn't have the energy to pursue. Diana, however, gave Steppenwolf one more spear thrust at the end, at least partly avenging Earth 2's Wonder Woman. Diana supported Thea as they flew out of the Soul Sea. Superman and the other heroes watched from the periphery. Without divinity, they couldn't enter such a place. Facing Superman's expectant gaze, Diana raised her voice. We won. Her shout echoed across the land. Actually, when the Dark Lord retreated, all intelligent beings sensed it, the heavy weight pressing on their hearts vanished. Even the dullest person knew what that meant. We won. Long live humanity. Long live freedom. Long live Atlantis. The coalition forces of different races all cheered. With the big bosses deciding the outcome, their battles could end too. Apocalypse had less than 10 million foot soldiers remaining, all fleeing through boom tube portals. The coalition pursued briefly before stopping their attacks. The entire battlefield fell silent. Many soldiers collapsed to the ground, some kissing the earth, grateful to be alive, others wailing over fallen comrades. More than 100 sirens had been born in the Soul Sea. Though each generation was weaker than the last, their overall level still exceeded ordinary humans. Physically immune, with soul song enchantment, any one of them could serve as a second-tier villain on Earth. Thea, are you all right? This anxious voice naturally belonged to her brother Oliver. I'm fine, just a bit tired. She wasn't pretending, she really was about to pass out. Her body was exhausted, her spirit drained, and her divine power nearly bottomed out. Looking back at the Soul Sea, she sighed. It had consumed 30% of her divine power. Unfortunately, now mixed with Diana's power and Darkseid's energy, she couldn't take it back. Landing on the ground, they looked back at the distant battlefield shrouded in black mist and grey fog. The heroes were somewhat speechless. Thea's Soul Sea had been colorless and transparent before. Now this vast expanse of black looked utterly evil. This was all Darkseid's doing. The young woman had no shame, immediately pinning the blame on the Dark Lord. Everyone nodded. This aligned with mainstream values. They automatically interpreted the golden lightning in the clouds as Thea, while the sky-covering black fog was naturally Darkseid. Justice was so subtle, evil so powerful. This thought crossed their minds, strengthening their resolve to fight against evil. Though exhausted, the heroes couldn't rest yet. Flash still needed help. By the time Thea and the others flew over, Harley Quinn had been riding Barry around the new continent for over 10 laps and was practically falling asleep. Though Amazo was formidable, he could only simulate one ability at a time. Surrounded by a group, he was quickly bound tight by Diana. Batman arrived and rewrote its core programming. This massive bomb created by humanity was finally pacified. Treating the wounded, cleaning the battlefield, these tasks didn't need the heroes' help. However, as the White House representative, Thea received a preliminary casualty report. One helicarrier had been shot down, Superman had flown to catch it at the critical moment, so personnel losses weren't too severe. The other 4 all had minor damage. 19 giant mechs were completely destroyed, with no surviving pilots. The remaining mechs all had varying degrees of damage. Human soldiers, 150,000 dead, over 700,000 wounded. Atlanteans, 70,000 dead. Amazon warriors, 31 dead. The Minotaurs and Death Knights also had varying casualties. The Lantern Corps, which had independently held back 1 million enemies at the rear, also suffered heavy losses. 4 Green Lanterns were killed, along with 7 Yellow Lanterns and 7 Indigo tribe members. They were all warriors. Thea patted Diana's shoulder. The warrior goddess knelt on the ground before her. The 31 fallen were all her sisters, including 2 of Hippolyta's personal guards who'd watched her grow up. We'll send them back to Themyscira for burial later. But first, we need to return to New Genesis. Highfather's battle is even more intense, and we should at least make an appearance. Thea kept her voice very low on that last sentence. Becca. She called out loudly. Legion Commander. Blonde Becca was covered in wounds. Seeing Thea, she quickly bowed in greeting. Her Legion Commander could defeat Darkseid's avatar, she had to show respect. I know everyone suffered heavy casualties, but we need to immediately reinforce New Genesis. The battle at Highfather's location is extremely intense. This wasn't false. The battle with the New Continent and New Genesis had started simultaneously. Apocalypse was fighting on 2 fronts. If Highfather's side fell, defeating 2 avatars would be meaningless. The young woman had thoroughly offended Darkseid and had to go check things out. The New Genesis warriors learned they'd become the decisive force and were all excited, disregarding their severe injuries and declaring they'd die on the charge if necessary. Thea and Diana each left fragile avatars behind to handle matters, then led the New Genesis army through a boom tube back to New Genesis. The usually serene New Genesis now looked like a chaotic hive. Countless people were running, messengers, those helping the severely wounded retreat, and more holding loved ones' bodies while wailing in anguish. Ah. Anna. You're back. Aunt Eliza, how's the battle going? Everyone asked acquaintances around them about the current situation. Thea gazed across the battlefield. The entire situation was clear at a glance. Her brow gradually relaxed. Not bad, Highfather had the upper hand. Darkseid's divine power had been divided with at least 30% taken by the Avatar. Though the fight looked evenly matched, he was actually burning through power faster. As for the other battlefields, none looked optimistic. Going dark makes you 3 times stronger wasn't just talk. Apocalypse knew gods really could suppress New Genesis forces. Thea automatically spotted an old acquaintance, Steppenwolf. Their eyes met across the distance, and he quickly looked away. Hey, that guy won't recover for decades. Diana had also spotted Steppenwolf, commenting quietly. Everyone hold on a bit longer. Victory is at hand. Thea put on a show, drawing her holy sword and leading the charge. Diana followed close behind, with the remaining New Genesis soldiers howling like madmen as they rushed into battle. Steppenwolf. When did you get back? Granny Goodness was fighting Barda. Both were evenly matched. Seeing Thea leading the charge, she suddenly realized something and turned to see Steppenwolf, who'd returned early and was planning to coast. Nobody here was a good person. They were willing to fight favorable battles but nobody wanted to tackle hard targets. Steppenwolf, I let you slip away earlier, but you stop right there. Thea started shouting from far away. At his current lowest ever power level, Steppenwolf didn't dare fight her. Without thinking, he turned and ran. Thea was putting on a strong front despite her weakness. Her power still exceeded these new gods, but Apocalypse couldn't gauge her depth. Seeing Steppenwolf flee, they were all cunning enough to follow his lead without hesitation, scattering in all directions. Darkseid's true body glanced at Thea once, then stepped away from the battlefield with a single stride. Down 30% of his divine power, he couldn't beat Highfather. The Avatar's injuries needed treatment, or at the very least, he needed to recover that portion of divine power urgently. The young woman waited until he was completely gone before giving him a sidelong glance, muttering quietly, "Fat bastard, what are you glaring at? We won. Nobody knew who roared across the vast battlefield, but the previously evenly matched sides finally reached a turning point. Apocalypse began a complete retreat across the entire line. Chapter 738, Chapter 737, Aftermath. Pursue them. Highfather looked battered but was in surprisingly good spirits. Perhaps this was his first real victory against Darkseid. He brandished his staff and shouted orders, though after a moment's hesitation, he held back from attacking the fleeing foot soldiers. As the enemy new gods scattered in all directions, the commanders of New Genesis, including Thea, whose reserves were nearly depleted, finally stopped fighting. They claimed it was beneath their dignity to strike down ordinary soldiers, but truthfully, they simply had no fight left in them. The parademons on the battlefield outnumbered those on Earth several times over. Even with New Genesis's legions riding high on morale, it took repeated charges to finally repel all the enemies. Including casualties from the new continent, conservative estimates put parademon deaths at over 300 million. New Genesis's warriors also suffered devastating losses. Of the million-strong army that followed Thea to the new continent, fewer than 700,000 returned, a third had perished there. The battle on New Genesis itself was even more intense. Countless untrained civilians took up arms to join the fight. The carnage must have been unimaginable. Lady Thea, please come look at Light Ray. Just as she finished briefing Highfather on the new continent battle, Orion rushed over, urgently requesting her help for his close friend. Highfather, who truly doted on his adopted son, immediately urged them to go. Light Ray, once a speed demon in his white robe and red pants, an embodiment of sunshine, now lay in a room, his face covered in dark miasma. Sinister energy continuously rose from the darkness. Death essence, Thea knew. This new god of light, said to run as fast as light itself, was now barely clinging to life. A golden dragon hide covered his body. Despite its radiant light energy, it could only delay his death, not heal him. The room occupied one of New Genesis's highest points, second only to Highfather's quarters. Intense sunlight streamed through the window, yet even the most vibrant rays couldn't approach within 10 feet, 3 meters, of Light Ray. Can't we channel more light to him? Maybe he can heal himself by absorbing external light. Nonsense. Do you even understand his injury? He lacks life force, we should supplement his vitality. When Thea and Orion entered, several healers were arguing with troubled expressions. Watching a god slip into eternal slumber from severe wounds wasn't exactly uplifting. The healers debated while treating him with furrowed brows, but their efforts were like a drop in the ocean compared to the black energy corroding Light Ray's body. Lady Thea. Lord Orion. They all breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the arrivals. Regardless of expertise, they were mere mortals, these two were gods. Orion impatiently waved them away, gesturing for Thea to examine Light Ray. One look at the wound told Thea everything. This was soul damage. Who injured him? Black Racer. Light Ray led him away. They raced each other, and Light Ray lost. Orion said bitterly. He projected an image showing two lightning-fast figures. The one in front was naturally Light Ray. He was only the god of light energy, not the god of light itself. That extra word made all the difference in power level. In Thea's estimation, he was roughly on par with the current Barry Allen. The figure behind wore an absurd all-black outfit with skiing gear, ski poles in hand, skis on his feet. Comical as he looked, his speed was terrifying. Faster than even a drugged-up speedster, Thea thought. He wasn't running, he was gliding on death itself. Looked impressive, ran fast, but died faster too. Barry and Light Ray could zip around casually without consequence, using super speed to grab coffee or clean their rooms was perfectly normal for them. This death runner couldn't. Once he started running, someone had to die. Sounded impressive, like drawing a blade that must taste blood, or unsheathing a sword that must claim a life. But it was more like drinking water, only you could tell whether it was hot or cold. Death rules weren't easily controlled. Darkseid couldn't manage them, Thea couldn't, and this guy certainly couldn't, especially not while dancing on Death's head. One small mistake and this new god would be finished. Wait, wasn't this guy supposed to be Darkseid's prisoner? Why was he fighting for the Dark Lord? Thea couldn't ponder further, she needed to examine Light Ray's injuries carefully. As she'd initially suspected, this maniac racing around on a black sled wasn't actually a death god, he was the god of soul harvesting. Perhaps because positions related to souls and death were vacant, he boasted about being a death god, only to be tragically captured and imprisoned by Darkseid for his trouble. What's difficult for some is easy for others. If the soul had been extracted, Thea would be helpless, she lacked a death godhood after all. Fortunately, Light Ray was a new god with exceptional soul strength. There was still a chance to save him. I'll need 10 Shadowstone crystals, Ice Fairy hair, Morigu spider silk. She rattled off a list of materials while Orion committed them to memory. Who put this ratty hide on him? This is just agitating the soul energy in his body. Ridiculous. She pulled the golden dragon hide off Light Ray and casually stuffed it in her pocket. She wasn't worried about anyone reporting her. With her contribution so significant, being completely flawless with excellent relationships would actually make Highfather wary. The old man was generally decent, showing some minor flaws helped maintain harmonious relations going forward. So she pocketed the entire adult golden dragon hide without hesitation. Thea spent 2 weeks on New Genesis healing Light Ray. During this time, she also endured several lectures from Highfather about how the final battle between good and evil hadn't truly arrived yet. This was merely a preview. His words left the new gods looking glum, as everyone's condition was abysmal and they couldn't fight again in the short term. Highfather knew his subordinate status, divine power levels were universally down to half or less. Another battle now would result in more than just one injured Light Ray. The major legions recruited new soldiers to recover their strength, preparing for the next great war. After another 2 weeks, the epic-spanning battle concluded and the multiverse seemed to settle into quiet. Thea returned to Earth, first accompanying Diana to bury their Amazon sisters, then visiting the magic school to offer condolences. They'd contributed to the war effort too, except for the slippery Constantine. Every instructor bore wounds, and over 30 students had died in battle, including 5 celebrities and 2 artists. She had to arrange pensions for the fallen yellow and indigo lanterns, and escort fallen green lanterns back to OA for burial. After Thea saw off the various Lantern Corps reinforcements, the tense atmosphere finally dissipated. She could finally go home and catch her breath. Chapter 739, Chapter 738, The First Proposal. As traitors to humanity, the Morgan family faced universal condemnation. Their assets were seized and consolidated into a fallen heroes fund to provide pensions for the deceased and future living expenses for the wounded. 150,000 elite soldiers had died, 700,000 were wounded, including over 300,000 who'd lost mobility and required state support. The funds needed couldn't even be calculated in the short term. Add in combat equipment losses, and the astronomical figure divided among nations made finance ministers everywhere tremble, even with the Morgan fortune as a foundation. Moira seemed possessed by the speed force, the government machinery ran at a breakneck pace. Evidence gathering, prosecution, Supreme Court judgment, the whole process took less than 2 weeks. By the time Thea finished healing Light Ray, 2 knowing Morgan family principals had already been executed, with remaining members receiving sentences ranging from 20 years to 1 year. Their hereditary assets were confiscated as well. Maxwell Lord's checkmate organization brought enormous pressure on the White House. Moira insisted this human cancer be abolished. This organization, nominally under UN auspices and composed of elite agents from various nations, resisted fiercely. Remove Maxwell. Fine. Apologize. Okay. Abolishment. Absolutely not. During the verbal warfare, they discovered Maxwell had previously murdered a businessman named Ted Cord, but checkmate had secretly covered it up. Maxwell's personal accounts held nearly $800 million, hardly a typical agent's fortune. When the White House pursued further investigation, all leads went cold. Investigators could only file a report of massive funds from unknown sources. Ugh, these people just finished the war and already have new schemes. Moira complained to her daughter, who was lounging lazily on the White House couch. Thea's divine power and mental energy were severely depleted, manifesting externally as drowsiness and distraction. She knew exactly who Mom meant by these people. A few agents didn't have the guts to challenge the White House, clearly someone was backing them. Unsatisfied with their current benefits, they wanted more. They were testing the mother-daughter duo's limits. Limited by her hero identity, Thea couldn't intervene directly. She understood Mom wasn't targeting checkmate itself, but those behind it. Too complicated. Handle it slowly. If it's troublesome, let them jump around for a few days. Thea swayed groggily as she freshened up to attend the hero assembly. Yawning constantly, she arrived at the Hall of Justice. The moment she pushed open the doors, Batman and Superman's argument reached her ears. I don't understand why you won't destroy such dangerous robots. Superman, I've told you multiple times, Amazo has preservation value. He represents the pinnacle of human ingenuity and shouldn't be casually destroyed. You're playing with fire. Superman frowned at his old friend. He knew exactly what the man was thinking, the same old routine of keeping contingencies to restrain superheroes. Thea glanced at the 2 arguing men with amusement, lazily settling beside Diana to watch the show. John declined. Did you know? Diana whispered. Thea nodded. Today's meeting was to propose establishing the Justice League, but when they approached the Martian Manhunter, he refused. His reason, he wasn't a superhero, just a Martian sheltering on Earth. They'd talked at length. John felt his pyrophobia hadn't healed, he'd have to skip many fire-intensive situations. Rather than occupy a position without contributing, better not to join at all. Thea could only express understanding. Uncle John is a good man. It's a shame. Time passed quickly as the remaining members arrived. In this timeline, Victor Stone was still happily playing football as a wide receiver. As one of Red Room's shareholders, Thea had even met this star athlete there. In Thea's eyes, he was quite handsome. Victor loved sports, loved running on the field, and desperately sought his father Silas Stone's attention, but the doctor never noticed. Their father-son issues had to be resolved themselves. Thea wouldn't be cruel enough to cyborg him. No cyborg would appear in this timeline. With John out, they proposed bringing in Green Lantern Hal Jordan instead. With Hal Jordan joining Thea, Diana, Superman, Batman, Flash, and Aquaman, they had exactly 7. Superheroes? Superheroes had to play politics too. Though Hal Jordan made clear he couldn't stay on Earth long, they pulled him in anyway. As a space cop, future Green Lanterns would always hold a Justice League seat regardless of who wore the ring. Aquaman, who could communicate with Atlantis but didn't interact much with them, was equally indispensable. To balance gods, aliens, and humans, Batman forcibly dragged Flash to the meeting. Overall, 2 goddesses, 1 Kryptonian, 1 half-Atlantean, and 3 pure Earthlings regardless of their jobs or abilities. 3.5 versus 3.5, perfectly balanced by bloodline. Everyone fell silent as Superman gestured for Thea to speak. As the battle's main force, the nominal title of first proposer belonged to her. First let's welcome Hal Jordan, Green Lantern of Sector 2814, to his first meeting. Thea opened with introductions. Flash wanted to applaud, but seeing everyone's solemn expressions, he lowered his hands again. This battle, despite heavy casualties, defeated an evil invasion. This isn't the first time, and I don't think it'll be the last. Everyone here is elite among elites. Regardless of origin, we need to unite. Unity will be our theme for a long time. We're gathered here today to make Earth better, to protect what we hold dear in our hearts. Though we have ideological conflicts, like whether to inspire hope or fear in humanity. Thea glanced between Superman and Batman. Or conflicts between lantern rings. Hal Jordan still resented the Yellow Lanterns. And rising tensions between us and Atlantis. She looked at Aquaman. It took 2 hands to clap. Surface politicians were terrible, but the undersea ones weren't much better. Despite these many problems, I believe one thing: the future will always get better. Future battles shouldn't be fought alone, we need our collective strength and wisdom. My proposal is, to solve all major troubles ahead, to resolve our conflicts, to bridge the gap between humans and aliens, seeking common ground while accepting differences, we should establish an alliance. A United Justice League. Chapter 740, Chapter 739, Justice League. Whether it was an illusion or not, Thea felt the Hall of Justice was filled with an aura of sanctity. Warm sunlight streamed into the hall, seeming to gild everyone's faces in gold. I won't be on Earth often, so does that mean I? Hal Jordan was more than willing to bask in glory among Earthlings, but his duties gave him pause. Thea explained, our league is very loose. Everyone's highly capable and has their own work, Batman in Gotham, Superman in Metropolis, Diana, and I occasionally return to New Genesis. The league's purpose is to unite everyone, help each other day to day, and avoid being picked off one by one. All right. I can only promise to participate as much as possible. The Guardians of OA, you know. Thea saw he was about to say something critical and quickly stopped him. Say it to their faces if you dare. Does anyone else have concerns? No one objected. This momentous league was officially established. Under Diana's curious gaze, Thea glanced outside. Sure enough, novels were all lies, no divine light descended for this great deed. This building will serve as the league's surface base. I've installed lots of training equipment, Superman's red sun radiation room, Flash's speed testing treadmill. Everyone can come train when they're free. Thea spoke as if it were nothing. Superman's face fell. The hell kind of red radiation room is that? You sure that's what I need? After speaking, Thea glanced at everyone's expressions, her look seeming to say, if there's nothing else, I'm going home to sleep. Your higher dimensional design is interesting. Apocalypse's threat can be intercepted by the new continent, but what about dangers from our own universe? Ever-calculating Batman raised another question. Green Lanterns can handle all cosmic troubles. Hal jumped up before Thea could answer. Batman's expressionless face transmitted one signal: I don't believe it. Truthfully, neither did Thea. The universe was full of monsters in hiding. Green Lanterns could solve maybe half the problems at most, the rest were all heavy hitters. Never mind others, just those bioweapons that escaped Krypton, Doomsday, a world killer, any one of them could make the Lanterns miserable. Her memory included several star sectors the Green Lanterns never touched. The following process wasn't too surprising. To intercept cosmic threats, Batman contributed his Watchtower space station as the League's cosmic foothold and observation post. This satellite orbiting Earth cost an astronomical sum to build. The technology it contained surpassed humanity's current peak. The group teleported directly from the Hall of Justice to the Watchtower. Instantly transported from the bright hall to space, Flash and Aquaman, experiencing such heights for the first time, looked slightly surprised as they gazed at the blue planet beneath their feet. Diana and Superman also surveyed the sizable space station. Black walls, silver pipes, completely matching Batman's color scheme. Conference room, training room, rest room, entertainment room, fully equipped. Hard to imagine how Batman, an ordinary human, built this base in space using current human technology. Thea carefully sensed the area. She was intimately familiar with this teleportation tech. It mimicked indigo lantern transport with traces of her magical teleportation mixed in. No doubt Batman had collected data on her teleportation and scientifically replicated it. The Watchtower's weapons and equipment were equally impressive: missiles, aircraft, orbital weapons, and more. With advance warning, the Watchtower could indeed provide Earth some protection. Aquaman wasn't interested in modern weapons. Superman pulled him aside to stargaze. Thea examined the Watchtower's main control system. Though her computer skills didn't match Felicity's, she could see numerous backdoors. She didn't point them out though. Batman contributed such a behemoth, naturally keeping contingencies. Very in character for him. "I'll share some of the maintenance costs going forward," Thea said. No choice. Unlike the Hall of Justice she contributed, which just needed occasional cleaning and cost little annually, the Watchtower was a massive aerial fortress whose daily maintenance consumed vast funds. Diana, Aquaman, nominally princess and king but with little real power, were effectively poor in worldly terms. Superman and Flash were working class. Hal Jordan was unemployed. That left the two tycoons. Batman contributed the Watchtower, likely expecting her to help with costs. The Dark Knight happily accepted her check while the others divided up work. Those capable of space survival handled external maintenance, others cleaned inside. The Justice League's establishment required no approval or press conferences. The heroes just needed to show up at the Hall of Justice for everyone to know they'd chosen it as their base. With Darkseid severely weakened, Earth finally welcomed peace. Thea prepared to continue her grand development plan. Humanity had to venture out. Once they left the solar system, human technology would experience a new explosion. Who should answer for 150,000 soldiers' lives? The new continent is a complete fraud. Without superheroes, we wouldn't have such terrible disasters. Are they really heroes? Traditional media remained conservative in reporting, but some online outlets began brazenly attacking current affairs. Under their manipulation, ordinary people's trust in the government and superheroes began declining. Even after Avengers 3 premiered, citizens still didn't understand why so many soldiers had to fight on an unfamiliar continent. 150,000 dead, 700,000 wounded, what did they gain? This is absurd. What kind of logic is that? No superheroes means no war. Do no doctors mean no illness? Must we fight on Earth, mountains collapsing and Earth splitting, before they see it as saving the world? Thea slammed the table furiously, though she retained enough control to pull back at the last moment and tap lightly. Shut down those troublemaking websites completely. Audit their taxes, verify credentials. If there's really nothing wrong, release hackers from your prisons and take them down. She sat in the Eye of Heaven office, losing her temper on behalf of President Mom. Amanda Waller remained expressionless. As someone accustomed to working behind the scenes, she'd endured worse insults. This was nothing. Thea then went to the Hall of Justice. The smear campaign had affected several heroes' reputations and required thorough discussion. Chapter 741, Chapter 740, Justice League Headaches. All the superheroes had participated in the recent epical battle. Honestly, fighting on a barren continent was already the best choice, but guided by certain malicious voices, citizens chose not to believe. They thought it was all fake, all lies. Superheroes couldn't go door to door handing out flyers, explaining who Darkseid was, what impact a cosmic tyrant would have on their lives, or how harmful he'd be to their future employment prospects. Ordinary people only cared about what happened right in front of them: energy stock prices, Super Bowl champions, calculating their salaries at home to see what they could buy. That was their entire lives. Telling them about 52 parallel universes was like talking to a brick wall. They couldn't brainwash people or use administrative intervention. Thea genuinely had no good solution. She could only leave the problem for the League to solve. "What's the president's response?" Batman asked. "Maintain the status quo. Our system allows dissenting voices, that's her advisor's recommendation," Thea said casually. Moira could be called the Justice League's only official channel now. She bore enormous pressure too. Thea didn't want to make Mom's position too difficult. Sounds ridiculous, but Batman could swagger into the Hall of Justice only because of a government pardon. No matter how high his public approval, his criminal record stacked 3 meters, 10 feet, high and filled 5 safes. From a legal standpoint, spanning nearly 20 years of activity, he was a certified fugitive, the most wanted kind. His pardon was issued simultaneously with Luthor's. Though Bruce Wayne had been Gotham's police commissioner for years, Batman's warrant remained active until just before the war, when he received a pardon for meritorious service. Otherwise, dealing with government pursuit while fighting Darkseid was Batman's original timeline fate. Use your reporter identity to help explain. Thea glanced at Superman, speaking vaguely. This brought up Batman's bad precedent. He wore a mask constantly, making their 7-person group a mess of who knew whose identity and who didn't. For instance, Aquaman and Green Lantern didn't know Superman's real identity. Only Superman, Thea, and Diana knew Batman's true identity. Thea's identity was public knowledge worldwide, easy enough. The world knew Diana Prince, but not that she was Wonder Woman. The heroes all knew though. The remaining 3 knew each other's identities in various crossed patterns. In short, the relationships were messy, making their forms of address quite awkward. Superman agreed readily. Thea knew the effect wouldn't be significant. When the elite knew about the crisis, harmony prevailed. Now that the crisis was over, troublemakers jumped out. Seeing her disinclined to talk, Batman proposed a new topic. The Justice League couldn't rely on just 7 people, they needed fresh blood. Even if not immediately joining, candidates should be listed. All right, I propose one, Green Arrow. She spoke as if discussing a stranger, her expression unchanged. Batman's face twitched. Green Arrow Oliver Queen's qualifications were perfect, all 7 in this room basically knew him. But he was too close to her. To restrain her influence and prevent the League from becoming the Queen family's new conference room, he absolutely couldn't let Green Arrow in, at least not yet. That can be considered for the alternate list. Batman ultimately didn't outright refuse. Black Canary. Thea proposed another candidate. Batman felt slightly depressed. Don't think I don't know your relationship with Merlin, this Black Canary is your relative too. After thinking, a very justice-oriented lady. Also for the alternate list. They intermittently proposed several more names, Firestorm who'd performed outstandingly in battle, and the Atom who'd built his suit and made quite a name for himself. Young heroes were all rejected. Per Batman's words, the Justice League wasn't a daycare, anyone joining had to have combat ability. Finally they compiled a modest list for future observation. Green Arrow's name predictably topped it. This person appeared in Gotham. I think his activities are highly suspicious, we should investigate. At the meeting's end, Batman produced a stack of photos distributed to everyone. Thea picked up a photo and examined it. A blonde young man wearing goggles and a yellow-blue skin-tight suit. The photo was blurry, he was emitting an energy wave that stopped a speeding car. Though he seemingly saved citizens, the car still flew away and crashed into a shop. Batman's attached information noted the car's collision into the shop injured 11 people. Gotham police were searching for him, anyone with information should contact authorities, etc. This was Booster Gold, right? Thea scrutinized the photo from every angle. Her impression wasn't too deep, she only knew of him. Another time traveler, if she remembered correctly, a fellow contemporary of Reverse Flash from the 25th century. His son was an old acquaintance of Thea's, the famous captain of the Legends Wave Rider, Rip Hunter. Never seen him, don't know him. She didn't reveal the truth. Booster Gold wasn't a bad guy anyway, if something came up, he'd contact the Justice League himself. She didn't take it seriously, but Green Lantern enthusiastically went with Batman to capture Booster Gold. Booster Gold's tech equipment was quite formidable. After a week of pursuit with 2 sightings, the guy seemed decent enough, but Hal's bear-like temper meant they started fighting after 2 sentences. Both times he escaped. At the next meeting, Batman proposed everyone mobilize together for capture. This guy's technology is very advanced, and he seems to have some magical effect, everyone around him experiences misfortune. We tracked him for a week, 3 traffic accidents occurred near him. All 3 times he saved endangered VIPs, but destroyed the main postal building, 5 police cars, injured 25 officers, 39 civilian bystanders, property damage. Batman rambled on, but it all boiled down to one thing, this was a magic user or someone with a misfortune-inducing ability. Thea nearly spat in his face. Magic my ass. He's a time traveler who knows lots of doomed wealthy people's information, what's strange about that? The injuries were completely caused by Booster Gold's inability to control his powers, this guy was textbook big dreams, low skills, and careless. But she couldn't say this. Seeing her beloved's difficulty, Diana volunteered to help. When the warrior princess mobilized, things were different. In less than 2 hours, they dragged Booster Gold back like a sack of potatoes. The disheveled blonde man was brought into the Hall of Justice. With the lasso of truth wrapped twice around his neck, he spilled everything at once. Chapter 742, Chapter 741, Assembling Female Heroes. My name is Michael Carter. I was born in Gotham City, 25th century Gotham City. I was originally the team's quarterback, got exposed for gambling on games. Later got a night watchman job at a museum, then stole several pieces of equipment and came to this world, wanting a fresh start, to be a good person, to be a superhero. The truth came out. Under the lasso of truth, everything was honest. This guy wasn't a villain, so they didn't make things difficult for him. Go on, return to your timeline. We'll protect this world. Diana untied the lasso, offering kind comfort. As for Booster Gold's request to join the Justice League, everyone voted against it. Green Arrow isn't even in yet, who are you? Originally Thea considered Booster Gold just a minor character and paid him no attention, until Moira brought her some news that made her take notice. Justice League International. Is this a joke? Thea looked at the information, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Just looking at the leader told her how unreliable this organization was. Booster Gold. This Justice League International's leader was Booster Gold himself. Worth mentioning, this title was officially issued by the UN Committee for Supervision and Management of Supernatural Abilities, full bureaucratic name omitted. Another pawn thrown out by those people, right? The mother-daughter duo could discuss anything. Some committee they'd never heard of, putting a few officials up front, then using the UN's name to raise a team opposing the League, reeked of politicians. Thea didn't need to read reports to know Booster Gold was still living his superhero dream, unfortunately becoming their pawn unknowingly. At heart, Booster Gold genuinely wanted to help others, but 25th century records only noted the rich and powerful. History books wrote, on such and such date, such and such corporation chairman or state senator met disaster. They didn't write about ordinary citizens murdered by neighbors or how many froze to death in winter slums, none of that was recorded. Like any time traveler, he followed the map to save people and finally discovered, hey, why are all my rescues wealthy? The reputation was indeed high enough that people misunderstood, thinking him a glory-seeking fraud. Though he originally was. This Justice League International is recruiting. They're officially appearing at the UN early next month. Interested in watching? Thea thought about it, she'd have nothing else going on then anyway. Go if you want, she wasn't afraid of Darkseid, much less these small fries. She just wouldn't act against them due to game rules. I'll go, as first daughter. Do I need to eliminate some of those people? Thea asked casually. Politicians thought themselves subtle, but without a new god like Desaad providing cover, their little moves were completely exposed before the trade godhood. Creating fires or car accidents to deal with them couldn't be easier. After thinking, Moira knew her daughter wasn't purely good, can't handle too many at once. First take out 1/10 and see their reaction. The mother-daughter pair coldly decided the fates of several families, dozens of people. Mass purges wouldn't work. Creating unexpected conflicts, like making two feuding families fight each other, was ghostly silent with no visible mastermind. As for suspects, keeping them paranoid and suspicious was exactly right. How's the trade union preparation going? Moira asked. Already entered Pluto's orbit. It'd be best if we discover them, then naturally establish trade relations. The neutral trade union had been providing various resources. Now Earth's technology was fairly established, entering the space age was slightly premature, but with support from Eben's neutral trade union, speed would skyrocket. The mother-daughter scheme was to put on a show, divert ordinary people's attention, interstellar trade, how prestigious. Meanwhile, underhanded moves would shock those ungrateful lapdogs. Two-pronged approach, easy and simple to break the deadlock. By the way, what's actually in that black zone you sectioned off in the new continent? Near the conversation's end, Moira suddenly remembered, asking casually. The military and those families sent people to investigate, but not one came out alive. Thea shook her head with a smile. I remember putting up a sign saying, no entry, dangerous or something. They still went in. That's the Sea of Souls, even Superman can't enter. These people really don't value their lives. You child. Moira lightly patted her shoulder. Your sign was barely palm-sized, what good would that do? Your Sea of Souls is about the size of the Great Lakes, you can't stop people's curiosity. Thea lifted her chin in a haughty expression. Let them die then. I warned them anyway, they can go if they want. She didn't tell Mom she'd created the Banshee race inside the Sea of Souls. Massive numbers of war-dead souls accumulated there, with new Banshees born daily. The population now exceeded 200. Having occasional elites wander in was perfect entertainment for them. Regarding the Justice League International's establishment, current heroes weren't thrilled, but felt increasing justice forces wasn't bad. Only Batman saw everyone as enemies, he wanted to infiltrate and gather intelligence. Everyone understood his personality. No problem, you go ahead. What Justice League, Justice League International, American Justice League, Dark Justice League, Young Justice League, these were all scenery along Thea's journey. Her goal never changed, establish a female Justice League. Star City was her chosen base for the future female league. Star City's economy prospered. Under Moira's 8 years of governance, population exceeded 11 million, now a supercity. With the Green Arrow team shutting down petty thieves, Star City's public security consistently topped national rankings. Star City's transportation was extremely convenient, resources abundant, shopping, leisure, entertainment all first-rate. Plus, this was her stronghold. Thea's positioning for the female league wasn't combat-focused. Let male heroes handle dirty, smelly villains like Clayface and Killer Croc. You're really establishing such an organization. Ha. Diana looked at Thea's 3-day research project, the charter document, and laughed. Isn't the roster a bit long? The league only has 7 including us, but your list. She laughed while asking. Thea leaned against her shoulder, murmuring dreamily, how could it be? With our connections, gathering everyone to play around, they'll basically all come. Chapter 743, Chapter 742, Female Justice League. Between Thea and Diana, their combined influence was substantial. The next day, female heroes worldwide who'd received invitations hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to attend. Local Star City heroes, Green Arrow's partner Shadow, the Land Sisters, Black Canary and White Canary, and tech specialist Felicity, began setting up the venue. With deep pockets, Thea had bought up half a city block. Actually, this was real estate Robert Queen had purchased years ago to block Malcolm's plan to destroy the Glades. For a long time, this massive tract had tied up Queen consolidate its liquid assets. Times had changed. Robert had long passed, and Malcolm had gone to the new continent to teach astrology. The property had sat unused. 2 years ago, Thea waved her hand and bulldozed everything. Now it was a district combining dining, lodging, and entertainment, exclusively for women. She hadn't arrogantly posted signs saying, "Men keep out." Anyone wanting to stroll through could, but every shop sold women's products. If you didn't mind being pointed at by a crowd of women, feel free to enter. Female heroes arrived in Star City one after another. First came the Bat family, Batgirl Barbara Gordon, Catwoman Selena Kyle, Huntress Helena Bertinelli, Batwoman Kate Kane, and young Cassandra Kane. Half the Bat team had been poached. Thea even thought maliciously that with Alfred too old to cook much anymore, and Bruce trusting no one else, the Dark Knight was probably home eating instant ramen with his son right now. What was Batman's expression when he heard I was forming the female league? Thea asked Barbara curiously. Barbara quickly straightened her face, set her features into a stern expression, walked 2 steps mimicking Batman's gait, then said in a deep, gravelly voice, "Ridiculous." Ha ha. The women who knew Batman laughed until they doubled over. Teasing a familiar figure instantly broke the ice between them. Whether Batman would sneeze, they couldn't care less. Soon after, more arrived, Supergirl Kara Danvers and her sister Alex Danvers, Starfire the Tamaranian princess, and Miss Martian Ganmores, the Martian Manhunter's niece. Superman's wife Lois Lane, Flash's girlfriend Iris West, and Aquaman's wife Mara also showed up, quite the superhero family gathering. Independent female heroes also came in force. Vixen Mari McCabe, who wore a tribal totem and could channel any animal's abilities. The young Raven, who'd left Thea 2 years ago to attend high school on her own. Hal Jordan's girlfriend Carol Ferris of the Violet Lantern Corps. Aquaman's allies, Yawara and Kahina the Seer. Zatanna, Poison Ivy, Livewire, Killer Frost. Even Fire and Ice, who were planning to join Justice League International, came along when they heard there was no conflict between the 2 leagues. Thea had also invited Madame Xanadu, but the elder declined gracefully, saying she was too old for young people's gatherings. Faura similarly disliked such occasions and chose to refuse. Some present could fight incredibly well, like the 2 goddesses. Others couldn't hurt a fly, like Felicity. Regardless of power level, 29 female heroes had assembled. Compared to the somewhat laid-back Thea, Diana had impressive big sister energy. Seeing everyone quiet down, she launched into a speech about women's self-reliance and independence, breaking free from patriarchal society. Thea didn't have such strong feminist views. Everyone here was already a hero, lacking independence, they wouldn't have made it this far. Her purpose in establishing the female league was to unite these women. Compared to the abundance of male superheroes everywhere, female heroes were too few and often appeared only as support personnel. In a relaxed, comfortable environment, they could exchange insights, spar with those of similar skill levels, and all gain something. More importantly, it expanded their social circles. Many female heroes had almost no friends outside their teams. Barbara Gordon, for instance, daytime library manager, nighttime crime fighter with Batman, then home to collapse in bed. She had virtually no personal time. Ladies and gentlemen, wait, that's not right. Got ahead of myself. No gentlemen here today. Thea lightened the mood with relaxed humor. Everyone here is elite among elites. My purpose in proposing the female league is to give everyone a platform for exchange and mutual improvement. Female heroes aren't appendages to male heroes, we should have our own voices. But we shouldn't make ourselves too tense either. Only by knowing the world, seeing its beauty, can we have sufficient conviction to protect it. We won't inspire the world with hope alone, nor intimidate villains through fear alone. Both approaches seem one-sided and arbitrary to me. Everyone should have their own view of the world, but we can't force one standard on everyone. Our principle is inclusivity, using women's unique perspective to observe the world and change it. Alright, I'm done talking. Our Female Justice League is officially established today. One more thing, no matter how heavy the mission, don't forget to laugh. The more joyful memories we have, the stronger our conviction to protect becomes. The female heroes applauded warmly. The opening had gone smoothly. You really understand what it means to protect people, don't you? Diana teased her. Thea laughed it off. She wouldn't admit this speech was distilled from various protagonists' flashback scenes. Constantly recalling beautiful memories to defeat enemies wasn't that standard hero procedure. Half a city block plus a substantial stretch of coastline had all been designated for this. Whether swimming, working out, sunbathing, shopping, training, or beauty treatments, every facility imaginable was available. The wealthy Thea had even brought in many entertainment options popular on other planets. Diana had suggested providing activity stipends for the female heroes. Thea considered it but decided against it. Female heroes generally had strong self-esteem. Handing out money would only show off her wealth without practical benefit, likely creating the opposite effect. Most female heroes weren't short on cash anyway. Felicity was a corporate executive. Carol Ferris's family owned an airline. Zatanna was heir to an ancient lineage. Ice was a Norwegian princess. They naturally had money. Or there were those like Shadow and Laurel whose boyfriends were wealthy. Being a hero required resources, the saying held true most of the time. Groups of familiar female heroes went out to enjoy themselves in 2s and 3s. Half a city block exclusively for women, quite the rarity. Taking off combat suits, setting aside weapons, applying light makeup and changing into casual clothes, walking down comfortable streets with companions. No need to traverse shadowy high-rises at night. No need to dodge gunfire carefully. Just like ordinary people, openly facing sunlight, entering shops. Such moments were precious beyond measure for them. Chapter 744, Chapter 743, The Women's Justice League, Daily Life, Part 1. Female heroes could cut through an army without a guide. Thea and Diana dressed casually, arm in arm, wandering out together. Feeling better? Diana asked. They stepped into a cafe, each ordering a coffee. More or less. Still a little off. Only Diana knew Thea's current condition. Driving Darkseid back had not been a small thing. Burning through a colossal amount of divine power in a short span left a real weight on both her spirit and her mind. That was why she had been moving through the days in a fog. She simply had no mental energy left for anything extra. The Sea of Souls had a "Do Not Enter" sign posted at its gate. It wasn't a joke, she was just too drained, in body and mind, to go back in. Darkseid's divine energy had certainly left residue in that sea. For now, she could only set it aside. As for the people of Earth who were apparently terrified of no one and seemed convinced the sea held some great secret worth charging into, let them. She had bigger things to worry about. The clash with Darkseid had also let some dark divine power seep into her. But because she had her own understanding of the dark domain, given enough time she could purge the contamination on her own. Otherwise it would have eaten into her very core. How long do you think it'll take Darkseid to recover? The question caught Thea off guard, she genuinely hadn't worked it out in precise terms. She lifted her coffee cup and took a sip. The warmth traveled down her throat and settled into her stomach, comforting and steady. Well. I'm in the process of dissolving the dark divine power. His avatar holds more soul energy than mine. If he doesn't want to abandon that portion of power, he has to dissolve my soul energy before he can reintegrate. Theoretically, I'd say 2 years. His methods outclass mine due to his higher level, so that process might be shorter, but refilling his reserves after reclaiming all his power. I'd estimate 3 years at the absolute minimum. 3 years. Diana went quiet for a moment. She had given everything in that battle. And yet the damage she dealt was painfully little. The gap between her and the Dark Lord was simply too wide. Thea reached over and took her hand. Don't worry. I'll be back to full strength in 6 months, and Highfather will recover most of his as well. Even if Darkseid shows up in his true body next time, we'll have a real shot at winning. All right. I believe you. Diana put on a determined look, but Thea could see it was partly forced. There was nothing she could really say to that. In this world, the only being who could grow without limit was Superman, spend tens of thousands of years soaking in the sun and come out absolutely invincible. That was a genuine chosen one destiny, unique to him. No one else, god or mortal, had that kind of potential. For Thea and Diana, the road ahead was already mapped. Their ceiling was stacking divine domains, reach Darkseid's level of accumulation, and that counted as a major milestone. What came after that was anyone's guess. The problem was that divine domains didn't stack freely. Every position was already spoken for, and the ones best suited to Diana were almost all held by Highfather. Unless she killed Highfather, taking another step forward was going to be nearly impossible. As for having Diana study the primordial shadow, that was completely out of the question. Setting aside whether she even could, if she did, it would fundamentally change who she was. Diana's warmth, that sunlit, open quality of hers, was what kept Thea anchored to herself. Without it, Thea would sink into the dark. The day that happened, she didn't even want to imagine it. Two dark queens rampaging across the earth, marching on apocalypse and OA, slaughtering every new god and old god until the universe reverted to nothing. Very powerful, yes. Also absolutely horrifying. Diana's warmth was the single most important thing keeping Thea's heart in the right place. The primordial shadow could never reach her. Want to go to the beach? Sit in the sun for a bit. She could feel the mood getting heavy and offered a change of scenery. Diana had no strong objection. It was only when they were almost at the sand that they realized neither of them had brought a swimsuit. Amazon customs traced back to ancient Greece. Diana had grown up on Paradise Island surrounded entirely by women. The concept of a swimsuit simply hadn't existed in her world back then. A century among humans had softened some habits, but she still found swimsuits more trouble than they were worth. Thea wasn't quite so unbothered. With Secretary Mercy on leave, almost certainly dealing with some Luther-related fallout, she'd been managing without her assistant for 2 days. It showed. She was forgetful and scatterbrained, not quite herself. She dug through her travel bag from her ring storage space for a solid few minutes and came up empty. Fine. They'd just buy them. Every shop here was run by a woman, staffed by women, and practically none of them failed to recognize Thea. They picked out a few pieces in their respective sizes and headed to the fitting rooms. Diana's choice matched her personality, bold and unapologetic. Fiery red, exposing a taut and smooth midriff, thin straps looping over the shoulders and tying at the back of the neck, her hair pulled into a high ponytail. Thea grabbed something at random. When she put it on, she had to laugh. Classic black and white split down the center, left side white, right side black. A single strap tied at the back. Neither over the top nor plain, clean and sharp without trying too hard. She wasn't planning on going in the water anyway, so she left her hair down. They put on their sunglasses, grabbed 2 beach chairs, and stretched out. Sunscreen. Completely unnecessary. Diana had spent millennia running wild on Paradise Island and had never once touched the stuff. 100 years among humans hadn't changed that habit. As for Thea, her body simply absorbed sunlight naturally, so the concern didn't apply to her either. They weren't alone on the beach. A few water-adjacent heroines had already claimed their own patch of sand. Mara, who could control water, along with Caitlin Snow, Killer Frost, and the ice wielder Dora were sparring seriously nearby. Thea glanced over idly, and something caught her attention. From an energy perspective, Dora read almost like a spellcaster, but her method of channeling was entirely bloodline-based. She had the innate ability to command and generate ice, and at full power her eyes glowed white, weather bent to her will, and she could whip up a full blizzard. Ice arrows, ice walls, ice storms, all 3 women played with cold the way most people handled breath. Effortless. Queen of Atlantis, human scientist, descendant of a Norse royal line. Their abilities were similar, their combat strength roughly matched. Waves and frost swapped between them, traded, converted, and in watching each other's different approaches to the same elemental force, even if they couldn't replicate the techniques, they could still pick up useful ideas. A few exchanges and everyone leveled up a little. Thea watched for a few seconds and stopped. Their strength was solid, but it stayed at solid. She raised a hand and threw up a barrier to block the chill drifting her way, then let the warm light settle over her as she drifted off to sleep. She didn't know how long she was out. A shout pulled her back. Faster. Come on. That frantic energy could only be Felicity. Go, Mara. A voice with a slight accent, probably Yawara, one of Aquaman's Atlantean companions. A few others were watching too, cheering on the sidelines. Thea pushed the sun hat off her face and looked over, then broke into a grin. Several heroines were hollering from the shore, and out in the water, Diana and Mara were racing. Chapter 745, Chapter 744, The Women's Justice League, Daily Life, Part 2. Diana had a strong following, and plenty of voices rose to cheer her on. Her form was breathtaking, arms alternating in long, powerful strokes, muscles flowing with a grace that didn't diminish their strength, bright water parting cleanly behind her. Her legs kicked in a steady, elegant rhythm. She and the ocean had become something seamless, something almost perfect. If Diana was a swimmer moving through water, Mara simply was water. She gave her hips a light twist, her legs a lazy flick, and shot forward several body lengths in an instant, as if resistance didn't apply to her. Gravity either. No splashing, no reaching, no churning, just a clean arrow punching through the surface. Thea caught them just as the warm-up was ending and both women were starting to push. Diana's technique was a pleasure to watch. A few strong strokes, divine power threading through her movements, and she surged ahead, 5-6 meters clear of Mara. Mara smiled faintly. Swimming was as natural to her as breathing. She didn't add any visible effort, didn't change anything at all, and then the water itself seemed to gather under her, lifting, carrying her forward, and she overtook Diana with ease. There wasn't much suspense to how it ended. Even throwing everything she had into it, the Amazon warrior couldn't match an Atlantean in the water. Mara finished well ahead. That said, Diana swam every meter to the end without slowing. Finally awake. Thea held out a towel. Diana took it without a trace of frustration, scrubbing at her damp hair. Thea made a sound of agreement and, very much like a sleepy cat, curled into Diana's side. Anyone could see she wasn't fully awake yet. Diana coaxed her back inside with a mix of gentle prodding and outright bribery. Poor thing. Diana smoothed the bed and deposited Thea onto it, then reached out to brush a thumb across the tight crease between Thea's brows. She calls everyone else a child. But she's a child herself. She'd stumbled into carrying the weight of an entire world without anyone asking her to, worn herself down defeating an enemy most couldn't even look at directly, and ordinary people still didn't understand. They talked. They picked at her, questioned her, doubted her from the comfort of their safety. Diana was genuinely angry about that. At moments, even her will to protect had nearly cracked under it. We nearly die for these people. Do they deserve it? But then she looked at Thea, small and tired and defenseless in sleep, and pressed every bit of that anger back down where it couldn't reach. It had nothing to do with those people. This was what she was protecting. This, and nothing else. The next morning, Thea peeled open her groggy eyes, pulled back the heavy curtain, and blinked. Past 10 o'clock. I actually slept that long. She stretched, arching her back with a long sigh, and felt, to her surprise, genuinely rested. Letting go of the weight, with someone nearby who kept watch, it made a real difference. She activated her supervision. The whole base spread out beneath her gaze at once, and she had to suppress a laugh. Of course. This group of women couldn't sit still if their lives depended on it. The heroines were already in the training hall going at it. Thea threw on something casual and wandered over. The hall was the old stadium, converted into a private arena. Enormous. Divided into 9 sections, the outer ring held standard training areas, with 4 enclosed rooms and 4 open platform rings for privacy and personal preference. The room at the center had a power suppression effect. Even Thea, stepping inside, would have most of her abilities cut by more than half. To prevent the obvious nightmare scenario of heroes locked in the suppression room while enemies waited outside, the suppression device was installed dead center and run by Gideon. Emergency teleportation gems, linked to the new continent base, were set into the floor. At the moment, the central room held the Danvers sisters. Like her cousin Superman, Kara without the Kryptonian solar boost was no match for Alex, who'd been through rigorous special forces training. And that was after Farah had worked with Kara a few times. Before those sessions it had probably been even worse. Supergirl Kara was getting pummeled, nose bruised, face red, but she was picking things up fast. Everything connected to fighting, she absorbed and applied at an almost frightening rate. 5 minutes of watching and Thea could see the improvement, even if it looked modest on the surface. Against humans, who needed months or years of consistent work to gain an inch, this speed was extraordinary. Nearby, a few others were sparring in pairs. Laurel's lip was a little swollen, she'd taken a practice sword to the mouth at some point, but she was still going, trading blows with Barbara. White Canary Sarah Lance was matched up against Batwoman Kate Kane. Sarah had League of Assassins training behind her and was a clear step ahead in technical skill, but Kate's experience was nothing to dismiss, and the gap wasn't showing clearly in the short run. Diana was holding back hard against Cassandra, Scrappy Kid, Thea had privately labeled her, using only Amazon martial arts with no divine power, no sword, no shield. And she was losing. Thea gave it less than a minute before Diana hit the mat. The others with powers or magic were scattered around, some sparring, some trading theory and comparing notes. Poison Ivy and Beatrice, Fire, were experimenting together on a high-yield plant fertilizer with some volatile properties, and had called up a test plant to try it on a live plant. Dora and Zatanna knew each other, their families had some distant connection, and they were deep in conversation about the interplay between bloodline and magical aptitude. Of course, not everyone was drawn to fighting. There were always a few. Starfire and Livewire had cornered Miss Martian Megan and were enthusiastically sharing tales from their television careers. Livewire went on about her streaming days, Starfire described her newest show and the intensity of her fanbase. Megan listened with growing envy, practically wishing she could trade places. Even stranger was the trio in the corner of the outer ring. Felicity, Iris West, and Lois Lane. 3 women who couldn't throw a punch between them, clustered together discussing wedding gowns, nursery decor, and child rearing. Iris was holding court on her and Barry's relationship, childhood friends turned roommates, and yet something still felt missing. The other 2 women, considerably more experienced in these matters, diagnosed the issue immediately: too familiar, too comfortable. Neither of them knows how to make a move. From there it spiraled into wedding venues, home arrangements, ceremony planning, and Lois, who had stumbled into motherhood slightly out of order and now had a 10-year-old, found herself the resident expert. She walked both of her almost married companions through everything: what to do the day before, the morning of, and after. Child-rearing advice that she regrettably could not provide. Her son had essentially raised himself to 10 years old. She had no idea how that had happened. Thea watched all of this with a look of pure exasperation. Recruiting those 3 had taken her a long time to decide on. Expecting them to put on capes and go fight crime was a fantasy. Them not actively causing problems was probably the best outcome the male heroes could hope for. Still, as Superman's partner, the Flash's girlfriend, and the Atom's girlfriend, they did have a legitimate case for membership in the Women's Justice League. Chapter 746, Chapter 745, The Women's Justice League, Daily Life, Part 3. Thea. Get over here, spar with the kid for a minute. She was drifting in her own thoughts when Diana's voice cut through. She looked up. Diana was waving at her from across the room. The proud Amazon had finally reached her limit. She'd managed to scrape out a draw, barely, but Cassandra's level had genuinely surprised her. Time to call in reinforcements. Huh, Thea started to smile. Then she caught the look Diana was giving her. Not a request. She swallowed the laugh. She shrugged off her outer layer, revealing the fitted top underneath, tied her hair back, and took a slow breath, pushing every scrap of divine power deep, letting her body settle to something only slightly above ordinary human baseline. She wanted to see for herself just how good Cassandra really was. Do you need a minute to rest? She asked. The girl shook her head. Ready to go. Strong competitive spirit. This might actually be a problem. Thea didn't have that kind of competitive drive in her by nature. She'd come in planning to play around and keep it casual, but Cassandra was clearly taking this seriously. That earned a response in kind. Respecting your opponent was the foundation of martial practice. Right foot forward, left foot back, hands raised. She settled into a stance and gestured for the girl to come. Cassandra's eyes narrowed slightly. That opening, it was one of Lady Shiva's favorite stances. For a moment it felt like time slipping backward. Like being a child again, just the 2 of them. Then the memory dissolved. She was here, she was sparring. She locked her gaze on Thea and didn't blink. Fast. 2 quick steps, closing the distance in an instant. Left jab straight at center. The moment Thea moved to block, she pivoted, torque from the waist, a side kick driving for the midsection. Quick feet. Thea compressed her power inward, nothing left but a step or 2 above human. Both palms swept down, catching the kick. At the same time she kicked low, going for Cassandra's supporting leg. Cassandra bent her knee, launched, light as a bird, twisted in the air, and came back down with a foot aimed directly at Thea's face. Thea tilted her head, letting the strike pass. Then she stepped in half a pace and drove her elbow toward Cassandra's shoulder. The kick had missed. Cassandra's left hand snapped up, deflecting the elbow, but she'd already given up half a beat. Facing Thea's relentless forward pressure, she stayed calm, did 3 back handsprings in quick succession, and opened up the distance again. Come on. Thea reset her stance and waited. They traded. Fast, precise, ruthless, and within a handful of exchanges the level difference was visible. Cassandra's attack was fierce, her reaction time and combat instincts both at an exceptional peak. But she was still a notch below Thea. Just one, but it was there. Thea's raw martial talent was solid. Malcolm had called her a born fighter, and that wasn't empty flattery. But solid was relative. Against Cassandra, it looked average at best. What elevated her was that she hadn't stayed on the pure martial path. She'd grown in a different direction, stood at a different height, and from up there, she'd developed perspectives on combat that most practitioners never reached. Nobody could copy how she'd gotten here. But calling herself a contemporary martial artist, nobody would argue. Cassandra, by contrast, was still mid-climb. Her body hadn't fully grown yet. Her skills were still developing. Combat experience was thin, she led with her feet on the opening exchange, which said something, too eager, too driven by the need to win. Against a focused Thea, the pressure was immediate. Batman trained her when he could, but his schedule was punishing and the time he could give was limited. Techniques between men and women differ anyway, and their styles didn't align perfectly. What Cassandra got from Batman was mostly experience, not core form development. Thea was different. Lady Shiva's teaching had been thorough and uncompromising, and the style she'd internalized matched Cassandra's own path almost exactly: sharp, precise, efficient, brutal. Every exchange hit notes that Cassandra recognized in her bones. This was real fighting. They went for 15 minutes. When Thea saw Cassandra's energy flagging, she began to ease off, deliberately slowing her movements. To the onlookers, it looked like an even draw. Others in the hall had been drifting over since the early exchanges. The sparring matches had paused. Even the wedding planning trio had gotten curious. Kara had been dragged out of the suppression room by Alex, half dead, looking like a wet dog, and deposited on the sidelines to watch. Her style is very close to the League of Assassins, Sarah Lance murmured, studying Thea with new eyes. I've known her for years and I've never seen her fight like this. I always figured she was on the magic side, not the martial side. What she was watching was unmistakably familiar, the bone-deep imprint of Lady Shiva's training was hard to mistake. She turned to Laurel. Did she have ties to the League? Laurel had her own suspicions. But she was smarter than to go looking for confirmation. Did the truth matter? Everyone was here, together, and that was what counted. If she wanted answers, she suspected Batman would have them, but she'd never asked. She deflected her sister's question and turned her attention back to the ring. There was a ceiling to martial growth in this world. No breaking through to another level, no transcendence, it simply wasn't possible. But that didn't make it pointless. Laurel needed to fight. Barbara needed to fight. Even Zatanna, even Constantine, had some physical foundation. They were enough to appreciate what was happening in front of them. Among the League's full roster of heroes, female martial artists were nearly non-existent. Outside of Thea and Shiva, both with the same first syllable, both apparently cursed to be the genre's exceptions, every practitioner of note was male. Cassandra was still a fighter on the rise, talented, instinct-driven, capable of punching above her weight in close-matched fights. Against someone focused and technically superior, the ceiling showed fast. Facing a serious Thea, she felt the pressure immediately. But she also felt something click into place, the style, the angles, the intent behind every movement. It was familiar in a way that made her chest tighten. This is what I've been trying to find. When Cassandra seemed on the verge of saying something after the match, Thea got in first. I've set up a large illusion array in Building 15 on West Street. If you want to train, go there. Everyone who enters gets a perfect duplicate conjured from them, same abilities, same skills. You fight yourself. See your own blind spots. That's exactly what you need right now. Cassandra's eyes lit up immediately. Fight yourself. That sounded, actually fascinating. She gave a quick bow, grabbed her jacket, and was out the door to find Building 15. You're just being lazy, Diana said, seeing right through her. Thea scratched the back of her head. She was genuinely swamped. Setting up an illusion array, let whoever needs it walk in and work through it themselves. Self-directed breakthrough. Efficient. Cost-effective. A gift, really. The offer proved contagious. Several heroines perked up at the news. Can my magic be duplicated in an illusion like that? Zatanna asked. Yes, Thea said, without hesitation. Anything below her own level she could replicate at full fidelity. Another few combat-hungry women sprinted for the door. Kara also wanted to go. Alex grabbed her by the collar and hauled her right back into the small training room for more punishment. The celebrity trio, Starfire, Livewire, Megan, headed out loudly to enjoy the attention of ordinary fans, or go shopping, depending on how you framed it. The wedding trio organized themselves into a group outing to look at bridal gowns. Hearing about the excursion, Shadow, currently in the process of becoming Oliver's bride, fell into step with them. Chapter 747, Chapter 746, The Women's Justice League, Daily Life, Part 4. A lazy morning and a satisfying spar. Thea rolled her shoulders and felt good, genuinely, physically good, for the first time in days. Let's go shopping, She'd barely gotten the words out when her phone buzzed. She glanced at it. 2 minutes later she held it out to Diana with a look halfway between amused and resigned. Look at this. The Golden Vanguard just cannot sit still. Shampoo ad, now a sportswear line, and apparently he's producing his own superhero film. That is completely shameless. Diana's tone went flat with disapproval. Heroes aren't supposed to use their position for personal gain. A hero's purpose is to protect, to put your abilities in service of others. That man is addicted to the spotlight. Thea didn't particularly share the outrage. Honestly, every headline about him was a headline not being written about someone else. On balance it was probably useful. Come on, I saw a dress last time that would look great on you. The sky was a clean blue. Close to noon, but the light wasn't too harsh yet. Foot traffic was light, entirely female, as it was throughout this city. The two of them walked past without drawing a crowd, though they weren't entirely unnoticed. Diana had high standards and tended to be decisive. Their shopping routine was usually Thea proposing options, sometimes conventional, sometimes off the wall, and Diana approving or vetoing. That wrap dress, color works well on you, but the back panel opens up quite a bit. That belt, though, really flatters your skin tone. Diana already had height on most people, and she favored heeled boots and fitted skirts, which added to it considerably. Thea had an eye for this, her sense of aesthetics sharpened to a fine edge over years of absorbing divine artistic insight, and could put together something striking without relying on cutouts or low necklines. By the time they finished, Diana had 2 pairs of long boots, one flat, one heeled, 2 skirts, and a belt. Thea herself, despite being one of the wealthiest people on the planet and owning more clothes than she could wear in a season, picked up 2 t-shirts and a pair of ankle boots. Her legs go forever. They're so close, I heard they're actually. Someone checked the forum, there are posts saying the taller one is Wonder Woman. They passed through a dozen storefronts, and at each one staff whispered in corners they assumed were out of earshot. Unfortunately for them, those whispers landed perfectly in 2 pairs of very sharp ears. Thea bumped Diana's shoulder. Your cover's slipping. Ha. It was inevitable, really. They didn't make any effort to hide what they were to each other, and face blindness only went so far. Sooner or later someone with a functioning pair of eyes would put it together. Let them. Diana managed to look almost pouty, which was an unusual look on her. My other job is finished. I'll take care of you, Thea declared, hand on her own chest. They both laughed, and both understood perfectly well it wasn't going to happen. Diana's personality was too strong for her to sit idle. She'd need work, purpose, forward motion. She always did. They'd been wandering contentedly for half an hour when a small complication found them. Dr. Queen, there's a girl here who wants to see you. One of the staff approached, towing a young girl behind her. The girl had golden hair, a slight build, was a little thin, and looked around 16 or 17. Blue domino mask. Blue bodysuit with a large gold star emblazoned across the chest, from a distance it looked like she'd wrapped herself in stars and stripes. The costume was just a costume. What caught both women's eyes were the belt and staff the girl wore, dense with energy, and not a small amount of it. I intercepted your communication signal. I'm a hero too. Why didn't you invite me? The girl had a bit of an edge to her voice, though even when annoyed she chose her words carefully. Another eager kid. Thea's expression turned thoughtful. This one seemed less volatile than some, indignant, but organized about it. The girl was clearly here for Thea. Diana stood quietly and let her handle it. Thea schooled her expression into something businesslike. All right, little one, what can you do? What have you actually done as a hero? The girl shifted, grip tightening on her staff, suddenly looking like she was interviewing for a job. I can fly, and I can manipulate energy. Clearly sensing that her words alone weren't making much of a case, she raised the staff and fired a burst of energy at a large rock nearby. The boulder shattered in a flash of gold. She looked back at them, uncertain, waiting. That's a solid power set, Diana said first, her tone genuinely approving. Thea read Diana's stance, agreement. And honestly, the Women's Justice League wasn't exactly on a mission to save the world. The whole spirit of it was casual, informal, a little chaotic. One more or one less made no meaningful difference. She considered for a moment. Before anything else, full disclosure. Being a hero isn't a game. I can see clearly that you don't have inherent superpowers. Everything you're using comes from that staff and that belt. Without your gear, you're vulnerable. If you want to do this, you'll need to complete basic combat training, nothing extreme, but enough that in a bad situation, caught off guard and without your equipment, you can protect yourself. On your own terms, not your gears. Understood. The girl nodded, looking only somewhat clear on what she'd agreed to. Thea pressed a hand to her forehead. Every time. Kids this age, running on enthusiasm and good intentions, zero plan, zero preparation. Classic. What's your name? I need to contact your family before anything else. The girl's eyes darted sideways. Ran away from home to do this, didn't she? Thea had seen this particular scene play out enough times. Not going to say. Fine. You flew here, which means satellites track your route. Give me a second. She held up her phone and started pulling data. The girl watched with clear skepticism. She wasn't convinced anyone could identify her that quickly. Queen consolidated satellite grid combined with the watchtower's monitoring array, the girl's flight path was flagged immediately, cross-referenced against local resident records, run through facial recognition modeling. Start to finish, under 2 minutes. Courtney Whitmore. Thea showed her the screen with a satisfied smile. The girl looked stunned. She'd spent 2 full evenings putting that disguise together. Thea made the call, a long one, talking things through with Courtney's stepfather. When she hung up, she looked at Courtney, who was watching her with barely concealed anticipation. No solo missions until you finish basic training. Come up with a code name. Stargirl. Immediate, no hesitation. I want everyone to call me Stargirl. Thea nodded. Recruited. One more self-sufficient addition to the roster. There was a deeper reason she'd said yes. Whatever team or league Stargirl ended up with, she walked around in a Stars and Stripes motif that was practically born to be a symbol, close in spirit to the neighboring Captain America, a natural face for any team. A genuine crowd pleaser in the making. Alex, would you add this one to your training group? Her name's Stargirl. She pulled open the training room door. It also happened to rescue Kara, who was barely standing at this point. 1 student or 2, no difference to Alex. She loved teaching. She grabbed Stargirl by the arm without a second thought and pulled her into her little classroom. Chapter 748, Chapter 747, Justice Girls, Daily Life, Part 5. Courtney, the teenage runaway with a rebellious streak, had 0 combat training to speak of. Strip away her powered equipment and she couldn't even match Kara. Both girls were getting absolutely worked by Alex, crying and cursing in equal measure. Thea clicked her tongue, leaving them to their scorching training session, and headed back out to continue shopping with Diana. By the time the sun touched the horizon, the 2 of them had accumulated enough bags to stock a small boutique. They were setting their haul down when 2 figures streaked across the sky overhead. Faster. Come on, faster. You can't beat me. Supergirl and Stargirl, 2 teenage girls gone completely feral, tore through the evening sky like comets. Ha. Diana smiled warmly. Looks like they've been cooped up too long. Thea felt a small smile tug at her lips. Those little gremlins had spent the entire day getting their power suppressed during drills. She couldn't really blame them. The 2 women set down their shopping and headed for the hot spring. It was a completely private space. Thea had ringed the entire area with a magical ward that would blast any men who dared approach. Without the flattering armor of their costumes, there was no hiding anything. The competitive instinct between women, even among a gathering of righteous heroines, proved entirely immune to the call of justice. Most members of the Justice Girls had assembled in the steaming water, each pointedly staring straight ahead while their peripheral vision conducted a thorough survey of every other body in the pool. Silently judging those shorter. Quietly envying those more generously gifted. The eternal, unspoken war between women. Most heroines present had superhuman eyesight. In a space this small, if you wanted to look, you could see everything. Through the drifting wisps of steam, 1 woman raised an arm with studied nonchalance, another tossed her hair with practiced casualness. Everyone was subtly angling to show off the beauty usually hidden beneath their battle suits. Setting aside the 3 married members, every other heroine in that pool was a consummate warrior. The rhythm of strength and beauty ran deep in each of them, elegant curves, lines both supple and taut, none of the bulging muscle mass of their male counterparts. What the heroines embodied was something composed, graceful, effortless. When Thea and Diana stepped in, a soft ripple of admiring murmurs spread through the water. Diana was the tallest woman in the room. Years of combat had honed her body into something like a drawn bow, fierce, coiled, explosive. Thea had the finest figure of anyone present. Striking features, with eyes that seemed to look straight through to the soul. The divine portfolio of art and beauty was no empty title. Her artistry permeated everything, including her physical form, surpassing every other woman in pure balance. Not too heavy, not too light. Not too tall, not too short. Not too much, not too little. Even Diana, herself a goddess, came in a fraction behind when it came to sheer proportion. The 2 goddesses found a private little pool in the corner, reclined in the warm water with eyes apparently half closed, while conducting a furious gossip session over their private mental link. Barbara's waist is a little thick. Starfire's eyes are green, but her figure is exactly like ours. Hey, what do you think they're saying about us? Obviously that Lady Thea is devastatingly gorgeous, of course. Thea was about to fire back when she caught the sound of approaching footsteps. She swiveled her neck toward the entrance before the first figure even appeared. Half the pool did the exact same thing, with varying degrees of subtlety. Supergirl, Stargirl, Miss Martian, Raven, and Cassandra tumbled in from outside, 5 semi-wild teenagers, immediately met with a wall of collective disdain from the assembled heroines. Just a bunch of kids. The first thought in many minds. Raven, slowed by her Trigon bloodline, had developed at a glacial pace. She still looked very much like a kid. Cassandra had trained so brutally and traveled so relentlessly with her mother that her development was similarly stunted. Miss Martian was utterly shameless. Her figure was entirely average, but the moment she felt the room's collective gaze, she used shape-shifting to adjust her appearance and manufacture the illusion of a far more impressive silhouette. One withering look from her friends made her scratch her head and quietly revert. Kara was the oldest of the group, and now that she had a job and spending money, she'd been eating with gleeful abandon. Her figure had filled out accordingly, little by little. And yet she still couldn't beat Stargirl. Stargirl was 3 years younger, but she carried herself with surprising confidence. Wrapped in her conservative costume it was impossible to tell, but here in the hot spring, well. She looked a lot more grown up than people expected. The assembled heroines lost interest in the teenagers quickly and looked away. Tired of having the entire pool's attention aimed their direction, Thea erected a privacy barrier around their corner, sound and sight completely blocked. No one outside could see or hear them, but they could observe everyone else. The two women stretched out their legs side by side and compared. "Your legs are still longer than mine," Thea said, a little chagrined. Diana glanced at the barrier, feeling the flow of its magical weave. Even Zatanna couldn't eavesdrop through this. She flicked Thea's hand off her own calf. "It's the only thing I have over you." Thea nipped lightly at her earlobe. "Who says? Your fingers are exceptionally strong too, unlike us delicate magical types, right?" As she spoke, she drew one slender finger slowly across Diana's lips, then pressed gently past them. Finger and tongue tangled together, and both women's eyes went warm and hazy. "You're not seriously thinking about doing this here, are you?" Diana wanted to speak, but Thea's finger was still in her mouth. She could only ask over the mental link, her voice carrying a note of hesitation. Thea played innocent and kept going. "Back to the room," Diana murmured. For once she wore the expression of a girl quietly pleading, which made Thea laugh. Flushed with mischief, Diana tried to trigger a teleport back to their room, but her magical training was nowhere near Thea's level, and Thea simply snuffed out the spell with a pinch of her fingers, watching Diana with an amused half-smile. Thea had no intention of anything scandalous in a public place. Diana embarrassed easily, and Thea herself wasn't quite that daring. "We're just talking. I won't do anything," she murmured, then let the tip of her tongue trail across Diana's delicate earlobe. "You little devil." Diana wanted to wrap Thea up in the lasso 6 ways to Sunday and make her pay, but she knew she couldn't cause a scene. Passive defense wasn't the warrior princess's style. Her tongue forced the intruding finger out of her mouth, and in one swift motion she grabbed Thea's shoulders, spun her a full 180 degrees, and pinned both arms firmly behind her back. Diana looked extremely pleased with herself. Thea found herself exactly where Diana intended, both goddesses' eyes swirling with warmth, lips meeting in a deep and tangled kiss, their long legs curled together like two entwined snakes. Maybe a friendly match right here. The thought surfaced, and was immediately drowned by both of them at once. Back to the room. Just as Thea was about to trigger the teleport, gunfire erupted from the street outside. "Hold on, ease up. There's trouble out there," she said quietly. Diana didn't have X-ray vision, but she listened for a moment. Her adorable nose gave a snort. "Don't think you can trick me. It's just a few small fry. With this many heroes here, you don't need to lift a finger. I'll let you go tonight." "Diana, you've gotten bad." Not that Thea was entirely opposed to the arrangement, it was actually somewhat thrilling. Chapter 749, Chapter 748, Justice Girls, Daily Life, Part 6. The threat outside really wasn't much. Thea decided the arrangement Diana had proposed was actually rather amusing, and besides, it had been her own fault for starting things. Pinned arms meant the padded coat she usually wore was completely out of the question. Her divine vestment robe, on the other hand, was entirely unaffected. She gave a light, graceful spin and slipped it on, both hands clasped behind her back, radiating the practiced composure of a seasoned master. Diana, with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth and triumph written all over her face, clasped on her battle armor. The two women dissolved the soundproof barrier. The heroines soaking in the hot spring did a collective double-take at the sight of them fully dressed. Several heroines with enhanced senses immediately detected the disturbance outside. The pool erupted, a magnificent surge of motion as everyone began getting out and changing. Zatanna and Raven, both magic users, were the fastest by far. They shed the water from their bodies in an instant, clothes on, done. The others with powers were equally creative: ice, fire, electricity, plant manipulation. Each one used her abilities to dry off and suit up in seconds. The non-powered heroines were a beat slower, but only a beat. How to change out of civilian clothes and into a battlesuit as fast as humanly possible was Lesson 1, Day 1, for every hero team in existence. Barbara and Laurel moved with practiced efficiency. Aside from faint damp streaks in their hair, they looked exactly as they always did. "I thought Star City was supposed to have decent law and order," said Vixen, the Zambesi heroine, who used her totem to channel an animal spirit and get a look at the threat in the distance. She had the expression of someone deeply unsurprised. Guess not. Ha. Thea was magnanimous about it. Just a minor headache. Consider it an opening act for the Justice Girls' very first gathering, a bit of live entertainment. She glanced over at Shadow on the far side of the pool, who had already pulled on her green hood and picked up her bow. Thea lowered her voice and murmured to Vixen, I heard you know Oliver too, don't tell me you and my brother also. Don't be ridiculous. We're just good friends, Vixen said flatly. Thea kept her opinions to herself. Women who hadn't been linked to Oliver were rarer than unicorns, but she wasn't going to press the point. Even if this impromptu entertainment hadn't been her idea, she felt there was something genuinely memorable about assembling every heroine in one place and going out to fight together, so she pulled Felicity, Lois, and Iris into the group as well. Those with flight ability launched directly from the rooftop. The rest had magic, powers, or glider wings. The truly flight-impaired were scooped up by Carol Ferris of the Star Sapphire Corps, her ring conjuring a glowing construct that swept them all along. A crowd of heroines streaked through the air toward the commotion, every single one curious about whoever had been stupid enough to cause trouble here, tonight, of all nights. The attackers and defenders were locked in a fierce exchange, sustained gunfire crackling through the street. For security, Thea had hired Blackwater's all-female division to handle protection detail. Every last one of them was a combat veteran. The generous pay, combined with the knowledge of exactly who they were protecting, meant they were trading fire with the intruders in a completely composed fashion. When Thea's group arrived, a low, unhurried male voice was saying, "Oh my. Someone important must be inside. I only wanted to take a look around." He didn't finish the sentence. A cluster of figures dropped from the sky and cut him off. Someone who can fly under their own power in this era is almost never a pushover. His eyes swept across the assembled group. Thea wasn't wearing her signature padded coat. The hooded divine vestment she had on was far less recognizable. Diana, however, was unmistakable. There was almost no one in the world who wouldn't recognize Wonder Woman. The middle-aged man's gaze narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected to run into superheroes just by following a stray magical energy reading. He scanned left and right. No sign of Superman. No sign of Batman. That was reassuring. The male heroes had always overshadowed the women, even the celebrated Batgirl and others who'd been active for years barely registered on this man's personal threat radar. Anyone know who this is? Thea asked the group, utterly unbothered, as though he wasn't standing right there. She had a hunch, but she wanted confirmation. He's the Shadow Sorcerer's fellow disciple, Damien Dark, Sarah Lance, the White Canary, said in a perfectly even tone. Word is he knows some magic. On any normal day he'd be a serious problem. She paused. With this many heroines on scene, he'd be finished one kick at a time. So it is him. Thea looked at the pale, heavy-set man standing in the street. The main villain of Arrow Season 4, and he'd managed to bumble right to her doorstep. Of all the rotten luck. Same name as Damien. Raven, ever the darkly amused one, stepped forward to volunteer. Let me deal with him. What gives him the right to share that name? Me. My energy weapons are incredible. Stargirl shot her hand into the air like she was answering a question in class, then charged forward, only to look around and realize the total headcount below, including Dark and his mercenaries, barely cracked 30. This barely counts as a warm-up. And me, Supergirl's knuckles were itching after a full day of getting pounded by Alex. You've got a nerve. Damien Dark was not accustomed to being dismissed. In his estimation, aside from Diana, this entire collection of women posed zero threat to his formidable magical abilities. He was both thinking it and acting on it, his right hand shot open, and an invisible shockwave of force surged upward toward the assembled heroines. His 20-odd fully armed mercenaries raised their weapons and opened fire. Who would step up to meet it? Thea glanced at Zatanna, then at Raven. In the end it was the Dark Princess who lost patience. Raven backhanded Dark's magic aside with one lazy sweep of her arm. No finesse. No technique. Pure brute force, like swatting a fly. This fight isn't worth my time, Thea said with serene detachment. Anyone who wants to play, go down and have fun. Don't kill them. The rest go to Star City PD afterward. Their leader goes to the Oversight Commission. She gestured vaguely. You're welcome. Stargirl was already diving. The rest of the heroines exchanged glances, trying to figure out whether these goons were paid actors or just extraordinarily unlucky. With cheerful laughter, they each picked a target. Kara, remember this morning's drills. No powers, Alex grabbed Supergirl's arm and whispered sternly. Kara sighed and resigned herself to fighting like a regular person, throwing honest punches and kicks at a bewildered mercenary. Thea, catching Diana's amused look, casually picked one for herself as well. Hands still bound behind her back. Irrelevant. Her psionic ability wasn't impaired in the slightest. She seized a hapless mercenary with her mind, muffled his scream, and sent him spinning up, caught him, spun him up again. The men experienced the sensation of being a human yo-yo operated by someone who wasn't touching him. The other heroines made do with their own methods. Mara, Caitlin, and Frost all had adjacent abilities that had never been properly measured against each other. Today's entertainment provided a convenient comparison. So long as they didn't actually kill their test subjects, anything went. Going around the circle, each heroine had one opponent, maybe two. Hardly satisfying. Most knocked one down and stepped back. This was recreational, after all. About as competitive as a year-end raffle, everyone participates, no one's supposed to win big. Cassandra, tiny and ferociously serious, was the exception. She darted back and forth across the entire battlefield until every last mercenary was on the ground before she finally stopped. Seeing his entire force taken out like a bad joke, Damien Dark would have to be a special kind of oblivious not to realize what he'd walked into. But wanting to run and being allowed to run were two different things. Raven had him exactly where she wanted him, and his magic against the daughter of Trigon's bloodline was pathetic. Thea pulled Felicity aside and said a few quiet words. Felicity gave her a strange look. Why is she standing there with both hands behind her back like some kind of seasoned master? But didn't dwell on it. The former hacker called in a drone, its massive camera lens sweeping across the assembled heroines. Realizing they were on film, several women immediately struck their most dashing poses. Unaware he'd become a prop in a group photo, Damien Dark kept fighting desperately, with precisely zero effect against Raven's magic or Cassandra's fists. The men who'd spent a lifetime believing himself at the absolute limits of human potential lay on the pavement with the sinking realization that his entire self-conception had been wrong. The world is terrifying. That was his final thought before unconsciousness took him. Everyone gather around. Thea called out cheerfully. She directed the heroines to stack Dark and his crew into a neat half-meter-high human wall, then lined everyone up behind it. The captives who were still conscious didn't dare move. They made for a remarkably cooperative human wall, even the ones faking unconsciousness. Click. 29 official members plus Stargirl, an enthusiastic plus one who'd brought her own energy, 30 heroines total, immortalized in a single frame. Serious faces, ridiculous faces, everything in between. The Justice Girls' first official group activity, documented for posterity. By deep night the precinct was down to a skeleton crew, so the captives got trussed up and left to wait for morning pickup. The heroines said their goodnights and drifted back to their rooms. Thea and Diana's room. Come on, untie me already, it feels really strange, Thea said, doing her best impression of a girl sweetly pleading. The smile on Diana's face was threatening to overflow entirely. Let's play a little game first. A role-playing game. 500 words omitted. The mercenaries were delivered to Star City Police Department at first light. The officers, unaccustomed to having this many criminals to process, were thrilled, and hauled everyone in with great enthusiasm. Dark himself was brought back to the Oversight Commission. Thea had originally planned to hand him to the DEO, but given that organization's impressive track record of losing high-value prisoners, her own facility seemed more reliable. She found him a cell. He was small-time as far as she was concerned. The demonic idol that had been the source of his dark power was smashed on the spot. Trading with demons for borrowed strength was a classic League of Assassins technique, dangerous, and with a hard ceiling on how far it could take you. She did recall that in the show, this heavy-set pale-faced man had planned to cleanse the surface world with a nuclear warhead and retreat underground, where he'd apparently cultivated a rather impressive cornfield. Thea couldn't help wondering whether he had some kind of latent agricultural talent. A very unusual place to put your skill points. Well, if he was genuinely good at farming, Nevada had plenty of desert that could use the help. A routine interrogation was scheduled before processing. Standard intake questions: name, gender, occupation. What nobody expected was for that standard intake to produce results. Commissioner, he says he's affiliated with an organization called HIVE, Diggle reported, barely containing his excitement. The interrogation specialists asked 3 separate times. No indicators of deception. According to his statement, it's a large and well-staffed operation. Thea's interest sharpened. HIVE. She picked up the transcript and read through it. Reassuring, on one front, no Hydra, no Umbrella Corporation analog. HIVE looked more like a mutual grievance society for the wealthy and disgruntled. Dark seemed to be running purely on spite. I'm not comfortable, so everyone else shouldn't be either. He was angling to goad Thea into conflict with a network of powerful elites. What he hadn't accounted for was that his petty grudge had just handed her an excellent pretext. One of the names on that list was the loudest opponent of the Queen family's current political push. She'd already been considering engineering a convenient traffic accident. This was far cleaner, she'd simply show up and take everything. Dark swore categorically that the listed parties were co-conspirators. Every scrap of evidence, genuine, embellished, and strategically arranged, was compiled and assembled. Thea led the strike team personally. In the glorious chain reaction of mutual betrayal that followed, she walked away with an impressive haul, 2 deputy mayors, 1 senator, and 3 prominent civic figures placed under arrest. The charges were real enough: corruption, insurance fraud, financial crimes, but fell somewhat short of the treason and crimes against humanity she and her mother had been aiming for. Fabricate harder, or fabricate smarter. She rested her chin in her hand, thinking. Commissioner. New development. Diggle reappeared, waving a fresh transcript. Thea skimmed it, and snapped her head up. Mr. Diggle, you're absolutely certain that HIV was established by extraterrestrials with premeditation. We have to be responsible with a claim like this. We need hard evidence. Diggle produced an evidence bag. Found in the basement of one of the properties. The device self-destructed before we could contain it, but this is all the residue we recovered. Professor Stein confirmed, the metal is not of terrestrial origin. Thea took the bag and examined it. Silver-white metal, scarred with blast damage, but the composition was genuinely unlike anything from Earth. What had started as a minor cleanup detail was developing into something considerably larger. She gave the order immediately. Their communication networks are still active. Put your best investigators on a full deep dive. Report directly to me. The Commission's evidence was airtight. A group of extraterrestrials had been embedded in human society for an extended period, and they had infiltrated the highest levels of government. Facing that threat, the loudest political voices went instantly silent. The turbulent controversy evaporated overnight. The International Justice League initiative, which had been advancing with considerable momentum, suddenly announced, citing venue coordination difficulties, that it would be delayed by 3 months. Thea heard through Mara and Caitlin that the initiative's primary organizer, Golden Guardian, was absolutely furious. On a separate note, Diana had officially resigned from the Hepburn Foundation. Whether that was a return to her true path or simply a lateral move was debatable. The Louvre had been courting Wonder Woman for some time, and the curator had made a personal visit. Diana had always held a genuine interest in historical artifacts. After a brief conversation with Thea, she caught a flight to Paris and reported for her first day of work. Chapter 750, Chapter 749, New Discovery. The 3 ice users, Mara, Caitlin, and Frost, each grabbed a mercenary and got to work experimenting with their water and ice control. As for the subject's comfort, sorry, as long as no one died, anything was fair game. These men had shown up armed and uninvited at private property in the middle of the night. Hard to argue they were the victims. Some heroines had an academic spirit about it, the cold trio, meticulously testing their powers side by side. Others were simply there to have fun. Livewire and Poison Ivy, both former villains in their original timelines, left their respective opponents in states that bordered on helpless. Spread evenly, it worked out to roughly 1 mercenary per heroine, maybe a little more, hardly enough to satisfy. Most knocked their target down and stepped back. This was recreational. About as competitive as a company year-end raffle, participation was the point. Cassandra, small and absolutely lethal in her focus, was the exception. She ran a precise circuit of the entire battlefield, methodically dropping every last mercenary before she finally stood down. When he saw his entire strike force taken out like a punchline, Damien Dark would have to be a special kind of oblivious not to recognize what he'd walked into. But wanting to escape and being permitted to escape were entirely different things. Raven had him locked down, and his magic against the Princess of Trigon's bloodline was simply embarrassing. Thea pulled Felicity aside for a quiet word. Felicity gave her an odd look. Why is she standing there with both hands clasped behind her back like some kind of seasoned master? But didn't overthink it. The former hacker called in a drone, its wide-angle camera lens sweeping across the assembled heroines. Spotting the camera, most of them immediately shifted into their best poses. Blissfully unaware he'd become set dressing for a group photo op, Dark kept fighting with desperate futility, until Raven's magic and Cassandra's fists together finally put him down. The man who had spent a lifetime believing himself at the absolute ceiling of human potential, his sorcery formidable, his martial skill relentless, had been thoroughly and efficiently proven wrong. That realization was still settling into his skull when the lights went out. Everyone gather round. Thea called out. She directed the heroines to stack Dark and his crew into a tidy half-meter wall of bodies, then lined everyone up along the back of it. The goons who were still conscious didn't dare twitch. They served as remarkably cooperative set dressing, even the ones only pretending to be out cold. Click. 29 official members, plus Stargirl, a self-invited plus one who'd brought nothing but enthusiasm, 30 heroines total, frozen in a single frame. Solemn faces, ridiculous faces, everything in between. The Justice Girls' first official group activity, documented for posterity. Deep night. The captives were trussed up where they lay and left to wait for morning pickup. The heroines exchanged good nights and drifted back to their rooms. Thea and Diana's room. Come on, untie me already, it feels really strange, Thea said, doing her best impression of a girl sweetly pleading. The smile on Diana's face was threatening to overflow entirely. Let's play a little game first. A role-playing game, I was thinking. 500 words omitted. Chapter 751, Chapter 750, New Lead. Life seemed to find its way back to normal. On Monday morning, Thea arrived at the office to find her secretary, Miss Macy, already busy at her desk. Mr. Luther doesn't need anyone's pity, Miss Macy said, her voice perfectly even, her expression like she was discussing a stranger. He didn't then. He still doesn't. Do you want to talk about it? Miss Macy thought for a moment, then decided to speak. Mr. Luther had a major falling out with his sister and left Luther Corp on his own. I waited for him on the route he always takes, ready to leave with him. He turned me down without hesitating for a second. You love him. I don't think it's love. I admired him. But that chapter is over now. Miss Macy's expression closed off with practiced speed, professional smile sliding back into place. She set a stack of documents requiring signatures on Thea's desk and walked out, composure fully intact. Thea had nothing particularly useful to offer her. Miss Macy was, in her private life, a deeply passive person, someone who preferred to lock onto a pattern and ride it for decades. Her feelings for Luther were less romance and more entrenched habit. Her loyalty was beyond question. As for Luther sending her back as a spy, that sort of thing was beneath his pride. He simply wasn't that kind of man. Thea sighed quietly and turned her attention to her own work. 5 days later, Thea arrived at the Extraterrestrial Oversight Commission. She was barely through the door when Diggle came charging toward her with a document folder. We just intercepted this. A woman killed one of our elite field agents. Thea had a focused work ethic. She took the folder and read through it rapidly. A exotic dancer registered under the name Priscilla, at a bar near a military base in New Orleans. She dismembered our agent. Wounds consistent with extraterrestrial origin. Yes, ma'am. Diggle was in his element, the transformation in him was remarkable. The shifting circumstances seemed to have returned him to something like his old military days, and he clearly thrived on it. Agent Evans found her suspicious, identity documents too vague, too clean. He and his partner Agent Fana went to investigate. The target realized she'd been made, killed Evans, assumed his appearance, and spent an hour inside Agent Fana's head pulling commission intelligence. A female extraterrestrial with shape-shifting ability and telepathic reading. Thea turned it over in her mind. What had started as a Justice Girls gathering was branching into something with progressively more tendrils, and this clearly fell within the commission's operational scope. She'd take the case. Where is Agent Fana now? In the polygraph room. Let's go. Thea found Agent Fana quickly, a woman she recognized, blonde hair, blue eyes, a figure that turned heads. One of the commission's rare genuinely striking agents, recruited after she'd blown the whistle on her FBI superior's very ill-advised extracurricular activities. The polygraph team had run her through the ringer repeatedly, and their conclusion was consistent: Agent Fana's account checked out. Thea waited for the examiners to clear the room. Agent Fana, walk me through the incident one more time, in your own words. The agent was visibly tired of repeating herself. She kept it together, she wasn't about to mouth off to Thea, but she lit a cigarette and ran through it again. It matched the report. She and Evans had gone to investigate the exotic dancer. Evans, whose enthusiasm for the job was perhaps a little too obvious, had irritated her enough that she'd slammed the door and walked out. An hour later Evans tracked her down, the two of them had a brief, heated exchange, and then a phone call from upstairs informed her that her partner had been dead for 2 hours. In a horror film, that would have been Agent Fana's death scene. Fortunately, this was not a horror film. When she'd registered something was wrong and come back armed, the Evans she'd been with was long gone. The commission analysts had pieced together the shape-shifting conclusion from there. Thea raised an eyebrow at the polygraph team's documentation. In the name of forensic completeness, the examiners had asked Agent Fana to reconstruct the entire exchange in granular detail, what was said, what she saw, where she stood, and when she left. Agent Fana, a product of serious combat training, had eidetic recall for events under stress. She'd reconstructed the full timeline to within 10 seconds of total accuracy. The polygraph confirmed, her timeline was consistent. Her team has some interesting interpretations of investigative procedure, Thea noted internally. I believe your account, she said. In her presence, lying was exceptionally difficult, even the most subtle fluctuation in the soul's resonance didn't escape a goddess of the soul divinity. Commissioner, I'm formally requesting to join the pursuit operation. Evans was a pig, but he was my partner. I want to be the one to pay that back. Approved. Thea turned to Diggle. How far along is the pursuit prep? Ready on your authorization and operational code designation. Good. Take Agent Fana. 5 single-pilot mech units, each equipped with telepathic interference dampeners. 30-minute departure window. She paused. That bar she operated out of is called Voodoo Bar, So let's give this target a matching call sign. Codename, Voodoo. She sent them both off to prepare and settled in to review every available record herself. The target wasn't a threat she took seriously, but she'd never gotten anywhere by underestimating people. In under 20 minutes, all 5 mechs were ready to deploy, Diggle and Fana included. The Commission's batch production armor couldn't match the handcrafted pieces Thea had built for herself, but it was a substantial step up from the exoskeleton suits used during the Cold Flame campaign. Energy weapons, flight capability, close combat hardening, standard Commission elite issue. Tracking a fugitive like this, a divination compass or a simple scrying spell would have solved it in minutes. But Thea preferred not to appear too mystical in front of her operational staff. Her title here was Dr. Queen, not Oracle Queen. Her team ran a collaborative analysis using conventional methods. In a society this interconnected, even a shapeshifter left a trail. Commissioner, the target has surfaced at a DEO facility in Mississippi. DEO reports significant data theft. Damn it. Diggle's jaw tightened. Thea was unfazed. The idea that stealing data would give someone a decisive edge was a remarkably naive theory of victory. Whatever that shape-shifting extraterrestrial had and whoever might be backing her, the limit was obvious. New Orleans to Mississippi in under an hour. The DEO base coordinates came from Agent Fana's memory. We're not under DEO jurisdiction, reset the model, restart the tracking sequence. She turned to the reporting agent. Anne, what exactly did she take? The agent looked slightly uncomfortable. She made a complete copy of all Justice League member files. Thea went still. The Justice League. That changed everything. Chapter 752, Chapter 751, The Dominators. The agent looked slightly uncomfortable. She made a complete copy of all Justice League member files. Thea went still. She'd assumed this was aimed at the human level. The target wasn't after humanity in general, her objective was the Justice League specifically. Just as Thea was weighing whether to handle this personally, the tracking analysis returned. Target vector, Alabama. Thea raised her hand. Move out. In a lightweight civilian suit, she launched from the facility at a relaxed pace. Her team scrambled their mechs and fell in behind her. Less than 30 minutes later, they hovered outside an auto repair shop on a quiet stretch of highway. Thermal signature confirmed, all targets still inside. Heat readings inconsistent with human biology. Strike pattern. All 4 are non-terrestrial. Thea signaled her team and stepped back. She was the commissioner, minor field engagements didn't require her immediate personal involvement. Integrating years of salvaged extraterrestrial technology, the Commission's arsenal had grown considerably. All 5 agents raised their weapons in unison. Over a dozen acoustic concussion rounds hit the building in a single burst. The lone auto shop on the highway shoulder was blown cleanly off its foundation. 4 figures burst from the wreckage. A heavy-set man with a broad face, flanked by 2 women with blank, expressionless eyes, those 3 were loosely clustered. 5 meters away stood a separate figure, a woman with flaxen hair and tawny skin. These look completely human. Several agents hesitated. I'll take responsibility. They are not human, or not entirely. Bring them all in. She had seen enough. Their internal body structures diverged from normal human physiology. That was sufficient grounds. An order is an order. Diggle led the charge at the heavy-set men, who read as most dangerous. Agent Fana broke off toward Voodoo, their primary target. The remaining 3 engaged the expressionless women. Commission agents weren't known for gentleness. Brutal training, no sentiment, and with Thea's guarantee of cover, all 5 came in at full force from the opening second. Diggle activated the mech's assault configuration. Over the low throb of the startup sequence, a howling energy saw screamed to life, with cutting speed extraordinary, driving straight at the heavy-set men. The others were equally unsparing. Some favored ranged weapons, others close quarters. The mechs amplified every specialty 10-fold, 100-fold, and brought that amplification down on the enemy at full intensity. The heavy-set man hadn't expected them to hit this hard. He shifted in a scrambling rush, skin darkening to brown-black, coarse black fur erupting across his body, frame enlarging, his jaw wrenching open to a 90-degree angle and revealing green fangs around a barb-covered tongue, his small eyes going flat and crimson. The 2 women beside him shifted in the same instant. Their skulls compressed and distorted into octopus-like domes. The hair at the backs of their heads whipped loose and became slick, grasping tentacles. Their skin turned pale blue. Their arms, legs, and torsos sprouted rows of barbs. Fingers fused in pairs, index with middle, ring with pinky, forming narrow, claw-like appendages. Charming, Thea said, quietly glad she'd stayed back. None of these features looked like natural development, the genetic architecture was chaotic at a fundamental level. Voodoo, by comparison, looked almost normal. Her entire body was encased in crocodilian plating, thick scales running head to foot, paired with oversized claws and a gaping reptilian maw. If she showed up to the club looking like this, Thea suspected even the hungriest patrons in New Orleans would reconsider. A sweep of brilliant green light arced across her peripheral vision. Hal. Didn't realize you were in the area, I didn't flag this one to the League. Passing through. Ring picked up a high-energy reading, so I came to look. Hal Jordan ran his eyes over the 4 combatants. What exactly are these? Human-based hybrids with extraterrestrial and animal gene modifications. I can't ID the alien strain from here. Run them through your ring, the OA database is considerably more thorough than our Yellow Lantern archives. Hal pointed the ring at each figure in sequence. The response was immediate, Dominator bioexperiments. More than experiments, I'd wager, Thea said. They came in with a specific objective. That one, she nodded toward Voodoo, just hit a DEO black site and extracted the complete Justice League member database. Hal Jordan, who'd been treating this as a quick detour, turned serious. The League's formation was publicly known, but moving this rapidly and deliberately to get ahead of it meant organized planning and premeditation. You're not jumping in yourself. Hal watched the field with visible discomfort. Still recovering from an old injury. She definitely wasn't going to mention the Yellow Lantern ring, she'd never hear the end of it from Hal. She pulled out her indigo ring instead and ran a wireless sync, copying the full Dominator file, language records, cultural characteristics, social structure. She settled in to read. Hal went down to assist. With a Green Lantern in the mix, what had already been a winning fight turned into a controlled demolition. The 2 octopus-headed women went down first, heavy-grade sedative injections, power suppression cuffs secured. As the alien genetic expression was suppressed, they began reverting toward baseline. The bear foreman took more effort. Diggle took an arm off with the saw. Pushed to the wall, the men attempted to self-destruct. Hal Jordan enclosed him in a solid construct the moment the detonation sequence started, held it until the chain reaction burned out, then released. Voodoo was the toughest opponent of the 4. She didn't rely exclusively on Dominator biotechnology, she'd incorporated the exotic dancer's movement vocabulary directly into her fighting style. Fluid, rhythmic, unpredictable left-right flow with outstanding body control, she ran the team ragged. Thea eventually lost patience and hit her with a paralysis spell. The fight ended. Send her to the League for processing, or? Hal asked. Thea considered. On any other day she'd have waved it off and let anyone take whoever they wanted. But this one touched alien intelligence operations, exactly the Commission's mandate. She couldn't responsibly walk away. This falls under Commission jurisdiction. You're welcome to observe the interrogation, or I can have a written summary, cleared sections only, forwarded to you. Your call. I'll pass. Sector 2814 doesn't run itself. A quick wave, and Hal shot back into the sky. The agent swept the site, casings, debris, detonation residue, and departed with all 3 surviving prisoners. Even the self-destructed bearmen had left behind cell samples, collected for later analysis. Chapter 753, Chapter 752, Batman's Expedition. Bring them all in. 2 pounds of Veritaserum each, find out who they were handing the data to and who their contact is. The agents were obedient enough, but their efficiency left something to be desired. Thea waited all day, and it wasn't until that evening that the exhausted team dragged out a preliminary interrogation report. The agent delivering it wore thick glasses and was visibly terrified standing before Thea. It took him a full 3 minutes of stammering to get the words out. What? You're saying they have a ship on the far side of the moon? Thea shot to her feet. Her ice-cold glare sent the agent into another round of nervous nodding. He didn't have enough energy left for actual words. This was bad. Very bad. An alien vessel, this close to Earth, parked practically in their backyard, and nobody had noticed. That was almost impossible to believe. Thea and Diana flew into space all the time. Hal Jordan made regular patrols out past the atmosphere. And then there were Batman and Lex Luthor, 2 walking anomalies who could detect almost anything. Between all of them, how had something this big slipped through? Especially when Batman maintained a sprawling research base on the far side of the moon. Thea took the report and cross-referenced the coordinates. She had to admit, that particular patch of lunar surface had never been on her radar. Seal all files and classify them top secret. Keep the woman, the one named Priscilla, alias Voodoo, in custody. I'll check the site myself. She left the agent staring after her in open admiration as she shot straight up through the sky. The flight took her only a few minutes. The far side of the moon greeted her as it always had, a pockmarked wasteland of craters, utterly silent, utterly dead, without so much as a trace of microbial life. No matter how carefully she scanned, nothing looked out of place. Are the agents feeding me bad intel? The thought was dismissed almost immediately. They wouldn't dare. Did the woman just make it up on the spot? Thea felt the faintest tremor in the threads of fate overhead. No, something was here. She ran a full sweep with her psychic senses, then again with telescopic vision. Nothing. Whatever was out there, it was hidden by technology that outstripped anything she'd encountered before. She turned around and went to find Batman. When it came to things like this, the old bat was well ahead of her. You're saying there's an alien ship hiding on the far side of the moon? And they've been watching Earth this entire time? Even Batman's composure cracked slightly at that. Thea nodded. If I had to guess, your every move has been under their surveillance for years. Batman acknowledged the gravity of the situation. His old lunar base had been relocated, but the monitoring equipment was still in place. He mobilized everything, analyzing the data point by point. That chubby guy from the party caused all of this. Barbara and Catwoman had caught wind of the news and come running. The women talked over each other in excited bursts until someone filled them in on the origin of the whole affair, and it turned out to have something to do with them. Thea explained, half laughing, half exasperated, the heavy-set man had not been a staged entertainment act. He'd stumbled into the situation entirely on his own. As for everything spiraling out this far, she could only chalk it up to the female Justice League's uncanny good fortune. Barbara, Catwoman, Batwoman, Huntress, and the statuesque young Cassandra all exchanged glances. What they'd assumed was a casual girls' night out had somehow unearthed a threat of this magnitude. Unspoken agreement passed between them, they were absolutely attending the next one. The noise from 6 women in full debate was enough to test even Thea's patience. She glanced over at Batman, who sat perfectly still, expression unmoved. Then she noticed the small switch on his cowl, the built-in noise-canceling feature, already toggled on. So that's why you wear the mask in your own home. She was fairly certain she'd cracked one of Gotham's greatest mysteries. Half an hour later, Batman pointed at the screen. Your instinct was right. These 3 points here, and here don't match the expected readings. The metallic density at these locations runs 31 times above the lunar surface average, but the scans detect nothing at all. Standard superhero logic applied here: locate the enemy, neutralize the enemy. The plan was never really in question. Thea had intended to scout ahead on her own, but Batman shut that down immediately. He intended to look the surveillance team in the eye himself. The Bat family women were equally enthusiastic. As Barbara put it, this mission was already on their list, and they planned to see it through. In the end, the third Robin, Tim Drake, and Damian also joined the expedition. With them came a young man Thea hadn't seen before. This is Luke Fox, Batman said by way of introduction. Lucius Fox's son. Goes by Batwing. Lucas wore a gleaming silver-white high-tech suit of armor, the only member of the Bat family to use powered armor. Thea's eyes flicked over it. You added a new face because there were too many women, didn't you? She also noted the suit bore a distinct resemblance to an upgraded version of her own management committee armor. Lucius Fox's son. She kept her tone warm. You look just like your father. He's a remarkable man, one of the best mentors I've ever encountered. Privately, you really do both have the same look. Lucas stood awkwardly, unsure whether to treat her as a peer or an elder. She'd opened with something that could go either way. Damian saved him from the dilemma by barreling straight into Thea's side. Sis. Any leads on my flying magical beast? You said you'd. Thea was already running on a packed schedule. Where on earth was she going to find an animal that could go toe-to-toe with a young Kryptonian? She kept the kid occupied with vague reassurances. Meanwhile, Batman directed the rest of the group like a mob boss quarterbacking a heist. Equipment was moving constantly: batarangs, explosives, welding torches, cables, electronics, precision instruments. Getting out of Gotham for an actual field mission was apparently a rare treat, because even Cassandra, who usually wore a permanent blank expression, was enthusiastically hauling gear. Thea had planned to fly herself, but one look at the Bat family's fully equipped spacecraft and she stepped aboard without complaint. 9 members of the Bat family, plus her, and even 10. Alfred had packed food for the journey. Thea accepted her share. It felt like a school trip. She watched Batman retract the roof and, under cover of darkness, launch them straight through the atmosphere. The expedition was underway. For everyone in the Bat family except Batman himself, this was uncharted territory. A commercial flight was one thing, punching through Earth's atmosphere was another experience entirely. The moment they cleared the clouds, a chorus of hushed reactions swept through the cabin as the full sweep of the cosmos filled the viewports. Thea bit into a piece of fried chicken. Alfred's hands weren't what they used to be, but the old man still had it. She helped herself to one piece only. There were 9 other people who needed to eat. What else do you know about these demo stars? Batman asked. Thea wiped her hands on the edge of Damian's cape. The boy shot her a death glare. She pretended not to notice. Not much. Their species has been extinct for nearly a century. They were built around collective intelligence. Every individual, upon death, contributed their brain tissue to a central archive. Accumulated knowledge, experience, and memory merged together to form the overmind that governed the entire race. In life, each member had a precise function, like a component in a machine, day after day, the same role, the same task. I suppose that's why the humans who named the organization they built called it the Hive. Chapter 754, Chapter 753, Split and Strike. They can read minds, but not control them, is that right? Tim Drake, the third Robin, cut straight to the critical question. Actually, I'm fairly sure the telepath was a genetic anomaly rather than a standard species ability, Thea said. The other 2 women we captured showed no sign of it whatsoever. Speaking of which, we're about to board an alien vessel, so I pulled some of their language and loaded it into the system. If anyone wants to get a head start, go ahead. She interfaced her lantern ring with the onboard computer and distributed the Demostar language files to the group. The planning discussions never really stopped. Watching the back and forth, Thea gained a new appreciation for Tim Drake. He said very little, rarely inserted himself into the main conversation between her and Batman, but over the course of the discussion, he put forward more genuinely useful tactical suggestions than anyone else in the room. The lunar surface. Batman navigated with easy familiarity. This was practically his backyard. The spacecraft was no match for Thea's unassisted flight speed. The crossing took 40 minutes before they touched down at the target coordinates. The Bat family had portable oxygen units as standard kit. Everyone disembarked armed and breathing, moving carefully. The lunar gravity, roughly 1/6 of Earth's, played havoc with footing even with equipment assistance, and the team's usual ground-level confidence dialed back a notch while their alertness climbed to compensate. Thea was the exception. She was still wearing her blazer. She walked the lunar surface with exactly the same easy stride as a city sidewalk. She hadn't found anything on her earlier sweep of this zone, but Batman had flagged anomalies, so she ran the scan again, methodically, inch by inch. There. Both she and Batman registered the discrepancy at almost the same moment. They brought the group northwest. There's a valley here. Thea frowned, scanning with her psychic senses a second and third time. My readings show flat ground. But I can see a crater, minimum 500 meters, 640 feet, long, 300 meters, 985 feet, wide, and deep. What is that? They went prone at the rim and peered down. The pit was there. The ship was not. The team spent several minutes with binoculars, scanning the interior. Nothing. If I'm reading this correctly, Tim said, pointing into the hollow, their cloaking technology is well beyond what we estimated. But the enemy is down there. Assuming they're operating with a reduced crew, we split. One group draws their main force out, the second group goes in. Goes in for what? That part was straightforward, thoroughly pleasant chaos involving hitting things. No one disputed it. The real debate was over the split itself, and underneath that, a deeper question: when this was over, who got the ship? Handing it over to a government was out of the question. Neither of them was that selfless. Batman was quietly imagining how a working alien spacecraft would look in the Batcave trophy room. Thea didn't particularly want the ship, but she very much wanted that cloaking technology. She was standing right on top of it and still hadn't detected anything. That was extraordinary. They're dangerous and we don't know their strength. You draw them out, I go in. Thea opened the tactical bidding first. For balance, that gave her one side and the remaining 9 of them the other. That's backwards, Batman said, tone perfectly even. The interior defense will be tighter. I go in. You draw them out. They went back and forth for another few minutes, each insisting the other take the safer assignment, each sounding extraordinarily noble about it. I notice, Batman said, pivoting with no apparent segue, that Aldrich Pharmaceuticals was never found to have broken any law, yet the committee had them classified as traitors and hit with a 10-year sentence. Wouldn't you say that's a little steep? Is it? That was probably my staff acting independently. I'll look into it. Thea tilted her head. Speaking of which, after that last major battle, one of my fallen yellow lanterns was missing a ring. Can't account for it anywhere. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Could have rolled away in all the chaos. Could it have? Ha. Both of them laughed at exactly the same time. The remaining 8 stared. Something in the lunar atmosphere had clearly gotten to them. Either that, or there was some very efficient mutual blackmail happening. This operation falls under Management Committee jurisdiction. Thank the Bat family for their material support. Incorrect, a threat of this magnitude to human civilization falls under Justice League authority. I think you're misreading that. The female Justice League made initial contact with this situation. They went several more rounds before Thea checked her fate threads and found no divergence. Whichever option she chose, it didn't matter. Fine, she said, ending it. I'll draw them out. But be careful, you have no idea what their interior garrison looks like. Batman nodded. Understood. Take captives if you can. Thea flashed to a distance, then came wandering back in a wide arc, affecting a casual, stumbling upon something air. At just the right moment, she accidentally kicked a football-sized rock toward the hollow. Hum. An extremely low resonance. The stone's landing point rippled outward like water disturbed by a drop, and through those ripples, just barely visible, a surface of dull gray metal. She acted confused. Curious. Like someone who'd just stumbled onto buried treasure. She threw 2 more rocks. This time a much larger surface area revealed itself. Even the exposed section alone ran easily 100 meters, 328 feet, long and 50-odd meters, 165 feet, wide. The vessel was sleek, angular, all aggressive lines and cold gray metal, a thing built for violence. A hatch opened in the ship's flank. More than a dozen semi-translucent blue aliens poured out. They looked vaguely like what science fiction called lizard people, though the resemblance was approximate. Their heads were inverted triangles, 3 tendrils hung from their chins. Their skin looked like it had been stretched over a clear keratin shell, musculature, vasculature, and bone were all dimly visible underneath. Their vision had clearly degraded over time. They moved hunched, shambling, communicating through sonic pulses from their chin tendrils. The moment they spotted Thea, thick tails counterbalancing, they came at her on all fours. Her job was twofold: draw out as many as possible, and give the Bat family a clean look at enemy attack patterns. She kept her power dialed back and let them engage. A few exchanges were all she needed. These things moved like identical copies, attack angles, lunge trajectories, almost perfectly uniform. Trained from the same template. When a dozen plus failed to put her down, they clearly panicked, silent, snarling, and within 3 minutes had pushed out another 7 or 8 reinforcements. 3 of the newcomers were carrying energy rifles. They were cautious with the weapons. At first Thea assumed they were trying to avoid hitting their own people. Then she realized the truth: their power cells were almost completely drained. Chapter 755, Chapter 754, Taking the Ship. Thea kept them occupied for another 2 minutes. When no more aliens emerged, she turned and ran, pulling the entire pack behind her. The lizard-like aliens weren't about to let their target walk away with what she knew. And she hadn't exactly demonstrated herself to be a serious threat. As far as they were concerned, they had a runner, not a warrior. The pack fell into formation behind her with the focused purpose of a hunt. While they were moving, Thea opened a mental channel to Batman. No telepathy or mind control in this group, they compensate with combat precision that reads like machine calculation, but that's all. Their power weapons are nearly depleted. One more thing: when the hatch opened earlier, I managed a quick psychic scan of the interior. I counted 3 or 4 more hostiles inside. Stay sharp. With Thea and her trail of pursuers growing smaller in the distance, Batman signaled the advance. Damien had already made himself a ghost. The moment the hatch opened, he'd slipped through like a shadow. On his father's signal, he worked the interior lock, and the 2 groups, inside and out, coordinated in seconds to open the ramp. Assume they know we're here. Batgirl, Batwoman, Cassandra, sweep the east corridor, collect any weapons you find. Catwoman, Batwing, Huntress, North Passage. Tim and I take the center. Damien holds this exit. Nothing gets through our back door. Move. Damien's mouth tightened at being left out of the action, but he held position. Batman had seen the aliens fight. 3-person cells were more than adequate. There was no Gotham rooftop choreography here. Moving carefully through a spacecraft humming with technology that should not have existed, the Bat family felt something they rarely experienced: genuine disorientation. The corridors were tight, the air was wrong, and the geometry of the ship followed logic their instincts hadn't been trained for. Batman's division had been deliberately considered. Barbara carried the Demostar language files on her personal computer. Batwing's powered armor had its own translation suite. Neither team would hit a language wall. As for Batman himself, he'd been cramming vocabulary on the flight over, manual study at spacecraft speeds. None of them were naive enough to assume an alien vessel would be booby-trapped everywhere, but all 3 groups moved as if it might be. The text was sparse and mostly functional, signage and labeling they could parse with the translation key. The Demostar social structure was becoming clear as they progressed: a hive. Room after room of soldier quarters, each completely stripped of personal effects. No decoration, no individual items, every occupant a replaceable unit performing an assigned function, day after day, world without end. The sci-fi aesthetic of the ship, auto-sealing bulkhead doors, instrument arrays with no recognizable purpose, the cold efficiency of the corridors, all of it carried a strange charge for the team that usually called Gotham's crumbling gargoyles home. It was novel in a way that sharpened rather than dulled their senses. When it came to searching, Catwoman had always been in a class of her own. Preternaturally sharp eyes, a nose that caught things others missed, and what could only be called a gift for being in the right place. She was the first to hit something significant. "Gentlemen and lady, I've found a large-scale artificial incubation chamber." A pause. "They appear to be cloning humans. All the subjects in the pods look the same." Barbara's discovery came second. Dozens of animal remains. Fragmented, some appear to be grafted with human cellular material. Hybrid mutations. Whatever experimentation the species was running on human genetics, the broad outline required no advanced degree to interpret. "I've got 3 tangos here. Possible command grade." "Wait, we've been made." The earpiece crackled with interference. Then silence. Batman had seen it coming. He waved Tim back to cover and stepped out alone. One of the aliens stood there, chin adorned with 5 tendrils instead of 3, clearly something above the standard soldiers. It regarded him with an air of connoisseurship. "I recognize you." The alien's tone was almost indulgent. "What a gift." Batman's jaw tightened. Everything he'd built up here over the years, every experiment, every test, every late-night breakthrough, all of it watched. Catalogued. And he'd never detected a single sign of it. "What do you want?" he asked flatly. "How long have you been here?" "We were here long before humans ever set foot on this moon." The alien studied him the way a collector examines a find. "You are an extraordinarily intelligent specimen. Your brain has considerable preservation value." 2 more aliens emerged from behind, 4 tendrils each. "Take him. I want his mind and his knowledge in service of the Demo Star." The 3 closed in a triangle formation. Batman had faced worse odds in worse conditions. A single batarang staggered the lead alien, a spinning heel kick took the second one across the face. When the third lunged to tackle him, he fired his grapple line and swung horizontally out of the triangle, clear of all 3. With all 3 aliens turned toward Batman and their backs exposed, Tim Drake dropped from his hiding spot and brought his staff down hard on one skull. The pair found their rhythm instantly. The 3 command units fought with precise technique but applied it like a textbook, mechanical and slow to adapt. They were administrators, not warriors. Their opponents were 2 of the finest martial artists alive. Batman and Tim exploited every inch of their flexibility advantage, weaving through the gap and counter rhythm the aliens struggled to adjust to. Batman's arm blade caught an alien's clawed swipe, Batman grabbed the wrist, torqued the shoulder, and Tim's staff caught the exposed back of the skull. The alien swayed for 4 or 5 seconds and folded. 1 down. The other 2 followed in short order. The 5-tentacled leader was the real problem. It took Batman 3 clean punches to finally put it out. The 2 of them located the bridge. Between Batman and Tim, both exceptional system specialists, plus the Demostar language files, they worked the alien interface through a combination of analysis and educated guesswork, eventually disabling the jamming array and bringing their comms back online. Status reports. Clear here. Damien, crisp and immediate. In the field, the kid was everything he was supposed to be. "We've got a big one on our hands. Batgirl is with us. Manageable, but active." Catwoman's voice, clearly mid-fight. Batman pulled up the ship's internal surveillance and found their location. The 6 of them were circling a massive creature. Anyone who'd been present for the earlier capture would have recognized the profile, similar in shape to the heavy-set who detonated, but significantly larger, more brutal, and sporting a pair of vestigial wings on its back. The wings were deformed, and the creature's own weight made them functionally useless, decorative at best. Despite its ferocity, the creature was losing. Cassandra activated her word spirit ability and drove both blades into its eyes. Catwoman and Barbara lashed its arms with their whips simultaneously. Batwing, in full-powered armor, delivered the finishing blow. The creature dropped. Moments later, Thea came drifting back in from the distance, a string of alien prisoners trailing behind her with the resigned air of people being escorted somewhere they didn't want to go. All 10 converged on the bridge. Batman, Tim, and Barbara, the 3 computer specialists, were already working the alien systems at full capacity. Thea settled in beside them and began reading the alien leader's memories. Both streams of intelligence pointed in the same direction. Neither was good news. Chapter 756, Chapter 755, The Full Picture. Their species, as best I can describe it, there's a term I couldn't fully parse, but it sounds like their overmind collapsed. After that, some kind of disease swept through the population, most of them died. What's left is this handful of survivors. Thea set aside the memory fragment. A figure they call a saint dispatched them with a prophecy, that somewhere in human DNA, they would find a path to rebuilding their species, a new genetic foundation. That said, this individual's rank was fairly low. There are large gaps in what he knows. What did your side find? Batman looked genuinely put out. We can't fly this ship. Demostar blood is required to initialize flight systems, and all subsequent command inputs have to come from an authorized operator. The computers we accessed are purely auxiliary. They don't actually run anything. He was already running the math on what that meant and not enjoying the result. Without an operator, the ship was a very expensive piece of lunar furniture. The alien crew, though alive, couldn't exactly be stored in the Batcave, that was his private property. Thea's management committee, on the other hand, was a government institution and the directly responsible authority. The prisoners would inevitably end up there. Take away the crew, and what exactly did he have? A ship he couldn't move, full of cloned humans he couldn't kill, couldn't release, and couldn't ignore. His interest in the whole situation evaporated. We also need to call in the League. Why? Their computer records reference a rogue, an outcast, expelled to Earth over 1,000 years ago. Described as the most defiant and most powerful individual their species ever produced. The Overmind never received a death signal from him, which is what first drew their attention to Earth. Batman paused. And there's one more thing. They arrived at this lunar position 50 years ago, but they launched from Jupiter. Meaning somewhere in this solar system, in the Jovian system, they have another installation. Possibly a whole city. Thea said nothing for a long moment. She had no words left. Mars had its population of overpowered residents. There was a hero with the codename Saturn Girl, which implied Saturn wasn't empty either. Now Jupiter was throwing aliens into the conversation. How many people are living in this solar system? Factor in the Atlanteans, the pre-human civilizations that still left fingerprints on the world, the survivors of the First through Third Ages, whatever was allegedly living in the Earth's core, the Serpent People, the Doomsday Cults, the Mad Scientists, the Extinction Evangelists, and somehow, through all of that, the average human being was out here living their best life, watching the Super Bowl and buying overpriced lingerie show tickets. It was a miracle of the highest order. What had been a Bat family expedition was rapidly taking on the shape of a full League deployment. They exchanged a look. Whatever was on Jupiter, they weren't leaving loose ends. There was no guarantee this ship wasn't sending a signal right now. Thea and Batman left 8 people on the vessel to continue copying data and cracking systems, then she teleported back to Earth with Batman in tow. The League assembled quickly. Superman, Diana, the Flash, and Hal Jordan converged from 4 directions. Aquaman was slightly delayed, but Mera, inspired by everything she'd absorbed at the last Female Justice League summit, had been working on a new approach. The two of them combined their command of water pressure to essentially launch themselves like a hydropneumatic cannon. The speed was actually impressive. Thea half listened as Batman walked the group through what they'd found. She was already thinking ahead. An alien presence on Earth wasn't surprising. An alien presence that had been quietly observing the Justice League for decades, that was something else entirely. She added her portion, the human genetic experimentation, the hybrid specimens, the cloned operatives already embedded in human society. The data stream going out has been intercepted and is contained. The woman named Priscilla has been detained, though analysis suggests she isn't the original, she's a clone of the actual subject, who is currently in FBI custody. The situation is complicated. Thea folded her arms. And then there's the 1,000-year-old exile. Somewhere on this planet, there is what their records describe as the strongest individual their species ever produced. He may have been here since before the Middle Ages. He may still be alive today. And then there's Jupiter. Earth first. Superman's voice carried the quiet finality of a decision already made. The others nodded. Finding a millennium-old alien on a planet of 8 billion people was a different kind of problem. The 3 most experienced members of the group split their approaches. Thea sat apart and tossed pebbles, reading the fall, divination through fate threads. Batman patched into his lunar team and began mining the alien computer for any reference to the individual's last known location. Superman took to the air and began systematically combing the globe with his superhearing. All 3 came up empty. The Flash disappeared and came back with Cisco Ramon in tow. Use your vibrational sense, Barry said. If we can give you a biological signature from one of the demo stars we have, can you track the ancient one? Cisco put his hands together and thought about it. If I can lock onto a unique resonance frequency distinct to their physiology, yeah. Should work a lot faster than a planetary manhunt. A Demostar prisoner was brought up. Cisco worked in silence for a minute, isolating a frequency signature that didn't belong to Earth, the Moon, or Jupiter. Got it. He opened his eyes. It's not the Moon. It's not Jupiter. Everyone leaned in. World's highest peak. There's a cave. They thanked Cisco and sent him home. Gear was checked, adjustments made, and the group set course for the summit. The peak was buried in clouds. Sustained temperatures of -30 to -40 degrees Celsius, -22 to -40 degrees Fahrenheit, with gusts reaching Beaufort force 7 and 8 raking the slope every few minutes, throwing sheets of snow in all directions. On the side of a mountain that most humans climbed only with months of preparation and at serious personal risk, 7 very strange individuals had just appeared. It's freezing. Barry's teeth were close to chattering. At this temperature, the air itself was fighting him, and his speed was paying the price. Aquaman, who had a well-established tradition of fighting bare-chested, was faring no better. He held the trident with perfect composure, projected absolute confidence, and anyone watching his knuckles closely could tell he was absolutely suffering. What made it worse was looking at 2 members of the group. Batman, a baseline human, last Thea checked, was in a full thermal parka, which was at least understandable. But Thea, wrapped head to shoulders in a billowing quilted blanket, hunched like a turtle, performing the body language of someone about to shatter in a light breeze, she was the one who had punched out an Egyptian god. Do deities actually get cold? Aquaman couldn't stop himself from asking. He pointed at Diana for good measure. Thea's counterpart was in full Amazon battle armor, and while it was superior gear, it was not exactly weatherproof, with skin visible at the arms and thighs. Thea shifted her golden fleece cloak closer. She had to admit, the fleece was extraordinary. Watching everyone else suffer made it feel even warmer somehow. Of course they get cold, she said. Most divine beings aren't pure energy constructs. Low temperature acts on everyone equally. Everyone except, she gestured at Superman. Superman stood in his standard suit, utterly untroubled. His years making base at the Fortress of Solitude had apparently been good preparation for this. Everyone was miserable. The Flash's speed was compromised. Hal Jordan's willpower, the literal fuel of his ring, had frozen into a dull, unhelpful sludge somewhere around the tree line. Batman had actually come prepared. High-altitude boots, ice axes, safety lines, enough kit for the whole team, though the others had clearly not planned for a mountain in their morning schedules. Diana had declared that the climb itself was a form of discipline, and required Thea to ascend on foot rather than fly. Thea picked her way up the slope one grudging step at a time, as unimpressed with this approach as she had ever been with anything. Chapter 757, Chapter 756, The Alien Who Found the Dharma. Almost there, I think. Batman had barely paused moving since the ascent began, navigating, checking instruments, scanning the rock face. His multitasking was effortless in a way the rest of the team found quietly annoying. The moment almost there registered, the collective exhale from 6 suffering heroes was nearly audible. Superman took the initiative. He lifted off the face and swept the interior of the summit with his X-ray vision, looking through hundreds of meters, 1,000 feet, of ice and granite. Found it. And I think I've been spotted. He didn't wait for a vote. I'll go ahead. I'm right behind you. Thea launched herself up the moment the words were out of her mouth. She was done walking. Diana shook her head, smiling, and followed, a streak of gold cutting the gray sky. Hal Jordan moved to follow by air, but found Aquaman and Barry gripping his arms. You are not leaving us on this mountain, Arthur said. Hal summoned a construct to carry the non-flyers, and the whole group swept upward, just slightly slower than the 3 who'd gone ahead. Thea arrived almost simultaneously with Superman. Diana was less than 2 seconds behind. Before them stood an enormous stone gate, perhaps 5 meters, 16 feet, tall, carved from gray rock that looked as old as the mountain itself. In the center of the gate, rendered in extraordinary detail, was a relief sculpture of the Asura, the multi-armed, 3-headed figure from Hindu and Buddhist cosmology, 6 arms extended, every line charged with a barely contained ferocity. Even Thea, who had spent quality time with actual deities, thought it was exceptional work. The 3 of them exchanged a look. The task of kicking this door in fell naturally to Superman. As he raised a hand to do exactly that, the gate's owner demonstrated better judgment by slowly, mechanically, opening it himself. Stone grinding on stone, the gate split and pushed aside to reveal a narrow passage. Finally caught up. Hal arrived with the late arrivals just as the way opened. With all 7 assembled, they stepped inside. The corridor was barely wide enough for one person. Superman went first. Thea fell into the middle of the line. Diana took the rear. The interior temperature was still cold, but noticeably less brutal than the exposed peak. Aquaman's complexion, which had taken on an unfortunate blue-gray cast, began migrating back toward its normal shade. Clank. Clank. 2 machines blocked the passage. They were built in the Demostar mold, hunched bipedal posture, clawed hands, heavy tail, the lizard silhouette, but their bodies were entirely encased in metal. For electronic eyes, each glowing faintly red, swept the group. Their focus settled on Superman. Confirmed. A voice like metal scraped across glass. Cellular enhancement is consistent with G2V, Earth, yellow dwarf stellar radiation exposure. Biological scan complete. Probability target is standard human, 0%. External garments confirmed to contain 14 distinct elements. No match to Earth's known elemental catalog. Conclusion: probability target is native Kryptonian, 97.86%. Consistent with anticipated parameters. The two machines scanned him as though the other 6 people weren't there at all. Then, without comment, one rotated in place and walked away at the same unhurried pace it had arrived. The heroes watched them go. The group continued. The corridor stretched for some time before the floor leveled and the walls spread outward. Seeing no threat in the rear, Diana fell into step beside Thea. They spoke in low voices about the relief carvings along the walls. Diana shared memories from her post at the Louvre. The passage opened into a vast underground plaza. 18 massive stone columns supported a space roughly 1,000 square meters, 760 sq feet, across and 50 meters, 164 feet, overhead. 4 corridors, the one they'd come through and 3 others, opened at the cardinal points. The excavation was immense, the rock looked as though it had been carved out at least 2,000 years ago. The entire aesthetic was unmistakably ancient Buddhist architecture, white elephants, lotus blossoms, meditating monks rendered in stone at every surface. This had been a sacred site, a place of pilgrimage, before something had claimed it for its own use. At the far end of the chamber, a figure stood watching them arrive. Blue flamed skull where a head should have been. Golden armor. Black cape. His attention was entirely on Superman, the gaze of a man appraising an artifact. Thea tilted her head. This wasn't quite right. The ordinary Demostar soldiers were all the same, hunched, shambling, the posture of creatures that had never been designed for dignity. This one stood straight as a sovereign. The blue flames were there, and she could sense the Demostar resonance underneath, but whatever this individual was, centuries of something had transformed him into something entirely his own. I knew it. The alien's voice carried without effort through the chamber. When that ship came down, I knew there was a Kryptonian aboard. And now here you are, all grown up. The implication landed across the group like a stone into still water. He had been here when Superman arrived as an infant. Which put him in the mountains of Earth at minimum 40 years ago, but most likely far, far longer. His scan of the group moved from Superman to the others, slowing on Thea and Diana. Something uncertain crossed his expression, he had no frame of reference for them. What species? What alignment? Thea met his gaze without expression and fired a single targeted pulse of raw fear directly into his mind. The composure shattered. How dare you? The alien's carefully assembled gravitas evaporated in an instant, replaced by something frantic, reactive. Whatever that fear impulse had touched, it had disturbed something old and buried. You will kneel before the great Lord Hesperant. Not stand there playing cheap tricks. He wheeled back to Superman, visibly working to reassemble his authority. Kryptonian. I'm offering you an opportunity. Kill these Earthlings. In return, I will give you knowledge beyond anything your adopted world has produced. This planet is yours to rule. You have my word. He seemed to expect this to land somewhere between reverence and desperate gratitude. All 7 of them looked at him with the specific expression reserved for someone who has said something genuinely bewildering in public. Diana's eyes slid sideways to Thea. Is he serious? Thea burst out laughing. She'd stared down Darkseid. She'd traded provocations with entities that predated human civilization. This one had just offered Superman the Earth in exchange for murdering his friends. You will die for that. Hesperant's patience ran out. One arm extended and a beam of blue energy, roughly half a meter, 1.6 feet, in diameter, lanced directly at Thea. She hadn't dropped her guard since that first exchange. The moment the attack released, her hand went to her sword. The holy blade came free in a single draw, sweeping up to meet the beam. Contact. For just a fraction of a second, the sword hesitated, a sensation of resistance she hadn't felt in a long time. Then she leaned into it, poured force through the blade, and split the beam cleanly in 2. She held the sword up afterward, reading it. Curious. The energy had felt vast, layered, reminiscent of her sword's own nature in ways she couldn't immediately categorize. That power isn't native to your species. Demostar combat technique doesn't feel like this at all. She studied the blue flames, the structure of the skull visible within. Human proportions, orbital, nasal, mandible, all recognizable. And that's not your original body either, is it? A second look at the golden armor. The engravings. The specific aesthetic grammar of the craft. That's Akila's armor. She spoke slowly, as though confirming something she barely believed. Akila, Fudo Mayu, the immovable wisdom king, the wrathful deity of Buddhist tradition, depicted in a corona of flames with a sword in one hand and a rope in the other. The armor's markings were unmistakable to anyone who knew the iconography. She looked at the skull. She looked at the armor. She looked at the cave carved full of lotus flowers and meditating monks. You converted, didn't you? It came out less like a question than a quiet revelation. You're an alien Buddhist. Chapter 758, Chapter 757, The Alien's Mission. Hellspawn studied Thea for a long time and couldn't make sense of her. He'd never encountered a 1,000-year sealed ancient god, let alone one of the new gods. He had no frame of reference. Earthling, you have good taste, he announced, drawing himself up. Tell you what, complete a task for me, and I'll spare your life. You've earned the right to kneel at my feet. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Thea thought, already rolling up her sleeve. Even Darkseid thinks twice before talking like that. You have absolutely no idea who you're dealing with. She was half a second from cutting him down when Batman's voice came through her earpiece. Hear him out. Find out what the task is. Thea caught herself. Right. Intel first. She couldn't very well actually kneel, so she fell back on her acting skills instead. Her complexion went pale, her breathing turned ragged, and she hunched slightly as if she'd taken serious damage from that earlier blast of blue light and was barely holding herself together through sheer stubbornness. What do you want from us? She said, her voice carrying just the right tremor of forced defiance. The performance was so convincing that even Superman and the others stared. That's Oscar material right there. Hellspawn preened and launched into an introduction. Eldest son of the Hellsperial lineage, sovereign of the second territory of Montos, a cascade of titles and names that meant nothing to any of them. Never mind that his planet had been blown to cosmic dust, that his own people had exiled him, and that precious few of his kind remained anywhere in the universe. Listening to him recite his pedigree, you'd almost think, wow, what an important person. Very grand indeed. My generosity extends only for today, Hellspawn declared, spreading his arms wide as if bestowing a gift upon the universe. You few are the finest specimens your world has produced. Be grateful for this rare mercy. Today, you are privileged to call me master. He was really getting into it now. Blue energy rolled off him in waves, and faintly, just beneath the edge of perception, something like a chorus drifted through the air. Thea had studied enough psychology to read the pattern. He wasn't posturing. He genuinely believed every word. This wasn't a taunt, he actually thought he was doing them a favor. Hal Jordan had lunged forward 3 times and been physically restrained each time. Even the Flash, who had the patience of a golden retriever, was grinding his teeth. Batman held them all back and shot Thea a look, keep going. She cast an illusion. In it, Batman dropped to both knees with a resonant thud. Thea and Diana remained standing at a distance, far enough that the angle made it ambiguous. Visually, it landed exactly right. Good, good. Hellspawn practically glowed. Your humility has saved you from certain death. I must say, you really do have remarkable judgment. The Justice League exchanged glances in silence. What exactly did we do that made you this happy? Only Diana had felt the flicker of Thea's magic. I shall assign you a task, Hellspawn continued, building to his crescendo. If you succeed, I will grant you this planet, and this young solar system, as your reward. Thea wasted no time. The illusion Batman kowtowed twice, the crack of forehead on stone ringing through the chamber. Hellspawn, riding a wave of self-satisfaction, finally got to the point. In the region your people call Jupiter, there is an ancient temple of my people. I have recovered fragments from my command core's residual memory. Within that temple lies a weapon capable of reshaping the entire universe. Retrieve it for me, deliver it into my hands, and as reward for your loyalty, I shall permit you to rule this world. Forever. His voice had taken on a feverish edge. The assembled heroes exchanged glances. He just told us everything. We didn't even pretend to agree and he's already given us the whole plan. We need to put him down and then get to Jupiter. Superman felt a knot forming in his gut. A universe-reshaping weapon was almost certainly an exaggeration, but almost certainly wasn't definitely. Time to move. Thea dropped the illusion. The vision dissolved. Hellspawn blinked, and then, a half-second later, understood exactly what had happened. The creatures he'd written off as insects had played him. He drew breath to rage. And Thea's hand was already up, a bolt of lightning snapping across the space between them. He reacted fast, shifting his body into a half-phased state and threading the attack, the blue flame energy reversing direction to coil around Superman's torso. Diana's boot caught him square in the midsection. From the other side, Aquaman's trident swept down in a thunderous arc. Thea didn't join the pile-on. Instead she stepped back and watched, cataloging his capabilities with clinical attention. Interesting. His power had something in common with the Martian Manhunters, mental in origin, psychokinetic at its core. But where John's power was invisible and intangible, Hellspawn's manifested as visible blue light, reminiscent of a particular kind of spectral energy she'd once encountered in a game. The blue wasn't pure, though. Threading through it were veins of yellow, and by every principle of elemental theory, impurity weakened power. The purer the source, the greater the output. That was practically axiomatic. Yet Hellspawn was using the yellow contamination deliberately, weaving it into his attacks as a supplementary layer. And somehow it was working. He was holding off 6 members of the Justice League simultaneously. Superman and Diana bore the brunt, absorbing the most punishment as the heaviest hitters. But the man was frustratingly balanced, no obvious weak points, no exploitable gaps. He fought like Martian Manhunter without the vulnerability to fire, consistent, adaptive, irritatingly durable. And the location didn't help. Deep inside a mountain, nobody could cut loose. One misfired attack at full power and the peak above them would come down, a geological event that would register across the entire continent. Everyone was pulling their punches, fighting at a fraction of their actual ability. Hellspawn had no such limitations. He opened up completely, 1 against 6, and the exchange looked, appallingly, like a draw. Superman, for all his strength, was fighting with both hands tied behind his back. Batman, on the other hand, was throwing left hooks and right crosses with genuine enthusiasm, footwork crisp, combinations sharp, technically speaking, the most unrestricted fighter in the room. Diana's twin blades were still stored in Thea's ring, still stained with traces of Darkseid's Omega effect. She was fighting with a replica lightning spear, which meant she shared Superman's problem, too much risk of catastrophic collateral damage. She'd been reduced to a control and contain strategy, operating at less than 20% of her actual capacity. The lightning energy should have had some natural advantage against a psychic, but the yellow veins kept absorbing and neutralizing it. Augmented by that power, Hellspawn's speed and strength had climbed to something approaching Superman's level, a deeply uncomfortable development. The Flash's high-speed strikes kept bouncing off that obsidian black armor. Green Lantern's constructs could bind him for moments, but Hellspawn's phasing ability let him slip free. The others weren't faring much better. Once he'd mapped their patterns, Hellspawn went on the offensive. The blue energy took shape, blades, lances, shards, some flung outward, some gripped in his hands like weapons. Watching Hal's ring constructs gave him an idea, and his expression shifted. The blue light deformed and elongated, twisting itself into something like a massive morning star. He raised it overhead and brought it down across the group like a hammer. Chapter 759, Chapter 758, The Buddhist Seal. Not bad at all, Thea murmured, her gaze drifting to what looked like an empty stretch of wall. Master, you can come out now. I've known you were there since we walked in. 9 translucent figures stepped through the stone, monks, rendered in the half-real quality of lingering spirits. They came from different eras and different traditions, some serene-faced, some carrying expressions of profound sorrow. Behind their wavering forms, the faint echo of Sanskrit chanting drifted through the chamber like smoke. Even in death, the depth of their practice was unmistakable. Thea's divine rank over souls had told her immediately. She'd spotted the 9 the moment the group entered, she simply hadn't known whose side they were on, so she'd kept quiet. Unknown goddess, the lead monk said, his voice carrying the unhurried cadence of long practice. Please restrain your companions. The demon cannot be killed, only sealed. Thea said nothing. She met his gaze with those starbright eyes and waited for him to explain. The story, when it came, was thoroughly ridiculous, and strangely touching. Hellspawn had been exiled by his people and arrived on Earth roughly 2,000 years ago, which explained why his appearance had drifted so far from the modern demonite baseline. He hadn't spent those 2,000 years in peace. He'd spent them being very inconveniently imprisoned by a rotating committee of Buddhist monks. These 9 came from different sects that, under ordinary circumstances, argued bitterly over points of doctrine and occasionally came to blows over them. A demonite falling from the sky put a temporary hold on the theological debates. They weren't the comfortable, half-hearted monks of the modern era. They predated Merlin. Each one of them carried genuine power. 9 against 1, they'd managed a slight advantage. The outcome, the time-honored method of seal the demon and then try to talk it out of being evil. The part that made Thea bite down a laugh was this: they had no concept of aliens. Hellspawn was incomprehensible in appearance, unintelligible in language, and catastrophically violent in temperament, burning villages, killing without provocation. The monks concluded he was a malevolent spirit of some variety, contained him, and promptly began chanting sutras at him around the clock in an attempt to purify his karma. He had certainly earned plenty of karma to purify. Their technique was less refined than the Indigo tribe's forced compassion conditioning, but they had an advantage the tribe didn't: time. Even after their bodies gave out, their spirits remained. The chanting never stopped. 2,000 years of constant sutras, and something impossible happened. A being who had once been one of the most powerful psionic entities in his species, one who at peak capacity might have matched the Martian Manhunter, had been forcibly enlightened by more than half. He hadn't surrendered to it. His survival instincts were too strong, he knew that full conversion would erase what he was. So he'd fought back, just enough, which was why he now wandered in a state of fractured coherence, talking to himself, cycling between grandiosity and confusion, making proclamations that contradicted each other from one sentence to the next. Half enlightened and fighting it. Eventually, drawing on the thin strand of Buddhist clarity the monks had cultivated in him, Hellspawn had cracked the seal from the inside. But 2 millennia in that state had destroyed his body the moment he emerged. He'd used the last of his psionic energy to encapsulate the skeleton of a nearby monk who had died with his remains still present, half spectral energy, half ancient bone. That was what they'd been fighting. The demon, ourselves, and the seal are all deeply integrated into the mountain's structure, the lead monk concluded. If any one element is destroyed, the entire peak will collapse. Thea's expression grew quiet. The monk only saw the mountain. He didn't know what the collapse of the world's highest peak would do to the tectonic plates beneath Asia. The pressure wave alone would register on every seismograph on the planet. It wouldn't be a local disaster, it would be a civilization-ending event. Coastal cities worldwide. Hundreds of millions dead. The kind of casualty count that didn't fit in a sentence. I'll honor your work, Thea said. I'll re-establish the seal myself. Keep chanting, help him finish what you started. She explained the stakes to the others in a few blunt sentences. The room went quiet. Even Superman looked briefly sick. I shouldn't have charged in like that, he thought. Hold him. I'll restart the seal. She touched the lead monk's shoulder briefly, an apology, and began reading his memories. The invasion was blunt and total, and she didn't pretend otherwise. The monks didn't love it. But they also had no ability to resist a goddess of the soul, and Thea, at least, clearly had principles. Buddhist sealing arts. The methodology was extraordinary. Even from her current vantage point, which was considerably elevated, several of the techniques gave her genuine pause. Remarkable ingenuity for a mortal tradition. She absorbed everything in 2 passes. The first gave her 70 or 80% comprehension. The second filled in the gaps completely. Before the monks could finish registering their discomfort, she turned and pressed 9 points of light into their spirits, 1 for each of them. Fair trade, she said. You gave me your knowledge. I've reinforced your souls and added a few notes, my own understanding of sealing theory, and some thoughts on the cultivation of compassion. From a slightly different angle. Divine comprehension exceeded mortal perception by such a margin that the monks couldn't fully process what they'd received. But they felt it, like looking at a familiar landscape and suddenly understanding the geology beneath it. Several of them, for the first time in centuries, felt the itch to practice. If only we still had bodies, they thought, almost in unison. 100 more students, at least. 9 monks sighed collectively and turned back toward their positions. They had 1 student left. Hellespont, still in the middle of holding off the Justice League, felt a sudden inexplicable anxiety. He didn't know why. His subconscious was apparently better informed than he was. Everyone to your positions. I'll contain him. 8 monks moved to the 8 compass points. The 9th remained where he was, standing quietly, watching Hellespont, watching the encased bones of his old companion still moving inside that shell of blue energy. Thea placed her palm flat on the floor. Her divine power and Buddhist methodology were entirely different systems, but she could brute force the interface. A thread of gray energy, barely visible, sank into the stone and spread outward through the walls. The chamber shook. A deep, rolling crack of sound, and then 9 massive stone steels erupted from the earth, 8 in a ring, the 9th in the center. Hellespont reacted instantly, bringing his foot down on the central one and driving it back into the floor. Thea smiled faintly and didn't stop him. In the firelight, the steels glowed with deep, sourceless radiance. They were ancient, the stone heavily weathered, the surfaces carved dense with Sanskrit text, each character placed with the care of someone who'd spent years at the work. The weight of history was almost physical. The original ritual had required hundreds of monks chanting in unison over an extended period. Thea had approximately 9 elderly spirits and a rapidly deteriorating situation. She had the 9 begin the opening sequence as a frame, the ritual anchor that would guide everything else, and then set aside their methodology entirely and substituted her own. You 9 just stand there and cheer. I've got it from here. As she assembled the modified sealing array, Hellespont felt the shift, a predator's instinct that something had changed, that the balance was tipping. Chapter 760, Chapter 759, Preparing for Jupiter. He made 3 hard runs at the perimeter, trying to break through. Diana held the passage alone, shield and spear, not attacking, just occupying, and turned him back 3 times. He came away with bruises from her shield and nothing to show for it. Hal, contain him. Everyone else, back off. Hal poured everything into the construct, not an elegant cage, just a solid mass of pure will, heavy and relentless. The 9th steel tore itself free from Hellespont's foot and rose to meet the others. The 8 outer steels responded. Gold light traced across their carved surfaces, and then the inscriptions on the walls began to glow, scripture carved by human hands over generations, thin as thread at first, then building into a stream, then a flood. Every line of text in the chamber converged on the central steel, which ignited with a pull so absolute it simply ended the fight over resisting. Superman had been looking for a use. He found one, he put both hands on Hellespont's shoulders and pushed. 8 monks chanted. The psionic resistance visible in Hellspawn's movements faded like smoke in a strong wind. The 9th monk, the one who had been watching, made his decision. He threw himself forward, spirit and bone and 2,000 years of practice, wrapping around Hellspawn in one last embrace. They went in together. The gold light folded shut. One by one, in the same deep silence with which they'd risen, 9 stone steels descended back into the earth and became the floor again. Cool. The Flash crouched and ran his fingers along the seam where one had disappeared. He couldn't find it. How does that work? The fight had been relatively mild. They all knew it, this was the appetizer. Jupiter was the main course. Fan out, Batman said, already moving toward one of the side passages with a torch. Check whether the 2 escort machines pose any threat. Clear any remaining hazards. The other 6 stood in silence. When exactly did we elect him team leader? Hal said, a distinct edge in his voice. Because no one asked me. Thea shrugged. Diana smiled slightly. The others dispersed without comment. Thea didn't think there was much left to find, but she pulled Diana toward a section of wall covered in text anyway. Sanskrit. Diana could read most of the world's written languages, and what gaps existed, her divine comprehension filled in without effort. Buddhist scripture, Thea confirmed. It has something in common with your patron domain, the idea that all living things possess inherent wisdom and virtue. All beings carry the nature of enlightenment within them. I don't know where the Buddha is now, but he walked further than any of us and saw things we haven't reached yet. This text might give you something to think about. It was a calculated choice. Diana was steadfast, genuinely, admirably so, but steadfast could shade into inflexible, and her foundational worldview had been shaped too thoroughly by her mother Hippolyta's framework, with great power comes great responsibility. Useful. Also, in Thea's personal opinion, a bit limiting. Some traditions would have suited Diana's instincts in certain ways, the universal love, the selfless service. But Thea had a deeply personal objection to her wife organizing her value system around the concept of loving all of humanity equally. She'd seen humanity up close. It was a complicated picture. And the idea of Diana walking around channeling boundless compassion toward every person on the planet was, no. That was her Diana. The rest of the species would figure itself out. Buddhism, particularly the older and less socially engineered variety preserved in this underground chamber, offered something better: wisdom, truth, direct insight into the nature of reality. The advanced stages touched on concepts Thea recognized from the domain of cosmic rules, form arising from mind, the universe held within a single thought. That was worth Diana's time. Diana read carefully, tracing the text with her fingertips. Thea talked through the harder passages. Her absorption of the monk's memories gave her a working understanding, even if her intuitive distance from Buddhist thought meant she was explaining a landscape she'd never personally walked through. Diana kept nodding. Her eyes grew brighter the longer she read. Watching her, Thea felt quiet satisfaction, and a faint, private embarrassment. She'd been speaking with such fluency that Diana had no idea she was being guided by someone who hadn't internalized a single word of it. Buddhist theory was too far from her own nature. She could explain the architecture of a building she'd never set foot inside. As long as Diana didn't ask follow-up questions, she'd be fine. The benefit, at least, was real in one direction. The discussions had sharpened something in Thea's grasp of her truth domain, even if the philosophical content slid right off her. Her perception of certain aspects of the cosmic order had shifted noticeably, less like reading a map, more like recognizing terrain she'd been standing in all along. 2 muffled impacts echoed from the passages, Superman and the Flash, each resolving one of the escort machines. Diana looked at the wall for another moment, visibly reluctant to leave. They emerged from the crypt into the main corridor. Thea moved them all back to the Hall of Justice. Back in the warmth, sunlight falling through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Aquaman finally exhaled. That's it. He was never setting foot anywhere that cold again. Not for any amount of mission briefing. Not for anything. He had approximately 90 seconds of peace before his brow started to furrow. Because Superman and Batman were already standing on opposite sides of the room, and neither of them looked like they were done with the day. Superman and Batman were already at it. Superman's position, the heroes with space survival capability should fly there and handle it directly. Batman's position, the non-flyers needed to be part of the team. His stated reasoning was that Jupiter was enormous, the temple's location was unknown, and more people meant faster search coverage. Fine. Everyone goes. Thea cut through it. More people means faster searching. This has been a long enough day already. She sided with Batman. She had no memory of demonites from her previous life, which meant they weren't exactly a heavyweight threat in the wider cosmic catalog. A few extra humans in the mix weren't going to change the outcome. The Management Council has a few alien vessels, but the authorization process will take forever. Let's use the demonite ship from the dark side of the moon. The control interface. There's a woman in council custody, codename Voodoo. She has demonite heritage and can operate it. Leave that to me. You all gear up and meet me on the moon. She transferred back to the management council. Finding the woman designated Voodoo took no effort at all. She was hard to miss, suspended spread-eagled in midair by restraints that suppressed her abilities, watching the entrance with the lazy attention of someone who has stopped expecting anything interesting to happen. I know you, the woman said, her voice carrying a wry edge. The president's daughter. Superhero. Well, well. You know me, good. That saves time. But I have a question, do you know yourself? Do you actually know who you are? The woman's lip curled. Another, love your planet, be a good person, speech. I know exactly what I'm doing and why. Working for aliens, what's wrong with that? Don't try to guilt me. You grew up in that house, with that money. What do you know about what it's like at the bottom? Thea held up a hand. You've misread me. I have zero interest in lecturing you. But I'm confident about one thing, you're a clone. She'd done extensive cloning research during the Black Adam project. None of it had ended up being necessary, but knowledge didn't disappear just because you stopped needing it. One look at Voodoo's file and the conclusion was immediate. Chapter 761, Chapter 760, The Jupiter Mission, Part 1. You weren't born. The name Priscilla isn't yours. The childhood memories, everything before, it's fabricated. The demonites constructed it and loaded it into you. She paused. Hey. Are you still with me? Voodoo's expression had gone completely blank. Not Priscilla. Then who? Where am I? What am I doing here? A cascade of philosophy that she wasn't prepared for. Thea found a chair and sat down to wait. 10 minutes. Then the woman's gaze sharpened again, slow and deliberate, like someone sorting through a box of evidence. Is the original Priscilla, does she exist? She does. She had it rough. Abducted at 4 years old. Local police filed her as a missing person. She reappeared about 5 years ago, lizard physiology, claws, physically resembling your transformed state except she has wings and you don't. She managed to escape on her own, made it back to Earth, and was picked up by the FBI shortly after. She's still in custody. Silence. There's a particular kind of vertigo that comes from learning your entire identity is a manufactured object. Voodoo sat in it for a long time. Why are you telling me this, she finally said. What use am I to you now? Thea applauded once, quietly. You're sharp. Sharper than the original, actually. She's been under the illusion that the FBI is going to help her return to normal. You don't have that problem. Ha. Voodoo rolled her shoulders, eyes moving around the room. I'm still a prisoner. What's the difference between here and there? We have a group of demonites in custody, probably the same ones you were planning to contact. Their ship requires demonite bloodline to activate. That's why I came to find you. Help me fly the ship. In exchange, full pardon, freedom, go back to your life, do whatever you want. What surprised Thea was that Voodoo didn't want to go back to her life. She wanted to be a field agent. Sure, Thea said. Done. You're not worried I'll turn on you? Voodoo was being lowered from the suspension rig, her eyes still calculating. Can you? Thea asked, genuinely curious. Voodoo prepared to demonstrate exactly why that question was the wrong one to ask, and found that her body had simply stopped responding. Not impaired. Not struggling. Stopped. There it is, Thea said, perfectly matter of fact. You can't move without my permission while you're near me. Telepathy is impressive in the right context, but it doesn't reach me. I can actually run your motor system if I need to. She made Voodoo perform 4 specific movements in sequence, including a standing front flip, without any visible effort on her own part. I operate on a transaction basis. You fly the ship, you get your freedom. That's a fair deal. Voodoo's response, once she recovered the ability to form words, understood. You're in charge. I'm in. Thea transferred them both directly to the dark side of the moon. The demonite vessel had a kind of cold technological confidence to it, every surface functional, every line purposeful in the way that alien engineering sometimes was. Thea walked Voodoo through the control systems while the rest of the team assembled. When word spread among Batman's associates that the Justice League was flying this thing to Jupiter, even the normally unflappable Tim Drake was visibly intrigued. Batman's answer to the question of whether they were coming was delivered via flat silence in the direction of his teammates. The League arrived fast. Voodoo had only just worked out the basic control interface when Hal Jordan materialized with the 3 non-flyers in tow. Seeing an actual alien spacecraft parked this close to Earth, real, substantial, here, produced a moment of collective disbelief even among people who had personally punched aliens. The ship powered up cleanly. Batman's team was sent back. Gotham needs coverage. Everyone present understood what this actually meant. He wasn't willing to put them in that particular kind of danger. Jupiter. Largest planet in the solar system by mass. Fastest rotation. Its volume exceeds Earth's by 1,316 times, its diameter runs approximately 142,000 kilometers, 88,000 miles. The surface is a churning, hostile environment of ammonia clouds and superstorm systems, and it has no solid ground to stand on in any meaningful sense. Finding a temple somewhere on that scale made, looking for a needle in a haystack, sound optimistic. The League had brought John Johns, the Martian Manhunter, and also Ray Palmer, the Atom, in from the reserve roster. Ray was doing his best to project comm energy. It wasn't entirely working. The ship departed the moon, passed Mars, and locked onto Jupiter. In the hold, visible through the interior viewport, were rows of demonite cloning tanks, dozens of near-identical forms in suspension. Voodoo looked at them for a long moment and then looked away and didn't look back. She input the coordinates mechanically and took up a position at the far end of the control room. Batman, Ray, and the Flash had pulled up the ship's internal records and were running search algorithms, triangulating a probable location for the temple with what looked like genuine enthusiasm. They were, somewhat to Thea's amusement, fully committed to this. Thea and Diana had retreated to a corner and resumed their interrupted conversation about Buddhist philosophy and its relationship to the patron domain. 4 hours later, the ship broke atmosphere and set down on the Jovian surface. Jupiter's distance from the sun meant temperatures that made their earlier mountain look hospitable. The low was around -168 degrees Celsius, -270 degrees Fahrenheit, brutal even by standards the League had already encountered. Everyone had prepared. Those with technology adjusted their thermal regulators, those with powers adapted through them. Aquaman, Arthur Curry, who preferred the term Aquaman and was currently swaddled in a coat made from something that was emphatically not any Earth-based animal, stared at the horizon with an expression suggesting he was reconsidering his life choices. He missed his ocean. He missed it very specifically and with considerable feeling. The view made up for approximately 5% of the discomfort. A moon, something the size of Earth's own, cleared the near horizon on a low orbital pass. The shadow swept across them, 2 full minutes of abrupt darkness, and then it was gone as fast as it had come. The Flash and Ray Palmer reacted with audible appreciation. Then another moon came over. And a third. By the third pass, the awe had curdled into mild irritation. Jupiter had 69 known moons. Its rotational period was 9 hours and 50 minutes, compare Earth's 24-hour cycle. The moons moved at a corresponding pace. Occasionally, pieces of them did too. Orbital collisions deposited debris fields without much notice or ceremony. It was a busy sky. "We're off our landing coordinates," John reported, turning his head toward a point in the middle distance. "Life signatures approximately 20 kilometers, 12 miles, from our position." A collective exhale. Nobody had wanted to spend more time out here than necessary. Chapter 762, Chapter 761, The Jupiter Mission, Part 2. 20 kilometers, Hal Jordan said immediately. "I'll take point." Before anyone could respond, he'd already gone, a green streak vanishing into the gray distance. 3 minutes later, they heard the explosions. A pillar of fire rose from the direction he'd gone, followed by a second, followed by what was unmistakably the sound of a sustained firefight. Batman said exactly one word under his breath. "That idiot." There was no real choice. The League moved. Most of them could fly, the exceptions were the Flash, Aquaman, and Batman. The Flash had packed heating elements into his suit and the terrain barely slowed him. At his speed, the distance was negligible. Aquaman moved like what he was, all endurance and physical density, running and vaulting without elegance but covering ground fast. Batman, on the other hand, was having a difficult time. No buildings. No trees. Nothing to anchor a grapple line, nothing to glide from. His grapple gun and glider were as useful as decorative objects, and his human peak speed, impressive by any ordinary standard, was not impressive by this standard. From above, Thea watched him falling behind, shoulders pumping, and felt a laugh build in her chest. She bit it back. Diana elbowed her, one eyebrow raised. Thea composed her face into something neutral, then quietly cast an advanced acceleration enhancement on him. He wouldn't know what hit him, but he'd stop losing ground. They closed the distance to find Hal in full retreat, ring blazing, constructs shattering almost as fast as he could generate them, a horde of something pursuing him across the fractured landscape. "There are 2 big ones," he shouted as he passed. About 500 smaller ones behind them. This is what reconnaissance looks like in the Green Lantern Corps, everyone thought simultaneously. Superman didn't deliberate. He hit the front line. Diana was half a step behind. Thea followed at a more measured pace, scanning the battlefield with actual analytical attention. Different again. The first demonites they'd encountered had been semi-translucent, humanoid, lizard-like. Hespont had been a blue energy skeleton inhabiting a dead monk. These were something else entirely, massive, dense, skin like rough sandstone, heads too large for their bodies, with mouths full of interlocking sharp teeth arranged in overlapping rows. Rough hide garments. Crude bladed weapons, heavy and functional. Clusters of tendrils below their chins, the only feature that connected them to the demonite baseline. Whether this was deliberate genetic adaptation to Jupiter's environment, a mutation produced by centuries of exposure, or some branching of the species, Thea couldn't say. The heroes on the ground didn't particularly care. The big ones. Hal shouted as he circled back, pointing behind the onrushing horde. 2 colossi. 200 meters, about 650 feet, tall. Carved entirely from what appeared to be solid obsidian, black and light drinking, with a deep mirror-like finish that caught nothing and reflected less. They were shaped like ancient warriors, left hand bearing a great shield, right hand a sword, wearing styled helmets and carved cloaks, like Spartan soldiers reconstructed at absurd scale. Hal's constructs weren't even leaving marks. He'd hit both of them multiple times and they'd barely registered it, and meanwhile they were batting him around with casual violence. Superman moved to intervene. Clark. Thea's voice stopped him. Leave them to us. She'd read them in a glance. Magic constructs, old ones, well made. Whatever had crafted these had known exactly what they were doing. Letting Superman wade in with raw strength would risk damaging something she'd rather study. He peeled off toward the main body of the battle without comment. Thea raised one hand. 2 massive conjured hands rose from the ground, palms upward, and closed around the lead golem's feet. Simultaneously she pushed out a large area entanglement, green vines erupting from the broken earth, coiling rapidly up the obsidian legs. The golem swung its sword and cut through the vines. It broke the conjured grip with one deliberate pull. Then it resumed walking, entirely unbothered. Old-school craftsmanship, Thea said, a note of something like professional respect in her voice. Standard approaches aren't going to cut it. She pulled in a concentrated arc of lightning and threw it like a javelin. The golem raised its shield. The bolt scattered across the surface and dissipated without leaving so much as a scorch mark. A magical aegis. She stood back and really looked at it now, the way you look at fine engineering. If I put those in front of the academy, 2 of them, one on each side, that would actually look remarkable. The construction inside was drawing her attention too. The animating principle had remained stable and functional across what looked like centuries of operation without maintenance. The cult of the Cold Flames iron golems, the 2 she'd captured, had been barely functional. Maximum field endurance was under 5 minutes before they seized up. These 2 were operating at an entirely different level of sophistication. Across the field, Diana had reached the same conclusion Thea had. She understood that the objective was to take them intact. Her battle instinct, which had been running somewhat suppressed since receiving her divine rank, she hadn't faced anything that truly warranted it since Darkseid, and that encounter had carried a shadow of apprehension she wasn't proud of, suddenly found room to breathe. The golem was large, durable, and completely unimpressed by her. Perfect. Her fists fell like a storm. The golem stood its ground through over 100 strikes in the span of an eye blink, and she hit harder with each exchange. Work with me, Thea called. She locked the first golem with a binding spell, layered, reinforced, woven from multiple spells cast simultaneously. Diana broke away from her own target, crossed the distance in a second, and drove the tip of her lightning spear into the bound golem's knee with everything behind it. The sustained electrical discharge created a fractional delay in the golem's internal mana cycling, not enough to stop it, but enough. Diana's lasso of truth snapped out, wrapped, cinched, and the golem went rigid. Thea stepped onto the golem's head. The head was roughly the size of a small room. She pressed her palm flat against the stone and sent her spiritual perception inward. What she found was elegant. Not complex by modern magical standards, actually rather straightforward in its approach, but assembled with the insight of someone who understood fundamental principles deeply and had found ways to combine them that nobody else had thought to try. The power source had an analog to solar charging, continuous ambient energy collection, clean cycling, no single point of failure. It had been running on a self-sustaining loop for hundreds of years without anyone maintaining it. Clever. Genuinely clever. Stop. The command carried magical weight. She found the control nexus, applied a structured disruption, and the golem froze, shield arm raised, a statue again. They took the second one down the same way. The ground battle was a different kind of frustration. In theory the heroes had every advantage, the demonite ground troops had no superhuman abilities. They relied entirely on physical strength and their crude weapons, and they fought without coordination, no formations, no tactics, just individual aggression and noise. Against someone like Superman or John, superior numbers didn't matter. 10 times the count wouldn't matter. The problem was that you couldn't kill them. The non-lethal constraint turned what should have been a quick engagement into something wearing. One punch knocked an enemy down. 30 seconds later they were back up. A kick launched 120 meters, they came trotting back at the same relentless pace. The cycle repeated with no apparent end. The demonites didn't learn, didn't retreat, didn't get discouraged. They simply kept coming, with the persistence of something that didn't understand the concept of a lost fight. The heroes were hitting a wall they couldn't push through, not from lack of power, but from the specific limitation of power you couldn't fully use. Chapter 763, Chapter 762, Journey to Jupiter, Part 3. Thea had the urge to bury her face in her hands. This was the fundamental difference between her and these so-called heroes. She wanted to ask them outright, they wouldn't kill human criminals, fine. But were aliens human? Did no killing apply to them too? Looking at Batman getting swarmed from all sides, she already knew his answer, still no. Admirable conviction. Laughable rigidity. She and Diana had no choice but to drop down and help. Thea put the holy sword away and drew her whip instead, deliberately avoiding techniques like silver fire. The whip's tip moved like a living serpent, coiling around enemy throats, then flinging them away one by one. Diana did the same on the opposite flank. She retracted the lightning from her spear and used it like a staff, trading blows with the enemy in clean, measured strikes. The sky flickered between light and dark overhead. Hurricane gusts periodically swept the ground. It was a miserable, grinding battle. In the end, the heroes' sheer power carried the day. They wore down all 500-plus aliens through attrition. Not because the Demostars stopped wanting to fight, but because they simply ran out of stamina. "Talk," Diana said, the golden lasso binding the largest of them. "Who are you people, and where did you come from?" The alien spat blood-flecked foam and managed to force out a single word, something that sounded like a name. Diana pressed him with several more questions, but the creature's language faculties had nearly collapsed. All it could produce were sounds resembling roars and expressions of rage. "They've completely devolved," Ray Palmer said, his voice grave. Thea agreed. These Demostars were nothing like their kin, savage, bloodthirsty, feral. Talking to them about spacecraft and genetic engineering would have been absurd. The irony, though, was that many of their weapons had been forged from aerospace materials, high-grade alloys bent and hammered into spears and blades. Civilization, reduced to clubs. Diana's questioning was swift. Her expression darkened. Jupiter has no food. For the past 50 years, they've survived by eating each other. So. The question hanging over the group was grim, was there any reason to let these creatures live? Diana's vote was to execute them on the spot. Thea raised both hands in immediate agreement. Cannibalism within their own species, they'd forfeited their claim to sentience long ago. What if we transported them to a distant planet? Batman said. Even if we could manage that, Thea countered, what about the bacteria they're carrying? It could devastate the ecosystem of whatever world they land on. Have you actually thought that through? Batman went silent and looked down. He seemed to make a decision, then turned and walked away without another word. Thea glanced at Superman. He quickly averted his eyes. She looked around at the group one by one. No one would meet her gaze. What exactly is going on here? None of you want to dirty your hands, so you're just waiting for me to do it, is that it? A single soul extraction could drop 500 at once. Clean, efficient, painless. The only downside was that it would make her look evil, and Thea did care, somewhat, about how she came across. Fine, she said, shaking her head with a sigh. If none of you want to kill them, and I can't exactly do 500 by myself, let them go. But if they go back to eating each other. The Flash tried to phrase it delicately. He failed. No one had an answer. The heroes were tangled up in their own morality, trapped between two equally untenable options. They couldn't kill these creatures, and they couldn't safely release them. Diana leaned in and murmured something to Thea. Are you sure you can do that? Thea asked. Diana nodded. She spread the lasso of truth wide, and in an instant the entire group of 500 was coiled together in a single mass. Thea began inscribing a magic array in midair, an intricate, sweeping pattern. She channeled an enormous surge of power, her hands blazing with brilliant light. Then, with a sharp crack, she slammed the completed array down onto the captives. Both goddesses activated their divine power simultaneously. Thea's authority over wealth shattered the prisoner's mental defenses. She borrowed the brainwashing principles she had observed from the Blue Lanterns, layered in fragments of theory she'd studied at the monastery of the ancient monk at the summit, and assembled it all into a mass compulsion array. At the same time, Diana's lasso of truth reached deeper, showing the Demostars a glimpse of their own lost selves. That glimpse was fragile and fleeting. Even most humans never encounter their true selves in a lifetime, let alone creatures this mired in depravity. That was when the power of a sustained divine seat made the difference. One by one, the feral gleam faded from their eyes. Memories of who they had been surfaced, their former lives, their former identities. Long mutated organs emitted low, mournful sounds. Clouded gazes slowly recovered a faint spark of intelligence. Thea gave a slight shake of her head. These poor fools had woken up far too late, and fallen far too deep. She was not, by nature, a sentimental person. She simply found the sample size too small for the compulsion array to hit its full potential. The effect was barely perceptible. Diana didn't experience anything meaningful before it faded away. If we had tens of millions of lost souls to work with, a truly massive array, Diana might just unlock a new divine seat. The rest of the League had no idea what was going through Thea's mind. They broke into applause for the two of them. One very large headache, finally resolved. They left behind a field of guilt-ridden, penitent demo-stars and turned in the direction the aliens had come from. The camp was a nightmare, blood-soaked ground, scattered containers, strips of wind-dried meat. Nobody said a word. An entire intelligent species, reduced to this in just 50 years. In some ways, civilization really was a fragile thing. This must be it. They stopped at a cave entrance roughly 6 feet, 1.8 meters wide and over 10 feet, 3 meters tall. The interior glowed with a faint indigo light. Whatever weapon Hellspawn had been guarding was undoubtedly inside. The entrance bore enormous gouges in the stone, and the surrounding ground was littered with severed limbs and stacked bones. The two stone guardians were right here, Hal Jordan said, still visibly shaken. I thought they were decorations. I tried to charge straight in. Next thing I knew, a sword came down at me. Thea pictured the scene and found it genuinely entertaining. Hal had been poking his head in curiously, assuming the stone figures were ornamental. He hadn't realized they were solar-powered sentinels with built-in security protocols. If his reflexes hadn't been sharp, he'd have been split in two. The stone guardians were now under control. The demo-stars outside had all been mentally wiped. The cave was open. The heroes filed in single file. The cave was modest in size, but its interior had been cut with precise geometry, clearly the work of the original demo-stars who had first arrived on Jupiter, when they still had a civilization worth the name. Hal spotted lizardman statues arranged around the walls and immediately raised his power ring, tension spiking. Those are stone carvings. There's nothing dangerous in here, Thea said, barely concealing her exasperation. This guy is genuinely lowering the average quality of the Green Lantern Corps. Is this what that creature called the world-ending weapon? They reached the far end of the cave. There, at the very center, stood a lizardman statue, arms raised, cradling an energy rod of deep cobalt blue. It pulsed with dazzling light, hovering perfectly still, as though waiting for its purpose to be called. Thea nodded. The rod was saturated with enormous amounts of energy. On a technologically advanced planet, repurposed as the primary power source for some kind of superscale orbital cannon, it would be an unrivaled weapon. The demo-stars had been right to call it that. The group swept the cave carefully. No ambushes, no traps. This Jupiter expedition had finally come to a clean end. Chapter 764, Chapter 763, Aftermath. No ambushes. No hidden mechanisms. The energy rod was theirs without a fight. Then the old question surfaced again, what to do with it? It was clearly a tech-based weapon. Both Batman and the Atom, the League's resident tech experts, fell into reflective silence. They wanted it badly, but neither trusted themselves to keep it secure. If word got out and it ended up in the wrong hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. Batman's mind went immediately to the Joker. The idea of the clown prince of crime learning that someone was sitting on a device capable of vaporizing the Earth was simply too horrifying to contemplate. Forget it. I'll take it, Thea said, reaching up and plucking the hovering rod from the air. No one objected. The battle was over, the threat neutralized, and the mountain of loose ends that remained was staggering. The alien spacecraft. The clone army of identical women. 500 freshly penitent prisoners. A planet-killing energy rod. Any single one of these problems would have overwhelmed a normal person. Only Thea, with her connections threading through every level of government, could actually manage all of it. She brought everyone back to Earth aboard the ship, offloaded the spoils to the management committee, and watched the other heroes head cheerfully home, leaving Thea to handle every last detail. Diana had tried to slip away with them. One sharp look from Thea was all it took. She hunched her shoulders and stayed to help. Thea decided the demo-stars had a natural affinity for Buddhist practice. In ancient terms, they were what you'd call spiritually predisposed. Even Hellspawn, their former leader, had already developed traces of magical power. Ignoring his unfortunate face, if you dropped him into the 10th century, he'd have passed for a high monk. She made a quick trip to the mountain summit, placed 2 sealing arrays over the cave, and locked it permanently. The 500 reformed prisoners were easy to sort. 200 were dispersed across various major construction sites, their formidable physiques put to good civic use. The remaining 300 were assigned to Damien Dark. Once the chief villain of a very bad year in Star City, now a prisoner of the Women's Justice League, the men had an unexpected talent for land management. Thea had already secured a sizable plot out in Nevada. With 300 muscle-bound aliens handed over to him, off they went to grow corn. The 20-plus original demo stars aboard the spacecraft were also compulsion-treated. Their accumulated knowledge proved valuable. They were divided up and distributed to various scientific research departments. The clone situation was the real headache. Humane disposal was off the table. Inserting over 100 identical women into civilian society or any government agency was obviously impossible. Cloning was still a hot-button ethical debate in the current era. There was no way to roll them out publicly without triggering a firestorm. Thea laid down a simple directive: house them for now, and enroll every survivor in special operations training. Their loyalty would, of course, be to the Queen family. The spacecraft itself went to the Scientific Research Center operated by the Firestorm duo, Martin Stein and Jax. Thea had personal interest in its cloaking technology and intended to have it reverse-engineered. The 2 stone golems were hauled back to the magic school, where she set them up as objects of study for newer students, a vivid illustration of what their predecessors had managed to build. And this. Diana pointed at the energy rod resting on the table between them. Thea rested her chin in her hand and let her mind wander. She couldn't leave it on Earth, too many variables, too much risk. Space wasn't ideal either. She didn't want to hand it over to the High Father. Where did that leave her? And then it hit her. The old wizard Shazam's Rock of Eternity. She grabbed the energy rod with one hand and Diana's wrist with the other, and brought the Amazon warrior there like she was presenting a prize. The wizard had been sealed away, his divine power slowly being absorbed, and the place had been deserted ever since. The Rock of Eternity looked exactly as she'd left it last time, residual traces of magical combat still scored into the floor. What do you think? Not bad, right? Diana spent a moment genuinely feeling out the properties of the space. Even with her composure, her expression faltered. Something is wrong with the time and space here. And there's another quality to it I can't quite name. Yes. This place is the central node of the multiverse. I once tried to move it into our own universe. No matter how much force I applied, it didn't budge an inch. That's when I realized what it was actually hiding. The cosmological significance was beside the point right now. Thea found a box, tucked the energy rod away inside, made a quick survey of the premises, and headed back to Earth. A crisis triggered by what had started as a recreational outing for the Women's Justice League had been quietly strangled before it ever reached the public. Ordinary people continued living their ordinary lives, entirely unaware. Reports were written. Records were filed. Evidence was tagged, boxed, and sealed. When the entire procedure was complete, the secret of the demo stars was locked away in the management committee's classified archives, the door shut, the key turned, as though none of it had ever happened. Priscilla's original body held no particular interest for Thea. Voodoo was a different story. The woman had found a way to weave her signature style of movement into genuine combat, an impressive feat, and a natural fit for the performing arts tradition. After basic agent training, Thea sent her to the magic school, where she was placed under Master Constantine's instruction to study more advanced theory. Time moved. By the end of March, the International Justice League had officially been established. Booster Gold took command. Vixen, Fire, and Ice joined as the core trio of founding members, followed by the Soviet superhero Rocket Red and the enigmatic Iron General from a nation that preferred not to be named. Notably, the international team also featured its own Green Lantern, Guy Gardner. Like Hal Jordan, Guy was from Earth. In fact, he'd been Abin Sur's second choice for the ring, passed over originally in favor of Hal. But the Darkside War had claimed 4 Green Lanterns, and 3 of those rings had flown off into the cosmos. The 4th had stayed on Earth. By fate or coincidence, Guy Gardner had been standing in the right place. He picked up a green power ring and became Earth's newest lantern. What made Thea and Diana exchange a baffled look was that Batman had somehow squeezed himself into the roster as well. Bruce Wayne had walked into the International Justice League with the unspoken air of a man who was clearly in charge and fully expected everyone else to accept that. The International Justice League looked impressive from the outside. On the inside, it was a bureaucratic nightmare. 7 members, each answering to more than 20 supervisors firing off contradictory directives in every direction. Their reputation couldn't hold a candle to the main Justice Leagues, and despite extensive media campaigns, they'd failed to build genuine public trust. Vixen, Fire, and Ice had all complained to Thea directly. If they'd known how tangled the internal structure was, they never would have waded in. Leadership pressure from above, zero motivation from the team. Booster Gold, stuck holding it together, was in an impossible position. By contrast, something else that happened around the same time deserved a line in the history books. In early April, the vast Ebon Trade Alliance entered the solar system. Both the government and the military immediately issued statements confirming it was a peaceful convoy. The public was not stupid. Their response, and how exactly do you know that? At first, the official answer was, classified, your clearance isn't high enough. Then came a flood of strategically mixed truths and half-truths, the Apollo moon landing, the recent construction of the Mars base, all of it designed to create the impression that those in power had been playing a very long game, and that everything was under control. Chapter 765, Chapter 764, An Era of Change. Several Justice League heroes had made the long trip out to the edge of the solar system and back, running check after check. The verdict was clear: the Ebon Trade Alliance was exactly what it claimed to be, a commercial fleet, peaceful and unarmed. When the news reached the public, the reaction was electric. Earth is finally entering the cosmic age. 15 enormous warships escorted a small planetoid, a converted asteroid serving as a mobile marketplace, as the convoy made its slow approach through the solar system. Every day, people were tracking their progress online. They were at Saturn yesterday, are they past Jupiter now? What did aliens look like? Were they as awkward as in the movies, or did they resemble humans? Did they wear clothes? What did they eat? The questions were endless. In the weeks that followed, the government's handling of the situation was, by any objective measure, impressive. Calm, coordinated, and decisive. Moira Queen's approval ratings shot upward like a rocket. Most citizens had no idea the whole thing was theater. From the outside, the government's response looked so flawless it could have been written into a textbook on crisis management. Media crews flooded to Mars. They witnessed, with their own eyes, Moira Queen, representing Earth, shaking hands with the leader of the Trade Alliance. Worth noting, the alien leader bore a striking resemblance to a gorilla. Of course, anyone with a brain knew the similarity was purely cosmetic. The creature was gracious, warm, and delivered several charming jokes. No Earth gorilla had ever displayed a fraction of that intelligence. What Moira knew, and no one else could, was that this particular gorilla was her daughter's subordinate. She faced him without a trace of nerves, projecting dignity and grace in front of the cameras, the image of a great civilization's leader, composed and courteous. Grodd, for his part, knew this woman was his boss's mother, and that his job today was to perform. He kept himself humble, deferential, and impeccably polite, a performance that earned him genuine goodwill from most of the press. Even Superman, who had snuck into the media pool under a reporter's credentials, found himself warming to the gorilla-like alien. An alien with that kind of inner peace. Truly, the universe contains wonders I haven't imagined. Clark had been feeling ground down lately, day after day of eating, sleeping, and fighting extraterrestrials, until it started to feel like the entire galaxy was filled with nothing but hostiles. Grodd, improbably, had relit something in him. There were good people out there. Even in space. None of the League members picked up on anything suspicious. Thea's familiarity with the power rings far surpassed Hal Jordan's, and the Green Lantern ring scan confirmed that Grodd registered as a perfectly authentic extraterrestrial. Some people in the US military had encountered Grodd before, during experiments conducted alongside the Reverse Flash. But to the average human, it was hard to tell one gorilla face from another, and besides, the Grodd they'd seen had been younger and smaller. Even if he'd maintained his original size, given Americans' legendary inability to distinguish one face from another in unfamiliar species, they never would have made the connection. Grodd brought a small landing craft down to Earth and delivered a speech at the United Nations headquarters on the theme of cosmic peace. It was exactly what the current moment called for. Both sides' representatives quickly hammered out a series of trade agreements. The Ebon Trade Alliance established 3 exchange points on Earth, one in Asia, one in the Americas, one in Europe. Enormous quantities of alien goods, technology, equipment, and weapons began flowing into human view. In exchange, the Alliance asked for minerals, steel, and fuel. Nestled in the embrace of old trees, a quiet estate that had stood for generations was shattered this afternoon by the sound of one car after another braking hard in the driveway. The small animals that lived in the surrounding woods had no idea what had descended on this usually peaceful place. They retreated to their tree hollows and watched the steady stream of humans with wide, frightened eyes. Big brother, check out my new holographic watch, too cool, right? Fully brainwave controlled. I'm telling you, Earth tech would need 20 years to reach this level. A young man was showing off his new device to the person beside him. He wasn't alone. Throughout the estate, people were trading notes and comparisons. Alien technology had poured into their world, and as always, the wealthy were the first to benefit. Still buying a yacht? How pedestrian. I've already got a magnetic airship. Your dress was hand-cut by an international design master. Mine lets me fly. Can yours do that? The younger generation clustered together, showing off their acquisitions, drinking in the admiring and envious looks of those around them, and falling deeper into it with every passing minute, completely intoxicated. While the young ones bragged and postured, the elders closed the doors and discussed the future behind them. We have information from the Ebon Trade Alliance, said the silver-haired patriarch, surveying the senior members of the branch families. They're planning to put 10 fifth-level civilization warships up for sale. Your thoughts? Families that had persisted for centuries inevitably accumulated enough internal complications to fill a library. To avoid the worst of it, showing up to meetings armed, most branches lived at opposite ends of the world and pretended not to know each other most of the time. When something significant happened, they gathered. When nothing did, they acted like strangers. That was the only formula that kept the peace. But the arrival of the Ebon Trade Alliance had upended many of those fixed traditions. The situation demanded that they stand together under the same family banner and decide their future. The family must move forward. Standing still is dying. I think we should wait and watch, the situation isn't clear yet. Wait. Have you looked at the star charts the Ebon Trade Alliance provided? There are only a handful of viable targets near the solar system. While we sit around watching, what do you think the other families are doing? The old men had barely exchanged 3 sentences before they were already snapping at each other. The patriarch sat without moving, letting them exhaust themselves. When they finally went quiet, he spoke slowly. We might afford to wait. Our heirs cannot. The family policy of operating from the shadows, controlling things from behind the curtain, does not satisfy them anymore. They want applause. They want recognition. They want people kneeling before them. And the current arrangement gives them none of that. A silence settled over the elders. Every branch had the same problem. The older generation calculated every move from 17 different angles, the younger generation had been born with silver spoons, and asking them to sit on mountains of wealth while remaining invisible was asking for trouble. The choice was becoming increasingly clear: stay on Earth as invisible billionaires, or go out into the stars and rule. For the heirs, the answer wasn't difficult at all. The elders could suppress 1 or 2. They couldn't suppress an entire generation of successors standing together. Their only option was to compromise, because you couldn't execute all your potential heirs. The DuPont family has already made the first move, the patriarch said. Word is they're assembling significant resources, they may even move before the military to acquire one of those warships. Keep in mind that on the cosmic scale, Earth is barely a 3rd-level civilization. Those ships are 5th level. He exhaled quietly. The technology was simply too extraordinary. He was losing sleep over it. Our stockpiles aren't as deep as theirs. Could we negotiate exchanges with the other families, trade currency for materials? The instincts of wolves, the whole lot of them. The moment they smelled something valuable, none of them wanted to let go. If another family had it, they had to have it too. The Queen family has always been rooted in steel. Under the late Robert Queen, it was steel and manufacturing all the way. Since that young woman took over, she's been aggressively consolidating energy companies as well. Between the two of them, mother and daughter, they're sitting on staggering reserves. What's their position on all of this? Asked one elder with sharp, calculating eyes. Chapter 766, Chapter 765, A Great Harvest. At the mention of the queens, the patriarch let out a quiet, contemptuous laugh. Moira Queen wants to finish her term and leave behind a glowing legacy. A woman blinded by vanity. He paused. As for her daughter, she's a superhero. Guardian of humanity is practically her religion. Let them keep their charming ideals and watch over their little planet. Ha! The other elders joined in with varying shades of laughter. From where they sat, they had seen through everything. The queens, mother and daughter, were throwing away real power for the sake of reputation. Naive. Foolish. Hardly worth their respect. One elder with sharp triangular eyes then raised the idea, why buy it all? On a suitably dark night, couldn't they just send people in and take what they wanted? The room responded with collective scorn. The men clearly hadn't thought it through. These were aliens. Their technology was centuries ahead of Earth's. Even if you successfully seized a warship, who would fly it? These were vessels over 6 miles, 10 kilometers long, not bicycles you could just ride off on. The Alliance sold warships with a full training package. They provided all the learning materials and guaranteed instruction until the crew could operate the vessel independently. Go ahead and steal one. See who teaches you to fly it. The families quickly reached consensus: what the others had, they would have too. No debate. Bye. Thea, of course, knew exactly what they were thinking. This was all unfolding precisely as she had engineered it. She understood the younger generation thoroughly, their ambitions, their pride, their hunger. Use those instincts well, and even the most fortified walls break from the inside. The arrow was already knocked. They had no way to step back now. They were pouring staggering fortunes into cosmic warships. They weren't going to just park them at home and use them as theme parks. Or take supermodels on joyrides through the hold. You want greed? I'll give you a meal so rich it chokes you. Load your families onto those warships, take your assets into the stars, and go conquer something. That's the plan. Did they really think every alien in the galaxy was as courteous as Grodd? Grodd, who frightened even himself when he lost his temper. That was the show they'd put on for the cameras. The universe was nothing like that. If these wolf packs won out in the stars, they'd absorb some of Earth's pressure. If they lost, well, that was nothing to do with Thea. Events unfolded exactly as expected. The families mobilized, pooling centuries of accumulated reserves to buy warships. Thea applied pressure from behind the scenes, feeding narratives to media outlets she controlled, framing the situation as a new age of exploration, and stoking ordinary citizens' outrage at these wealthy dynasties getting an unfair head start. The more the public complained, the more determined the old families became. You say we can't. Watch us. By the end of it, they were comparing themselves to Magellan and da Gama with full sincerity. Under Thea's quiet direction, the old families collectively purchased 6 of the 10 warships. World governments, with all their military might, managed only 4. The scale of wealth suddenly on display made the family's centuries of hidden influence impossible to maintain. They had no choice but to step back into the open, and into the crossfire of a very angry public. They spent weeks dealing with one wave of denunciation after another. Then, a month later, the DuPont family led a heavily armed expedition against a planet not far from the solar system, a world whose civilization had barely reached the agricultural age. Against weapons from Earth, backed by alien firepower, they had no answer. The DuPonts routed them completely. Word of that first victory slipped back to Earth. The other families were electrified. Driven by their impatient heirs, one dynasty after another launched into the stars. Finally, Thea sat back in her office chair, ankles crossed on the desk. Those old fossils are gone. Driven by greed, they had abandoned Earth like it was yesterday's garbage, leaving only skeleton crews behind to watch their properties, and charged into the cosmos with flags flying. One family had even declared, on their way out, that the stars were their destiny. To steady their resolve, the first few planets Thea had quietly pointed them toward were a mix, some genuinely challenging, some barely past the Bronze Age. All of them within the family's capabilities. All of them real victories waiting to be had. As for what came after, Thea could only offer limited attention to that. Earth was what mattered to her. No reason she could fully articulate, no logical framework, this place was simply the center of the universe. The divine power she drew from interactions here versus anywhere else wasn't even comparable. 1 unit of divinity in space, 10 on Earth. Those old families thought Earth was a polluted backwater. They had no conception of what this planet meant, to her, to Diana, to Darkseid, to the multiverse itself. That was the unbridgeable distance between their perspectives. She hadn't used force. She'd let them leave of their own free will. Even the phantom strangers crowd, those self-appointed arbiters of divine law, couldn't find anything to object to. Everything she'd done was clean by both the written rules and the unwritten ones. Between them, the old families had acquired 6 fifth-level warships that hadn't been Thea's to begin with, having originally been seized by the Sinestro Corps and Deathstroke's crew, and in exchange had handed over something extraordinary. All right. Tell me, Thea said to her secretary. What did we actually get? The secretary could barely contain her excitement. She held up a thick stack of documents and began reading. Queen Group shares recovered, 17%. Wayne Group holdings increased, 19%. Rotech Industries, 26%. She continued through the major corporations, then, in addition to the above, you now hold controlling interests in 19 pharmaceutical manufacturing plants, 14 aircraft production companies, 9 shipbuilding firms, and 13 media companies. Krupp, the Springfield Armory, Beretta. She listed them one by one. You hold significant shares in all of these. For 12 of them, you now hold a majority. Remaining assets, real estate spanning the globe, islands, private castles, oil fields, are still being tallied. Our payment, the secretary said, then smiled quietly, was the Queen Group's full stockpile of steel, petroleum, and rare earth metals. She was a member of the Indigo tribe, and she understood exactly what she was looking at, Thea taking from her right hand and giving to her left, without losing a single thing. Every asset the families had handed over came back into the Queen family's own ecosystem anyway. Meanwhile, Thea had baited a pack of greedy fools into volunteering to go risk their lives in the most dangerous corners of the universe. The families thought they'd outmaneuvered everyone. They had no idea, blackest night was coming. In a few years, the entire universe would face a reckoning, and their odds of surviving it were essentially zero. Their wealth would change hands whether they agreed to it or not. The only difference was timing. It looks like a lot, Thea said. At this scale, it's really just numbers. She had no intention of sitting on it. The fortune needed to go back into circulation, social redistribution of wealth accumulated by dynasties over centuries. That was the real work ahead. Over the following days, she and Moira pushed hard. The government rolled out a comprehensive package of policies incentivizing and subsidizing manufacturing, especially mid-tech production. Humans began reverse engineering alien goods at every level. Wealthy consumers bought the originals, ordinary people bought the knockoffs. Thea was not about to admit she'd learned this particular strategy from a certain country's legendary approach to mobile phones. But it worked. The manufacturing surge drove employment up sharply. People who had been drifting suddenly found themselves pulled into factories, no degree required, just a functioning mind, and able to afford, for the first time, real stability. A house. A car. An actual future. Most ordinary people had no idea what had caused the shift. They only knew that ever since the aliens showed up, life on Earth had gotten better. Chapter 767, Chapter 766, Soul Trade, Part 1. Big players make their moves. Small ones just try to survive. Jenny was a girl from Arkansas, young, vibrant, convinced she had what it took. She wanted applause and recognition. Against her family's protests, she packed her bags and headed straight for Hollywood. Reality had other plans. The dream crashed hard. Not only had she failed to break into Hollywood, she hadn't even gotten close. These days she worked nights at a club, pouring drinks and keeping guests company. It paid the bills. Barely. It was past midnight. Jenny walked home alone, heavy makeup still on her face, cheap dress catching the wind, heels dangling from one hand. Gina, you idiot. She'd had a few too many again, though she was still just sober enough to know it. Go be a factory worker. When I'm a star, you'll regret this. She aimed the words at no one in particular, cursing out her roommate into the empty street. At the very bottom of Hollywood's pyramid, there were thousands like Jenny, women who'd come here chasing something luminous and found only the grind. Her roommate had been one of them, once. They didn't have a deep friendship, but they shared the same situation, and that was enough for a common language. Then, last month, everything changed. Gina gave up on the Hollywood dream. She scrubbed off the makeup, took out the earrings, and walked into a small factory. The work was brutal, she came home exhausted every night, but her income was 10 times what Jenny made. Which left Jenny feeling equal parts envious and strangely bitter. When Gina had offered to bring her along, Jenny refused without a second thought. I came to Hollywood to be a star. I'm not going to a factory. I'd rather move back to Arkansas and grow corn. She had no idea why manufacturing had suddenly exploded with so much energy. Neither did the ambitious young men who came to the club seeking entertainment, even they couldn't follow the logic of whatever was happening behind the scenes. They just showed up dangling alien tech gadgets and looking satisfied with themselves, while Jenny could only stare and covet things she couldn't afford on her wages. What she did understand was this: the manufacturing boom had somehow caused a labor shortage. Even the club had lost a few of her colleagues to factory jobs. With fewer staff, her own workload had surged. She used to have time to catch the eye of someone who might work in the industry and slip them her number. Now she was spinning like a top with no room to breathe. What is wrong with this country? She muttered, limping along. Why is everything suddenly so busy? She swung her foot and kicked a loose stone in frustration, forgetting she wasn't wearing shoes. She sat down on the pavement, grabbed her foot, and just breathed for a moment. The city around her was quiet. Most people were too worn out from their days to even consider going out at night, which meant fewer targets for anyone thinking about trouble. The streets were safer than they'd been in years. Jenny sat there, foot in hand, wanting to curse someone and not sure who to blame, her mind drifting, and then she noticed it. A faint light, flickering from inside a building she'd never really registered before. And with it, something that felt almost like a call. Had she walked past this building before? She was a little fuzzy from the drinks. She tried to remember. Maybe she had. Maybe she hadn't. Go in and take a look. But also, don't go in, what if something's wrong with you? The thoughts collided and scattered. Her gut told her something was off. But a different voice, softer, more persuasive, kept whispering, you have nothing on you. Nothing to lose. What if there's something worth finding in there? Right, she thought. I don't have anything. There's nothing to take from me. She didn't stop to wonder whether that thought was her own or something planted from outside. She didn't hesitate. She pushed the door open and walked in. The interior was immaculate. She'd never actually been inside a billionaire's home. Everything she knew about what they looked like came from TV and the internet, but this matched the image she'd built in her head. Rich carpets spread across the floor. Oil paintings hung on every wall, each one radiating the particular weight of things that cost far more than she'd ever earn. She moved through an opulent hallway, taking it all in, curious and a little breathless, stepping carefully, as though breathing too hard might break something. Hello. Is anyone there? She said it barely above a whisper, quiet enough that she almost didn't hear herself. She was already half expecting silence when the air on a raised platform ahead of her began to shift. A thin mist curled upward, threading and expanding like pale smoke, then parted, and from within it, a woman emerged with the ease of someone waking from a long, pleasant nap. Welcome. The woman's skin carried a faint, barely visible gray undertone that one's eyes tended to slide past almost immediately, because her voice more than compensated. It was low, resonant, and suffused with a warmth that made Jenny's heart skip even though it was another woman. I. Jenny fumbled, definitely not about to admit she'd walked in hoping to find something worth taking. My name is Siren, the woman said, languid and unhurried. Can I help you with something? We deal in many things here, buying and selling. A quiet smile. Everything, really. This was Thea's creation, born from the soul sea, a demigoddess woven together from the powers of divinity over souls, wealth, and the arts. A queen among sirens. Thea had set her loose to run a little side business. Stimulate economic circulation, or so Thea had told herself. She wasn't wrong, technically. Don't be nervous. Sit down and have something to eat. With a casual wave of her hand, Siren conjured an enormous dining table from nothing. It was covered edge to edge with elaborate dishes Jenny had never seen before, arranged as though they'd been waiting for her all along. Can I actually eat this? Jenny had spent half the night managing drunk guests, and the other half scared out of her mind. She really was a little hungry. Siren gave her an easy nod. Help yourself. Jenny grabbed the nearest thing, a drumstick, and bit in. She'd never been to a Michelin-starred restaurant. She didn't know what one tasted like. But whatever this was, her whole mouth was singing. She ate without thinking, plate after plate, and finished with a bowl of something warm that went down like a dream. Her reasoning was straightforward. She had no money. If there was a bill, she'd just owe it. Siren paid no attention to her very ordinary thought process. The demigoddess maintained her faint, knowing smile. Is there anything else you need? Perhaps, you'd like to make a trade. With something in her stomach and the mild haze of alcohol still hanging around the edges, Jenny's common sense began to reassemble itself. A trade, she asked carefully. These people aren't organ traffickers, are they? Should I run? Cars. A house. Weapons. Abilities beyond what any ordinary person possesses. Siren let the list hang in the air a moment. Anything you can imagine falls within the scope of what we offer. She let Jenny absorb that, then continued. Of course, the currency we deal in is equally broad. Money. Goods and resources. A slight pause. Your life. Your soul.